Chapter 2101, Chapter 2097. Captives. In an instant, the experts of the Yuan family, who had rushed forward, collapsed under the light of the Dragon Pearl. The experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, who were watching the battle below, were all drenched in sweat. Is this the power of the Dragon Clan? For a moment, the experts of the Hall of Martial Meritocracy, including Ji Chunhong, looked at each other in dismay. Although they had thought that the Dragon Clan might be very powerful, however, they had never thought that the Dragon race would be so powerful. They had no room to resist it all. Swoosh! The light of the Dragon Pearl dissipated. The Great Elder returned to his human form once again. A bunch of trash who overestimated themselves, the Great Elder said coldly. This 13-armed man was indeed capable. He. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. Although the Great Elder had followed his orders to kill these Yuan family members, this guy's ability to pretend to be 13 was not inferior to his. Little Fei, is the Dragon race really that powerful? Ji Chunin asked Jiang Fei. After seeing the Great Elder attack, he knew that he was no match for him. Master, don't be fooled by him. This guy is the Great Elder of the Dragon race. In the entire Dragon race, there are only a handful of people with his strength. Jiang Fei replied. That's already very powerful. Ji Chunhong thought to himself. One had to know that there was not a single person in the entire world with such strength. He'll fight it out with you. Although the members of the Yuan family who were in the air had all gone online, not all of them were dead. Although Yuan Shirkui was looked down upon by Bao Wei, he was still somewhat powerful. Although the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan was powerful, this kind of AoE attack was not enough to kill him. However, although he was not dead, Yuan Shirkui was in a terrible state. His body was badly mutilated, and his skin and flesh were all broken. His exposed muscles were covered in blood. But even so, he still held the long sword in his hand tightly, and his eyes were full of grief and anger. At this moment, Yuan Shirkui was very clear that the Yuan family was finished. He had brought out almost all the experts in the clan. But now, most of them were dead. Even those who were not dead were covered in wounds like him, and they had almost no fighting strength left. At this moment, even if they returned alive, the Yuan family would probably not be able to escape the revenge of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, even if the Dragon Clan did not make a move, would the Wang and Xiao families and the Hard Moon God sect spare them? Therefore, at this moment, Yuan Shirkui had nothing to live for. There was only grief and indignation in his heart. At this moment, he had no other thoughts other than fighting with the first elder of the Dragon Clan. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The Great Elder pointed with his finger, and a golden light flashed. Yuan Shirkui did not even have time to react before his head was pierced through by the golden light. His nascent soul and primordial spirit did not even have time to escape. They were completely killed. Swoosh! With a wave of the Great Elder's hand, those Yuan clan disciples, who were not completely dead, were completely purified by the golden light. The entire battlefield instantly returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the Martial Valiant Hall's experts were almost dumbfounded. They had long forgotten the purpose of this trip. Moreover, even if they could remember it, it would be useless. Although they were stronger than the Yuan family, however, they could not be a match for this dragon race. Charging forward would only bring about their own destruction. Guh. Senior Guh. What should we do? A Martial Valiant Hall's guardian asked, because he was shocked by the Great Elder's strength. His voice trembled slightly. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Ji Chunhong did not know what to do. The only thing he knew for sure was that Jiang Fei was here. The Dragon Clan's Great Elder did not dare to act rashly. At the very least, their safety was guaranteed. However, if he were to rush forward and court death, that would be a different matter. Alright. The other Valiant Martial Hall's experts looked over and could only do so now. If they were to act rashly, it was hard to guarantee that they would not anger the Dragon Clan. When that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Which faction are you guys from? The Dragon Race's Grand Elder pointed at the Valiant Martial Hall's people and asked. We are from the Valiant Martial Hall. Ji Chunhong saw that the other party had asked, so he could only take the initiative to answer. Valiant Martial Hall. I've never heard of it. The Dragon Race's Grand Elder was telling the truth. When the Dragon Race was prosperous, the entire human race was weak and weak. No one paid attention to it. Even when Jiang Fei went to arrange the plan later on, he did not mention much about the Valiant Martial Hall. Anyway, he would personally oversee it. As long as the Great Elder knew him, it would be fine. Everyone in the valiant martial hall, including Ji Chunhong, was very discouraged. After all, the valiant martial hall was an organization that everyone in the five directions knew about. They did not expect that the dragon race had never heard of it. Alright, I don't care where you are from. Now, you are all my captives, said the great elder of the dragon race. What? Captives? The experts of the valiant martial hall below all exploded. They were mighty true immortal level experts. It was too shameful to be captured. What? Do you still want to resist? The great elder glanced sideways at the people of the valiant martial hall. Junior brothers, don't be rash. Gu Chunhong hurriedly stopped the furious experts of the valiant martial hall. Senior brother Gu, there's a saying that a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Even if we die in battle, we can't be captured without even using a single move. An expert from the martial valiant hall shouted. But isn't it equivalent to throwing your lives away if you attack? Ji Chunhong advised. He knew that this matter was arranged by Jiang Fei, so he could be so calm. However, his junior brothers could not do that. At this moment, Ji Chunhong also felt a little resentful towards Jiang Fei. Although he had promised not to hurt anyone from the martial valiant hall, he could not humiliate them like this. Shut up! All of you listen up. As long as all of you are obedient, and the martial valiant hall is willing to take out their treasures to redeem you, then this matter will be forgotten. However, if all of you are disobedient or the martial valiant hall is unwilling to spend money, then don't blame me for not being polite. The great elder said angrily. The great elder's words made everyone quiet down. Other than Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei, no one knew what was going on. At first, they thought that they would become the dragon race's slaves and suffer humiliation. If that was the case, they might as well fight to the death so that they could preserve their final dignity. However, when he heard the words of the dragon race before him, it seemed that he did not want to enslave them. Instead, he only wanted some treasures. Then, everything would be easier to talk about. Moreover, there were rumors about the dragon tribe's greed for money in all the tribes. Therefore, when the great elder said these words, everyone believed him, since it could be solved with money, and they would not be humiliated or enslaved. Who would not want to die? Therefore, the experts of the valiant martial hall also accepted the ending before their eyes. Although the experts of the Five Directions world had backbone, no one was stupid. They were here to stop the dragon tribe. However, reality showed that it was impossible for them to achieve their goal. Moreover, the dragon tribe did not seem to be interested in enslaving them. In this way, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. After all, no one wanted to die before they crossed the bottom line. What was the point of losing some money in a war? Chapter 2102, Chapter 2098 Abandoned. Seeing that the humans below were all silent, the great elder of the dragon clan knew that they had chosen to acquiesce. Thus, he opened his mouth again and said, Alright, now you have to choose one person to go back and let your leader and treasure come to redeem you. Senior brother Gu, what should we do? Everyone looked at Ji Chunhong, waiting for his decision. Junior brother son, it'll have to trouble you to make a trip, Ji Chunhong said. In fact, he should personally go back to the valiant martial hall and ask for help. However, he was not too confident about the dragon race. With him in charge, the valiant martial hall's experts could be a little more obedient. Moreover, Jiang Fei would also have some misgivings. If he went back and these valiant martial hall's experts angered Jiang Fei, it would be unimaginable. Yes, senior. The expert surnamed son nodded and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Fei stopped the person. Ah? The expert surnamed son was stunned. He did not know why Jiang Fei stopped him. However, Jiang Fei was Ji Chunhong's last disciple after all. Therefore, he had to give him some face. When you return, you must spread the word. After that, you must return to the martial valiant hall, Jiang Fei said to the person. Why? Master Sun was very confused. He could not wait to not tell anyone about such a shameful thing. He could just quietly return to the valiant martial hall and ask for help. If you don't say anything, I'm afraid that the temple master will not come to redeem you, Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Age? Master Sun was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. He sent you to stop the dragon race. This is clearly asking you to die. How did you make him embarrassed in the hall previously? Don't you remember? Jiang Fei asked in return. Not only Master Sun, but the others also fell silent, as the valiant martial hall had a long history. Everyone no longer respected the hall master as much as they used to, although they listened to his orders in name. However, if they were dissatisfied, they would most likely say it to his face. However, thinking back, they had indeed offended the valiant Martial Hall Master in many ways. Moreover, when the valiant Martial Hall Master sent them out this time, it was clear that he wanted them to die. Therefore, even if they went back and asked for help, there was an 80% chance that there would be no outcome. In fact, the valiant Martial Hall Master might even kill Master Sun to silence him. However, if Master Sun had spread the word before he went back, letting everyone know that the valiant Martial Hall Master was surrounded by the dragon race and needed the Hall Master to use his treasure to redeem him, then the valiant Martial Hall Master would do it for his own face. For the sake of not hurting the valiant Martial Hall disciple's heart, even if he was extremely unhappy, he had to come and redeem him. All right, I will remember it. Master Sun nodded. After Jiang Fei's guidance, he also understood the crux of the matter. Senior Ji, and all of you, please bear with me for a moment. I will be right back. Master Sun bowed to the others and leapt on his sword. After Master Sun left, the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder did not say anything. He landed and found a free place to sit cross-legged. He did not even look at the valiant Martial Hall's masters. Although the dragon race did not guard the valiant Martial Hall strictly, these people did not dare to run away. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too big. If they ran away, most of them would probably be killed. Moreover, as long as they paid the money, they could return safely. They did not need to take the risk for some money. Moreover, the money was not paid by themselves. The experts from the valiant Martial Hall were all waiting quietly. At this time, Ji Chunhong found an opportunity to call Jiang Fei to the side. What exactly do you mean? Ji Chunhong asked. Kill the Temple Master and let the valiant Martial Hall return to the right track. Jiang Fei said with a smile. I'm asking what exactly do you plan to do? Ji Chunhong asked unhappily. It's very simple. After the news reaches the valiant Martial Hall, the Temple Master probably does not want us to return alive. However, if this matter is made known to everyone, it would not be good for him to just ignore it. Therefore, I estimate that he will probably bring more treasures to the dragon race to negotiate, Jiang Fei said. And then? Ji Chunhong asked. Everyone knows that the dragon race is greedy for money. Therefore, I guess the Temple Master will discuss with the dragon race and have them get rid of these worshippers. Then, they will bear the name of taking money and killing people. However, because the Temple Master has given enough money, the dragon race should not mind taking the blame, Jiang Fei said. The dragon race really doesn't mind? Ji Chunhong was shocked. If it wasn't for me, of course they wouldn't mind. Master, do you think that a group of rulers who have absolute power to dominate the world would care about what others say about them? Jiang Fei asked. Sigh. Ji Chunhong sighed. He knew that Jiang Fei was talking about the situation without him. However, Jiang Fei was now the dragon race's sage lord. If the valiant Martial Hall Master really came with such intentions, he would not only be sending himself to his death. Moreover, he would be disgraced after his death. Aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Ji Chunhong frowned as he thought of this. After all, that was the leader of his own sect. Ji Chunhong could not bear to see him being executed. If he were to be disgraced again, Ji Chunhong felt that it was a little too much. Master, you can't say that. Did I frame him? If he came to redeem him honestly, would he die? Jiang Fei asked in return. However, Jiang Fei felt a little guilty. He had already decided to kill the valiant Martial Hall. Therefore, no matter what the valiant Martial Hall Master chose or did, he would definitely die. Forget it. Just do as you see fit. Ji Chunhong sighed. He knew Jiang Fei's character very well. Since Jiang Fei was already plotting against the valiant Martial Hall Master, the outcome was already decided. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. There were a few more dragons that appeared in front of Ji Chunhong and the others. Although these dragons were not as strong as the Great Elder, they were still extremely powerful. Each of them was not weaker than an expert like Blood Mistress. They were not something that an ordinary true immortal could deal with. More people came from the dragon side. The valiant Martial Hall's experts did not dare to act rashly. However, there was no movement from the valiant Martial Hall's master. This made the valiant Martial Hall's revered elders, other than Ji Chunhong, very worried. According to the dragon race's character, they should have killed the hostages long ago. However, because of Jiang Fei's presence, the dragon race's people were very patient this time. They did not rush them. They did not threaten the valiant Martial Hall's experts. Everything remained as calm as before. However, the valiant Martial Hall's master had not made a move yet. This had caused the people from the Valiant Martial Hall to feel anxious. They began to recall what Jiang Fei had said earlier. They could not help but believe that the Valiant Martial Hall's master had really given up on them. Chapter 2103, Chapter 2099 Surrender. Just as the worshippers of the Valiant Martial Hall were panicking, the great elder of the dragon race, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Jiang Fei had an idea. The two of them looked at each other. At the same time, they thought to themselves, "It's coming!" At that moment, a powerful aura was rushing toward the valley. Through Jiang Fei's senses, he could clearly determine the other party's identity, the Valiant Martial Hall's master. Although the dragon race's grand elder did not know the Valiant Martial Temple master, with such a powerful human coming straight for him, he could guess the other party's identity without even asking. "Sage Lord, what should I do?" The grand elder sent a voice transmission to Jiang Fei. "Follow the plan," Jiang Fei replied. "Yes, Sage Lord." The grand elder nodded and then closed his eyes again, as if he had not noticed the Valiant Martial Temple master. After a while, Ji Chunhong suddenly looked to the northwest. Although there was nothing there, he had also sensed the Valiant Martial Hall master's aura. "I am the Valiant Martial Hall master. May I have a word with you?" At this time, the dragon race's great elder received the Valiant Martial Hall master's voice transmission. "Humph. As expected of the Sage Lord." The great elder nodded in his heart. Previously, Jiang Fei had told him that the Valiant Martial Hall master would most likely not appear. This time, he had come to secretly discuss with the dragon race. Now, it seemed that the Valiant Martial Hall master really did not want to appear in front of these sinecures. "All right," the dragon race's great elder replied. Then, he leaped up and disappeared in an instant. What about the dragon clan?" Although the Valiant Martial Hall's revered elders did not notice the Valiant Martial Hall's grand elder, he did see the grand elder leave suddenly. Ji Chunhong sighed. Since the Valiant Martial Hall's grand elder refused to show himself, he had already guessed the grand elder's choice. Therefore, he could only sigh. The Valiant Martial Hall's grand elder was really a life-threatening person. He was tired of living. "Master, don't worry about it. Everyone has their own fate. Everyone has their own choice," Jiang Fei advised. "Senior Ji, what are you guys talking about?" Ji Chunhong and Jiang Fei's conversation made the others confused. "You'll know when the time comes." Ji Chunhong waved his hand. He really did not want to talk about this. "Master, I'll take a leave of absence first. I'll be back in a while," Jiang Fei said to Gu Chunhong. "Okay." Ji Chunhong nodded. He knew very well what Jiang Fei was going to do. However, at this time, he could not and did not want to stop him. After all, even the Valiant Martial Hall master had done so much. His existence would indeed destroy the Valiant Martial Hall. After that, Jiang Fei rose into the air and sped toward the northwest. Why did Jiang Fei leave? Aren't the dragons going to do anything about it?" When the other revered elders saw that Jiang Fei had left, they could not help but feel relieved. Although the great elder had left previously, there were still dragons guarding the place. It was just that these young dragons were not as strong as the great elder. However, now that Jiang Fei had left openly, and these dragons did not stop him, would the other revered elders still stay obediently? Whoosh! A sword light shot into the sky. However, before the worshippers could fly far, they were struck down by a silver light. "Pa!" Although the worshippers fell to the ground and looked dusty, they did not suffer much damage. It was just that their faces were too ugly. "Everyone, behave yourselves. If you want to escape again, we won't hold back," a young dragon roared. Then one of them left just now. Why didn't you stop him?" The elder who had been beaten down was obviously not convinced. Why did Jiang Fei leave so easily? He was beaten up so badly that his face was covered in dust. "What are you talking about? I'm willing. What do you care?" The young dragon glared at him. The elder was so scared that he did not dare to speak. After all, the difference between the two sides was very obvious. The other party did not even need to lift a finger to beat him up. Seeing that these humans had become obedient again, the young dragon muttered to himself. "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Can you compare to the Sage Lord? If the Sage Lord wants to leave, I dare to stop him." Under the intimidation of these young dragons, the guardians of the Valiant Martial Hall all became obedient. After all, so many days had passed, and these dragons had not bullied them. Other than not letting them leave, they had not mistreated them at all. They even provided food and water. Under such conditions, who would want to be beaten up for no reason? At the same time, the first elder of the dragon clan had already arrived at a small forest more than 100 miles away. Speak. Why did you call me here? The first elder of the dragon clan also met the valiant martial hall master. He was a little stronger than Ji Chunhong, but the difference was not too great. In front of the first elder of the dragon clan, he could only last a few rounds. Therefore, the great elder naturally had a condescending attitude. I am the hall master of Wuing Palace. The people under my command have been detained by you. The hall master of Wuing Palace said very humbly. There was nothing he could do. Ever since the great elder came, he had felt the pressure from the other party that was like a mountain. Are you here to pay the ransom? The great elder asked straightforwardly. Yes, I am not. The valiant martial hall master looked troubled. Speak your mind. I don't like this kind of beating around the bush. The great elder snorted coldly. He had always looked down on humans. The valiant martial hall master's beating around the bush made him even more impatient. If it were not for Jiang Fei's orders, the valiant martial hall master had already become a side dish for him to drink. Yes! 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 The valiant martial hall master nodded repeatedly. His humble manner could not be compared to the valiant martial hall master. It's like this, Grand Elder. The valiant martial hall master already knew the identity of the Grand Elder from High Official's son. Speak. The Grand Elder nodded. I am willing to pay double the amount of treasures, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of these treasures are given to the dragon race as ransom. The other half is given to you, Grand Elder. I only ask for a small favor from you, said the valiant martial hall master flatteringly. What favor? The great elder was moved when he heard about the treasures. There's a way! Seeing that the great elder was moved, the valiant martial palace master immediately became more convinced of the legend of the dragon clan's greed for money. So he said to the great elder, those disciples attacked the dragon clan without permission, which is already considered as betraying our valiant martial palace. I only hope that you can help me clean up the clan and get rid of them. You want to kill them? The great elder raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Not only that, I am also willing to lead the valiant martial hall to submit to the dragon clan. From now on, I will follow the dragon clan and be at your disposal, the valiant martial hall master said. Ha ha ha! The dragon clan's great elder threw his head back and roared after listening to him. How is it, great elder? Are you willing to accept our valiant martial hall? The valiant martial hall master asked tentatively. Of course I'm willing. Great elder laughed. Thank you for your guidance. Great elder. Valiant martial hall master lifted his clothes and knelt in front of great elder. Don't rush. Although I'm willing, it's not up to me. Great elder laughed. Chapter 2104, Chapter 2100 collapsed. Hearing the first elder's words, the valiant martial hall master was stunned. He had read some historical materials, so he knew the status of the first elder of the dragon clan was very high. He could be said to be a member of the highest decision-making level. How could he not even have the right to subdue a subordinate force? First elder. You? The valiant martial hall master looked at the first elder and was speechless, because he did not know what the first elder meant. What? You don't understand? The great elder smiled slightly. Please give me some guidance. Great elder. The valiant martial hall master said. All right. Since you have sincerely asked, then I will tell you with great mercy. The great elder straightened his clothes. Then he said, the valiant martial hall is under the protection of the dragon clan. The sage lord has already explained this matter. But as for you, at this point, the great elder suddenly stopped. He looked at the valiant martial hall master with interest, and then shook his head. Me? Great elder. Please enlighten me. The valiant martial hall master immediately panicked. He did not know why he had attracted the attention of the dragon clan sage lord. Logically speaking, he had absolutely no contact with the dragon clan sage lord, so there was no way he would offend him. In order to let the great elder guide him, the valiant martial hall master immediately took out a Qianquan bag. Inside it were the treasures that he had promised the great elder. It's better for you to wait until you meet the sage lord and let him tell you personally. Although the great elder took the Qianquan bag, he did not say anything. This made the valiant martial hall master feel extremely aggrieved. However, facing the great elder of the dragon race, he did not dare to say that he would not do anything even if he was paid. Sage lord? Can I meet the sage lord? The valiant martial hall master asked. Although he did not know where he had offended the dragon race's sage lord, at least he had a chance to explain himself. At the very least, he could die knowing what had happened. That depends on the sage lord. Of course, The Great Elder knew that Jiang Fei was hiding in the dark. However, he could not say it out loud. If Jiang Fei wanted to appear, he would appear himself. If Jiang Fei did not want to appear, if he revealed Jiang Fei's position, wouldn't he be offending the leader for nothing? You want to see me? That's easy. A hearty laugh followed. Jiang Fei walked out from behind the tree. In fact, he had already arrived. However, with Jiang Fei's strength, if he hid his aura, how would the valiant martial hall's leader be able to find him? Age? You? When he saw Jiang Fei, the valiant martial hall's leader's head immediately buzzed. Greetings, Sage Lord. The Grand Elder bowed to Jiang Fei. This time, he was even more certain of Jiang Fei's identity. You? You are the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. The Grand Elder pointed at Jiang Fei and was speechless for a moment. This was simply too shocking for him. Impudent! How dare you be so disrespectful to the Sage Lord? The Grand Elder roared angrily. He swung his hand and sent a blast of energy that sent the Grand Elder flying more than 100 feet away. He crashed into more than 10 towering trees. Jiang Fei was the Dragon Race's Sage Lord. A mere human dared to point fingers at him. This was an insult to the Dragon Race. Therefore, the Great Elder's attack was quite ruthless. PFFT. The valiant martial hall master spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiang Fei, who stood proudly. He knew that he was done for. How did he frame the valiant martial hall's sinecures? How did he send Gu Chunhong, Jiang Fei, and the others to their deaths? Jiang Fei had seen it with his own eyes. Now that he was the Dragon Race's Sage Lord, how could he still be okay? Lord Valiant Martial Hall Master. Long time no see. Jiang Fei smiled as he walked up. Hee. The Valiant Martial Hall Master laughed bitterly. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, the winner takes all. Now that you are the Dragon Race's Sage Lord, I have nothing to say. The Valiant Martial Hall Master was also a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei would not let him off no matter what. At this time, he would only be asking for humiliation. Although he could bow and scrape to the Dragon Race's Great Elder before. However, that was on the basis that he could obtain benefits from the Great Elder. Now that he was facing Jiang Fei, the Valiant Martial Temple Master knew that he would definitely die. Therefore, there was no need for him to lower himself and accept humiliation. Lord Temple Master, I have a small gift for you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Humph. If you want to kill me, feel free to cut me into pieces. The Valiant Martial Temple Master had nothing more to say now. Just the Great Elder of the Dragon Race alone had given him no chance to fight back. Therefore, he was now a meat on the chopping block. Listen to this first. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he took out a small thing from his body. This thing was not some magical treasure or high-tech. It was just a very ordinary holographic camera equipment. Pa! Jiang Fei pressed the switch. After a ray of light, a three-dimensional holographic projection appeared in front of the Valiant Martial Temple Master. I am willing to pay double the amount of treasures, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of these treasures are for the Dragon Race as ransom. The other half is for you, Great Elder. I only ask for a small favor from you. Those disciples have already betrayed the Valiant Martial Hall by attacking the Dragon Race without permission. I only hope that you can help me clean up the sect and get rid of them. Yes. Not only that, I am willing to lead the Valiant Martial Hall to submit to the Dragon Race. From now on, I will follow the Dragon Race and be at your disposal. The previous serval and obsequious face of the Valiant Martial Hall Master was completely restored. The effect of the three-dimensional hologram was displayed. It was as if history was repeating itself. Ah! The Valiant Martial Hall Master roared angrily. He rushed toward Jiang Fei and wanted to destroy the thing in Jiang Fei's hand. Once this thing was made public, he would be finished. Previously, the Valiant Martial Hall Master thought that he would definitely die. However, even if he died, he was still a hero who fought against the Dragon Race. He died in the hands of the Dragon Race in order to save the Valiant Martial Hall's worshippers. His deeds would be widely spread. However, if this video was made public, not only would he die, but his entire reputation would also be tarnished. Although he would also be remembered by future generations, it would not be remembered forever. It would be tarnished for thousands of years. To a person like the Valiant Martial Hall Master, he was indeed not a good person. Not only was he very selfish, but he was also jealous of his talents. However, there was one thing that he loved about his reputation. Otherwise, he would not have needed to spend so much effort to eliminate his enemies. The Valiant Martial Hall Master was a typical hypocrite like Yu Buchuan. Although he was secretly doing shady things, he valued his reputation very much. Now that his face was exposed, this was worse than killing him. Scram! Jiang Fei did not even make a move. With a roar, a terrifying sound wave swept the valiant martial hall master away. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if Jiang Fei did not make a move, the valiant martial hall master could not get close to him. It's over! It's over! The valiant martial hall master collapsed on the ground. He knew that it was impossible for him to destroy that thing. His dirty deeds would be exposed to the world. He was finished. Completely finished. Chapter 2105, Chapter 2101. The reason for his release. The valiant martial hall master was completely dispirited. His mind had completely collapsed. For a hypocrite like him, although he was sinister and vicious, he was extremely proud. If Jiang Fei's video was released, his glorious image would be destroyed in an instant. This was a serious blow to him. Cripple him first! Jiang Fei gave the great elder a look. He did not want to kill the valiant martial temple master just like that. If the valiant martial temple master died at the hands of the dragon race, then with the help of someone with a heart, he might even be able to clear his name as a martyr to the dragon race. This was not what Jiang Fei wanted to see. Jiang Fei wanted him to have a bad reputation for 10,000 years. Only then would he be able to completely destroy his influence in the valiant martial temple. Yes! The great elder nodded and leaped to the front of the valiant martial hall's master. Pa! The great elder lifted the valiant martial hall's master up. At this moment, the valiant martial hall's master, who had collapsed mentally, did not even have the intention to resist. His entire body was in an unconscious state. Following that, the great elder broke his middle finger and smeared a bit of dragon's blood on the valiant martial hall's master's forehead. With my blood, turn it into a charm. Separate the three souls and bind the body. The grand elder chanted in the dragon language. As he chanted, the drop of blood seemed to come to life and instantly turned into complicated dragon language. Then, it entered the valiant martial temple master's forehead. Buzz! A ray of bloodlight emitted from the valiant martial temple master's body and disappeared in an instant. Sage Lord, this person has been imprisoned by my dragon's blood, the grand elder reported to Jiang Fei. This type of dragon's blood imprisonment was very powerful. Unless the caster was killed or the caster was removed voluntarily. Otherwise, the imprisoned person would forever be a cripple. Even the primordial spirit would not be able to escape. It would not even be possible to remove the body and reincarnate. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the grand elder, bring him back later. Then, pass this to the valiant martial hall's worshippers. Yes. Sage Lord. The great elder nodded. Then, he asked Jiang Fei, Sage Lord, are you still not going to reveal your identity? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and then said, not yet. Then, what excuse do we use to release the valiant martial hall's worshippers? The great elder asked. If Jiang Fei did not reveal his identity, and the valiant martial hall's master did not pay the ransom, the dragon race had to at least have a reasonable excuse to let the valiant martial hall's people leave. It's up to you. Just find an excuse. Jiang Fei smiled. He could not be bothered with such a small matter. All right then. The great elder nodded. All right. I'll go back first. You can come back tomorrow. Jiang Fei said. Yes. The great elder accepted the order. After that, Jiang Fei rode his sword and left the small forest. After 10 minutes, Jiang Fei returned to the place where the Dragon Clan had placed the Martial Valiant Hall's revered elders under house arrest. Didn't you run away? Why are you back? The Martial Valiant Hall's revered elders were very confused when they saw Jiang Fei. If they had run away, they would not have come back and walked into the trap. Hee hee. The food here is too bad. I made some wild game for my master. Jiang Fei smiled as he took out some grilled chicken and other food from the spatial ring. He had the habit of hoarding delicious food. Therefore, there were many dishes made by famous chefs in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. Moreover, before these things were taken out, Jiang Fei had already heated them up in the spatial ring. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a filial son. Regardless of whether the other consecrators believed it or not, everyone praised him. Hee hee. Everyone has a share. Everyone has a share. Jiang Fei distributed the food to everyone. Although the cultivators did not have much demand for food, it was rather boring to be trapped here. Eating some delicious food could at least relieve the pressure in their hearts. Therefore, everyone did not stand on ceremony and took some food from Jiang Fei. After the food was distributed, Jiang Fei took a roasted chicken and came to Ji Chunhong's side. "Are you done?" Ji Chunin asked. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded as he unwrapped the roasted chicken and handed it to his master. "Did you kill him?" Ji Chunhong asked. "No," Jiang Fei replied. "That's good." Ji Chunhong nodded. He did not know why he had such a complicated feeling when he heard the news that the Hall Master was not dead. "I have recorded some evidence. I plan to hand him over to all the disciples of the valiant Marshal Hall for trial," Jiang Fei added. "Can't you just let him die with dignity?" Ji Chunhong looked at Jiang Fei. "If he dies with dignity, the valiant Marshal Hall will be in chaos. If his henchmen spread rumors that we rebelled and conspired with the dragon race to murder the Hall Master, wouldn't the valiant Marshal Hall be disbanded?" Jiang Fei asked. "Sigh." Ji Chunhong sighed. Although he had some sympathy for the Temple Master, he did not want to destroy the valiant Marshal Hall. Therefore, he could only acquiesce to Jiang Fei's actions. A day quickly passed peacefully. The valiant Marshal Hall's worshippers were also used to such days. Anyway, as long as they did not run away, the dragon race would not disturb them. Therefore, they could chat whatever they wanted. If they wanted to practice, they could practice. There were even people who provided them with food and drinks. These days were not much different from those in the valiant Marshal Hall. At noon the next day, the great elder of the dragon clan returned. As soon as he returned, his entire being carried an imposing manner. His furious appearance had frightened the high-ranking officials of the valiant Marshal Hall greatly. These high-ranking officials of the valiant Marshal Hall were all the great elder's captives. Now that the great elder was in a bad mood, who knew if he would torture the captives? Some of the sharp-eyed worshippers even saw the great elder bring a person back, although their faces could not be seen clearly, and the person's aura was also blocked. It seemed that he was also a captive. "You guys are really idiots," the great elder of the dragon race scolded the people of the valiant Marshal Hall as soon as he arrived. Of course, he also sent a message to Jiang Fei to apologize in advance. Otherwise, his behavior of scolding Jiang Fei would be a big taboo in the dragon race. All the worshippers looked at each other. They did not know what they had done to offend this dragon race. However, looking at the other party's furious look, no one dared to provoke him. "A bunch of idiots. They were sold and yet they helped others count their money." The great elder continued to point at the noses of the worshippers. "Lord of the Dragon Clan, I don't know how I offended you. Why did you insult us like this?" Not everyone in these consecrators had a good temper. Some of them were not afraid of death. "Humph! Did I insult you? I'm just stating a fact," the great elder said angrily. "Your Excellency, great elder, please make it clear. Although I'm not your match and you can kill me, I won't accept such an insult," the hot-tempered consecrator said. "Good. Then I will let you see for yourself whether you are idiots or not." The great elder sneered and took out an item. Chapter 2106. Chapter 2102 was ready to leave. The first elder of the dragon race took out the holographic camera equipment that Jiang Fei had given him previously. As the first elder activated the switch, the holographic projection appeared in front of the worshippers. "I am willing to pay double the amount of treasure, but I will not ransom anyone. Half of the treasure is for the dragon race as ransom. The other half is for you. First elder, I only ask for a small favor from you. Those disciples who attacked the dragon clan without permission have already betrayed our valiant Marshal Hall. I only ask you, great elder, to help me clean up the clan and get rid of them. Yes. Not only that, I'm also willing to lead the valiant Marshal Hall to submit to the Dragon Clan and follow the Dragon Clan from now on. At your command." The valiant Marshal Hall's master appeared in front of the deacons with a subservient face. His servile and charming appearance stunned everyone, because this master always presented himself as a heroic figure in front of everyone. No one would have thought that he was such a person. This is the Hall Master? How can he be like this? He was clearly the one who forced us to attack the Dragon Clan. How did he make it sound like we acted on our own? Shameless. He actually said that we betrayed the Marshal Meritocrats Hall. Didn't he say that he wanted to fight the Dragon Clan? Why did he go to the Dragon Clan and drag the entire Marshal Meritocrats Hall down with him? Despicable man. After the initial shock, the group of deacons started cursing loudly. Even Ji Chunhong was filled with righteous indignation. Although Ji Chunhong had learned of the valiant Marshal Hall Master's plan from Jiang Fei, it only showed that the valiant Marshal Hall Master was narrow-minded and intended to use the dragon race to get rid of his enemies. However, things were different now. The valiant Marshal Temple Master intended to join the dragon race. However, his nature had changed. At the beginning, Ji Chunhong had some sympathy for the valiant martial temple master. Now, he had no objection to the execution of the temple master. Humph. Initially, I had said that you would exchange for some treasures. I did not expect to meet such a despicable person. The great elder ignored the indignation of the people below. He continued to curse angrily. Now I don't intend to do business with such a despicable person. You have two choices. Either you take out your treasures to redeem your lives, or follow me back to work. UH. The deacons below looked at each other. They didn't expect their status to change so quickly. In the beginning, they were captives who could be exchanged for ransom. So they received preferential treatment from the Dragon Clan. Now that the Dragon Clan couldn't get the ransom, they obviously couldn't enjoy the same treatment as before. Now, there were only two paths in front of these deacons. One was to take out enough wealth to satisfy the Dragon Clan in exchange for their freedom. The second path was more tragic, and that was to be captured by the Dragon Clan to work as coolies. It should be known that these cultivators weren't afraid of death for the sake of their freedom. Therefore, no one would choose the second path, even though these cultivators would rather die in battle for their freedom. However, if they could avoid death by spending money, then no one would be impatient to live. Therefore, these consecrators all chose to pay the ransom by themselves, because they were all true immortal level experts, and the treatment of the valiant Marshal Hall was good. These consecrators were still relatively rich, although they did not know how greedy the dragon race was. However, these guys still had some confidence in buying their own lives. On the other hand, the Great Elder was just going through the motions, although he was also greedy. After considering Jiang Fei's feelings for the valiant Marshal Hall, the Great Elder also restrained himself. As long as the wealth that these guardians brought out was the same, he would usually not be too demanding. Therefore, these guardians quickly bought their own lives. Alright, you can leave now. The Great Elder of the Dragon Clan waved his hand after receiving the ransom, indicating that these consecrators of the valiant Marshal Hall could leave. If we had known this would happen, we would have paid the ransom earlier. One of the consecrators complained. Although the Dragon Clan had not made things difficult for them these days, they were still on tenterhooks after being placed under house arrest. Don't say that. If we hadn't suffered these days, we wouldn't have been able to show mercy to that scum. Yeah. It's good that we can recognize him earlier. Otherwise, even if we go back to the valiant Marshal Hall, he will find a chance to harm us again. The deacons discussed among themselves and then prepared to leave. After all, they didn't feel safe if they were too close to the Dragon Clan. After all, no one knew if the Dragon Clan would fall out with them and regret it. Wait! Just as the elders were about to leave, the Great Elder suddenly said, Oh no! Could it be that he has changed his mind? The elders were all stunned. No one knew what the Great Elder of the Dragon race was going to do. You guys, do you want it or not? And this thing. After the Great Elder received Jiang Fei's permission, he naturally had to find a reason to hand over the imprisoned valiant Marshal Hall Master and the evidence to Ji Chunhong and the others. Although there were people who had seen the Dragon Race's Great Elder bring back a person, no one had expected that the person who was imprisoned was the valiant Marshal Hall Master. I want it! Ji Chunhong stood up and said. Of course, he knew that everything was planned by Jiang Fei. However, at this moment, he had already thought it through. This valiant Marshal Hall Master deserved to die 10,000 deaths. He was not worthy of sympathy at all. Now, he had to use him and the evidence to get rid of his connections. Otherwise, the valiant Marshal Hall would definitely fall into civil strife. If you want the person, you have to pay the ransom. If you want the thing, you have to pay, the Great Elder said with a greedy look on his face. No problem. Little Fei, go and pay. Ji Chunhong deliberately made fun of Jiang Fei because he was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's way of handling things. Alright. I'll go. Jiang Fei smiled. He knew that his master was a little angry at him, so he smiled awkwardly and did not mind. If Jiang Fei went up to the Great Elder to settle the matter, it would really be a formality. Would the Great Elder still dare to take his money? Therefore, Jiang Fei quickly took the valiant Marshal Hall Master and the holographic camera equipment back. Let's go! Ji Chunhong said to the junior brothers behind him after he took the items and the people. Yes! Senior Ge! The deacons present were all burning with anger. They were all holding back their anger as they returned to the Marshal Valiant Hall. Master, do you need me to follow you? Jiang Fei came to Ji Chunhong's side and asked. No need. Ge Chunhong glared at Jiang Fei because he was angry. However, he immediately realized the problem in Jiang Fei's words and asked, "What? You don't plan to go back with us?" "Yes. If Master can handle it properly. I still have other things to do." Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Go home often." Ji Chunhong looked deeply at Jiang Fei and said, he knew that this disciple of his had a lot of things to do, although he might not know about these things. However, he could feel that this disciple would become his greatest pride. Chapter 2107, Take a Day Off. Today, my sister got married. Busy all day. Now just home. It is too late to update. Please forgive me. Chapter 2108, Chapter 2103, Our target is the Sea of Stars. After leaving the valiant Martial Hall, Jiang Fei called Butcher Meng and headed straight for the Dragon Clan's territory. "Welcome, Sage Lord." Jiang Fei arrived outside the Dragon Clan's territory. Naturally, there was a job-seeking general in charge of receiving him. Is the Great Elder back?" Jiang Fei nodded. "The Great Elder has returned," the job-seeking general replied. "All right, let's go in," Jiang Fei said. Then, the job-seeking general opened the teleportation portal. Jiang Fei and Python Slayer both entered the dragon territory. Previously, when Jiang Fei came to the dragon territory to fight, Python Slayer was not qualified to enter the territory. However, this time was different. With Jiang Fei's identity as the Sage Lord, no one dared to say anything when he brought Python Slayer into the territory. After arriving at the dragon's imperial palace, Jiang Fei ordered, "Gather all the elders to the dragon's imperial palace for a meeting." "Yes." The job-seeking general accepted the order and immediately sent a letter to the elders. Within a short period of time, all the high-ranking officials of the dragon race had basically arrived. "The Sage Lord has summoned us. Is it related to the birth of the dragon race?" an elder asked. "Yes, indeed." Jiang Fei nodded. "That's great. After being silent for so many years, the dragon race is finally going to regain its former glory." The elders were all excited. Many of them did not have the energy to be at the peak of the dragon race. However, because the dragon race had a long lifespan, their parents had all experienced that era. Therefore, when these elders were young, they had all grown up listening to those glorious deeds. From the ancient times to hundreds of thousands of years ago, this period was called the Dark Age by the fierce beasts and humans. Because at that time, the dragon race dominated the 5 directions of the world, and the other races were all dogs. But in the dragon race, that period was considered to be the most glorious era. The buttocks determined the head. At the same time, because of the different identities, the understanding was also completely different. For example, those fierce beasts in the Myriad Beast Mountain would rather die than return to that dark age. However, for the dragon race, they were always looking forward to the arrival of the golden age. Now that Jiang Fei had announced that the dragon race could finally see the light of day, there was no need for them to hide on this small satellite. This filled the hearts of every dragon race member with a desire for the future. Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at the dragon race elders below. He knew that as long as he gave the order, these elders would be able to lead the dragon race members back to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. When that time came, the 5 corners of the world would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Jiang Fei had no doubt that the final outcome of the war would end with the dragon race at their peak. Although the dragon race was small in number, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, especially among the top-tier experts. That was definitely not something that could be made up with numbers. After all, any adult dragon race was not weaker than the top-tier experts in human society. Even in the ferocious beast alliance, like the Myriad Beast Mountain, their top-tier experts were not much stronger than the most ordinary young dragons. As for the elders of the dragon race, their strength was an overwhelming advantage for the other races in the 5 directions. Other than the female beast queen of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, no one in the entire 5 directions could defeat the most ordinary elder of the dragon race, with such a huge difference in strength. As long as Jiang Fei wanted to, the 5 directions would return to the state it was in a few 100,000 years ago in a very short time. Of course, Jiang Fei did not want to do that because it would not be beneficial to him. Although the dragon race could capture some strong men to work for Jiang Fei in the outer universe, Jiang Fei did not need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, during the process of the dragon race reconquering the 10,000 races, many experts from the various races would be lost. It would be a pity for Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei pressed down with his large hand to calm down the excited elders. Then, he said, "I know that all of you want to restore your past glory. However, this is too insignificant to me. Are your hearts only limited to this small corner of the 5 directions? Age? The dragon race elders were all stunned. They did not know what Jiang Fei meant. I told you all on the day that I became the Sage Lord. My dream is not just to let the dragon race re-rule the 5 directions of heaven and earth. My goal is the vast universe beyond the barrier, Jiang Fei said passionately. But we cannot cross the barrier at all. In the ancient times, countless mighty beings have tried to cross the barrier, but there has been no news of it, some of the elders said hesitantly. Although the dragon race was invincible in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, they were still afraid of the unknown. Do you think I would say such big words if I was not confident? Jiang Fei smiled. Could it be that you, Sage Lord, can pass through that barrier? One of the elders asked very cooperatively. Of course, Jiang Fei said as he took out the 9 rotating star plate. What is this? The great elder asked. He could sense a powerful and mysterious spatial power from this magic treasure. This is the 9 rotating astrolabe, Jiang Fei said. Is this the legendary key to the outside world? The Dragon Queen rarely spoke in the past. However, this time, she could not hold it in anymore. That's right. Jiang Fei nodded. Sage Lord, have you ever returned to the outside world? An elder of the dragon race asked. Although they knew that Jiang Fei came from the outer universe, and had the weak blood of the rain dragon in his body, they did not know that Jiang Fei could freely travel between the 2 worlds. Of course, Jiang Fei confirmed. Is the world outside very big? Is it bigger than the 5 directions? An elder asked. Bigger than the 5 directions? Jiang Fei laughed coldly and said. Compared to the world outside, the 5 directions are like a dry well. All you see is the small patch of blue sky above your head. Is this true? The dragon elders looked at each other. Then, aren't there many powerful races out there? The great elder asked. Yes, there are indeed some races that are very powerful. They are even more powerful than the dragon race, Jiang Fei said. Isn't that very dangerous? An elder asked worriedly. After all, the 5 directions was such a small place. Yet, it had already given birth to such a powerful race like the dragon race. The universe outside was so vast. Wouldn't the race that it gave birth to be even more powerful? That might not be the case. Perhaps the 5 directions heaven and earth are even more blessed by the heavens. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he told the dragon race about the general situation of the cosmic behemoths. Some of these cosmic behemoths, they might have surpassed the dragon race in terms of energy levels. However, due to their relatively low intelligence, they did not develop any civilization. They also rarely communicated with each other. Therefore, they were only some unprecedentedly powerful beasts. Chapter 2109, Chapter 2104, Return to the Universe. Sage Lord, if you put it that way, wouldn't the outer universe be a gift from the heavens to you as dragons? A dragon elder asked with a face full of joy. According to what Jiang Fei had said, the intelligent life forms in the outer universe had very poor talent in cultivation and cultivation environment. They could not compete with the dragons at all. Moreover, those creatures that possessed strength that surpassed the dragons were all beasts with low intelligence. There was nothing to fear at all. Therefore, as long as the dragons were born, the entire universe would be at their fingertips? You can say that, but you can't underestimate the enemy too much, said Jiang Fei. Sage Lord, if there are no decent powerhouses in the outer universe, what do we have to worry about? Asked an elder of the dragons. Because there is technology in the outer universe. Jiang Fei then explained the basic knowledge of the technology system to the dragons. What? An ordinary person can use some tools to kill a strong person? Jiang Fei's explanation instantly changed the worldview of the dragons. That's right. However, these tools are not their own power. Therefore, they are more rigid when used. As long as you do not underestimate the enemy, and do not use your physical body to resist. As long as you foresee danger, you will avoid it. You will rarely be a threat, Jiang Fei said. Although these dragons were powerful, they were still too few in number, now that they were Jiang Fei's direct subordinates. Jiang Fei did not want these guys to be killed by the enemy's battleships just because they underestimated the enemy. I see. We will have to inform those brats later. I think the sage is a little too cautious. Are those lewd techniques really that powerful? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The elders of the dragon race were quickly divided into 3 factions. The first faction believed that the sage would not lie. Therefore, they immediately thought of warning those little dragon brats, so that they would not die because of their arrogance. The second faction did not believe Jiang Fei at all. Due to Jiang Fei's identity, they said that Jiang Fei was being overly cautious. In fact, They thought that Jiang Fei was just boasting. After all, these people lived under the cultivation system. Moreover, they had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, some things were already deeply ingrained in their minds. In their eyes, no matter how powerful a magic weapon was, it had to be controlled by someone. Even if it was a 10-sided clear artifact. Even a nascent soul stage little guy would not be able to hurt a Mahayana stage expert with it. However, these dragons clearly did not understand the situation. Technological weapons and magic weapons were not the same concept. Even an ordinary person would be able to unleash most of the power of that thing. The only difference was whether they were proficient or not. It had nothing to do with individual strength. Although the third faction did not believe Jiang Fei's words, these people were more cautious. Therefore, although they did not believe that technological weapons were that powerful, they would still be on guard so that they would not suffer a loss. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed when he saw the attitude of these dragon elders. Jiang Fei did not have any good ideas about those dragon elders who did not believe him. He could only let them suffer a loss. Only then would these people be willing to face reality. Sage Lord, how do we deal with the Five Directions world? The great elder asked. He was different from the other elders below. His focus was more political. He did not care much about the details of the battle. I was about to say that. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he continued, in the next period of time, I will be leaving for a period of time. During this period of time, the great elder will lead a team to reclaim the Five Directions world. However, do not interfere with the human society. If they provoke us, we will destroy them immediately. If they are honest, do not provoke them. What about the berserk beasts? An elder asked. Actually, the dragon race was not very interested in humans, because there was very little human meat. It was not very interesting to eat. Moreover, when the dragon race was at their peak, humans were so weak that they did not even enter the dragon race's field of vision. Therefore, everyone did not have much impression of him. On the berserk beast side, you have to subdue them as much as possible. You have to kill as few experts as possible, Jiang Fei said. But what if they don't cooperate? Asked one of the dragon elders. I think that with your strength, capturing them alive shouldn't be a problem. Right. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. He knew that these dragons were very murderous. They even wanted to return to the ancient times and treat all the races as food. However, Jiang Fei definitely could not allow such a situation to happen. I see. The dragon elders could not help but feel a little disappointed. They had originally wanted to restore their father's glory. Everyone, please bear with it for now. When we reach the outer universe, I will give everyone a chance. Jiang Fei promised. Thank you, Sage Lord. Although the dragon elders were a little disappointed, they still listened to Jiang Fei's orders. Moreover, in their eyes, it would not take long for them to conquer the five directions of heaven and earth. Moreover, when they reached the outer universe, they could be more awe-inspiring. Therefore, everyone had to bear with this little grievance. Sage Lord, are you going to leave the five directions again? The Dragon Queen found the main point in Jiang Fei's words. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded and said, I'm going to the outer universe to make preparations so that you can successfully descend. Then, Sage Lord, how long will you be gone for? An elder asked. I'll take a break for a few months and hide for a few years. After all, there is a 12 times time difference between the outer universe and the five directions. This was the first time Jiang Fei had told the dragon race about the time difference. Moreover, in the entire five directions, not many people knew about this. I see. The dragon race members nodded. A few years was not a long time for a race like the dragon race that had a long lifespan. Therefore, they quickly accepted it. After that, Jiang Fei told the dragon race some things, including a list of names. He specifically told the dragon race to take good care of the people on the list. Other than the human forces, the list also included Hui Qingqing's father, the nine-headed python clan, the Xia family, and Jiang Fei's friends in the Greenwood Forest. Jiang Fei did not want to wait for the next time he came back. Those friends had already been treated as food by the dragons. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei took Butcher Meng and left the five directions world through the 9 rotating star plate. When they returned to the shuttle, it was a little cramped for 2 people to sit in the single shuttle. However, it was barely passable. As Jiang Fei's follower, Jiang Fei initially wanted to keep Butcher Meng in the five directions. He wanted to be like Lu Bingyuan, who was responsible for the communication work. However, Butcher Meng wanted to follow Jiang Fei out of the five directions, as Xiang Ling's departure had dealt a huge blow to him. It was easy for him to miss her if he stayed in the 5 directions. Therefore, he wanted to change his environment. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and agreed. This was because the so-called communication work did not have any specific purpose. For example, Lu Bingyuan could not contact Jiang Fei. He only had one purpose in the 5 directions. That was to appease the Shao and Wang families and the Moon Goddess sect. However, he did not have any confidence in himself. So the effect was very limited. Although the dragon race listened to Jiang Fei's orders, Python Slayer could not appease them. Therefore, it was useless for him to stay. In the end, Jiang Fei simply brought him out. Chapter 2110, Chapter 2105. Information on Vinylin. As he had stayed in the world of the 5 directions for quite some time. After deducting the time difference of 12 times, when Jiang Fei returned to the shuttle was only 1 interstellar jump away from Peen Star. Is this the outside world? Through the glass window of the shuttle, Butcher Meng looked at the stars that flashed past both sides of the porthole with a curious expression. This was the first time the vast universe had appeared in front of him. Yes! The next planet that we were going to was called Planet Pizernes. You will see many things that you have never seen before. Do not be too surprised and do not do anything out of the ordinary. No one will hurt you. Jiang Fei warned in advance. If these experts from the 5 directions did not prepare in advance, it would be very easy for them to make a fool of themselves in this technology-dominated universe. Sir, don't worry. I will be careful with my words and actions. Butcher Meng was very clear about his identity. Of course, he did not want to make a fool of himself by Jiang Fei's side and embarrass his master. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he piloted the shuttle through the last Stargate. After that, he directly jumped towards Planet Pizernes. The warp path has been locked. Warp drive is starting. Warp drive is starting. We are warping to Planet Pizernes gravitational field. Following the mechanical voice of the onboard computer, Jiang Fei and Python Slayer's journey came to the last part. After more than half an hour, the shuttle rushed out of the phase space and appeared in Planet Pizernes gravitational field. Warp drive is off. We have arrived at our destination. Turn off the autopilot. Jiang Fei switched to manual mode and began to approach Planet Pizernes. Shuttle ahead. Please turn off the engine for inspection. A patrol boat approached. After all, this was the capital planet of the Universe Empire. Any aircraft that wanted to dock would have to undergo strict security checks. Okay. Please arrange for us to dock as soon as possible. Jiang Fei transmitted his identity number through the communication with the patrol boat. Identity confirmed. Imperial Navy Marshal Jiang Fei has the highest clearance and is exempt from security checks. After the automatic patrol boat identified Jiang Fei's identity number, it immediately let him through. It also informed the airport to arrange a seat for Jiang Fei. Grand Marshal, welcome to Planet Pizernes. I am Charles, the chief dispatch of the airport. I am happy to serve you. After the airport received the news of Jiang Fei's visit, they did not dare to be negligent. They immediately established contact with Jiang Fei. Arrange a parking space for me, Jiang Fei said. Grand Marshal, your parking space has been prepared. The guided ship has set off. It will soon guide you to the apron, Charles said enthusiastically. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he looked at the civilian spaceships that were wandering around the airport, waiting for the parking space to land. He could not help but think to himself, it's good to have privileges. A few minutes later, a guided ship appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Then, it guided his shuttle into the airport and stopped at an empty parking lot. Grand Marshal, welcome to Planet Pizernes. His Majesty has already arranged a convoy for you. May I know where you would like to go? His Majesty would like to meet you when you have time, said Jiang Fei as he stepped out of the shuttle. He saw Jupiter's adjutant. Send me to Sarnaga's embassy first, said Jiang Fei to the adjutant as he had business to attend to. Yes, Grand Marshal, said the adjutant as he gestured for Jiang Fei to leave. The adjutant then led Jiang Fei to the private car. The hover car was Jupiter's private car. However, when Jiang Fei arrived at Planet Pizernes, the car was immediately dispatched by Jupiter. The convoy left the airport in a grand manner and headed straight for the embassy in Sarnaga. There were no accidents along the way. Jiang Fei and the rest arrived outside the embassy very smoothly. Grand Marshal, the convoy and I will be waiting for you here. If you have any orders, you can tell me at any time, said Jupiter's adjutant. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he led Butcher Meng into the embassy. Sir, may I know who you are looking for? The embassy staff asked. I want to see the ambassador, Jiang Fei said. Do you have an appointment? The staff asked. No, but please tell the ambassador that Jiang Fei is visiting. I think he will see me. Jiang Fei smiled and said, Okay, please wait a moment. The staff immediately picked up the phone and asked. Soon. She smiled and said to Jiang Fei, Mr. Jiang Fei, the ambassador is waiting for you in her office. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and then said to Butcher Meng, Wait for me here for a moment, as he had to talk to Vinolin about some very confidential matters. Jiang Fei naturally could not bring Butcher Meng along. Yes, my lord. Butcher Meng nodded. He was very clear about his identity. Therefore, he would not ask about things that he should not ask about. He would stay far away. After settling Butcher Meng down, Jiang Fei walked upstairs and soon arrived outside the ambassador's office. You must be Mr. Jiang Fei. The ambassador is already waiting for you, the female secretary said to Jiang Fei as soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the door. The female secretary stood up and helped Jiang Fei open the door. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. The female secretary closed the door from the outside. Hee hee. Ah, Fei. You're here, said Varen with a smile. Have you heard anything from the development team recently? Jiang Fei asked directly. How do you know? Said Varen with a smile. However, from his tone, Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that something was wrong. Recently, I have been feeling uneasy, said Jiang Fei. Hee hee. It seems that your so-called sixth sense is quite accurate, said Vinolin with a smile. Then, he continued, however, you do not have to worry too much. Although the development team has made a move, it will not pose too much of a threat to you. What exactly is going on? Asked Jiang Fei. The sales report for the new quarter is not very good. Therefore, they plan to release the expansion pack ahead of time to take the opportunity to improve the sales performance for the next quarter, said Vinolin. Release the expansion pack early? Jiang Fei was stunned. He was not interested in how the development team would attract players or earn money. However, releasing the expansion pack early was not good news for him. Previously, Jiang Fei had already obtained the contents of the expansion pack from the wormhole in the safe zone. Using this information, he had gotten the engineers to develop a large number of battleships and put them into mass production. If there was enough time, when the new expansion pack was released, Jiang Fei would have an absolute advantage in strength. However, now that the expansion pack was released earlier, it would greatly reduce Jiang Fei's advantage. Chapter 2111, Chapter 2106 Player Competition. That's how it is. I can't delay it. You should think of something on your own, said Vinolin to Jiang Fei. Why do I feel like you're not paying attention to this? Jiang Fei frowned. In the past, Vinolin would take the initiative to inform Jiang Fei whenever there was any news from the development team. However, this time, the development team was about to open the expansion pack in advance. But Vinolin was so calm. This was very unusual. Because I feel that this does not pose a threat to your development, Vinolin said with a shrug. Nonsense. If the expansion pack is opened, the strength of the players will be greatly increased. I'm not ready yet. When that time comes, there will be many variables, Jiang Fei said with a gloomy face. Don't worry. Your reinforcements have already set off, said Vinolin with a smile. My reinforcements? Jiang Fei was stunned. He thought that Vinolin was talking about the dragon race from the 5 directions. However, Jiang Fei had not confirmed the timing of the dragon race's appearance. What? Have you forgotten? You were the one who contacted the reinforcements yourself, said Vinolin with a smile. I contacted them myself? Could it be? Jiang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. That's right. Your giant steel scorpion allies have already roped in an alliance of cosmic behemoths. They are on their way to support you, said Vinolin with a smile. The giant steel scorpion had been searching for its allies for a long time. If Vinolin had not mentioned it, Jiang Fei would have forgotten about it. However, Jiang Fei did not think about it. The lifespan of these cosmic behemoths was calculated in tens of thousands of years. Whatever they did, it could take years or even decades for the giant steel scorpion to be able to pull its allies back so quickly. It was already quite efficient. After all, in the vast universe, it was not easy to find other cosmic behemoths. Once the contact was made, everyone would rush back together. This would take a lot of time. That's great. Jiang Fei was delighted. If the steel giant scorpion could pull in a large number of allies, coupled with the dragon race that was about to enter the battlefield, Jiang Fei would not be so afraid of the new battleships of the players anymore. All right. Since you're here, I won't have to make another trip. There's another piece of news here that I have to tell you, Vinolin said to Jiang Fei. What else is there? Jiang Fei asked. It's about a promotion from the development team, said Vinolin. Promotion? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. The development team is preparing to organize a treasure hunt for players in a period of time, said Vinolin. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. The development team's performance last month was not very good. In order to get some cash, they prepared a competition for players to participate. When players have competition, they can crazily buy the tools of the development team. However, the development team cannot ruin the game's balance because of this. Therefore, the competition this time is not a battleship battle, but an individual battle, explained Vinolin. Tell me more about it. Jiang Fei nodded. This time, the development team is preparing to create a planet in a Z-173 galaxy. They will then bury some treasures on the planet for the participating players to compete. If the players want to participate in the competition, they will have to buy powerful carriers and tools. Otherwise, they will not be able to compete with others, said Vinolin with a smile. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Because the treasures buried on that planet include a large amount of energy cores, said Vinolin. Give me the coordinates. I'll go. This time, Jiang Fei could not sit still. He could ignore everything else except the energy cores. He had to get his hands on a treasure like the energy core, especially the will core. This was the source of Jiang Fei's power. I can give you the coordinates. But there is one thing you must remember. You are just an ordinary NPC on that planet. You can secretly dig up the treasure, but you must not fight with players. And you must not kill players, Vinolin warned. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was stunned. Because there are no fighting NPCs in the venue of this competition. It is completely a competition between players. So, if you fight with players, they will most likely report it as a BUG. When that happens, the development team will pay attention to you and even notice my abnormality, said Vinolin. Alright then. I'll just hide from them. Give me the coordinates of the treasure, said Jiang Fei as he shrugged. His target was the energy cores anyway. As for killing the players, Jiang Fei was no longer interested. I only have the coordinates of a portion of the treasure. The rest of the treasure is randomly generated. So I don't know either, said Vinolin as he gave Jiang Fei a portion of the coordinates. However, there were very few of them. You don't know? Then, how are these players going to find it? Jiang Fei asked curiously. They can't buy the treasure detector because this competition is used by the development team to cash in. Therefore, everything has to be paid for, said Vinolin as he shrugged. As expected, the developers of the game are all pitfalls. Jiang Fei pursed his lips. At the same time, he was also very conflicted. Initially, he thought that all he had to do was to avoid those players and use the coordinates provided by Vinolin. He would be able to dig out the treasure ahead of time. However, it seemed that he would have to rely on the players to guide him to find the treasure. Then, what should I do to avoid conflict with the players and get the treasure away? Jiang Fei began to think. Alright, that's all I can tell you. The rest is up to you, Vinolin said as he stood up to send Jiang Fei off. When will the competition begin? Jiang Fei asked. It will be in the near future. Don't worry. I will inform you in advance, said Varen. Alright then. Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of Varen's office. Master, have you finished your business? After Jiang Fei went downstairs, Butcher Mang immediately walked up to him. Yes. Let's go. Jiang Fei nodded and walked out of the embassy. Grand Marshal, where are you going next? Shu Peter's adjutant immediately opened the door for Jiang Fei. Let's go to His Majesty's place, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Although he was the one who helped Shu Peter rise to the throne, Shu Peter was still the emperor of the empire. He had to give some face to outsiders. Yes, Grand Marshal. The adjutant immediately accepted the order. Then, the convoy drove towards Shu Peter's manor. As soon as Jiang Fei arrived at Shu Peter's manor, the emperor of the empire personally brought people to welcome him. Your Majesty, long time no see. How have you been? Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him. When he arrived at Shu Peter's manor, he spoke much more casually. Hee hee. Thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. Everything is fine with me. Let's go. Let's talk inside. Shu Peter smiled and led Jiang Fei into the manor. Chapter 2112, Chapter 2107, Shu Peter's Gift. In Shu Peter's manor. After some small talk, Jiang Fei went straight to the point and asked, Why? Is there something you need me for? Hee hee. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm just reporting to you about my work. As there were no outsiders, Jupiter's attitude suddenly became humble. You don't have to be so formal. I'm not interested in the operation of the Empire. You don't have to tell me everything. I only have one request for you. That is to ensure the normal operation of the Empire and the supply of resources to Skoda Star. You can do the rest yourself, said Jiang Fei Jupiter. He was not a person who was greedy for power. Therefore, he would not monopolize the power of the Empire. Moreover, Jiang Fei also knew that no one was willing to be a puppet. Therefore, he was willing to give Peter Zhu some power at the appropriate time. This way, he could unleash Peter Zhu's abilities and allow him to manage the vast universe empire. It would also prevent Peter Zhu from being a puppet for a long time. Sir, please rest assured. The operation of the Empire is as usual. Moreover, the efficiency of the resource star has increased. There will definitely not be any problems with the resource supply of Skoda Star. Peter Zhu immediately promised. Of course, he understood Jiang Fei's intentions. He also knew what he should and should not do. That's good. Jiang Fei nodded. Actually, the main reason why Jupiter wanted to meet Jiang Fei this time was to show his loyalty. He did not have too many specific things to say. After all, everything within the Empire was stable. With Maleki's dungeon in charge of the Empire's operation, there would not be any mistakes. Moreover, after Rivendell was killed by Jiang Fei, Jupiter had already secured his position as the Emperor of the Empire with his own strength. With Jiang Fei's support, no one would dare to have any ill intentions. Therefore, after Jiang Fei had a casual chat with Jupiter, he was ready to return to Skoda Star. This time, Jiang Fei came to Bazernes mainly to ask Vinolin about something. Now that he had obtained the information, he had to go back and make preparations. The situation was that the expansion pack was about to be developed. The players could be replenished with a large number of new battleships at any time. Although Jiang Fei had obtained some of the blueprints in advance, it would take time to build a battleship on Skoda Star. On the other hand, the players could purchase a battleship in an instant. Moreover, after the new expansion pack was launched, the so-called player competition would also begin. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to get rid of all the things he had on hand so that he could go and steal the treasure. With so many things pressing on him, Jiang Fei naturally could not stay with Jupiter for long. Therefore, after a simple chat with Jupiter, he was ready to leave. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, Jupiter suddenly gave him a big gift. Sir, this is the latest luxury yacht developed by my engineers. As Jupiter spoke, he took out a palm-sized optical computer and stored the detailed information of the yacht in it. Yacht? Jiang Fei frowned. He was actually not very interested in such luxury items. In Jiang Fei's impression, yachts were usually modified from patrol boats. Their size was between a scout ship and a frigate. They had a luxurious interior and entertainment space, although the protection ability was not bad. In order to ensure comfort, the speed was average. Moreover, the weapon system was almost negligible. The average rich man was very fond of this kind of yacht, because they did not go to dangerous places, and they had plenty of time. Speed and combat power were meaningless to them. This kind of yacht was used to travel in space and flirt with girls. However, to Jiang Fei, this kind of yacht was not like a battleship that could charge into battle. It also did not have the speed of a shuttle to help him travel. Therefore, this kind of yacht was worthless to him. Sir, do not underestimate this spaceship. It uses the most advanced military technology. Although it looks no different from an ordinary yacht, it is equipped with a Tavira mirror shield generator. This shield generator uses Sarnaga's shield technology. Its defense is definitely not weaker than an ordinary frigate, said Jupiter proudly. This technology was developed by his engineers after reverse engineering the wreckage of the player battleship. Oh! Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although this yacht had the defense of a frigate, it was meaningless to him. Not only that, this yacht also uses the Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine. It can fly at sublight speed at 1/10 of the speed of light without additional force. Coupled with its powerful warp engine, it is enough to make this yacht faster than a shuttle, said Jupiter. Jiang Fei's eyes immediately lit up. With his strength, the combat power of the battleship itself was no longer important. Speed was the most important thing. After all, Jiang Fei did not want to waste a lot of time on interstellar travel. Wait! How did you get the Annihilator Type 2 engine? Jiang Fei frowned. The Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine was the latest product of Skoda Star. Only the latest Brown Bear class heavy cruiser was equipped with such an engine. The previous versions did not have such equipment. Hee hee. General, you know that this place used to be the Merchant Alliance. The black market is still very prosperous. Jupiter smiled embarrassedly. How could he tell Jiang Fei that? As early as the second week after the development of the Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine, he had already bought the blueprint from the black market. Damn it! Looks like I have to go back and fix it. Jiang Fei's face darkened. To be honest, he had never really considered the issue of keeping the internal affairs of Skoda Planet confidential. After all, the equipment of the Merchant Alliance was not considered very advanced among the various factions, especially after the player faction had joined. The technology of Skoda Planet was all copied from others, so Jiang Fei did not care too much about keeping it a secret. However, it was different now. He had obtained the entire contents of the expansion pack. This was absolutely confidential. After all, even if the expansion pack was opened, it would be done step by step. It was impossible to publish all the contents at the same time. Therefore, it was still necessary for him to keep it a secret. Oh right. Even if you are equipped with the Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine, coupled with the advanced warp drive, the energy consumption is too high. How can such a small ship solve the energy problem? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The reason why the Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine was only installed on the Brown Bear class heavy cruiser was mainly because the size of the ship was large enough to carry a large power source. At the same time, it could also carry more energy blocks. Otherwise, if a small ship was fitted with such an engine, it would be exhausted after only a few steps. Chapter 2113, Chapter 2108. Mass-produced main ship. Hee hee. Generally speaking, even if you obtain the Annihilator Type 2 advanced engine, you would not be able to install it on such a small spaceship. Moreover, the Tooele mirror shield generator that I mentioned earlier is also a big energy user, said Jupiter with a smug smile. Then, he continued to say, for this, I specially dismantled a Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship and installed its energy source on this yacht. Huh? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after listening to him. The Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship was the main support ship of the player fleet. This was a cruiser-level spaceship. Jupiter had actually dismantled such an expensive warship just to build a yacht. Although Jiang Fei did not know how Jupiter had managed to get his hands on a complete Sacred Elephant Guardian spaceship, he could guess that it was most likely because this guy was the Emperor of the Empire. It was probably due to the fact that Jupiter was the special envoy of Sarnaga. After all, as the Emperor of the Empire, Jupiter definitely had to have a guardian fleet. If he used this reason to look for Sarnaga, who was his ally, it would not be good for Vinland to displease him. Therefore, he probably provided him with a small fleet. However, he did not expect that the expensive warship would actually be dismantled by Jupiter and then modified into a yacht. F***CK! How are you different from the old lady who used the Navy's money to repair her garden? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jupiter. However, if it was just a spaceship, it was not too serious. Therefore, although Jiang Fei felt that Jupiter was a little wasteful, he did not say much. General, I know that you are always traveling between planets. The interstellar journey took up a lot of your time. That is why you specially built such a spaceship. If it were any other time, I would not be willing to dismantle an expensive warship for pleasure, Jupiter said with a smile, as he showed Jiang Fei that he was not the kind of person who would indulge in extravagance. He also flattered Jiang Fei. Sigh, it won't happen again. Jiang Fei sighed. The other party had built such a yacht to flatter him. What else could he say? Most importantly, Jiang Fei really needed such a comfortable and fast spaceship. Of course, said Jupiter with a smile. However, he did not think much of it. If he still needed precious resources to flatter Jiang Fei the next time, he would still do it. After all, to him, a convoy could not allow him to sit safely on the throne of the Emperor. Only with Jiang Fei's support could the chair under his butt be stabilized. In the airport on planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei saw this yacht that was specially made by Jupiter to flatter him. It's really cool, Jiang Fei thought to himself when he saw the yacht. The yacht was streamlined. Its style was similar to a player battleship. It was completely different from the original crudely made yacht of the Merchant Alliance. After entering the interior of the yacht, Jiang Fei took a deep breath. The interior of the yacht was extremely luxurious. The lighting system inside was almost entirely made of natural gemstones. The floor and walls were also made of pure animal carpets or tapestries. In the era of the cosmos, almost all materials could be synthesized manually. Moreover, they were all automated assembly lines. Once, it was mentioned about natural or handmade. It was basically related to luxury goods. This yacht was not an ordinary small boat. It was bigger than an ordinary scout ship, almost the size of a frigate. From this, it could be seen how much money Peter Zhu had spent on the interior decoration alone. The positioning of this yacht was very clear. Indeed, it did not have any offensive capabilities. A few small cannons would at most chase away small pirates. It was useless against a regular warship. Its characteristic was that it ran fast and had complete entertainment facilities inside. The warp drive was stable. Even when passing through the Stargate, there would not be much internal vibration.
This kid really knows how to enjoy himself,
Jiang Fei sighed. However, now that the ship was his, he was still quite happy. After all, with good conditions, no one was willing to suffer.
Maleki, take over the ship,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, sir.
Maleki immediately connected to the ship's control system and quickly gained full access to the ship.
Python, pick a room. We're going home.
Jiang Fei smiled and said to Python.
Yes, sir.
Python nodded. Although he had never come into contact with such technological products, he knew that this trip would not be as crowded as the last time. After getting Maleki to arrange the flight route, Jiang Fei picked a room that he liked and moved in. Then, the spaceship began to return to Skoda Star under Maleki's control. During the long interstellar journey, a comfortable living environment could indeed make people feel much happier. After about a week, Jiang Fei's yacht returned to Skoda Star.
Ah, Fei, where did you get such a beautiful ship?
Bella and the others who were waiting for him at the airport asked in surprise.
That guy, Jupiter, gave it to me.
Jiang Fei shrugged and smiled.
He's really rich,
Sylvie said from the side.
All right, with this ship, we will be much more comfortable when we go out in the future.
Jiang Fei smiled and then led the girls out of the airport.
How is it? What did Vitamin say?
Nina asked after they returned to their residence.
Not good. The development team has decided to start the expansion pack ahead of time,
Jiang Fei said.
If that's the case, our time is even more pressing,
Nina said with a frown.
Who cares? What should come will come anyway. We will try our best to deal with it,
Bella said.
That's all we can do. Aurelia, go to the production line later and ask them to focus on producing the main ship. Pause the other types of spaceships for a while,
Jiang Fei said. According to the information in the expansion pack, in the future space battles, the main ship would become the main character. Small ships and even heavy cruisers would not be as important as before.
Okay,
Aurelia nodded.
Oh right. There's one more thing,
Jiang Fei said to the girls.
What is it?
Bella asked.
I might have to go out for a while,
Jiang Fei said.
Did Vitamin give you a quest again? Is it dangerous? I want to go too.
When Jiang Fei said this, the girls immediately cried out.
This quest is not dangerous. I don't even want to meet players,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Then, bring us along,
Ariel said with anticipation.
This really can't be done. This quest needs to be absolutely secret. I can only go alone,
Jiang Fei said. Because of the development team's plan this time, there were no NPCs on that planet. Therefore, Jiang Fei's appearance there was a complete bug. Although he had Vinylin to clean up his mess, he had to try to minimize the traces. If he brought a group of girls there, the possibility of being exposed would be too high. Chapter 2114, Chapter 2109. The First Treasure.
It's not like you can bring us there.
When the girls heard Jiang Fei's words, they could not help but feel a little disappointed.
There's nothing we can do about it. This time, we need to act in secret. It's easy to expose ourselves if we have too many people,
Jiang Fei said as he shrugged.
All right then. Do you need to prepare anything?
Bella asked.
There's no need for any special preparations. Vinylin has already made the necessary arrangements,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. He had already memorized the coordinates of the treasures that Vinylin had provided him. The rest of the treasures would have to be left to chance.
All right then. You can accompany us for the next few days.
Although Bella was reluctant to part with Jiang Fei again, there was nothing she could do about it. The threat of the gamma space was like the sword of Damocles above their heads. They did not dare to relax at all.
Of course. I will not do anything for the next few days. I will accompany you.
Jiang Fei felt very sorry for these girls. He had always been away from the girls. In the next few days, Jiang Fei fulfilled his promise. He put down everything in his hands and focused on accompanying the girls until a month later. An engineer from the equipment department found Jiang Fei.
Sir, I have something to discuss with you in private,
said the engineer.
Okay,
Jiang Fei nodded and brought the engineer to a corner.
Ah, Fei. The player competition is about to begin. Are you ready to set off?
The engineer's attitude suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was Varen who had descended.
I can set off at any time,
Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath.
Okay. These are the coordinates. I will pick you up when you get close,
Varen said as he sent Jiang Fei an interstellar coordinate.
I understand. What is the exact time?
Jiang Fei asked.
There are still 5 days before the competition officially begins. It will take you about 3 days to get there,
said Varen.
All right. I got it.
Jiang Fei nodded.
If you have nothing else to do, I'll be leaving first,
said Vinolin. He had to rush over to set up the competition venue in advance.
Okay.
As the competition this time was to dig for treasures. Vinolin did not know the location of most of the treasures. Therefore, Jiang Fei had nothing to ask.
Why am I here? That's strange. Sir, you're here too.
The engineer blinked and then looked at Jiang Fei in surprise.
Yes, I was just passing by.
Jiang Fei smiled and left. He knew that Vinolin had already left.
Vinolin came just now. Right.
Nina asked when Jiang Fei returned home.
Yes, it's him.
Jiang Fei nodded.
You're leaving?
Nina asked again.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded again.
I'll get them to send you off.
At this time, besides Nina, the other girls were not at home.
No need. You can just send me off.
Jiang Fei did not want to make a big fuss about the separation. If too many girls came together, the scene would often be too sad.
All right.
Nina nodded. Then, she very considerately stayed by Jiang Fei's side and came to the airport with him.
Be careful.
Just as Jiang Fei was about to board the yacht, Nina said to him,
Don't worry. I'll be back soon.
Jiang Fei smiled at Nina. As the main engine started, the yacht slowly left the airport. When it reached the edge of Skoda Star's gravitational field, the warp engine started and the yacht entered the warp state.
Maleki, let's go here.
Jiang Fei sent the coordinates to Maleki.
Yes, sir.
Maleki immediately adjusted the course of the ship after receiving the coordinates. After more than 4 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at a brand new star field. This place did not belong to any faction. It could be considered as a desolate land that did not care about anything, although the various space civilizations were already very developed. However, in the vast universe, the space for intelligent creatures to move around was still limited. A large number of starfields were still in a desolate state.
Sir, we are already close to the coordinates. Should we warp over directly?
Asked Maleki.
No need. Slowly move over,
said Jiang Fei.
Yes, sir.
After Maleki received the order, he turned off the warp engine and turned on the Annihilator Type 2 advance engine. He was approaching the target planet at sublight speed. After a few more hours, Jiang Fei's yacht was very close to the mission planet. At that moment, his spaceship suddenly lost control.
My lord, our spaceship has lost control.
Maleki was a little flustered. As an artificial intelligence, very few people could take control of the spaceship from him.
Don't panic.
Jiang Fei was still calm.
Swish.
The big screen in the cockpit suddenly flashed. 2 words appeared on it. Exit the cabin.
All right. We're going out.
Jiang Fei teleported outside the spaceship and stored the spaceship into the spatial ring.
Swish.
A teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei.
Phew. We're going in.
Jiang Fei knew that this was the back door that Vinolin had opened for him. After entering the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei's vision turned pale. However, after a moment, his vision returned.
Swish.
After restoring his vision, Jiang Fei immediately radiated his spiritual power. As a powerhouse, he trusted his spiritual power more than his eyes.
So empty?
As his spiritual power scanned, Jiang Fei was stunned. This planet was actually a desolate desert planet. The environment on it was extremely harsh. Normal people would not be able to survive. Other than some simple primitive creatures, there were no animals or plants that had taken shape.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
At this moment, the yellow sand beneath Jiang Fei's feet moved without any wind. Soon, a row of words appeared. Player will arrive in 3 hours. Find the treasure with the coordinates as soon as possible.
Let's get to work.
Time was tight. Jiang Fei did not dare to waste any more time. He immediately rode his sword and rushed towards the treasure that was closest to him. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei arrived at the back of a sand dune. The sun was setting. The desolate desert gave off an endless sense of desolation. Swish! Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a wave of astral energy slashed down. The yellow sand below began to sink. In an instant, a deep hole was blasted open.
There!
Jiang Fei immediately saw the well-packed box. Then, he rushed down like lightning and grabbed the box in his hand. When Jiang Fei rose into the air again, the sand pit began to collapse. After a few gusts of wind, the desert returned to its usual calm. One could not even tell the difference between the place that Jiang Fei had blasted and the other sand dunes.
I have the first treasure!
After obtaining the first box, Jiang Fei felt much more at ease. He did not even have time to look at what was in the box before he rushed straight to the second coordinate. Chapter 2115, Chapter 2110. The Annoying AI Mei. Jiang Fei was running around without stopping. He needed to try his best to dig for the treasure that had already been located before the players arrived. This was because once the players arrived, he had to avoid them. He had to try his best to avoid exposing himself. This way, it would be much more difficult for Jiang Fei to dig for the treasure. Finally, after the fifth treasure was dug out, Jiang Fei felt that the entire planet had been enveloped by a strange energy.
Is it coming?
Jiang Fei thought. Then, he lowered his flying sword and hid his body in aura. He quietly waited for the arrival of the players. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Light pillars descended from the sky. There was a human figure in each light pillar. These people did not appear in human form. Some had octopus heads. Some had beast heads. However, they still appeared in human form. Clearly, these were the players who had bought powerful carriers. In order to gain the upper hand in the game, they had spent a lot of money to buy powerful carriers from the development team. These carriers came from all races, so they had different shapes. Of course, other than buying carriers, these players had also bought powerful equipment. Anyway, they had spent a lot of money for this treasure hunting competition. This also made the development team earn a lot of money.
1, 2, 3, 4, 121, 122.
Jiang Fei secretly recorded the number of players who had descended. There were a total of 122 people. Each of them had the power of a true immortal or higher.
Phew! Looks like the war in the future is not going to be easy.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Clearly, ever since the appearance of the experts from the 5 directions in the war, the players had also discovered the role of these top experts in the war. They were all very powerful. An ordinary battleship would not be able to defeat them at all. They all felt like they were shooting a cannon at a mosquito. If they were powerful, they wouldn't be able to use it. Instead, they would disrupt their formation. Therefore, after learning their lesson, the rich players spent a lot of money to buy powerful carriers for themselves. In addition to the excitement of this treasure seizing competition, therefore, the players suddenly had more than 100 experts with the strength of true immortals. Of course, although these players possessed strength equivalent to that of a true immortal, they were incomparable to cultivators in terms of martial techniques. If they were to fight with their true abilities, then a cultivator of the 5 directions of the world could fight 4 to 5 players off the same level. However, the players also had their own advantages. They had all sorts of strange tools. For example, Natasha, who had relied on all her treasures. She had actually used the power of the Mahayana stage to defeat the super true immortal and the full strength of Mo Li's Hang. Of course, Natasha was an exception. The items in her hands were not things that ordinary players could buy. Those items that could almost be described as destroying the game's balance were not things that could be bought with money. As the light faded, the players began to move. Some of the players began to form teams. However, most of the players were acting alone. After all, no one was convinced by anyone. It was difficult to travel together without knowing each other. Jiang Fei frowned. There were 3 players walking towards him. Moreover, the 3 players were clearly divided into 2 teams. One of the teams was a man and a woman, while the other team was a single man.
They came straight for me at the same time. Could it be?
Jiang Fei had an idea. Previously, Vitalin had told him that these players had treasure detectors in their hands. They could sense the location of the treasure within a certain range. Now that the 2 groups of people had come straight for him, it meant that there was a treasure nearby where Jiang Fei was. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei began to focus his spiritual power to explore the depths of the sand beneath his feet. Because he had to pass through the thick yellow sand, This kind of scanning required more spiritual power than scanning in the air. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely use it. However, now that he had a clear goal, Jiang Fei no longer held back on his spiritual energy.
Then, it's here.
After a few dozen seconds, Jiang Fei found a box 300 meters to his left and 100 meters underground.
Thank you. The three of you.
Jiang Fei said to the three players in his heart. Then, he converted all the spiritual energy in his body into the earth attribute and sank into the yellow sand. Through the earth attribute's spiritual energy, Jiang Fei fused himself with the yellow sand. Although it was not fast, it was good at stealth. With his ability to control energy, there was almost no residual radiation. It was very difficult for outsiders to notice. A minute later, Jiang Fei came into contact with the box. He immediately put the box into the ring space and fled a few hundred meters away. Less than 5 minutes after Jiang Fei left, the man and woman arrived at the top of the original location of the treasure.
According to the detector, there is a treasure here,
said the man.
Then let's dig quickly.
The woman appeared to be very happy. This kind of treasure hunting game was her favorite.
Okay.
The man nodded. Then, he slammed his palm down and began to push away the sand.
Huh? Why isn't it there?
The man was very surprised. He had already dug for hundreds of meters, but he hadn't found anything.
Could it be that the device is wrong?
The woman frowned.
It can't be. This is a device sold by the system. How could it be wrong?
The man muttered.
Could it be that someone beat us to it?
The woman said.
It's possible. This is a treasure hunting competition. It looks like someone beat us to it.
The man nodded. However, at this moment, the single player arrived.
Yo! Good morning. Both of you.
The newcomer looked very ordinary. However, the pockmarked face was very eye-catching. Moreover, his pockmarked face was quite special. The pockmarked face had a small pockmarked face. The pockmarked face had a small pockmarked face. The pockmarked face also had a pit. There was a black spot in the pit. There was even a hair growing on the black spot. It was as disgusting as it could be.
What are you talking about earlier? We were too late. Someone beat us to it.
The man who came first curled his lips and said,
All right. Don't hide it anymore. I'm not going to rob you.
The pockmarked face said disdainfully.
How can you be like this? We really didn't find him.
The woman frowned. It was obvious that she was a little annoyed by this pockmarked face.
What treasure did you get? Take it out and have a look. My name is AI May. You may not have heard of me, but you should know my brother, Eamon.
The pockmarked face habitually brought out his cousin to raise his status. Moreover, every time he said that Eamon was his brother, it seemed like the two of them were very close. But in fact, they were just distant cousins. Chapter 21:16, Chapter 21:11, Despicable and Shameless. The man and woman were in a difficult position. They had heard of Eamon's name before. He was the leader of the Empire's player faction. And they were both players of the Empire's army. The man and woman were clearly unwilling to offend Eamon. However, the problem was that they had truly failed to find the treasure. Moreover, Ai's unrelenting attitude made things very difficult for the two of them.
What? Are you not going to give me face? Or are you not going to give my brother face?
Ai may once again use the name of Eamon to threaten the two.
TSK, trash.
Jiang Fei saw everything in the dark. He looked down on people who talked about others all day long. Such people could only rely on their background to bully others. He was not capable at all. However, although Jiang Fei could not stand Ai Mei who had a pockmarked face, he did not have the intention to meddle in other people's business. After all, in Jiang Fei's heart, the conflict between players was a dog biting a dog's fur. He would not feel sorry for anyone who died. Moreover, Jiang Fei had sneaked in secretly this time. His identity could not be exposed. Therefore, he did not want to participate in such a terrible thing.
We did not get anything. Believe it or not. Lulu, let's go!
The man finally could not hold it in anymore. He pulled a female companion beside him and was about to leave.
Wait!
Ai Mei stood in front of the two.
What are you doing?
The man blocked the female companion behind him.
Nothing. Show me the treasure. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave.
Ai Mei threatened.
We really didn't get anything. What do you have to do to believe it?
The girl called Lulu was so anxious that she was about to cry.
You really didn't get it?
Ai Mei raised her eyebrows.
I really didn't.
Lulu said with a slightly sobbing tone. She knew her boyfriend's strength. Although the two of them had bought carriers, they had also bought the cheaper ones. If they fought, they wouldn't be a match for AI Mei. Moreover, the two of them had emptied all their savings in order to participate in this competition. Their goal was to search for some treasures here, and then sell them to those rich people to make a fortune. If they were to fight with others at this time, if they were killed and eliminated, the two of them would lose their lives.
Since you said you didn't get it,
how about letting me search it?
AI Mei finally revealed her face. He leaned forward with a lewd smile on his face. His hands were still grabbing in front of him. He was as lewd as he could be.
What are you going to do?
The man pulled Lu Luo behind him and looked at AI Mei vigilantly.
What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to prove your innocence.
AI Mei smiled evilly and continued to move forward.
Swoosh.
In order to protect his girlfriend, although the man knew that he was no match for AI Mei, he still revealed his weapon.
Do you want to fight?
AI Mei sneered. His carrier had spent a lot of money, and its combat ability was stronger than other carriers. Moreover, he had bought a lot of tools, so he was not afraid of the two people in front of him at all.
Fight with him.
The man made up his mind.
Fight? If you don't listen to me, not only will I let your carrier's money go to waste, but when we get out of here, I'll make sure you can't play anymore.
AI Mei said fiercely.
Cut the crap. Look at the blade.
The man directly slashed at her as an answer. As a man, even if he had to pay some money, even if he didn't play this game, he couldn't let his girlfriend be humiliated.
Brother Jia, I'll help you.
Seeing her boyfriend make a move, Lu Luo immediately drew her weapon and rushed forward.
Haha. Good timing.
AI Mei smiled slightly, then drew her sword and went up to meet him.
Clang.
With a crisp sound, Brother Jia's long sword was cut in half by AI Mei's sword. AI Mei rushed forward and kicked Brother Jia's chest. Brother Jia spat out a mouthful of blood after receiving a heavy blow. AI Mei followed up with a follow-up attack and stabbed Brother Jia's heart.
Ding!
AI Mei's sword was blocked by a dagger. Lu Luo had arrived.
Let's fight together.
Brother Jia knew that he could not defeat AI Mei alone. He could not care less about showing off. Therefore, he called Lu Luo to fight AI Mei together.
So what if we fight together?
AI Mei was very confident. He was not at a disadvantage against the two of them alone. After all, the carrier's strength was stronger than the two of them. Moreover, the weapon in her hand was better than the other party's. Therefore, he had the upper hand in the fight.
What a bunch of noobs pecking at each other.
Jiang Fei could not help but despise the three
players
in his heart as he hid in the dark to watch the fight. Although these three
players
had the strength of true immortals and the magical equipment in their hands were not bad. However, the combat power that they displayed was probably very difficult to kill even a Mahayana stage cultivator. Of course, the absolute strength of a true immortal also made it impossible for a Mahayana realm expert to harm them. However, the problem was that as a true immortal, if a Mahayana realm expert were to escape alive, it would be extremely embarrassing. As the battle progressed, AI Mei gradually began to gain the upper hand with the numerous tools on her body. She also began to suppress Brother Jia and Lu Luo. However, just as AI Mei was about to win, a few streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky.
Someone's coming again?
Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Then, he retracted his aura again.
Swish. Swish. Swish.
3 streaks of sword light landed on the ground. The person in the lead was an old acquaintance of Jiang Fei, Eamon.
Stop!
Eamon shouted.
Swish. Swish.
Both sides of the battle retreated one after another. AI Mei did not dare to disobey her cousin brother's orders. Brother Jia and Lu Luo could not hold on any longer. It was a good opportunity to take a break.
AI Mei, what's going on?
Eamon asked with a frown.
I found the treasure here, but they took it away.
AI Mei was really lying without blinking. He just blurted out such accusations.
You're talking nonsense. You're obviously the one who wants to take our treasure.
Lu Luo shouted.
AI Mei, what's going on?
Eamon frowned. He knew his cousin too well.
They're the ones who robbed me of my treasure.
AI Mei insisted that the other party was the one who robbed him. Sigh.
Eamon sighed. Although he knew that AI Mei was lying, he was still his cousin after all. After sighing, he said to Brother Jia and Luo Luo,
let's leave it at that. You two delete your accounts. On what basis?
Lu Luo shouted. This was too much of a bully. They were clearly the victims. It was fine if Eamon didn't punish AI Mei. But why did he force them to delete their accounts?
Delete your accounts. Don't make things difficult for me,
Eamon said expressionlessly.
If I ask you to delete your accounts, then delete your accounts. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't delete your accounts, well, kill until you delete your accounts.
Aime immediately became even more arrogant when she saw that her cousin was backing her up.
I know who's right and who's wrong in this matter. But he's my cousin. If I don't protect him, how will those underlings follow me? Later, leave me an account. It'll pay for your losses.
Aemon sighed. After all, the player guild was not officially stopping them. What they were talking about here was brotherhood. If you helped your family, you would not help them. As the boss, you had to be loyal. However, Aemon was not unreasonable. Therefore, although he forced Brother Jia and Green Carrot to delete their accounts, he promised to compensate them for their losses. Chapter 21:17, Chapter 2112's whereabouts were revealed.
Sigh. Alright.
Brother Jia did not say anything else and accepted Aemon's suggestion. There was no other way. As the leader of the Imperial Army's players, if Aemon was determined to make it impossible for them to continue playing, Brother Jia and Lu Luo would have no place in the Imperial Army unless they never left the novice village. Otherwise, if they went out, their ships would explode and their eggs would explode. There was nothing they could do, not to mention the game experience. Therefore, they only had two choices now. They could either give up on this game, or delete their accounts and play the Resistance Army. In any case, they would not be able to survive on the Imperial Army's side. Moreover, Aemon did not use his power to bully others. Although he had to force Brother Jia and Lu Luo to delete their accounts in order to maintain his authority. At least, he had given them enough compensation. For Brother Jia and Lu Luo, this was already the best outcome for Brother Jia and Lu Luo. After all, even if the other party did not compensate them, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Swish! Swish! After leaving their accounts, Brother Jia and Lu Luo turned into two black lights and disappeared. This was the light that was unique to deleting accounts. Clack! Clack! After a few soft sounds, the equipment on Brother Jia and Lu Luo dropped. However, because they did not have much money, other than the weapons in their hands, they only dropped a few potions and miscellaneous items. There was also the treasure detector that they carried with them. Interesting. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Originally, in his heart, Aemon was a rich man. He was also very arrogant. However, now, it seemed that this kid was not an unreasonable person. Kid, don't cause trouble for me. If there is such a situation, don't say that I don't take care of my aunt's face. Aemon glared at Aime. He really did not like this cousin of his. Cousin, don't worry. There won't be a next time, Aime said with an embarrassed smile. Let's go. Aemon was unwilling to pay attention to this cousin, so he directly left with his men. What poor people. But it looks like they really didn't get the treasure. Aime saw that her cousin had left. Thus, she lowered her head and looked between the items dropped by Brother Jia and Lu Luo. Then, he picked up the medicines and weapons. Although these weren't very valuable, they were still better than nothing. As for the two treasure detectors, Aime did not even look at them. After all, everyone had one of these. He had also spent money to buy a higher level detector. Therefore, he did not care about these two things at all. Not long after, Aime also flew away. At this time, Jiang Fei came out from his invisibility. Hee hee. You guys don't want these things. I'm in need of them. Jiang Fei reached out and picked up the two detectors. He was originally worried about how to find the treasure that did not have coordinates. Now, it was all good. He also had this detector in his hand. After putting away one detector, Jiang Fei held the other one in his hand. At that moment, the screen of the detector was silent. Clearly, there was no treasure in the area around him. Let's go and try our luck, Jiang Fei said to himself. Then, Jiang Fei put away the detector and moved quickly close to the ground. At the same time, he used all his spiritual power to scan the surrounding players. He had to avoid these players as much as possible to avoid encountering them. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei felt a slight vibration from the detector on his body. Jiang Fei felt the vibration and quickly took out the detector to look. The detector showed that there was a small red dot flashing in front of his left. This thing's detection range is only 5 kilometers. Jiang Fei frowned. If the detection range was only that close, then searching for treasures on a planet would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, what Jiang Fei did not know was that the detector in his hand was of the lowest level. Other than that, the detector in Aime's hand could detect around 20 kilometers, which was several times more than his. The top detector in Aemon's hand could even detect a distance of 50 kilometers. with a difference of 10 times. Of course, it would be easier for others to find the treasure.
Forget it. Let's dig this out first.
As the detection range of the detector was very short. This area had long been covered by Jiang Fei's spiritual power. He did not have to worry about meeting those players by chance. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the location of the treasure and dug out his 6th treasure. At that moment, 2 powerful auras approached him from afar.
What a sharp nose!
Jiang Fei cursed silently. Needless to say, there must be players who had also discovered the treasure. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have time to cover up the traces of digging. He immediately left at high speed. Almost a few seconds after he left, the 2 players arrived at the place.
A minute. Someone beat us to it again.
The 2 of them looked at the large pit on the ground and knew that the treasure was gone.
A minute. The other party should not have gone far. Chase!
One of them was obviously up to no good.
Should we rely on robbery?
The other person asked hesitantly.
Nonsense. We've already found 4 of them. In the end, each of them was beaten to the punch. If we don't rob them now, we won't even be able to recover the cost of the entrance fee.
The previous person said.
That's true. If we're not ruthless, we won't be able to stand firm. Let's do it.
The other person nodded and said.
Chase!
The 2 of them looked at each other and then followed the direction that Jiang Fei had left. Logically speaking, the 2 of them would not be able to detect Jiang Fei's aura, even if Jiang Fei had just left for more than 10 seconds, because Jiang Fei did not dare to fly high in the sky, because flying in the sky was very easy to be discovered. Therefore, he flew close to the ground. This was a desert planet. When he flew close to the ground, he would leave a trail on the sand. It was like a ship passing through the water, leaving behind a wake.
How can this guy run so fast?
The 2 of them followed him for a while and realized that they could not catch up.
F***CK! Stop flying close to the ground and fly high in the sky,
the other guy said. In the beginning, they had also stuck close to the ground to avoid Jiang Fei's detection, so that Jiang Fei would not be caught off guard. However, now that they realized that they could not catch up with Jiang Fei, they could not bother to hide their tracks. In fact, these 2 guys were overthinking things. Jiang Fei had always been able to sense their whereabouts with his spiritual power. Once they were high in the air, the 2 players quickly discovered Jiang Fei's tracks. Although Jiang Fei's speed was already very fast, due to the limitations of the terrain, it was impossible for him to run at full speed.
There!
When the 2 saw Jiang Fei, they sped up and rushed towards Jiang Fei.
How annoying!
Jiang Fei frowned. Although he could kill the 2 players with a wave of his hand, Vitalin had repeatedly warned him not to kill anyone and not even to come into contact with the players. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only speed up and escape. Chapter 21:18, Chapter 21:13. Lucky Star. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the 2 players who were chasing him. However, he could not kill them directly, so he could only think of a way to hide. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei immediately activated his origin power and turned all the spiritual energy in his body into the earth attribute. Then, he merged with a piece of yellow sand. Following that, Jiang Fei disappeared into the yellow sand.
Why did that kid disappear?
The 2 players in the sky were stunned. Although they had discovered Jiang Fei previously, they could only see a small black dot from afar. Once they were close enough, they could see the huge green name on Jiang Fei's head. After all, it was very easy for players to identify NPCs. It was very easy.
Let's go down and take a look.
The 2 players calculated for a moment and then descended. They searched the place where Jiang Fei had disappeared carefully. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already gone far away with the earth evasion technique. Even if the 2 of them dug 3 feet into the ground, they would not be able to find Jiang Fei. Therefore, they were searching for him in vain. After using the earth evasion technique to travel nearly 100 miles, Jiang Fei returned to the ground. After all, this method of movement consumed too much spiritual energy.
These players are really trash. They only have strength, but they know nothing about strength.
Just as Jiang Fei was feeling proud of his escape technique, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his ears. A clear voice suddenly rang in his ear.
Handsome, why are you here? Age?
To be honest, Jiang Fei was really shocked. With his strength, he was actually approached by someone without even knowing it. This was a terrifying thing that was enough to make him break out in cold sweat. However, this voice was very familiar to Jiang Fei. When he looked closely, It turned out that the person who appeared behind him was none other than Natasha.
Natasha?
Jiang Fei was surprised to see Natasha here. However, it was understandable. To be honest, Jiang Fei had never thought the player would appear behind him without him noticing. This was what surprised him. However, when he saw that it was Natasha, he was relieved. Although Jiang Fei still did not know who Natasha was. This little girl was clearly different from normal players. Just the strange items in her hands. It was not something that the average player could get their hands on. Even a tycoon like Eamon could not get their hands on them. Moreover, Natasha was able to rely on the items to defeat Emo Li Shan with her Mahayana stage strength. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not surprised at what the little girl had done.
Hee hee. I did not expect to meet you here. That's great.
Natasha laughed.
Are you also here to participate in this competition?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Yes. Handsome. You actually know about this competition. It's really amazing.
Natasha looked at Jiang Fei curiously. Jiang Fei suddenly realized that he had misspoken. After all, he was an NPC. It would be fine if he appeared here unintentionally. However, if he had purposely appeared here because he knew about this player competition, it would be worth thinking about.
Since you're here, handsome, let's play together.
Natasha clearly did not notice Jiang Fei's awkwardness. Moreover, she did not care about the answer to the question just now. She seemed to be different from the other players. She seemed to only care about playing happily.
Okay.
Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible for him to get rid of Natasha unless he left this planet. Moreover, with Natasha's presence, he would be able to cover for her. He could use his identity as a follower of Natasha to explain why he was here.
Yay! That's great.
Natasha cheered. Then, she took the initiative to hug Jiang Fei's arm and began to tell him about the strange things that she had encountered in the past few days. After chatting for a while, Jiang Fei asked curiously,
Natasha, are you here to steal the treasure too? I'm not interested in those pieces of junk.
Natasha pursed her lips and then said to Jiang Fei,
I'm here to look after the place for my father. Your father?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yeah?
Natasha stuck out her little tongue and then covered her mouth. She would not say anything more about this matter no matter what. Jiang Fei saw that Natasha was suddenly nervous. He did not ask any more questions and took the initiative to change the topic.
Do you think this place is fun?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's not fun at all. This planet is too desolate. Moreover, those guys are also very boring. All of them are lowering their heads and digging around.
Natasha pouted and said,
Oh right. Handsome. What are you doing here?
Natasha suddenly raised her little face and asked,
I'm also here to find the treasure.
Jiang Fei did not hide anything.
Treasure? But these treasures are almost useless to you,
said Natasha as she blinked her eyes. She was really not guarded against Jiang Fei. She just said whatever came to her mind. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. From Natasha's words, he could clearly feel that Natasha knew about the contents of the treasure. As the manager of the entire game, Vitaland only knew one part of the treasure because the other part was created within the scope of the rules.
I only want those energy cores,
Jiang Fei said.
Energy cores? Handsome. Is that what you're talking about?
Natasha said as she began to take things out of her small pocket that was like a treasure bag. Swoosh! An energy imprisonment device was held in Natasha's hand. Inside it was an energy core.
Yes. I'm looking for this thing,
Jiang Fei said happily.
I know where they are. Handsome. I'll bring you there.
Natasha was truly Jiang Fei's lucky star. She agreed immediately.
Really? That's great.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He did not expect happiness to come so easily.
Let's go!
Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's hand and said,
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he saw Natasha take out a pink heart-shaped detector. She operated it for a while, and quickly determined the direction.
Holy sh*T. This detector is too much of a cheat. It can directly input what treasure to look for. And it can point the way. How can anyone live like this?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This was no longer the concept of a R&B player. This was simply a private server, specially designed for Natasha. Jiang Fei followed Natasha all the way, and soon arrived at an inconspicuous place.
Handsome. This is the place. Dig 33 meters down,
said Natasha.
TSK tisk.
Jiang Fei was speechless. The accuracy of Natasha's detector had made him completely speechless. Chapter 21:19, Chapter 21:14 was very rewarding. Very quickly, A box was dug out from the ground.
Handsome. Let's go to the next place.
Natasha had already locked onto another location.
Okay.
At this time, Jiangfei could not be bothered to look at the things in the box. He followed Natasha to the next location. After all, every minute of delay would increase the possibility of the treasure being dug out by others. With the help of Natasha, Jiangfei only used half a day to dig out 12 boxes. During the process of digging, Jiangfei also discovered a problem. The color of these boxes was different. At first, Jiangfei thought that the boxes were all blue because the 6 boxes that he dug out were all blue. However, with the help of Natasha, Jiangfei saw purple and gold boxes again. Jiangfei, who was proficient in the game, quickly understood that the color of the boxes represented the rarity of the treasures inside.
Handsome. There are a total of 18 energy cores in the boxes. Now, we have dug out 12, but the others have already been dug out.
There were no red dots flashing on Natasha's detector anymore.
It's okay. I'm already very satisfied to be able to get these. Thank you, Natasha.
Jiangfei smiled and said,
It's no big deal. You're welcome.
Natasha smiled sweetly. She was very happy that she could help Jiangfei. After all, these energy cores were meaningless to her.
Oh right. I also have a few boxes here. Let's open them and see if there's anything that you like.
Jiangfei smiled. He could not always take advantage of Natasha. Although his boxes were all the lowest grade blue, perhaps there was something that Natasha liked.
Okay. Let's open the boxes.
Natasha was also very excited. After all, this kind of behavior was quite tempting. After that, Jiangfei and Natasha found a quiet place and sat down.
Which one should we open first?
Jiangfei spread all the boxes on the ground and asked Natasha.
Let's open these first.
Natasha pointed at the boxes that contained the energy cores. Although the colors of these boxes were different, they were all filled with energy cores. However, it was not just the type and number of energy cores. It was obvious that Natasha wanted to leave the more interesting boxes at the end. After all, she did not lack any props. The purpose of opening the boxes was to open the moment of surprise.
Okay.
Jiangfei nodded and picked up a blue box.
Pa!
The box opened. As expected, there was an energy confinement device inside.
1 power core.
Jiangfei looked at the sign on the energy confinement device.
Quickly open the next one,
Natasha urged. She only enjoyed the process of opening the box. As for what was inside, she did not care much.
You open it.
Jiangfei smiled and handed over a blue box. When he saw Natasha's excited look, he decided to let her have a little more fun.
Okay.
Natasha took the box and opened it violently. It was as violent as a girl opening a parcel on Earth.
TCH. Only 1 life core.
Natasha was a little disappointed when she opened the box.
It's already very good.
Jiangfei smiled as he took the life core. After all, these treasures were rare and precious.
Again!
This time, Jiangfei did not have to do anything. Natasha reached out and took a purple box.
Wow!
After opening it, Natasha smiled.
What good stuff did you get?
Jiangfei asked.
2 time cores and 1 power core.
Natasha handed the energy confinement device to Jiangfei as if it was a treasure.
Awesome.
Jiangfei raised his big finger. The time cores were more precious than the 2 energy cores of strength and life. Moreover, he had gotten 2 of them at once.
That's right. The purple box should have 2 to 3 energy cores. The attributes are random. This time, I can obtain the maximum number. Moreover, 2 of them are secondary attributes. I'm really lucky.
Natasha was clearly more familiar with the rules.
What are the criteria for the blue and gold boxes?
Jiangfei asked curiously.
Blue is the most basic. There is only 1 energy core. The attributes are random. There are 4 to 5 gold cores. One of them must have an energy core of secondary attributes or above,
said Natasha.
If that's the case, let's continue.
Jiangfei nodded to himself. Then, he picked up another blue box and handed it to Natasha.
Another life core.
Natasha opened it casually. She did not seem to be very interested in these blue boxes. Soon, the blue boxes were all dismantled. Jiangfei once again obtained a space core, 3 life cores, a power core, and a will core. At this time, there was still a purple box and a golden box in Jiangfei's hand. The things in these 2 boxes were clearly more precious than the things in the blue box.
I'll do this. Handsome. You can open it yourself.
Natasha took the purple box and left the golden box to Jiangfei.
Swoosh.
The purple box was opened. Natasha took out the energy confinement device from inside.
How is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
Weak.
Natasha pursed her lips and handed the energy compression device to Jiang Fei. 1 power core and 1 life core. It could be said that they were the lowest quality that the purple box could produce. Not only were there only 2 of them, but they were also the lowest quality energy cores.
It doesn't matter. After all, good luck cannot always accompany one person.
Jiang Fei smiled and comforted Natasha.
Handsome, hurry up and open the golden box.
Natasha's personality changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she had forgotten about the disappointment just now. She then began to urge Jiang Fei to open the last box.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he picked up the last box. The golden box.
Swoosh.
The golden box was opened. The energy confinement device was in Jiang Fei's hands.
Holy sh*T.
When Jiang Fei saw the sign, he was ecstatic. 1 spatial core, 1 time core, and 2 will cores. Although there were only 4 of them, it was still not the maximum. However, the quality was high. 2 energy cores with secondary attributes and 2 energy cores with the highest attributes were enough to make Jiang Fei laugh out loud.
Let me see. Let me see.
Natasha also came forward.
Ha. I can't believe it was so easy to gather all of them.
Jiang Fei really could not suppress the joy in his heart. He had never thought that he would be able to gather 8 willpower cores so easily. This meant that he could now upgrade his willpower cores to another level. Besides that, Jiang Fei had also gathered 4 space cores and time cores. It was enough for Nina and Sylvie to upgrade once again. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not help but laugh in his dreams. Chapter 2120, Chapter 2115, Natasha's Dissuasion. After obtaining so many energy cores, and even gathering enough will cores for him to perform 4 segments of fusion, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with joy. However, at the same time, he did not forget about Natasha. Therefore, Jiang Fei took out the 6 boxes that he had previously obtained and placed them in front of Natasha.
Let's see if there's anything in there that you like,
Jiang Fei said to Natasha with a smile.
Okay.
Natasha did not actually need any items. She just enjoyed the process of opening the boxes. The first box was opened. Inside was a spherical item. No matter if it was Jiang Fei or Natasha, they were not unfamiliar with this item. This was the type of absolute defense item that was commonly used by players.
Stupid thing.
Natasha casually threw it aside. Although this item was expensive when she bought it in the mall, it was really nothing to her. Then, Natasha picked up the second box. Because Jiang Fei's boxes were all blue quality, it was impossible to get 2 items. Moreover, the probability of getting the best item was very low. However, Natasha still played with it with great interest.
Pa!
The second box was opened. Inside was a short sword.
Hee. This is not bad.
Natasha smiled slightly. This short sword was an armor-piercing sword. It could ignore a certain amount of defense. It could play an unexpected role in a battle.
If you like it, I'll give it to you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had obtained so many energy cores because of Natasha. Now, he could not wait to give something to Natasha.
I don't want this kind of junk.
Natasha pouted and threw the short sword aside.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. He also knew that Natasha was not being picky. It was just that this girl had too many treasures in her hands. She really did not care about ordinary items. Soon, the remaining boxes were all opened by Natasha. Among them were 2 ball-shaped absolute defense items, a pair of gloves with heavy bombardment ability, and an interference scroll.
Give this to me.
Natasha snatched the interference scroll away. This item was useless to Jiang Fei because it could only be opened by players. However, to Natasha, this item was very powerful. It could directly kick other players out of the current quest dungeon.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. It was rare that there was an item that Natasha was interested in. Even if Jiang Fei could use it, he would give it to Natasha. After obtaining the interference scroll, Natasha stopped looking at the other items. Compared to the items in her hands, these items were basically useless. However, these items were not bad for Jiang Fei. Although these items were not magical items that were cultivated by cultivators, they had unique effects. For example, the armor-piercing sword. Other than being able to ignore part of the defense, the most unique feature of the armor-piercing sword was that it could ignore the absolute defense of a sphere-shaped item. It was definitely the best weapon for an assassin. Jiang Fei was prepared to give it to Sylvie when he returned. After all, he had just obtained 4 time cores. Sylvie would be able to complete the 3-stage fusion. By then, with her speed and the armor-piercing sword, very few people would be able to withstand Sylvie's assassination. Jiang Fei was prepared to give the gloves with heavy bombardment to Bella. With the life core, although Bella's defense was unparalleled and her self-recovery ability was strong, she did not like to use weapons. In terms of attack power, she was very weak. If she was equipped with the gloves, Bella's attack power would be greatly replenished. This would increase her overall combat power. Jiang Fei would also distribute those spherical defense items to the girls. Although players might have other defense-breaking items, not everyone had them. Therefore, equipping such a defense could also be a precaution. It could save his life at critical moments.
Handsome, do you have anything else?
Natasha asked.
No.
Jiang Fei's purpose for coming this time was to obtain the energy core. Now that he had the item, his mission was complete.
Then Handsome, you should hurry up and leave. It will be very dangerous for you to stay here,
Natasha urged.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Natasha's identity was special. She might have her own information channels. Moreover, Vitalin had also told him before. This planet was specially created for players to compete in. NPCs should not appear. Once someone reported it, the development team would most likely target him and cause unnecessary trouble.
Then, Handsome brother, let's meet again next time,
Natasha said with a smile.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he directly activated a tool that Varen had previously given him. This item could teleport him to space outside the planet. Swoosh! After a white light, Jiang Fei teleported away. However, at that moment, 2 streams of light rushed over.
What's going on? There's actually a spatial fluctuation here.
The 2 figures quickly arrived in front of Natasha.
So many empty boxes. Little girl, you've gotten a lot of treasures.
The 2 players looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with greed.
Go away. I'm not in the mood to play with you,
Natasha pouted and said impatiently. She did not have any fun and wanted to part ways with Jiang Fei. This made the little girl very unhappy. However, for the sake of Jiang Fei's safety, she had no choice but to do so. Therefore, she was holding a fire in her heart. Now that these 2 guys had come out to cause trouble, Natasha was on the verge of exploding.
Hey, little girl, you are not big, but you have a big temper.
The 2 guys descended from the sky and blocked in front of Natasha.
Get out of my way. I am annoyed to see you,
Natasha said angrily.
Stupid girl. Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and hand over all the treasures you have, or I will make you lose your carrier,
one of the players said. He was relying on the fact that there were 2 people on his side. Natasha was also a little girl, so her greedy face was revealed at once.
You're courting death.
Natasha, who was already unhappy, was immediately angered by the 2 boys. She directly took out a square-shaped item and threw it at the 2 men.
Yo! Little girl, you're quite powerful.
The 2 men had no idea who they had provoked, so they still had a cheeky look on their faces. However, they soon stopped laughing.
Woo!
The small cube grew in the wind after Natasha threw it out. It instantly turned into the size of a millstone and smashed toward the 2 of them like a mountain.
Open it!
One of them used a tool to parry, but it was completely futile.
Pa!
Along with the tool, the player was smashed into a meat patty. No nascent soul or nascent divinity came out. The carrier was directly destroyed. At the same time, he lost the qualification to seize the treasure. Chapter 21:21. Chapter 21:16. The female beast queen requests an audience.
You?
The remaining player did not expect the little girl in front of him to be so fierce. She actually killed her companion in one move.
Don't be surprised. Hurry up and accompany him,
Natasha shouted. Then, she suddenly flipped the tool that she was using and threw it at the remaining player.
Ding!
The player dodged a few times. However, he found that he could not escape from the tracking of the item. Therefore, he could only activate the absolutely invincible item.
Pa!
The golden film that was formed by the ball-shaped item was like a soap bubble that would break at the touch of contact. Immediately after, the player was smashed into pieces. If Jiang Fei was here, he would definitely be able to understand why Natasha was not interested in the armor-piercing sword. That level of armor-piercing sword was nothing to Natasha. After killing the 2 players, Natasha did not even look at the 2 corpses. She did not even pick up the items that the 2 dropped. She just tore a scroll and left the planet. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already arrived at the outer space of the planet. He had no idea that Natasha had killed the two greedy players after he left. He also did not know why the little girl had left after helping him obtain the energy core. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have asked if Natasha had come here to help him. However, Jiang Fei did not know that at that moment. Therefore, he directly released the yacht from the ring space and prepared to go home. It would take 3 to 4 days to return. Jiang Fei did not want to waste his time. Therefore, he opened the 9 rotating astrolabe in the yacht and teleported directly to the 5 directions heaven and earth.
This time, I will be back for about a month or so. I can also do a lot of things,
said Jiang Fei to himself when he arrived at the 5 directions heaven and earth. After looking around, Jiang Fei found that the aura of life here was extremely dense. Therefore, he quickly confirmed that this was the star. After arriving at the star, Jiang Fei initially wanted to visit his friends in the Greenwood Forest. However, due to the limited time this time, he had no choice but to go straight to the teleportation portal. Through the teleportation point, Jiang Fei arrived at Qinxing very quickly.
Lu Bingyuan, how are the 3 families doing?
Jiang Fei asked through the communicator.
My lord, the 3 family combined army has already taken over the Yuan family. As the elders have disappeared, the Yuan family has not put up much resistance.
Lu Bingyuan replied.
Yes, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. Yuan Shirkuei had brought almost all the experts of the Yuan family out. In the end, they were all wiped out by the great elder of the Dragon Clan with a wave of his hand. Therefore, the Yuan family was now almost an empty SHL. It was impossible for them to resist the combined forces of the 3 families.
Oh right, my lord. I have already found the Xia family's disciples and arranged for them to go to Suixing. They should be living together with the 9-headed python family now,
Lu Bingyuan said. Previously, Jiang Fei had asked him to look for traces of the Xia family's disciples. He had completed this mission more than a month ago.
Okay, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded. When he returned to Skoda Star in a few days, he would arrange for Xia Tianxin to return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. As for whether the Xia family's disciples would stay here or go to the outer universe, it would depend on what Xia Tianxin thought.
Sir, how long can you stay for this time?
Lu Bingyuan asked.
About a month or so. Is there anything you need?
Jiang Fei asked.
Nothing much. It's just that the parents of the 3 families miss their children more,
Lu Bingyuan said. Although Jiang Fei had only brought the elite disciples out for a few months. With the 12 times time flow deficit, it would be many years.
I understand. I will arrange it.
Jiang Fei nodded, and then told Lu Bingyuan some other things. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Fei rushed out of the town star and came to the entrance of the dragon's territory.
Greetings, Sage Lord.
The job-seeking general came out to greet him.
Okay, let's go in.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and entered the Dragon Clan's territory. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, Jiang Fei summoned all the elders of the Dragon Clan.
Sage Lord, what are your orders for returning this time?
The Great Elder asked.
I came to inform everyone that the passage to the outer universe is about to be opened. When the time comes, I will arrange for some people to go,
Jiang Fei said.
So soon? That's great. We dragons can finally regain our glory,
the elders of the dragon race said excitedly. Although they had been able to head to the 5 directions of heaven and earth for the past few days, and had conquered the myriad beast mountain, the dragon race could not do as they pleased because Jiang Fei had too many restrictions. Therefore, they were not too happy. Jiang Fei nodded and asked the Great Elder.
How is the matter of conquering the 5 directions of heaven and earth coming along? The orcs have put up a little resistance, but they have all been wiped out. Now that the 10,000 Beasts mountain has surrendered, the ferocious beasts have basically stabilized. The humans seem to be watching from the sidelines,
said the Great Elder, because Jiang Fei did not allow them to touch the humans. The humans were able to survive.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked,
where is the list of names that I gave you? Did you hurt them? No, Sage Lord. We would never dare to disobey your orders. They were taken care of very well. Those who were unwilling to leave their original territories, I turned their territories into a restricted area. Members of the dragon race are not allowed to enter without my orders. Those who are willing to follow our dragon race, I moved them to the 9-headed python side.
The Great Elder laughed. At this point, the 9-headed python had already become the Dragon Clan's most loyal underling.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Oh right. Sage Lord, the female beast queen of the myriad beasts mountain wants to meet you.
the Great Elder suddenly said.
She wants to meet me.
Jiang Fei was stunned.
Yes.
The Great Elder nodded.
Do you know what it is?
Jiang Fei asked.
I don't know. She refused to tell me.
The Great Elder shook his head.
All right then. I will go to the Mountain of Beasts later.
Jiang Fei nodded. He also wanted to know why the female beast empress was looking for him. After giving some instructions to the dragon race, Jiang Fei left the dragon race's territory. After returning to the Star of Suppression, he went straight to the Mountain of Beasts. When he arrived at the foot of the Mountain of Beasts, Jiang Fei realized that the Mountain of Beasts was no longer the same as before. There were many dragons roaming around here. These young dragons were clearly monitoring the Mountain of Beasts. If they made any strange moves, the dragon race's army would definitely come.
Greetings, Sage Lord.
A young dragon noticed Jiang Fei.
How are things in the Mountain of Beasts?
Jiang Fei asked.
It's quite normal. The beasts in the Mountain of Beasts live in seclusion and keep a low profile.
The young dragon replied.
I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked up the Mountain of Beasts. Chapter 21-22, Chapter 21-17 Seduction. This was not the first time Jiang Fei had come to the Thousand Beasts Mountain. However, every time he came, he felt different. The first time he came to the Thousand Beasts Mountain, Jiang Fei could even be said to have been captured. At that time, he had even tried to scam and abduct the beast's corpse. When he came the second time, although he was already the dragon race's sage lord, the female beast queen did not seem to be too happy about it. She had been bargaining for a long time about the Xie family. This time, when Jiang Fei came to the Mountain of Beasts again, the status of both parties was no longer equal. The last time he came, although Jiang Fei was already the dragon race's sage lord, and the female beast queen knew this, the Mountain of Beasts was still independent at that time. The dragon race had not returned to the Five Realms. However, today, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain had surrendered to the dragon race. The status of both parties was no longer equal. As he walked up the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, Jiang Fei could occasionally see some dragon race disciples patrolling around. Although the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was not affected by the war, it was clear that these ferocious beast masters were all under house arrest here. Their every move was monitored by the dragon race.
Greetings, Sage Lord. Greetings, Sage Lord.
Wherever Jiang Fei passed, the dragon race disciples bowed one after another. The ferocious beasts retreated one after another. Although they might not know what it meant to be a sage lord in the dragon race, they at least knew that the person who had this title must be in a high position. At this moment, their home was occupied by someone else. Therefore, they would naturally stay away from the upper echelons of the occupying army. Jiang Fei did not stop along the way. He went straight to the Empress Palace.
Greetings, Sage!
The person guarding the palace was a female dragon, who was under the command of the Dragon Queen.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and walked in. As soon as he entered the Empress Palace, a maid immediately came out to greet him.
Sage Lord, Her Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time.
The maid was a trusted aide of the female beast empress. She had seen Jiang Fei before.
Okay.
Jiang Fei followed the maid into the empress bedroom. Once he entered the empress bedroom, Jiang Fei smelled the strange fragrance again. The female beast empress was still half leaning on the bowtie's bed. Through the pink translucent curtain, Jiang Fei could vaguely see the huge bowtie's slim figure. However, Jiang Fei was not very satisfied with the fact that the female beast empress was now a prisoner. She actually came to see him in such a manner.
Your Majesty, it seems that you have been living well these past few days.
Because Jiang Fei was in a bad mood, he spoke in a strange manner.
Isn't this all thanks to you, Sage Lord?
The female beast empress smiled sweetly. Although her words were sarcastic, her tone was gentle and gentle. Jiang Fei did not know what she meant.
What? Your Majesty, are you going to keep talking to me through the curtain?
Jiang Fei's face darkened. The female beast empress was now a prisoner. Her attitude was still so arrogant. It was no wonder that Jiang Fei was angry.
Your Majesty, don't you want to be through the curtain? Then, just remove it.
The female beast empress waved her hand. The curtain opened to both sides, revealing her true appearance.
Why are you?
When the curtain was opened, Jiang Fei was shocked. This was because the female beast empress was naked. She was just lying on the bowtie's bed.
Swoosh!
Jiang Fei turned his back. Although the female beast empress' graceful body was very pleasing to the eye, Jiang Fei still felt that it was not very polite to look directly at a woman's body.
What? Sage Lord, didn't you want to remove the curtain? Why are you afraid to look at it now?
The female beast queen asked with a faint smile.
Hee hee. Since your majesty does mind, it would be a little hypocritical of me to continue like this.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly and turned his body around. He did not look at the female beast queen's body just now because he was being polite. Since the female beast queen had challenged him, he could not admit defeat. Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the female beast queen's body. It was as if he was looking at an exhibit. After a few seconds, the female beast queen could not stand it anymore. Her face was slightly red. At the same time, she waved her hand, and a light veil floated over her body.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. At first, he really thought that the female beast empress was the kind of person who did not care about anything. However, he did not expect that after he let go of her, the woman would become shy instead. Clearly, the female beast empress indifference earlier was all an act. Now that Jiang Fei was looking at her as if she was a piece of art, she could not continue to pretend anymore.
Sage Lord, do you think I'm beautiful?
The female beast queen asked as she forced herself to calm down.
I have to say that you are indeed very beautiful and perfect. There is not a single blemish on your body.
Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Not only was the female beast queen's body perfect, but her face was exquisite. Even her skin was smooth and delicate. There was not a single blemish on it. The only problem was that the female beast queen's height was a little scary. Although her body was well proportioned, her height of 2.5 meters was enough to make most men shy away from her.
Do you like it then?
The female beast empress smiled when she heard Jiang Fei's praise.
Me?
Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. He wondered if she was trying to trick him.
Yes.
The female beast empress nodded.
I have a family now,
Jiang Fei said with a faint smile.
I don't mind,
the female beast queen said.
I mind.
Jiang Fei really did not want to expand his female army anymore. He already had enough girls around him. There were so many that he felt that he owed each and every one of them. On top of that, Bella was also a little jealous. Therefore, he really did not want to provoke any more women. Moreover, there was another reason. The female beast queen's motives were too impure. Even if Jiang Fei was a fool, he could still see that the female beast queen had a purpose in giving herself to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. He rejected her outright.
Sage Lord, don't reject me yet. Take a look at this.
The female beast queen shook her veil and slowly walked down from the bowtie's bed. As the distance between her and Jiang Fei continued to shorten, her body also shrank. When she walked in front of Jiang Fei, the female beast queen, who was originally more than 2.5 meters tall, was only about 1.7 meters. Although the 1.7 meter tall woman was still relatively tall, Jiang Fei did not feel that much pressure.
What are you looking at?
Jiang Fei looked at the female beast queen calmly. He did not know what this woman was up to.
This.
When she came before Jiang Fei, the female beast queen took out a gemstone from somewhere. This purple gemstone had a mesmerizing glow. It was as if one look at it could suck a person's mind in. Chapter 21-23, Chapter 21-18, Breakthrough over 4 million words.
What is this?
Jiang Fei looked at the purple gemstone. Other than the mesmerizing glow, it did not seem to have any other characteristics. There was not even the slightest energy fluctuation, as his spiritual power was unusually strong. Jiang Fei had long been used to using his spiritual power to probe into unknown things. Therefore, he almost subconsciously used his spiritual power to probe. However, he did not notice that there was a faint smile on the female beast queen's face. When Jiang Fei's mind power pierced into the purple gemstone, he was shocked because the gemstone was like a bottomless pit. His mind power was constantly being drawn in. He could not stop even if he wanted to.
Oh no! I've fallen into this woman's trap!
Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. He quickly activated the nucleus of will. He wanted to withdraw his mind power, but there was no effect at all. In the end, Jiang Fei even planned to cut off the connection with the mind power in the gemstone. However, he could not succeed.
What are you trying to do?
Jiang Fei asked with a cold face. Although the purple gemstone did not absorb his mind power very quickly, the unceasing absorption still made him feel uneasy.
Swish!
The female beast queen did not answer. She waved her hand, and the incense burner on the table emitted purple smoke. The strange fragrance that Jiang Fei had smelled earlier was even stronger.
Sage Lord, I just want to take a gamble,
the female beast queen said to Jiang Fei.
What gamble? Do you think that you can defeat me just like that?
Jiang Fei laughed coldly.
Of course not. I know that even if that's the case, you can still kill me easily.
The female beast queen smiled slightly.
Then, why don't you put away your tricks?
Jiang Fei warned her. as the gemstone was not absorbing at a fast speed. This little loss of mental strength was not much of a threat to Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei was also afraid that after killing the female beast empress. Moreover, he was unable to understand the characteristics of this gemstone. If this thing continued to absorb it endlessly, he would be in deep trouble.
Sage Lord, don't worry. It will not absorb it forever. This is just a ritual.
The female beast empress smiled.
What do you want?
Jiang Fei grabbed the female beast queen's neck. He did not like the feeling of being manipulated.
I want to bet on your character.
The female beast queen did not resist. She just let Jiang Fei grab her neck and laughed. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know what the female beast queen was planning.
Buzz!
At that moment, the purple gemstone suddenly flashed with a light. At the same time, it stopped absorbing Jiang Fei's spiritual energy.
Swish!
The spiritual energy that was originally being swallowed began to replenish Jiang Fei. Not only were they purer than Jiang Fei's original spiritual energy, they were even more massive. Moreover, there seemed to be some information mixed within them.
What's going on?
Just as Jiang Fei was in a daze, the female beast queen suddenly stretched out her hand and wiped the gauze off her body. This perfect woman once again appeared in front of him without any concealment.
What do you want?
At the same time, Jiang Fei felt his body suddenly become hot. He instantly thought of the strange incense. As he felt the strange feeling in his body, coupled with the female beast empress who was being honest with him, Jiang Fei knew what the purple smoke was no matter how stupid he was. At that moment, his body had already begun to react, although his mind was still clear. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not help but start to fantasize.
Don't worry. This is not some poison. It's a holy tonic for our tribe.
The female beast empress smiled slightly. Then, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei's neck and bowed slightly. Her warm and soft cherry lips reached to Jiang Fei's mouth. Jiang Fei wanted to push the female beast queen away, but the poison of the clan was too strong. His body was completely out of control. He was like the most primitive beast now. His entire body was filled with the most primitive impulses. Even if he was conscious, it was difficult to control. Not to mention, Jiang Fei's mind was already filled with erotic scenes. If the female beast queen was still the same 2.5 meter tall giant beauty from before, Jiang Fei might be able to hold on for a little longer. However, the current female beast queen was only about 1.7 meters. Moreover, she was still so perfect. Therefore, under the effects of the medicine, Jiang Fei finally could not hold on any longer.
F***CK! Bella will definitely kill me.
This was the last thought that Jiang Fei had before he completely lost himself. When Jiang Fei woke up again, it was already 3 days later. Although he had a body that had been refined by the scorpion milk essence, coupled with the blessing of the dragon race bloodline. At this moment, Jiang Fei still felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart.
Ugh!
Jiang Fei wanted to rub his head to relieve the pain in his body. However, he found that there was a naked and beautiful woman sleeping in his arms.
Oh no!
In an instant, Jiang Fei recalled the 3 days of madness that he and the female beast empress had gone through. Although his body was controlled by the drug, Jiang Fei's consciousness was still clear after that. Therefore, the 3 days of madness between the two of them was still vivid in Jiang Fei's mind.
How do I do this?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes in worry. Although he had guessed that it was a honey trap the moment he entered the Empress' bedroom, he did not expect to fall for it in the end. Most importantly, Jiang Fei had never thought that he would lose his first time like this. If Bella found out about this, she would definitely scratch him alive?
Sage Lord, you're awake?
The female beast empress laid on Jiang Fei's chest shyly. She looked like a cat that had eaten its fill. She was lazy and cute.
Sigh. What do you think you're doing this for?
Jiang Fei sighed.
Now that you're the dragon race's Sage Lord and the king of the mountain of beasts, what's wrong with that?
The female beast empress asked.
Is it worth it?
Jiang Fei knew that the female beast empress was doing this to protect the mountain of beasts. She did not want to become a vassal of the dragon race. She wanted to win an independent position for the mountain of beasts.
Who knows?
The female beast empress lazily changed her position in Jiang Fei's arms to make herself more comfortable. Then, she said to Jiang Fei,
I've been an empress for too long. I'm tired too. I want to find someone to rely on. Then, do I have to get on the bus first?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after listening to her. Although he had always heard that the ferocious beasts were more straightforward. Wasn't that a little too straightforward?
Although I don't understand what you mean. I'm willing to take a gamble. After all, There are only a few men who are qualified to conquer me. I'm not interested in those old guys. So I'll choose you.
At this time, the female Beast Queen gave Jiang Fei a completely different feeling than before. At this time, she completely let go of the Empress airs. She was like a little woman who was acting coquettishly in her husband's arms.
Hee hee. Compared to those old guys who are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years old, I am really a fresh meat.
Jiang Fei thought speechlessly. Chapter 21-24, Chapter 21-19 Yuezhua.
Alright. Since things have come to this, I can only say that you have made the right bet.
Jiang Fei sighed. He was not the kind of person who would not admit defeat after putting up his pants. Although he did not wish for things to turn out this way. As a man, Jiang Fei still had to bear the responsibility.
I knew that my judgment would not be wrong.
The female Beast Queen said to Jiang Fei with a sweet smile.
Can you tell me your name now?
Jiang Fei asked. He felt embarrassed. The two of them had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not even know her name.
My name,
the Empress suddenly muttered. She had almost forgotten her own name. After all, ever since she became the Empress, no one had dared to call her by her real name. Therefore, this code name had not been used for many years.
Okay.
Jiang Fei quietly waited for the answer.
My name is Phoenix Spirit. You can call me Ling Yar.
At that moment, the Empress still had a little bit of the majesty of the Empress. She was like a little woman. She obediently nestled in Jiang Fei's arms. Her index finger was still faintly drawing circles on Jiang Fei's chest.
Alright. Ling Yar. What race did you say you were from before?
Jiang Fei asked. Although the female Beast Queen had mentioned her race before, Jiang Fei had still been under the effect of the medicine at that time. He had not thought too much about it.
Fu Fu,
Phoenix Spirit replied.
Fu Fu.
Jiang Fei had never heard of this race. Although he had read some historical materials of the 5 directions, there was no information about the Fu Fu race.
The 5 directions Heaven and Earth race is a branch of the Phoenix race that specializes in managing the divine prison,
said the Phoenix Spirit.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei was still confused. Although he understood that the 5 directions Heaven and Earth race belonged to the Phoenix race. What the I was the divine prison.
In ancient times, the dragon race dominated the 5 directions Heaven and Earth. Do you know about this?
Asked the Phoenix Spirit.
Yes, I know about this.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was now the dragon race's sage lord. It would be too embarrassing if he did not know about this.
The dragon race is very arrogant. They disdain to marry with all races. However, one of them is an exception. His name is Yinglong,
said the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei immediately became energized. After all, Yinglong was his ancestor. If it was not because of the 1 in 100,000 Yinglong bloodline, Jiang Fei would not have been able to enter the dragon race. Not to mention the fortuitous encounters that happened later.
Yinglong is different from other dragon races. He does not seem to have any concept of status. Therefore, he has been intimate with many beauties from many races.
Although Phoenix Spirit's words were very tactful, everyone could understand. That was because this Yinglong master was more capable of hooking up with girls. After all, the ancient dragon race was the absolute ruler. As long as they hooked up with each other, the girls from the other races would go crazy and pounce on them. Therefore, Yinglong was successful in picking up girls.
Jiang
Fei nodded. He could understand this point. If Yinglong was like the other dragons and looked down on the other races and refused to marry with them, there would be no one left on Earth who could inherit the billions of dragons.
It is because of Yinglong's enlightenment that there is a Phoenix race. The Phoenix race is divided into 5 colors. The red one is the Phoenix. The yellow one is the Phoenix. The green one is the Phoenix. The white one is the Swan. And the purple one is us,
explained the Phoenix Spirit.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. He was secretly complaining that his ancestor was quite fertile.
Naturally, the pride of the dragon race would not acknowledge our existence. However, we have the dragon race's bloodline after all. Therefore, we became the dragon race's representative and were in charge of all kinds of things,
continued the Phoenix Spirit.
Since we are in charge of all the races, there must be a lot of people in the Phoenix race.
Right? Jiang Fei asked.
Every branch is passed down from generation to generation.
Phoenix Spirit shook her head.
Passed down from generation to generation? What about the other 4 races of the Phoenix race?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
One in Phoenix attempted to resist the dragon race. They were destroyed by the dragon race and continued the tyranny of the dragon race. They were assassinated by a ferocious beast assassin. As for Hu, he disappeared without a trace.
Phoenix Spirit shook her head.
So, you're the one who's in charge of all the beasts now?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. I've been in charge of the beast race ever since I ascended the throne 80,000 years ago, said the Phoenix Spirit. Oh right. What the L is the Divine Prison?
Jiang Fei asked.
The Divine Prison, as the name suggests, is the prison where the gods are imprisoned. To put it bluntly, it's the place where the dragon race imprisons the disobedient masters of the various races,
explained the Phoenix Spirit.
I see.
As the Phoenix Spirit explained, Jiang Fei gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that 5 phoenixes were in charge of the various races of the beasts. The 5 of them had different divisions of labor. Among them, the lowest ranked one was the prison warden. However, later on, 4 of the 5 phoenixes did not manage to get anything good out of it. They all died and ran away. In the end, the lowest ranked one became the ruler of the beasts. Then, the news spread all the way to Phoenix Spirit.
So, what are your plans next?
Jiang Fei asked.
Since I'm married to you, I'll listen to you.
The Phoenix Spirit smiled sweetly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was an accident that he slept with the Phoenix Spirit, no matter what, the mountain of all beasts had been tamed by him. As a result, his power had become much stronger.
Sage Lord, look at this.
At that moment, the Phoenix Spirit suddenly held a red bead in front of Jiang Fei.
What is this?
After learning the lesson from the purple gemstone, Jiang Fei did not dare to look around casually anymore.
It's good stuff. You can just bring it with you.
The Phoenix Spirit suddenly blushed. Without giving Jiang Fei an explanation, she directly pressed on his glabella. Jiang Fei felt a burning sensation on his glabella. Although he knew that the Phoenix Spirit was unlikely to harm him, he was still shocked. He subconsciously touched his forehead. Jiang Fei did not feel anything. However, the burning sensation between his brows was still very obvious.
Sage Lord, look!
The Phoenix Spirit had gotten a mirror from somewhere and placed it in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was stunned. There were originally 3 thin water lines between his brows. It was difficult to notice them without looking carefully. This was left behind when he was on Crimson Rock Planet, when he was recognized as a lord by a group of strange fish. Although it was useless, it had added a bestiality to his bloodline. However, now, there was no longer a line of water between Jiang Fei's brows. Instead, there was a purple flame pattern.
What is this?
Jiang Fei asked. At that moment, the burning sensation had already begun to fade.
It's a small gift for you.
Phoenix Spirit's voice was very low. It was almost like a mosquito's cry. At the same time, her face was already as red as blood.
This is really baffling.
Jiang Fei shook his head. However, at that moment, he felt a buzz in his head. A large wave of information suddenly surged into his mind.
D*MN. It's the wisdom inheritance again.
Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this thing. The ferocious beasts, including the dragon race, used this method to transmit information. Therefore, they could obtain many abilities when they were born. There was no need to learn it after birth. Although he did not know what the red bead that the Phoenix Spirit had attached to him was, Jiang Fei was certain that the information must be related to the bead. Chapter 2125, Chapter 2120. Luo Zhu. At that moment, Jiang Fei's mind was filled with a huge amount of information. The huge amount of information made him feel like his head was about to explode. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not be bothered to think about anything else. He had to go all out to comb through the information. As time passed, Jiang Fei's expression gradually eased up. His brain region that had been developed had amazing computing abilities. Under such powerful abilities, the huge amount of data was quickly sorted out.
Phew? Good God! This knowledge inheritance is really hard to explain,
Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath.
As expected of the man I chose.
The Phoenix Spirit's hand brushed across Jiang Fei's face. She was very satisfied with Jiang Fei. Such a huge amount of information would take a few days for an average person to completely digest. However, Jiang Fei only used a few hours to process the information. This kind of talent was very shocking.
I see.
After sorting out the information, Jiang Fei finally understood what the red ball that the Phoenix Spirit had pressed on his head was. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally understood why he had asked the Phoenix Spirit just now. Why was she so embarrassed? The red ball was called Luo Zhu. It was a kind of inheritance ceremony of the Phoenix race. Moreover, it only existed between husband and wife. Because the Phoenix race was a single lineage, the target of the union was definitely not the Phoenix race. This way, Through this ceremony, the Phoenix race's partner could obtain the Phoenix race's inheritance and master some of the Phoenix race's abilities. The red bead was actually the Phoenix race's woman's Luo Zhu on her wedding night. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked about the red bead, the Phoenix spirit was so embarrassed.
It's too easy for you.
The red-faced Phoenix spirit rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei.
Hee.
At this time, Jiang Fei had nothing else to do but to laugh foolishly.
Now, you're the prince of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. From now on, the Myriad Beasts Mountain will be under your command. I don't ask for anything else. You just have to try your best to be fair,
said the Phoenix spirit as she leaned on Jiang Fei's chest.
Okay, I understand.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, what are your plans for the future?
Asked the Phoenix spirit.
I won't be staying in the 5 directions for too long. You'll have to leave as soon as possible.
Jiang Fei stretched his back and looked at the ceiling with his hands.
To the outside world?
Phoenix spirit asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Can you bring me along?
Phoenix spirit asked.
Aren't you staying in the Myriad Beast Mountain anymore?
Jiang Fei turned his head and asked.
I'm already married. Of course. I have to follow my husband.
Phoenix spirit said matter-of-factly.
What about the Myriad Beast Mountain?
Jiang Fei asked curiously. In his heart, Phoenix spirit should be a strong woman. She should not have given up on the Myriad Beast Mountain so easily.
I believe that you will not make things difficult for them. Moreover, the Myriad Beast Mountain is not mine. Since ancient times, our Phoenix race has been guarding the Myriad Beasts for the Dragon race. Now that the Dragon race has appeared, I can just shake off this burden.
Phoenix spirit muttered as she curled up in Jiang Fei's arms like a cat.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei fell into silence after he said that. If Phoenix spirit went with him to the outer universe, it could indeed greatly expand the power of Jiang Fei's faction. However, the problem was that if he brought this woman out, Bella's side would be furious.
This is really worrying.
Jiang Fei frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have found an opportunity to kill Bella and the other girls. Now that he had brought a girl back, it was still considered light. However, he had lost his health points for no reason. That would be a big problem.
Sage Lord, what are you worried about?
Phoenix spirit turned over and lay on Jiang Fei's chest.
Nothing.
How could Jiang Fei say that he was afraid of his wife?
Oh. Then, let me help you with your worries.
As Phoenix spirit spoke, she pounced on Jiang Fei and kissed him on the lips.
Ugh.
Jiang Fei grunted. Then, he turned around and pressed the Phoenix spirit under his body. For someone who had never experienced this kind of thing before, a person could be very determined. However, the problem was that after trying it out, it would not be easy to hold on to it, especially when facing a perfect beauty like the Phoenix spirit. From the beginning, Jiang Fei never felt like a saint. The reason why he had always been as good as Jade was because he was a coward. Now that he had lost 1 health point, he would just have to give it up. After a night of silence, Jiang Fei finally woke up early the next morning. With his physique, he could fight for months without eating or drinking. However, he knew that if he continued to sink into the abyss, he would be useless.
Linger, tell the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain to accept the orders of the Dragon Elder Council from today onwards. I will also tell the Dragon side to not make things difficult for the Beast people,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay, I believe you.
At this time, Phoenix Spirit also got up from the soft couch and started to change her clothes with her back facing Jiang Fei. After coming out of the Empress bedroom, Jiang Fei looked back. The past 4 days were like a lifetime ago. Originally, he had come to find the female Beast Empress to surrender. He did not expect that the surrender would end up like this. However, no matter what, the 5 directions of heaven and earth had completely fallen into Jiang Fei's control. His backyard was now safe. As for how to pass Bella's test, Jiang Fei had no idea. He just had to wait for the boat to reach the bridge.
Sage Lord, is it done?
When Jiang Fei went down the mountain, a little dragon came over and asked. That wretched expression on his face was an example of how he deserved a beating.
Go to the side.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although he did not say it explicitly, he had stayed in the Empress bedroom for 3 to 4 days. Even a fool could guess what had happened. Gossip, especially gossip with lace, spread almost as fast as the speed of light. Therefore, when Jiang Fei returned to the dragon race, almost everyone looked at him with a hint of amusement in their eyes.
Sage Lord, did you take care of the female Beast Queen?
The Great Elder was such a serious person. At this time, he also came over without a care in the world. The word, take care, in his words was especially emphasized by him.
I say, do you all have nothing better to do?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes impatiently.
Hee hee. Sage Lord, you are the descendant of the Ing Dragon. We understand. We understand.
The other elders laughed.
F***CK. What do you know?
Jiang Fei was speechless. It seemed that his ancestors' romantic deeds had spread far and wide. After sitting on the main seat, Jiang Fei patted the chair. Everyone below quieted down. Previously, it was just a joke. However, when Jiang Fei sat on the dragon chair, he was speaking as the Sage Lord. If the people below did not make any noise, they would be offending their superiors.
All right. I have taken care of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. From now on, they will be under the command of the Elder Council. Their treatment will be the same as the nine-headed python. They are not allowed to make things difficult for us,
said Jiang Fei.
Yes. Sage.
The dragon elders nodded. Chapter 21-26. Chapter 21-21 was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. After giving instructions to the dragons, Jiang Fei returned to the town star. This time, he came to the 5 corners of heaven and earth while he was on his way back. He only had about a month's time. Therefore, he had to make the most of it. After returning to the town star, Jiang Fei went straight to the Wang family. After half a day, Jiang Fei arrived outside the Wang family's mansion.
Sir, may I know who you are looking for?
The Wang family's doorman did not know Jiang Fei.
Please inform your family leader that Jiang Fei is here to visit,
Jiang Fei said very politely. With his status, there was no need for him to yell at these insignificant people.
Please wait a moment.
Anyone who could be a servant in the Wang family must have some brains. Seeing Jiang Fei's demeanor, the waiter knew that someone extraordinary had come. Therefore, he quickly turned around and went back to report. Not long after, Wang Shifang, the head of the Wang family, personally came out to welcome him.
Mr. Jiang, you have come to visit in person. My Wang family is honored by your presence,
Wang Shifang said with a smile.
Head of the Wang family, long time no see. How are you?
Jiang Fei also greeted him. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Jiang Fei was allowed to enter the living room. After everyone took their seats, the first thing Wang Shifang said was how his daughter was.
Mr. Jiang, my daughter has been out training with you for quite some time. I wonder how she's doing,
Wang Shifang asked.
Hee hee. Don't worry. Master Wang, third lady is doing well. Moreover, her strength has also increased a lot.
Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Although the Skoda Star did not have such a good training environment as the 5 directions heaven and earth. However, Jiang Fei had enough jerky from the giant beasts. Therefore, the experts from the 5 directions heaven and earth did not lack nourishment. In addition to the continuous high-intensity battle catalyst, every disciple had improved a lot.
That's good. That's good.
Wang Shifang nodded. Then, she asked Jiang Fei tentatively,
Mr. Jiang, I wonder when my daughter and the others will be able to go home to visit. After all, the parents of those disciples also miss their children very much. Yes, I heard about this. However, there is one thing that you might not be aware of.
Jiang Fei decided to announce the time difference. After all, he could not prevent those disciples who went to the outer universe from meeting their families forever. Therefore, this matter would be known sooner or later. There was no need for him to keep it a secret.
What is it?
Wang Shifang was nervous when Jiang Fei said that. He was still worried that something had happened to the Wang family's disciples outside.
Don't be nervous. There haven't been any major battles outside recently, and no one has been injured.
Jiang Fei smiled and let Wang Shifang relax. Then, he continued,
the time difference between this world and the outside world is 12 times. In other words, only 1 day has passed in the outside world. Age? There's such a thing?
Wang Shifang was stunned. He had never thought about this before.
So, don't look at it as if those children have been gone for a few years. In their eyes, they have only been gone for a few months,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
I see.
Wang Shifang nodded. If it was only for such a short period of time, it would not be good to end the training early.
However, I will arrange an opportunity in a few days to let more people go out to take a look. If you parents are worried, you might as well come along. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if you are willing to stay outside or return to the world of the 5 directions. It's all up to you,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
That's good too. I am relieved that those children will be training with you, Mr. Jiang. However,
you have to understand that their parents are eager to have children.
Wang Shifang said with a smile. Of course. Of course. Jiang Fei nodded. After the most important thing was said, the Wang family was relieved after understanding the specific situation. Then, Jiang Fei went to the Shao family and the Moon Goddess sect. The process was similar to that of the Wang family. He told these people about the matter and promised to arrange for them to reunite with his disciples in the outer universe as soon as possible. After a delay, another few days passed. Jiang Fei looked at the time. He could still stay in the 5 directions of heaven and earth for more than a week. Therefore, he returned to the Valiant Martial Hall to meet his 2 teachers. He also took a look at his Saintess disciple. At this time, Tong Tong had already grown up. Under Ji Chunhong's push, she, the Saintess, had become the actual controller of the Valiant Martial Hall. Because the Valiant Martial Hall Master's conspiracy had been exposed, his henchmen did not dare to overturn the case. Some of them even threw stones at the Master when he was down. They advocated the execution of the Valiant Martial Hall Master because, in their opinion, only when the Valiant Martial Hall was dead could the secret between them and the Hall Master be revealed with disdain. In the end, under the instigation of this group of people, coupled with the venerables who hated the Valiant Martial Hall's Hall Master to the bone, the Hall Master was sentenced to death, and his henchmen also fell apart. As a result, the Valiant Martial Hall was leaderless. Logically speaking, Ji Chunhong was the most qualified to lead the Valiant Martial Hall. However, because of this matter, his heart was completely cold, and he did not want to participate in secular affairs anymore. He wholeheartedly went into seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, Ji Chunhong did his best to support Saintess Tong Tong to become the real power controller of the Valiant Martial Hall. This was because he knew that the Valiant Martial Hall would most likely fall into the hands of others. However, it was only in Tong Tong's hands. The Valiant Martial Hall would stand tall no matter what. After all, Tong Tong was Jiang Fei's disciple. Based on this point, even the dragon race would have to give the Valiant Martial Hall some face. Moreover, Tong Tong did have some talent after she grew up. With Jiang Fei's support, she could manage the Valiant Martial Hall easily. That was why Ji Chunhong was able to entrust the sect that he valued the most to a little girl to manage. Master, it's been a long time since you've come to visit Tong Tong. After seeing Jiang Fei, Tong Tong still liked to act coquettishly just like when she was young. Alright, you're already a big girl. Don't be so clingy. Be careful not to be laughed at by others. Jiang Fei rubbed Tong Tong's little nose lovingly. Jiang Fei stayed in the Valiant Martial Hall for a few days. During this period of time, he helped Tong Tong lay the foundation for her rule. Those elders and the remnants of the Valiant Martial Hall's leader were all suppressed by him with lightning speed because Ji Chunhong had gone into seclusion. Therefore, no one could dissuade Jiang Fei from using lightning speed. In just a few days, no one dared to disobey Tong Tong's orders. Finally, the day of separation came. Jiang Fei left the Valiant Martial Hall and returned to the Mountain of Beasts once again. He was about to leave the world of the 5 directions. Jiang Fei had to fulfill his promise and bring the Phoenix spirit back with him. When he thought of Bella's furious look, Jiang Fei felt cold sweat on his back. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't avoid it. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and entered the Empress Palace. Ling Yar, are you done packing? We should go. Jiang Fei said to Feng Ling. Chapter 21-27, Chapter 21-22 Tit for Tat. Yes. Am all packed. Phoenix Spirit walked out from behind the curtain. All her belongings were put into her storage bag. She was ready to leave at any time. Do you have anything else to tell them? Jiang Fei asked. After all, Phoenix Spirit was the female beast queen. If she left without saying goodbye, wouldn't the myriad beasts mountain be in chaos? I have already told them. Let's go! Phoenix Spirit walked forward and held Jiang Fei's arm. Alright, let's go! Jiang Fei nodded and directly opened the 9 rotating astrolabe. Swoosh! A teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and Phoenix Spirit. Then, the two walked into the teleportation portal. The teleportation portal turned into a stream of light and returned to Jiang Fei's hand. When their vision returned, they had already returned to the yacht. Where is this? Is this your territory? Phoenix Spirit asked as she looked around curiously. Although Jiang Fei had taught her some things recently, she was not as shocked as when she saw it with her own eyes. No, this is just a yacht. Jiang Fei smiled as he showed Phoenix Spirit around the yacht. This yacht is so big, Phoenix Spirit exclaimed. Although this yacht was not considered as him in the eyes of the technological world, it was only slightly bigger than the scout ship.
It was not even comparable to a frigate. However, to Phoenix Spirit, such a large ship that was more than 100 meters long was already beyond her imagination.
Look outside.
Jiang Fei pointed at the porthole and said to Phoenix Spirit,
What is that? A big fireball?
The Phoenix Spirit asked curiously.
This is a star. It's like the sun.
Jiang Fei introduced.
So, we are traveling in space? Is this a spaceship?
The Phoenix Spirit asked with her eyes wide open.
Yes. This is all the convenience of technology. Even ordinary people can travel in space. They can even use technology to create weapons to kill top cultivators.
Jiang Fei said.
Are you bragging?
Phoenix Spirit clearly did not believe Jiang Fei's words. After all, people who lived under the cultivation system had a very strong sense of hierarchy. They could not understand it no matter what. How could an ordinary person kill a cultivator? Let alone a top-tier cultivator.
Hee hee. You'll know in the future.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. At this time, the yacht was still 2 star fields away from Skoda Star. They would arrive in about 10 hours.
Find a room to rest first. It'll show you something.
Jiang Fei instructed Malachi to find some video information so that Phoenix Spirit could understand and integrate into this technological world faster.
Okay.
Phoenix Spirit obediently ran to the side to watch the movie. After Jiang Fei had settled Phoenix Spirit down, he sat in front of the control panel in the cockpit and stared blankly. The closer he got to Skoda Star, the more nervous Jiang Fei became. After all, bringing a new girl back was already taking a huge risk. Not to mention, he had already lost 1 health point. This problem was even bigger. However, no matter how much he was worried and afraid, what had to come would come. After more than 10 hours, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravitational field of Skoda Star.
Ah, Fei, you're back.
As soon as they approached Skoda Star, the control tower of the airport contacted Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not know what day it was that Aurelia was in the airport personally.
I'm back.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and replied.
That's great. I'll inform my sisters right away.
Aurelia said happily.
Don't.
Before Jiang Fei could stop her, Aurelia had already sent out the good news of Jiang Fei's return.
Ah, Fei. I'll guide you to land now. My sisters are ready to pick you up.
Aurelia said excitedly.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded awkwardly. Initially, he had planned to bring the Phoenix Spirit home first. Even if Bella was to lose her temper, she would not want others to laugh at her. Now, things had turned out well. Aurelia had gathered all the girls. Soon, a guided ship arrived in front of Jiang Fei's yacht and brought him into the harbor.
Sage Lord, are you almost home?
At this time, Phoenix Spirit walked out of her room.
Yes, I'm almost home.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Sage Lord, why are you so nervous?
Phoenix Spirit asked curiously. Jiang Fei was even more embarrassed. How could he say that he was afraid of his wife?
TSK.
With a slight shake, the yacht docked in the airport.
Let's go down,
Phoenix Spirit said as she held Jiang Fei's arm.
Okay.
When Jiang Fei walked to the cabin door, he slightly turned his body and pulled Phoenix Spirit's arm out without leaving a trace. As the cabin door opened, Jiang Fei saw the girls lined up in 2 rows, waiting for him on the tarmac.
What's coming will come sooner or later. My head has a big scar. Come on,
said Jiang Fei as he walked down the stairs. At the same time, he was trying to boost his courage.
Husband!
Ariel was the first to pounce on him.
Husband, did the operation go well?
Sylvie also came over.
Husband, you're finally back.
Bella was about to walk forward, but she looked up and saw that another woman had come down from the yacht that was originally only Jiang Fei.
Huh?
Bella frowned. She instinctively had a bad feeling because this woman was too perfect. Although the girls around Jiang Fei were all beautiful, each of them had their own unique characteristics. However, the woman who got off the yacht was different. She could only be described as perfect, whether it was her figure or her appearance, or her temperament. No matter which aspect you looked at it from, there was nothing wrong with it. Originally, her astonishing height could be considered a flaw, but now it's normal.
Husband, who is she? Don't you want to introduce her?
Bella walked to Jiang Fei's side with a faint smile. Jiang Fei could vaguely see the murderous intent in Bella's eyes.
Her name is Phoenix Spirit, the female beast queen of the myriad beasts mountain.
Jiang Fei made Bella's hair stand on end as she looked at him.
Oh!
Bella looked up and down at Phoenix Spirit with a playful expression.
Sage Lord, are these all your concubines?
Phoenix Spirit also looked at Bella and the others. At the same time, she did not show any signs of weakness, and came to Jiang Fei's side. She held onto Jiang Fei's arm. At that moment, Ariel and Sylvie were pushed to the side. Jiang Fei was held by Phoenix Spirit on the left and Bella was holding on to the right. The smell of gunpowder between the two could be smelled by anyone.
So strong!
Bella looked at the Phoenix Spirit with a serious expression. She realized that she could not see through this perfect woman. Clearly, this woman was much stronger than her. Chapter 21-28, Chapter 21-23 was about to start a fight.
You two talk. I have a meeting to attend to.
Jiang Fei saw that the two women were looking at each other, and he subconsciously wanted to run away.
Stand there. If you have anything to say, wait for us to finish talking.
Bella pulled Jiang Fei back.
Sage Lord, your concubine is a little too lawless. Isn't she? Do you need me to discipline her for you?
Phoenix Spirit frowned. In her opinion, Jiang Fei was the dragon race's Sage Lord. Although he had many women, these women should be obedient to him. How could they disobey him?
Just you?
Bella took a step forward and went against Phoenix Spirit.
What? You want to spar?
Phoenix Spirit raised her eyebrows and asked.
Let's spar.
Who had Bella ever been afraid of? Although the woman in front of her was a little enigmatic, Bella was not afraid at all.
Enough is enough,
Jiang Fei quickly said. He knew Phoenix Spirit's strength. This girl's strength was not weaker than the Dragon Queen's. Even if 10 Bella were to go up, it would be a waste.
Sage Lord, don't worry. I know what to do.
Phoenix Spirit smiled at Jiang Fei.
Bella, you take it easy too.
Although Jiang Fei had instructed Phoenix Spirit, he was afraid that Bella would not let him go.
Don't worry. I won't hurt your new lover.
Bella glared at Jiang Fei.
Where? Here?
Phoenix Spirit did not know how fragile the airport was, so she wanted to fight right here.
No. 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 There's a martial arts practice field.
Jiang Fei quickly stopped her. If the two of them fought in the airport would basically be destroyed. However, there were too many people here. If this thing were to spread out, everyone would know about Jiang Fei's family affairs.
All right.
Bella and Phoenix Spirit nodded. Then, everyone returned to Jiang Fei's residence. There was a training ground and a time house. There was plenty of space for the two of them to fight.
Wow. Who do you think will win?
Ariel asked happily. She was the type of person who did not like to be jealous. She was actually quite happy to have a new sister, now that there was a show to watch. So she was even happier.
I think Sister Bella will win. After all, she is so powerful. Moreover, she has a 3-stage life core. Even if she is injured, she can recover instantly. How can she lose?
Silila guessed.
Yes, I think so too.
Si Tang also nodded. Their strength was relatively weak, so they could not see the difference between Bella and the Phoenix Spirit. Therefore, they naturally sided with the side that was closer.
I don't think so.
Hua Mulan frowned.
Sister Mulan, why do you say that? Don't you think highly of Sister Bella?
Ariel asked.
It's not that I don't think highly of her. It's just that it's impossible for her to win against her.
From the moment the Phoenix Spirit appeared, Hua Mulan started sizing up this new sister who had just joined. Hua Mulan's personality was also not the type of person who was jealous of others. Her focus was entirely on the Phoenix Spirit's strength. But the feeling that the Phoenix Spirit gave her was only 4 words unfathomable. If she were to fight Bella, Hua Mulan felt that it was basically a 50-50 situation. Her chances of winning were even higher. But if she were to fight the Phoenix Spirit, Hua Mulan even felt that she did not even have the chance to make a move. So in comparison, Hua Mulan was certain that Bella was no match for the Phoenix Spirit.
Looks like you'll have to ask her for more advice when I have time,
Hua Mulan decided in her heart. While the girls were discussing among themselves, everyone had already entered the martial arts practice field. They had also found a time house and a gravity room. The space in this room was independent. It did not matter how it was destroyed. Therefore, it was most suitable for battle.
Don't go too far,
Jiang Fei reminded her again.
Don't worry, Sage Lord. I won't hurt her.
Phoenix Spirit smiled at Jiang Fei.
You should worry about yourself.
Bella did not show any signs of weakness. Although she could feel that Phoenix Spirit was stronger than her, Bella's character was that she would not admit defeat even if she died. Therefore, the stronger the enemy, the more she would want to fight.
Sage Lord, can we begin?
Phoenix Spirit turned her head and asked Jiang Fei.
Yes.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and cast a protective barrier. After all, there were many weaker girls around him.
It would not be good if they were injured by the aftershocks of the battle. You go first. I'll give you 3 moves, Phoenix Spirit said to Bella with a smile. Although Bella could not see through her strength, she could see it clearly. The difference in strength between the two was simply indescribable. In terms of combat power, although Bella had broken through to become a true immortal last time, and her combat power had reached 22 million, the Phoenix Spirit was a supreme expert comparable to the Dragon Queen. Her combat power had even exceeded 50 million. Not to mention one Bella. Even if 10 or 100 came, they wouldn't be a match for her. Humph. There's no need for you to give way. Bella let out a soft shout, then swung her fists and charged forward. Boom! A fist or a smash towards the Phoenix Spirit's face. Pop! The Phoenix Spirit's index finger slightly bent, and with a flick in front of her body, the fist aura from Bella's full-strength blow exploded like a soap bubble. How is this possible? Bella wasn't the only one who was dumbstruck. The other girls were all dumbstruck as well. Just how powerful was this Phoenix Spirit? It was actually able to neutralize Bella's attack so easily. As expected? Only Hua Mulan nodded to herself. The Phoenix Spirit's strength was a little stronger than she had imagined. Moreover, she had clearly joined their sisterhood now. Therefore, she would have plenty of opportunities to seek advice from her in the future. Again! Bella shouted in a delicate voice. Then, she moved her fist along with the others and instantly pounced in front of the Phoenix Spirit. Following that, Bella launched her fist technique and smashed toward the Phoenix Spirit like raindrops. Hee hee. Phoenix Spirit smiled slightly. With Bella's attack power, as long as she put up a shield, Bella would not be able to break through it even if she died from exhaustion. However, in order to establish her prestige, Phoenix Spirit wanted to show her skills. As the female beast queen of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, Phoenix Spirit was not the kind of person who was willing to submit to others. Now, she had become Jiang Fei's person. Moreover, she had entered the sect late. Logically speaking, she should call everyone sister. This was not what Phoenix Spirit wanted to see. Therefore, she planned to establish her authority today. In the future, when she was with these sisters, she would be able to take the initiative. Otherwise, with Phoenix Spirit's strength, she would not even bother to fight with Bella. There was no need for her to spend so much effort. If she wanted to defeat Bella, it would be a piece of cake. Therefore, in the eyes of the girls watching the battle, Bella's punches were like raindrops. However, every time when she almost hit Phoenix Spirit, she would easily dodge it. If it was just one time, you could say that it was due to good luck. But after over 1,000 punches, Bella did not even manage to touch a single hair on her body. Even the weakest girl could see the difference between them. Chapter 21-29, Chapter 21-24 Jiang Fei's Plan. In the blink of an eye, Bella and the Phoenix Spirit had exchanged more than 10 moves. Of course, during these 10 moves, Bella was the one attacking while the Phoenix Spirit was dodging. From the beginning to the end, the Phoenix Spirit did not fight back. All of a sudden, Bella flashed and took a few steps back, leaving the battlefield. What? You're not fighting anymore? The Phoenix Spirit asked calmly. It's boring. I'm not playing anymore. Bella waved her hand. Although she liked to fight, she was not stupid. After fighting for a while, she realized that she had no hope of winning. Now, she could not even touch Jiang Fei if he did not fight back. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fei would fight back. Was she looking for a beating? Therefore, after understanding the situation, Bella withdrew from the battle and came to Jiang Fei. This time, it's all your fault. I'll teach you a lesson later. As Bella spoke, her small hand grabbed the soft flesh on Jiang Fei's waist and spun it 360 degrees. Hiss! Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, although Bella would not be able to strangle him if he tried to resist. At this moment, Bella was on fire. How could Jiang Fei continue to choke on fire? Although the pain in his waist was unbearable, Jiang Fei was still in a good mood. This meant that Bella had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Phoenix Spirit, although there was still some anger in her heart that had not been vented. Jiang Fei would just have to suffer a little more. The most difficult part had already passed. Speaking of which, there was nothing that Bella could do to tacitly acknowledge the existence of the Phoenix Spirit. Although she was dissatisfied, what could she do to Jiang Fei? She could not bear to see Jiang Fei run away from home. She would beat him up and scold him. Jiang Fei was thick-skinned and did not care. Therefore, all this while, Bella had been threatening Jiang Fei by killing the woman if he dared to bring her back. However, the problem was the Phoenix Spirit's strength. Bella could not even stand still, let alone kill her. She could not even hurt her. Therefore, she had no choice but to admit it. At most, she would just throw a tantrum with Jiang Fei. Once Bella was done, the other girls would be easier to deal with. For girls like Ariel and Celila, they had a better personality. They liked to be lively, and did not like to be jealous. Therefore, they were more welcoming to new girls. As for girls like Nina and Aurelia, they were more sensible. They were more open-minded about this matter. Therefore, they did not have any objections. On the other hand, for martial arts fanatics like Hua Mulan and Garona, they still hoped to learn a few more moves from the Phoenix Spirit. Therefore, they naturally did not have any objections. For girls like Sylvie and Si Tying, although they were quite bothered, Bella, who had the biggest temper, had already relented. They had no other choice. Just like Bella, they wanted to make them leave Jiang Fei in a fit of pique. This was impossible. As for restricting the Phoenix Spirit, it was even more hopeless. Therefore, they could only acquiesce. Among the remaining girls, like Yuanqiu and Huiqin Cheng, they were all latecomers. They were not very good at blending into the small group of girls. Now, if they rejected new girls, it would be even more difficult for him. Therefore, he could not say anything. In fact, the most important point was that Jiang Fei already had a lot of girls around him. As the saying goes, if there were too many lice, they would not bite. If there were too many debts, they would not look for them. Since Jiang Fei already had so many girls around him, there would be one more. The other girls were not as emotional as they were in the beginning. It was like a man and a wife. If you suddenly had a mistress, it was simply impossible. No one would be able to stand it. However, if it was the emperor of the 3 palaces and 6 houses, he would have one more concubine. Everyone did not feel that it was so sudden. Although there was still jealousy, they would definitely not be as emotional as the former. Of course, there was another reason. Bella and the other girls did not know that Jiang Fei had lost all his health points. Otherwise, these girls would definitely form an alliance to seek Jiang Fei's revenge. After all, they had waited for Jiang Fei for so long. In the end, although this coward had given everyone a title, he did not dare to take the final step. However, now, he had been taken care of by another woman. How could the girls, who had been waiting for him for so many years, accept this? For Jiang Fei, it was a matter of passing the first hurdle. As for the matter of first blood, he would talk about it later. He just had to settle the matter at hand first. Bella left with Si Tying and the other girls, who were more jealous. Jiang Fei did not know what they were going to do to deal with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei asked Ariel and the others to arrange a place for Phoenix Spirit to live. He also wanted to bring her to adapt to life on Skoda Star. On the other hand, Jiang Fei asked Aurelia to gather the engineers on Skoda Star. Previously, he had said that the meeting was not just to escape. There was also an important matter. He wanted to see if these engineers could help. Previously, Jiang Fei had already contacted the 5 directions. The dragon race and their vassal races had already made preparations to send out troops. The Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect also had plans to send out troops. Moreover, Jiang Fei had to arrange for their disciples to go home to visit their families. In this way, the huge number of people that had to be transported by the 9 stars rotating disc would be a little too much. After all, although the 9 stars rotating disc was convenient, it only opened a single teleportation portal. Each teleportation portal could only accommodate 1 person at a time. If there were fewer people, it would be fine. Hundreds of people would have to walk for a few hours. If there were thousands of people, it would be too troublesome. Especially when returning to the 5 directions heaven and earth. Because the coordinates were random, it was even more inconvenient. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to let the engineers see if they could design a teleportation device based on the principles of the 9 rotating astrolabe. It would communicate with the 5 directions of heaven and earth and Skoda Star, so that a stable channel could be established between the two. Very soon, the high-level engineers on Skoda Star were anxious. Jiang Fei also shared his thoughts with them. Grand Marshal, can you show us the teleportation device? The old chief engineer asked. Of course. Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe in front of these people. It's really amazing. This kind of cultivation civilization's product is so precise. A group of engineers surrounded Jiang Fei. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Just by looking at it, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to understand the principle behind it. Sir, we need to test it, said the chief engineer. How do we test it? You can't take my treasure apart, Jiang Fei warned. After all, it was still another matter if these engineers could develop an equivalent instrument.
If he were to destroy the 9 rotating astrolabe, he would completely lose contact with the 5 directions heaven and earth.
There's no need for that.
The chief engineer smiled and continued.
You just need to get someone to carry this instrument and repeatedly pass through the portal a few times. It will record the folding path and collect data.
Chapter 2130, Chapter 2125. Level 4.
That's easy. Go and bring the equipment over,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Soon, the engineers brought the equipment to Jiang Fei. After that, Jiang Fei did not stay idle. He equipped all of them and activated the 9 rotating astrolabe. As he only needed to collect the spatial signal when he passed through the portal, Jiang Fei did not need to delay much. After he arrived at the 5 directions, he did not even look at which planet he was on before he activated the 9 rotating astrolabe and returned. After going back and forth for more than 10 times, the engineers indicated that it was about time. Only then did Jiang Fei stop.
All right, Grand Marshal. We will immediately start to study these data. Once we have the results, we will inform you,
the chief engineer said to Jiang Fei.
All right. Then, I will leave it to you.
Jiang Fei nodded. After the engineers had left, Jiang Fei estimated that it was about time. The girl should have a certain understanding of the Phoenix spirit. Therefore, he planned to go back and take a look. After returning to his own residence, Bella, Si Tying, and the other girls were still holed up in a room. It was unknown what they were studying. Although the other girls did not say that they were on good terms with the Phoenix spirit, at the very least, they got along with each other quite well. There was no excessive behavior. Jiang Fei looked around and found that he did not know where Hua Mulan had gone. He opened his mouth and asked around. Just now, when he left, Hua Mulan had found an opportunity to ask the Phoenix spirit many questions. At this time, she had already run into the time room to cultivate.
What a martial arts fanatic!
Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. However, on second thought, he realized that this was also a good thing. The appearance of the Phoenix spirit had allowed the girls to have any problems in the process of cultivating. It was also good to have someone to consult. Previously, although Jiang Fei's strength was not bad, he was not from an academy after all. His strength came from all sorts of fortuitous encounters. To be honest, he might not be able to explain the principles. Now, with the Phoenix spirit, she was a super expert who had lived for tens of thousands of years under the 5 directions training system. In terms of training, was there anything that she did not understand? When Jiang Fei returned home, Feng Ling was telling a story. A group of girls were sitting around her, listening attentively. After all, Feng Ling had lived for tens of thousands of years. She had seen too many things. Of course, she knew how to build a relationship with these little girls. Moreover, after living for tens of thousands of years, she had too many interesting stories to tell. Therefore, almost in the time it took to talk, these little girls were attracted to her.
Yo, are you telling a story?
Jiang Fei came closer.
Husband, quickly sit down. Sister Phoenix Spirit is telling a very interesting story.
Ariel pulled Jiang Fei's arm and asked him to sit down as well.
Don't mess around. Don't mess around. I have business to attend to.
Jiang Fei smiled.
What's the matter?
Ariel asked curiously.
Tell Bella that I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while,
said Jiang Fei.
Age? Husband, why are you in closed-door cultivation? Are you hiding from Big Sister Bella?
Ariel was stunned for a moment before she asked with a smile.
Hee hee. Don't spout nonsense. I've finally gathered 8 cores of will. Of course, am absorbing all of them.
Jiang Fei laughed. However, he was in such a hurry to enter closed-door cultivation. It was as if he was taking refuge. After all, with Bella's temperament, she would definitely not let Jiang Fei off so easily.
Wow, that's great. Then, congratulations, husband.
Ariel laughed.
Aw, Fei, you can do it.
Nina nodded. At the same time, the other girls also encouraged Jiang Fei.
Oh right. Nina, you and Sylphie should also get ready. I have gathered all of your energy cores. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I will promote you to Tier 3.
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
Nina and Sylphie nodded. Their current strength was already at the peak of the tribulation stage. If the energy cores in their bodies were promoted to Tier 3, they would definitely be able to break through to the true immortal level. In addition to the special characteristics of the Time Core and the Space Core, the two of them were not weaker than Hua Mulan and Bella.
Sage Lord, how long will you be in seclusion for?
Asked the Phoenix Spirit. She did not know much about the energy core.
It's hard to say.
Jiang Fei did not know how long it would take for the 4th level of the Will Core to be upgraded.
Ah, Fei. Don't worry. We will take care of our family matters,
said Aurelia with a smile.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he told the Phoenix Spirit,
the world here is different from the 5 directions. You might not be able to adapt to it for a while. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Yes, Sage Lord. Don't worry.
When Phoenix Spirit was on the yacht, she had seen the promotional materials that Maleki had prepared for her. Therefore, she had a general understanding of this technological world.
All right. Then I will go into seclusion.
Jiang Fei saw that Bella and the others had not come out yet. So he quickly slipped into the time house. The girls continued to listen to Phoenix Spirit's story. After Jiang Fei arrived at the time house, he found an empty place and sat down cross-legged.
Swish!
Jiang Fei took out an energy confinement device. Inside were the 8 Will Cores that Jiang Fei had arranged beforehand.
Phew!
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to the best. At that moment, he muttered to himself,
let's begin! Swish!
The energy confinement device's safety was activated. All the Will Cores lost their suppression and immediately wanted to escape. However, Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a light membrane enveloped all the Will Cores. Under Jiang Fei's powerful suppression, the Will Cores naturally could not escape. They were compressed into a small space, and were gradually compressed together.
Come on!
Jiang Fei's power suddenly erupted. The Will Cores were accelerated to a critical point, and then smashed into his glabella.
Buzz!
The Will Cores in Jiang Fei's body leaped out from between his glabella as if they had been summoned.
Boom!
The 8 primitive Will Cores collided with Jiang Fei's 3 pieces of the Will Core. There was no energy explosion or dazzling light. It was as if the entire world had stopped. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not sense the existence of time or space. The only thing he could sense was his own soul. At that moment, his soul seemed to be sublimating.
This feeling is...
Jiang Fei's heart moved as if he was trying to grasp something. However, he could not grasp the main point.
Damn it! What kind of feeling is this?
Gradually, Jiang Fei's heart began to feel anxious.
No! What is going on? What is affecting my emotions?
Jiang Fei frowned. He had a bad feeling. If he continued to be so impatient, something bad would happen. However, he could not calm down the impatient emotions in his heart. Chapter 21:31, Chapter 21:26, Bella. Gradually, the restless feeling in Jiang Fei's body became more and more obvious. In the end, Jiang Fei could not suppress the feeling anymore. Vaguely, he even wanted to tear his body apart. It was as if only destruction could relieve the restlessness in his heart. However, at that moment, a purple light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows. A ball of purple sacred flame appeared between his brows. Then, it floated down and finally stopped in front of Jiang Fei. This ball of sacred flame was not big. It was only the size of a fist. Moreover, it did not burn intensely. However, the purple flame that it emitted instantly calmed Jiang Fei's inner turmoil. Jiang Fei completely calmed down.
This is...
Jiang Fei's mind instantly recalled the memories that he had inherited from the something-something clan. This sacred flame was the something-something-something clan's fire. The reason why the something-something clan was able to control the divine prison in ancient times was because of this fire. Although it could not be used to harm the enemy or refine pills, it could suppress all evil thoughts and purify people's hearts. Therefore, the something-something clan had relied on this talent to purify all the brave warriors who rebelled against the Dragon Clan from the violent elements of the armed revolution into the pioneers of non-violent and non-cooperative movements. Therefore, under the purification of the hellfire, the violence in Jiang Fei's heart gradually receded. There was only infinite clarity left in his sea of consciousness.
Swish!
At this moment, the 8 cores of will completely merged into Jiang Fei's core of will. Then, they entered Jiang Fei's body in an instant.
Boom!
Jiang Fei felt as if a huge door had opened in his mind. There was a vast and unknown space waiting for him to explore. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a strong premonition in his heart. After he had explored this unknown space, he would understand something that he could not understand at the moment. Perhaps he could find a way to enter the Gamma space. After upgrading to 4 levels of the Will Core, Jiang Fei's combat strength did not increase much. This was because the Will Core was different from the other 4 energy cores. It did not directly increase a person's combat attributes. However, Jiang Fei's current mental strength was something that he did not know how to describe. Perhaps only the word vast could describe it.
I guess even if I open the legacy space for a long time now, it would not be too much of a burden. Right.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. After successfully leveling up, Jiang Fei walked out of the time house. Because there was a 30 times time flow deficit in the time house. Although Jiang Fei had spent a lot of time leveling up. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Fei had only been in closed-door cultivation for less than a week.
Husband, have you advanced to the next level?
When Jiang Fei walked out of the time house, the first person he met was actually Bella. At that moment, Bella had not seen Jiang Fei for a few days. She had even heard that he had gone into closed-door cultivation to break through to the 4th level of the will core. Therefore, she was very worried. When she suddenly saw Jiang Fei, she had forgotten that she was still angry with Jiang Fei.
Of course. Is there anything that your husband can't do?
Jiang Fei smiled and put his arm around Bella's shoulder.
Humph. That's right. You're so capable. You can just go out and bring back a female beast queen. Is there anything that you can't do?
Bella said sarcastically. Just now, she had forgotten to be angry because she was worried about Jiang Fei. Now that she saw that Jiang Fei was fine and that he had successfully advanced, the resentment in her heart was aroused again.
Sigh. What the?
Jiang Fei wanted to slap his own mouth. He thought to himself, why would he pick on this matter if he had nothing better to do?
Hee hee. Bella, the Phoenix Spirits incident was completely due to an accident. I was just looking for you to report the situation. It's up to you whether I stay or not.
Jiang Fei said with a smile and regretted it. It was indeed an accident between him and the Phoenix Spirit. If it was not for the medicine being too ruthless, Jiang Fei would not have fallen for it. However, the problem was that when he said that, did he not bring up the matter of the first blood?
Humph.
Bella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. If it was an ordinary person, Bella would have a lot of power to decide whether to leave or stay. Although she would most likely give Jiang Fei face in the end. With the Phoenix Spirit's strength, could Bella not leave just because she said so?
Alright. Don't say that I won't give you a chance to explain. Tell me, what exactly was the accident?
Bella glared at Jiang Fei and finally asked this question.
Jiang
Fei hesitated for a moment. At first, he wanted to hide it. However, after thinking about it, what was going to happen was going to happen. Anyway, this matter could not be entirely blamed on him. Now, Bella was the only one. After she was done, she should give him some face in front of everyone. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei made up his mind and told her everything that happened.
Shameless!
Bella cursed in a low voice.
Although this matter is not my fault, it has already come to this. As a man, I have to take responsibility.
Although Jiang Fei was timid, he could not just pull up his pants and deny it.
Really? Why didn't I think of that? If I had known earlier, I would have also used medicine. I would not have been snatched by a newcomer.
However, Bella's last sentence almost scared Jiang Fei to the ground. Speaking of which, among all the girls, Jiang Fei knew Bella the best. However, based on Jiang Fei's understanding of Bella, it was normal for her to be jealous. However, the chances of her saying that were close to zero.
Like an idiot.
Seeing Jiang Fei's confused expression, Bella rolled her eyes at him. Then, she turned around and left with a blushing face.
What does she mean?
Jiang Fei was confused.
Sir, although I am only an artificial intelligence, I feel that you had better chase after her. Otherwise, you might end up very badly,
Maleki said at this time.
Jiang
Fei was stunned.
Miss Bella has clearly acquiesced to the existence of this matter. She has no chance of winning the first place. So, are you not going to give her the second place as well?
Maleki explained.
Nonsense. How can Bella be as dirty as you? If you continue to talk nonsense, I will make you turn off your phone,
Jiang Fei said angrily.
Sigh.
Sir, although I am not a human, I have read a lot of similar novels, especially palace fights. These days, they are popular. Sometimes, women's thoughts are very unique. In my opinion, Miss Bella has already lost the initiative. Now, she is trying to find a way to level up and establish an advantage in front of the other girls. This is not a logic that is difficult to understand,
Maleki said. Are you sure about that?
Jiang Fei frowned.
Believe it or not, if it were me, I would take a gamble. If I win, everyone will be happy. If I lose, I will just get beaten up.
Maleki actually said it like he was an experienced person. This made Jiang Fei feel extremely frustrated. He was a living person who was surrounded by girls all day long. However, none of the artificial intelligence could see past it. Chapter 2132,
Chapter 21-27 Dealing with Bella. Jiang Fei was skeptical about Maleki's words. However, it was just as Maleki had said. What if it was true? Then, if Jiang Fei chased after her, wouldn't everyone be happy? Moreover, he would be able to start a harem drama. Of course, just as Maleki had said, Jiang Fei had guessed wrong about what Bella meant. At most, he would be scolded and beaten up a few times. Anyway, Jiang Fei was tough and tough. Bella could not bear to hurt him. What did it matter? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei hurriedly chased after her. At that moment, Bella did not go far. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that she was deliberately waiting for Jiang Fei. In fact, Maleki's analysis was right. Bella had almost exploded in the beginning. She had been guarding Jiang Fei for so many years. Moreover, in Jiang Fei's heart and among his sisters, Bella's status was the most special. Therefore, she had never thought that Jiang Fei would be with someone else to get things done first. From this point of view, Bella did even have the heart to kill people. However, she still could not bear to kill Jiang Fei. Moreover, Jiang Fei had no choice but to do so. However, she could not defeat the Phoenix Spirit, the source of all evil. She could not do anything about it. Moreover, Bella had a personality that refused to admit defeat. In a short period of time, she would not be able to fight against the Phoenix Spirit. However, when it came to fighting for Jiang Fei, Bella did not want to be left behind by others. Therefore, she had the idea of catching up to the Phoenix Spirit and surpassing the other girls. After a few psychological games, Bella's thoughts started to change as Malekith had predicted. Jiang Fei had been stolen by another woman. This matter could not be changed. However, Bella had to at least keep her second place. Right? Moreover, Bella also knew her position in Jiang Fei's heart. Therefore, she felt that as long as she and the Phoenix Spirit were even in this relationship, Jiang Fei would definitely favor her more. As the ancient saying went, 3 women in a play. This group of women revolves around a man. If it was not at 8 p.m., it would be a waste of the audience. Therefore, Bella went against her usual behavior and left Jiang Fei with a hint. After that, although Bella turned around and left, she also turned back every 3 steps. She moved little by little, afraid that Jiang Fei would not be able to keep up. Hee hee. Bella, where are you going? Jiang Fei put his arm around Bella's shoulder. Go back to your room and sleep. Why do you care? Bella glanced at Jiang Fei. At the same time, her face turned even redder. It's so boring to sleep alone. Let me accompany you, Jiang Fei said as he hugged Bella. Shameless. Although Bella was cursing, her body did not show any signs of resistance. At that moment, Jiang Fei knew that Maleki was right. Hee hee. As long as you want a wife. What's the point of being shameless? Jiang Fei smiled cheekily and moved closer to Bella. Then, he kissed Bella's delicate face. Are you trying to die? What if someone sees you? Bella stomped on Jiang Fei's foot. Although this lady had already planned to sacrifice herself, she was still very shy. This is not easy. Jiang Fei bent down and carried Bella in his arms. Then, he smiled and said, Let's go, my princess. Then, Jiang Fei immediately activated his teleportation skill. His destination was Bella's room. For the next 5 days, no one saw Bella. As for Jiang Fei, everyone thought that he was still in closed-door cultivation, so they did not think too much about it. On the 6th day, Bella appeared in front of the group of girls with a smile on her face. Jiang Fei, who only appeared in the afternoon, appeared to be a little sallow and skinny. Husband, this closed-door cultivation must have been very hard. You've lost weight, Ariel said as she leaned over. You've been squeezed dry? Phoenix Spirit whispered. Jiang Fei's actions could be hidden from the other girls. However, this god was not much weaker than Jiang Fei. He had met Bella right in front of Phoenix Spirit's eyes. How could she not notice? Hee hee. At this time, Jiang Fei could only laugh dryly. What else could he say? However, he had to admit that he could not lose to Bella. Previously, Jiang Fei's brain was also cramping. He had mentioned to her that he had fought with the Phoenix Spirit for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Bella had given the order. It would not be over until 5 days. Oh right. Sister Bella, where have you been these past few days? I could not find you anywhere. No one answered when I knocked on your door. Tine glared at Jiang Fei and ignored him. She went straight to Bella's side. Before this, Bella and the others had already formed an alliance. They had agreed to ignore Jiang Fei and teach him a lesson. In the end,
Si Tang never expected that Bella, the initiator of the crusade against Jiang Fei's alliance, had already betrayed the organization.
Me? Am going into seclusion.
Bella looked a little flustered, but she was quickly suppressed.
Oh, sister, you've been working so hard recently.
Si Tang did not think too much about it.
Yeah, I see Milan working so hard every day. I have to work hard too.
Bella quickly changed the topic.
You?
Jiang Fei saw that no one other than the Phoenix Spirit had noticed this. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After dealing with Bella, he would find a chance to deal with other girls in the future. However, he could not say it now. If all the girls wanted the same treatment, based on Jiang Fei's current situation, he still wanted to live for a few more years.
It's a little exhausting for me to advance. I'll go and rest first.
Jiang Fei's words were half true and half false. After advancing, his condition was very good. However, it was also true that he had consumed a lot of energy. After all, it took him 5 days in one go. Even a true dragon would not be able to take it, let alone a modified half-dragon like him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei's condition had recovered, but there was no news from the engineers. Therefore, Jiang Fei went to the laboratory.
General, why are you here?
The chief engineer quickly came forward to welcome him.
I came to see how your research is going,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Although he did not want to put pressure on the engineers, this matter could not be dragged on indefinitely. If the engineers could not find a solution in a short period of time, Jiang Fei could only use the dumbest method to transport the soldiers back and forth one by one.
There have been some breakthroughs recently, but the core problem is still not solved,
the chief engineer said with a frown. He also felt that he had disappointed the Grand Marshal.
Do you have any ideas?
Jiang Fei asked.
I have 2 ideas for the time being. I am currently conducting experiments to verify them,
replied the chief engineer.
All right. If there are any results, inform me immediately.
Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he was mentally preparing for the worst. After all, scientific research and development was something that could not be rushed. Science was rigorous. Every experiment had to be done step by step. It was impossible to omit any of the steps. Chapter 2133, Chapter 2128 Time and Space. After instructing the engineers, Jiang Fei returned to his residence. The matter of transporting soldiers to and from the 5 directions was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. He still had other things to do, as he had already collected 4 time cores and 4 space cores. Jiang Fei had planned to help Nina and Sylphie advance their levels this time. However, due to some problems, they had been delayed for a few days. When he returned to his residence, Jiang Fei found that although Bella and the Phoenix Spirit were still at loggerheads, they only ignored each other. Overall, the backyard was already peaceful. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief and found Nina and Sylphie. Then, he said to the 2 of them,
I have already collected your energy cores. Really?
Sylphie's desire for power was stronger than Nina's. Therefore, when she heard the news, she was extremely excited.
Let's go! We're going to the time house,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. The 3 of them entered the time house and began their closed-door training. Some of the other girls gathered around the Phoenix Spirit to listen to stories or ask for advice on martial arts. The other girls gathered around Bella. No one knew what they were studying.
You 2 should adjust your condition first,
Jiang Fei said to the 2 girls after entering the time house. As it was already the 3rd stage of the fusion, he did not dare to be careless.
All right.
Nina and Sylvie nodded. Then, the 2 sat down and began to meditate. In the time house, more than a day had passed. The 2 of them had already adjusted their condition to the best. Jiang Fei took the lead and came in front of Nina. Then, he took out the energy confinement device that contained 4 spatial cores.
Nina, you go first,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay.
Nina nodded. She did not refuse. Then, Nina sat cross-legged in front of Jiang Fei. Then, she summoned her 2 spatial cores from her body.
Go!
Jiang Fei saw that Nina was ready. He immediately released 4 spatial cores. Then, under the suppression of his powerful strength, the 4 spatial cores were imprisoned together. Then, he accelerated and rushed toward Nina's 2 spatial cores.
Boom!
The spatial cores collided.
Crack! Crack!
At the spot where the spatial cores collided, Jiang Fei saw a large number of spatial cracks. There were even spatial fragments.
This is...
In these shattered small spaces, Jiang Fei seemed to have realized something. However, he could not say it out loud. This was a miraculous realization. It was as if a bright light had lit up in Jiang Fei's heart. Just as Jiang Fei was surprised, the few energy cores had already fused together. They began to crazily devour the spatial cracks and spatial fragments that had spread out in the surroundings. In just a few seconds, the fragments and spatial cracks were completely devoured. After that, the 3 spatial cores that had fused together returned to Nina's body. At this moment, Nina was still in a meditative state. It would take some time for her to wake up. After all, she needed to get used to the new spatial core. She also needed to comprehend the new power.
Husband?
Sylvie saw that Jiang Fei was standing there in a daze. She went forward and gently patted him.
Age?
Oh! Jiang Fei finally came back to his senses. Although Sylvie had interrupted his comprehension of space, Jiang Fei was not too angry. After all, he had just found the direction. In the future, if he had time, he could pick it up and comprehend it again.
Alright, it's your turn now.
Jiang Fei steadied his mind and took out another energy imprisonment device.
Okay.
Sylvie nodded. Then, he found a place to sit down and entered a meditative state. Very soon, Sylvie's time core appeared. Jiang Fei had operated it many times, so he was very familiar with it. After he activated the energy imprisonment device, he used the same method. He compressed the 4 time cores together and accelerated to hit Sylvie's 2 time cores.
Boom!
The time cores collided. However, they did not create any cracks or fragments like the space cores. Instead, a mist spread out.
What is this?
Jiang Fei was stunned again. He had previously promoted Nina and Sylvie. However, this had never happened before when they fused. As the mist rose, Jiang Fei's eyes widened. He had seen an image in the mist. In this image, Sylvie opened her eyes. Her eyes were shining with a cold light. Following that, a powerful aura emanated from her body. It was obvious that she had succeeded.
What is this? A prophecy?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Although Jiang Fei had become the dragon race's sage lord by relying on the prophecy that the dragon race had passed down from ancient times, Jiang Fei himself did not believe it, because he had mastered the legacy space. Jiang Fei had his own unique understanding of time and space, especially when it came to time. Jiang Fei had never believed that the future could be predicted or that humans could return to the past. The current universe had already developed to the point that humans could distort time and create a time house that had a time flow deficit. However, the 2 theories of predicting the future and returning to the past had never been proven. In Jiang Fei's understanding, time itself was not a variable of flow. It was artificially defined by intelligent beings in order to describe everything that happened around them. The past was a world that had already been destroyed. It only existed in memory. It was impossible for one to return to a world that had already been destroyed. However, the future could change at any time due to all sorts of unexpected circumstances. It was impossible to predict. Only, the present could not even be described because it was fleeting. What one experienced was only a brand new present. However, after seeing the mist, Jiang Fei's perception seemed to have been overturned, because the thing reflected by the mist was indeed very similar to the scene in the future. If a few hours, or even a few days later, Sylvie was really like what was shown in the mist, then Jiang Fei's perception of time really needed to be redefined.
Time. Space.
Jiang Fei sat down quietly. His brain began to work at a high speed. He wanted to solve the mystery. However, such a complicated problem could not be solved in a short period of time. As time went by, Nina gradually woke up from her meditative state. The girl's performance was no different than usual. However, on the combat strength test, her combat strength had already exceeded 20 million. It had reached 22 million.
You're awake?
When Nina woke up, Jiang Fei opened his eyes from his meditative state. During this period of thinking, he had not been able to solve any substantive problems for Jiang Fei. However, it had opened his mind a lot. Chapter 2134, Chapter 2129 Divination. After Nina woke up, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to bring her to the heaven and earth tribulation. He did not want to miss Sylvie's breakthrough. He wanted to confirm whether the mist's divination was real or not. As time passed, Sylvie finally opened her eyes after more than a day. Swoosh! 2 cold lights shot straight into the sky. It was terrifying to look at. At the same time, Sylvie's powerful aura after she advanced spread out. It was exactly the same as described in the mist.
Could there really be a prophecy?
Jiang Fei was stunned. If the future was knowable and destined, then his struggle would be completely meaningless? If the future outcome was certain, then Jiang Fei's life of eating, drinking, and having fun or putting his life on the line like he was doing now, the final outcome would not make any difference. If that was really the case, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Fei.
What is going on?
Jiang Fei was confused.
Husband, I have advanced.
Sylvie came to Jiang Fei's side happily.
Oh right. Did you guys gain any new abilities after you advanced?
Jiang Fei had not had the time to ask Nina about the prophecy. Fortunately, Nina was not the kind of person to be unreasonable when it came to Jiang Fei's carelessness. If she was like Bella or Sylvie, this would cause them to have a fight with Jiang Fei.
I don't seem to have anything special about me.
Nina shook her head and said,
It's just that I have an additional ability like this.
As Nina spoke, Jiang Fei saw a small piece of space in Nina's hand suddenly freeze. Then, with a light, PA sound, the small piece of space shattered.
F***CK.
Jiang Fei widened his eyes. The power to destroy space was no small matter. A person could train to the point that he was invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. No one could hurt him. However, if the space he was in collapsed, he would also be crushed to death.
I can only control this power in a very small area. If it gets any bigger, I won't be able to do it.
Nina shook her head. Clearly, she could not directly imprison her opponent and then shatter the space as Jiang Fei had imagined. The space that Nina could control was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Moreover, she had to come into contact with her to be able to control it.
It doesn't matter. That's already very powerful,
Jiang Fei said. After all, this was an indestructible power. Even if it was a very small piece, it could still play a key role when used properly.
What about you?
Nina turned her head to look at Sylvie.
I just strengthened my previous ability,
Sylvie said.
Previous ability?
Jiang Fei frowned. In fact, when Sylvie had fused the two-time cores, she had already displayed a certain level of prophecy ability. Although the range of this prophecy was less than 1/10 of a second, she was already able to gain the upper hand in battle. However, Jiang Fei did not think that this was a prophecy ability. He felt that Sylvie only had an understanding of force. She could judge what the other party was most likely to do next based on force. Because it was less than 1/10 of a second away, it looked like a prophecy. However, after Sylvie's ability was strengthened, her prophecy became even more incredible.
Tell me more about it,
Jiang Fei asked impatiently. If Sylvie, who had the time core, could help him answer some questions about time, then Jiang Fei's train of thought would be very likely to be enlightened.
I don't know the details. After fusing with the time core for 3 periods, my understanding of things seemed to have changed,
Sylvie said with a hint of distress.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked with concern.
The things in my eyes have become so strange,
Sylvie said.
How strange?
Nina's curiosity was piqued.
I said that I can see the end of some things. Do you believe me?
When Sylvie said this, she did not believe it herself. After all, this was too unbelievable. It did not match her previous worldview.
The end?
Jiang Fei was also stunned.
For example, this cup.
Sylvie took out an ordinary cup. Then, she continued,
when I saw this cup, I could immediately associate it with the scene of it being broken. Moreover, the scene of the fragments flying around was very clear. However, I could not see the process in between. I could not even see when the cup would break or how it would break. I could only see the scene of it breaking. What's the big deal? A cup breaking is definitely the final outcome. Could there be more?
Jiang Fei was a little disappointed.
Husband, I can see how your clothes are broken.
Sylvie suddenly blushed when she said that. That was because when she was looking at Jiang Fei's clothes, the scene that appeared in her eyes was actually Jiang Fei's clothes being wildly torn apart. The person that vaguely appeared in the background was actually Bella. Moreover, she herself did not wear much clothes.
Age? How did it break?
Jiang Fei was stunned. His clothes were new. If it was going to break soon, he had to be careful.
You and Bella.
Sylvie could not continue. Although Bella was only part of the background in the prophecy. Weren't these the details that women paid attention to? Judging from Bella's proficiency, it was clearly not the first time the two of them had met.
Oh no! The case has been solved,
Jiang Fei cried out in his heart. However, since Sylvie knew about this, it meant that her divination ability was real.
I will not lose to Bella,
Sylvie said angrily to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was very embarrassed. Sylvie's meaning could not be any clearer. It seemed that once this opening was opened, he would not be able to focus on his training in the future.
What are you guys talking about? What happened to Ah Fei and Bella? Did they fight in the future?
Nina was the only one who did not know. Therefore, she was at a loss.
Let's talk about your ability.
Jiang Fei could only change the topic at this moment.
Humph.
Sylvie rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei and then asked,
What else do you want to know? You just said that your worldview has been changed. What's going on?
Jiang Fei asked.
I feel that everything is destined to end from its initial state. No matter what kind of effects it encounters or changes, it will only adjust its trajectory halfway. In the end, it will still return to the end,
Sylvie said.
Then look at me. Look at this world. Can you see the end?
Jiang Fei asked.
I can't see it. Right now, I can only see the end of an inanimate object. Moreover, the entire world is too vast. I can't even see it. Perhaps the level of the time core is not high enough.
Sylvie shook her head. Chapter 2135. Take a day off. The author had a fever yesterday, and today it was more than 39 degrees. So take a day off. Chapter 2136. Chapter 2130 had all been solved.
All right.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not get the most crucial information from Sylvie, it was already very helpful for him to know about it. Jiang Fei could not comment on the world view that Sylvie described. Although this kind of starting point determined the end point, and the theory of choosing only the process did not match with Jiang Fei's worldview. When Jiang Fei was on Earth, he had already come into contact with the theory of cause and effect. This kind of theory was exactly consistent with the worldview that Sylvie had described.
The cause determines the result.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself.
Husband, I don't know if this idea of mine is right or not, but I do have this ability now,
said Sylvie.
Okay, I got it. You take a rest first. I'll bring Nina to the tribulation first,
said Jiang Fei after taking a deep breath. This kind of half-philosophical problem could not be solved in a short period of time. In the end, he decided to settle the matter at hand first.
Fei, don't worry too much. If you can't figure out this problem, Sylvie's time core might be able to provide you with more information the next time she advances,
Nina advised.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded and left the time house with Nina. When they returned to the outside, the girls were nowhere to be found. Jiang Fei did not look for them, and directly opened the 9-turn astrolabe. After 2 rays of light, Jiang Fei and Nina arrived at the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Looking at the endless yellow sand around them, Jiang Fei knew that he had arrived on planet Tai Bai.
Woo!
As soon as Nina appeared, the entire heaven and earth was filled with violent winds and tribulation clouds. Nina's combat strength had soared to 22 million. It was obvious that she had attracted an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. The black tribulation clouds instantly covered the entire heaven and earth.
Nina, you have to be careful. This tribulation cannot be helped by outsiders. Even I can't help you,
Jiang Fei reminded her.
Fei, don't worry. Don't forget that I'm good at defense.
Nina smiled confidently. All kinds of defense methods were her specialty. Therefore, she was not too worried about the tribulation.
Okay, I will protect you.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although it was not common to plunder the sunset glow, Bella and the others had already done so when they were undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent this time.
Yes,
Nina nodded. Then, she prepared herself in midair to face the heavenly tribulation.
Boom!
Not long after, the first bolt of lightning struck down.
Ding!
Nina extended her hand and pointed. The space in midair was frozen. The lightning struck the frozen space and flashed sparks. However, it did not shake the space at all. As Nina's casting ended, the frozen space shattered like glass. It returned to its normal free state. After all, it would consume a lot of energy to control the space for a long time. Therefore, like Nina or Sylvie, who controlled space or time, they pursued short and efficient casting rather than long-term control.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Thunder continued to roll down. Nina controlled the space with ease, showing no signs of difficulty at all. As the heavenly tribulation continued, the experts on planet Tai Bai also cast their gazes here.
Good lord. She actually has the ability to control space. Who is this woman? Why haven't I heard of such a new expert on planet Tai Bai? Who knows which family kept it? These guys really hide it well. Hee hee. If there is such a genius among my juniors, I will definitely hide it too. Otherwise, wouldn't I be destroyed by my enemies?
The experts were discussing among themselves. However, no one dared to go forward. This was not because the people of planet Tai Bai were kind. No one here dared to rob the divine light. Instead, it was because Jiang Fei was too intimidating. He stood by the side and protected Nina. Although he did not use his full aura, he only revealed a part of his aura. That was enough to intimidate the experts of planet Taibai. Who would dare to go forward and die? As time passed, Nina's heavenly tribulation came to an end. The seven-colored divine light descended. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt a few powerful auras stirring.
They really don't know what's good for them.
Jiang Fei frowned. These auras were all emitted by ferocious beasts. Their minds might not be as meticulous as humans. At the beginning, they were intimidated by Jiang Fei. They did not dare to act rashly. Now that the divine light had descended, due to their desire for the divine light, these guys' minds became active again.
Boom!
At this moment, Jiang Fei's aura was fully unleashed. In an instant, the entire Taibai planet seemed to have been baptized by the dragon's might. Other than Nina, who was specially taken care of by Jiang Fei, the other experts were scared out of their wits. At worst, they were kneeling on the ground and shivering. Those who were greedy were so scared that they were pissing and defecating profusely. They were in a sorry state, without anyone disturbing them. Nina had completely absorbed all the rainbow light. Her combat power had also increased from 22 million to 23 million. Most importantly, after her body had been baptized by the divine light, she was able to use her spiritual power more smoothly. The depletion of her spiritual power in her meridians had also decreased.
Alright, let's go!
Jiang Fei saw that Nina had completed her tribulation and flew to her side.
Okay.
Nina nodded. When she was undergoing the tribulation and absorbing the divine light, she had gained some enlightenment. She needed to find a quiet place to go into seclusion. After that, Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe and brought Nina back to the residence on Skoda Star.
Fei. I'm going to the time house to cultivate.
Nina was in a hurry to understand the opportunity just now. Therefore, she informed Jiang Fei and entered the time house.
Age. There's still one more.
Jiang Fei turned around to look for Sylvie. When Jiang Fei saw Sylvie, she had completely recovered due to the time flow deficit in the time house.
Let's go! We're going to the tribulation,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay.
Sylvie nodded. She knew that after she had transcended the tribulation, her strength would be able to catch up to or even surpass Bella's. Sylvie actually did not have much of a desire to compare herself to others. However, the only thing she could not accept was losing to Bella. When they were outside the time house and Jiang Fei was about to open the 9 revolving astrolabe, Sylvie spoke again.
After I've transcended the tribulation, don't forget our agreement. Otherwise, no, can't you be more reserved? How can you compare? You don't look like a girl.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said,
TSK. If you're more reserved, who knows how long you'll have to wait?
Sylvie pouted. Then, she suddenly remembered a loophole in Jiang Fei's words.
Wait, you said you just now. Who else is there besides me? There's also Bella.
Jiang Fei replied casually.
So, Bella is not the first?
Sylvie was like Sherlock Holmes at that moment. Jiang Fei wanted to slap himself in the mouth. This time, the case was completely solved. Chapter 2137, Chapter 2131, Time Reversal.
Let's go through the tribulation.
Jiang Fei knew that if Sylvie continued to question him, he would not have any more secrets left. Therefore, he quickly pulled her along and passed through the teleportation portal of the 9 rotating astrolabe.
You haven't answered my question yet.
As expected, Sylvie was still unforgiving. However, once they entered the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the tribulation clouds began to gather. Jiang Fei finally had a chance to hide in peace.
You should focus on the tribulation first.
Jiang Fei leaped a few meters away.
I'll settle the score with you later,
Sylvie snorted. However, she knew that she could not be distracted now, because the tribulation clouds had already gathered. The heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Jiang Fei, who was hiding in the distance, finally had the time to observe his surroundings. This was the center of a large lake. Although the water vapor was very heavy, it was not necessarily a time star. It was impossible to tell with just one glance. Although Jiang Fei could quickly lock onto the location of this place after using his divine sense, he had nothing else to do this time. After Sylvie completed her tribulation, they would leave. Therefore, it did not matter where they were. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the sky became darker and darker. The dark tribulation clouds had already covered the entire large lake. The oppressive aura made the fish head at the bottom of the lake rise to the surface to breathe.
Crack!
The first bolt of lightning finally struck down. Unlike Nina, who had spatial abilities and specialized in defense, Sylvie had a time core of the same level as the space core. However, this type of energy core could not provide her with a direct boost in defense or attack. Although Nina, who had absolute speed, could run faster than the storm clouds. The storm clouds were all directional. As long as you were still alive and did not leave the 5 directions, it would hit you sooner or later. Moreover, if the first lightning tribulation did not hit you, the second lightning tribulation would not fall. Therefore, if you did not receive all of the lightning tribulation, do not count on being baptized by the 7-color divine light. That way, the time core would not be of any help in transcending the lightning tribulation.
Open it!
Since the energy core could not help, Sylvie could only rely on her own strength. She waved the short sword in her hand and directly faced the lightning tribulation. The weapon in Sylvie's hand was no longer the dagger from before. Instead, it was the armor-piercing sword that Jiang Fei had obtained from the box that he had snatched from the competitive planet.
Ding!
The lightning struck the blade of the sword. A flash of flame flashed. This lightning was forcefully blocked by Sylvie. Although the time core was not of much help in transcending the lightning tribulation, Sylvie had more than 20 million combat power. She was a true immortal level master. The first lightning tribulation should not be a problem.
Boom! Boom!
Boom.
The second, third, fourth, and fifth lightning tribulations struck one after another. However, Sylvie blocked all of them one by one. Although the 5 lightning tribulations did not hurt Sylvie, it consumed a lot of her strength.
Looks like Sylvie is having a lot more trouble than Nina.
Jiang Fei had been observing Sylvie from afar. At the same time, as Sylvie was going through her tribulation, many experts had their eyes on her. After all, no matter which planet she was on, such a big commotion would not go unnoticed.
Sigh. I still have to intimidate her.
Jiang Fei quickly felt a few waves of restless aura. Therefore, he released his draconic aura. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Other than Sylvie, who was deliberately protected by Jiang Fei, all the other experts on the planet were stunned. They no longer dared to target Sylvie. After dealing with these troubles, Jiang Fei continued to observe. At this time, Sylvie had already endured 3 rounds of thunder tribulations. There were only 3 remaining rounds of thunder tribulations in the 4th round.
Hold on a little longer. It's almost over.
Jiang Fei encouraged her in his heart. However, Sylvie's current consumption was indeed very serious. If she did not have the vermilion fruits and other healing potions that Jiang Fei had prepared for her, at this moment, she was already covered in wounds.
At this critical moment, speed is not enough.
Sylvie was also feeling very bitter. Previously, Bella, Hua Mulan, and Nina had successfully transcended the thunder tribulations. However, the energy cores that they possessed were all helpful in transcending the thunder tribulations. Bella and Nina both had defense attributes. Transcending the lightning tribulation was easy. Hua Mulan, on the other hand, had attack attributes. She could just face the lightning tribulation head-on. Only the energy cores of Sylvie and Jiang Fei were of no help in transcending the lightning tribulation. Jiang Fei's will core had enhanced his mind power. That thing had no effect on the lightning tribulation at all. Although Sylvie's speed could dodge the lightning tribulation, wasn't she here to transcend the lightning tribulation? If she wanted to escape, she would not have come to the 5 directions heaven and earth. The lightning tribulation would never find her. Therefore, due to the problem of the energy core's attribute, Jiang Fei and Sylvie were in the most pain when transcending the tribulation. Boom! Another lightning tribulation descended. Sylvie tried her best to resist, but she was struck by the lightning and fell to the water surface. Her entire body was covered in a layer of burnt gray smoke. Oh no! Jiang Fei was shocked. He was about to interrupt Sylvie's tribulation. Although the lightning tribulation could not be interrupted, Jiang Fei, who had the 9 revolutions astrolabe, was an exception. At worst, Sylvie would not be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation for the rest of her life. However, at that moment, Sylvie's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, she returned to midair. This scene made Jiang Fei wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. That was because Sylvie, who had reappeared in midair, was actually unharmed. Although there was a hint of fatigue on her face, she was completely different from the charred appearance she had when she was struck by the lightning tribulation earlier.
Could it be?
A light flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes.
So this can also be done.
At that moment, Sylvie was also being forced into a corner. She had really thought that she was going to die under the lightning tribulation earlier. However, she subconsciously activated her ability and returned to the moment before. The lightning attack was very fast. In just a split second, Sylvie's short jump allowed her to return to the state before she received the lightning attack.
If that's the case, as long as I don't get struck to death, it will be easy.
Sylvie had a backbone in her heart.
However, Jiang Fei, who was in midair, was completely dumbfounded. This was because Sylvie had once again overturned his understanding of time. Originally, Sylvie's prophecy ability had already broken his worldview. However, now, Sylvie had actually turned back time. This had even more overturned Jiang Fei's understanding of time.
Can I really turn back time?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, while she was in a daze, Sylvie demonstrated her ability one after another. The last 2 lightning strikes had almost killed her. However, Sylvie, who was only left with her last breath, once again returned to the state she was in before she was injured. However, Sylvie's face would turn a little pale every time he activated this time reversal ability. Obviously, the consumption of this ability was also very exaggerated when it was activated, although it was only for a moment. Chapter 2138, Chapter 2132, Vinland's Sudden Visit. Although Sylvie would consume a lot of energy every time he used the time reversal ability, fortunately, the heavenly tribulation had reached the last few bolts. Therefore, after 3 consecutive uses of the ability, the last 3 bolts of tribulation lightning all fell. The tribulation clouds began to gather, and the 7-colored divine light descended. Under the nourishment of the 7-colored divine light, Sylvie's body quickly recovered and was nourished by the divine light.
Big brother, the divine light is coming down. Are we going to rob it? What are you talking about? Didn't you feel that terrifying aura just now? That dragon's might is so powerful that it's almost comparable to the legendary Dragon Emperor. I don't know how powerful the Dragon Emperor is, but I heard that the Dragon Clan has recently appeared. The star suppression side has already fallen. Although the Dragon Clan hasn't interfered much with the human side, everyone knows that in the future, the Dragon Clan will be in charge of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. You still want to court death if you know? If that Dragon King is protecting his own junior, you can just go there and die. Do not mention the name of our family. Alright. I will be honest then.
Under Jiang Fei's intimidation, although there were many experts who coveted Sylvie's divine light, none of them dared to approach it. Very soon, Sylvie had absorbed all of the rainbow divine light. At that moment, Jiang Fei leaped and came close to her.
How is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
This feels great.
Sylvie laughed. After Jiang Fei confirmed that Sylvie had safely survived the tribulation and did not suffer any damage, he asked the question that he was most concerned about.
Did you just reverse time? Reverse time? Yes, but not quite.
Sylvie was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and shook her head.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei was even more confused.
How should I put it? If you say it's reverse time, that sounds reasonable. However, it's not quite the same as reverse time.
Sylvie thought for a moment. Then, she continued,
let me put it this way. I cannot really return time to the past. However, I can restore some things to the way they were a second or 2 ago. Huh?
Jiang Fei did not understand what she meant.
For example, if I were to reverse time, I would send a person back to 2 seconds ago. His memory of those 2 seconds would not exist anymore. In his mind, he would not remember that he had been cast a spell. It would be like watching a rewind of a movie. That person would only start from 2 seconds ago. However, my ability is only to restore the physical state of a person or thing to the state of 2 seconds ago. He himself knows everything that happened during this period. It's just that his physical state has been restored to the way it was before.
Sylvie explained.
Physical traits?
Jiang Fei frowned.
Husband, you've thought of that. Right.
Sylvie smiled and continued.
That's right. If a person's true spirit is not destroyed,
I can indeed bring him back to life through time reversal. However, if his true spirit is also killed, I can only get a complete corpse after time reversal.
Sylvie said very clearly. Her ability could only affect physical objects. She did not seek to affect spiritual power or souls.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded as if he was deep in thought. However, he could not tell what exactly he was thinking.
Forget it. Let's go home first.
Jiang Fei shook his head forcefully. The questions regarding time and space were too profound. It was impossible for him to figure it out in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only put it aside for now. After Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe, he and Sylvie returned to their residence on Skoda Star.
I will go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize my newly acquired power. Don't forget our agreement.
Sylvie winked at Jiang Fei shyly, and then ran into the time house. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. This time, Nina and Sylvie's advancement had given him too much of a shock. It was as if he had opened up a whole new world for him. Just as Jiang Fei was lost in his thoughts, an engineer from Skoda Star walked towards him. Jiang Fei was surprised when he saw the engineer. At the same time, he was happy. If the engineer came to him at this time, it must be because the research on the 9 rotating astrolabe had come to fruition.
Ah, Fei. I have something to talk to you about.
However, the engineer's attitude towards Jiang Fei was very abnormal. It was not like a subordinate reporting to his superior. Instead, it was like a meeting between friends.
Vinolin?
Jiang Fei frowned. The only person who could contact him like that was Vinolin.
Yes,
Vinolin said as he pulled Jiang Fei to a quiet place.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm fine. You have something to do,
Vinolin said. Ah? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had nothing to do recently.
Your reinforcements are in trouble,
Vinolin said.
Reinforcements?
Jiang Fei did not know what Vinolin was talking about.
Giant steel scorpion,
Vinolin prompted.
What happened to it?
Jiang Fei asked with concern. The giant steel scorpion was really good to him. Ever since he saved the small giant scorpion, the adult giant steel scorpion had always treated Jiang Fei as a family member. Just the energy cores alone were enough to give him tons of them. If not for that time, Jiang Fei might not have been able to make a fortune.
There's a problem with the return route. They will encounter a player fleet in 72 hours,
said Vinolin.
Player fleet? So be it.
What?
Are you afraid that the player fleet will be wiped out?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
I'm afraid that your giant beast friends will be wiped out.
Vinolin rolled his eyes and said,
Of course. If you don't mind. I don't mind.
What?
The player fleets can wipe them out?
Jiang Fei was shocked. However, he instantly thought of a possibility.
It seems that you have thought of it. I don't need to say anything else. These are the coordinates. It's up to you.
Vinolin said Jiang Fei the coordinates. Then, his body trembled. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was completely different from before.
General, there you are. I was looking for you,
the engineer said.
What's the matter?
Jiang Fei asked.
A new batch of main ships has entered the water. Please prepare the military officers to inspect them,
the engineer said.
I understand. How is the research on the 9 rotating astrolabe going?
Jiang Fei asked.
Nothing yet,
the engineer said.
All right. That's all for now. You can go back to your work.
Jiang Fei sent the engineer away. Then, he rushed back to his residence and asked someone to gather Bella, Aurelia, and the others.
Ah, Fei. Why are you calling us here in such a hurry?
Aurelia rushed back.
Yeah. What happened?
Bella asked. And then, the girls came back one after another. Chapter 2139, Chapter 2133 Rescuing the Giant Steel Scorpion. There is indeed a situation,
Jiang Fei said with a serious expression.
What is it? Is it a problem with the players?
Aurelia asked.
Yes, that is indeed the case.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Is the problem serious?
Bella asked.
It is still within our control. I need to go and deal with it,
Jiang Fei said.
I'll go with you,
Bella said immediately.
I'll go.
Phoenix Spirit also stood up.
What do you mean? Do you think that we're all weaker than you?
Bella could not take it anymore.
Hee.
Phoenix Spirit smiled faintly. She did not explain, but the meaning was obvious.
All right. Stop copying. I won't take anyone.
Jiang Fei glared at Phoenix Spirit and Bella. He was more on Bella's side. However, if he allowed Bella to go against Phoenix Spirit like this, if he was not around, if she angered Phoenix Spirit, she would be the one at a disadvantage.
Age?
This time, all the girls were dumbfounded. Among the girls in Jiang Fei's faction, there were already 5 who had broken through to true immortal level, not counting Phoenix Spirit, the newly joined female beast empress. Bella, Hua Mulan, Nina, and Sylvie were all true immortal level and above experts. Therefore, the girls initially thought that they would be able to help when Jiang Fei made any moves in the future. They would no longer have to live in fear of Jiang Fei's return. Instead, they would be able to fight side by side with him. However, they did not expect that Jiang Fei would not bring them along this time.
Why?
Bella asked unhappily.
This time, it's more troublesome. Just leave it alone.
Jiang Fei waved his hand and said to Aurelia.
Aurelia, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Okay,
Aurelia agreed and followed Jiang Fei to a lounge.
What do they have to hide from us? I don't know. Let's go eavesdrop. What if my husband finds out? Sister Bella, you go. Fei wouldn't dare to do anything to you anyway. I don't do things like eavesdropping. If he wants to tell me, he will tell me.
Jiang Fei left with Aurelia. The rest of the girls were discussing among themselves. At this time, Jiang Fei and Aurelia had already arrived at the lounge.
Fei, why did you call me out alone? Is there a problem?
Aurelia asked.
Take this blueprint and find time to get the factory to make all the components. We'll talk about the assembly when I return.
Jiang Fei said as he handed Aurelia a photon computer. There was some information stored in it.
What is this?
Aurelia asked.
You will know when the time comes,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh.
Aurelia saw that Jiang Fei did not want to talk about it, so she did not ask further.
This must be done in secret. Do not tell anyone,
Jiang Fei instructed.
But when the factory is producing, the workers will definitely know,
Aurelia said.
I will leave Maleki behind. He will help you. You just need to give the workers a few days off during production,
Jiang Fei said.
All right then.
When Aurelia saw that Jiang Fei had already made all the arrangements, she did not say anything more. After giving Aurelia the order, Jiang Fei came out from his rest. He saw a group of girls staring at him with wide eyes. It was obvious that they wanted to know what he had just said to Aurelia.
All right. You can all leave now. I am getting ready to leave now,
Jiang Fei said. Aurelia had already rushed to the airport. She had to prepare for Jiang Fei to leave the port. A few hours later, Jiang Fei's yacht left Skoda Star and sailed towards the endless sea of stars.
Boss, why did you think of bringing me out this time?
Jiang Zhong asked while holding his nose.
Hee. She wouldn't have come if I didn't bring you along.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. His operation this time required the support of the artificial intelligence. 0541 was originally the best candidate, but this kid had now become a human. If he were to connect to the network again, he would need a device to convert the thought waves into a data link. This time, it would be very time-consuming for the artificial intelligence. Therefore, Jiang Zhong no longer had the ability to compete with the artificial intelligence. The two remaining artificial intelligence under Jiang Fei's control were Larks and Malachi. Compared to the two, Lark's evolution was more advanced. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose to leave Malachi to Aurelia. He then took Larks away. However, at that moment, Larks also made a move. She insisted on being with Jiang Zhong. Otherwise, she would not go anywhere. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to add another passenger to his yacht.
Hee. That's my wife. How could she bear to leave me?
Jiang Zhong leaned on the sofa and said proudly.
Boss, seriously, when did you plan to turn Larks into a human?
Jiang Zhong asked. He was very close to Jiang Fei, so he spoke more casually.
This will take some time. Oh right. I asked you to learn more about Fleet Command last time. How are you doing?
Jiang Fei asked.
Oh, I've memorized all the information. However, I haven't practiced much in the simulation of actual combat yet,
Jiang Zhong said.
When this matter is over, you can go back and look for the captains to spar in the simulation room. I will also ask Aurelia to teach you,
Jiang Fei said.
Boss, are you planning to make me your captain?
Jiang Zhong asked excitedly. Although he had a certain level of strength, he was currently not ranked among the true immortals in Jiang Fei's faction. Therefore, Jiang Zhong was not of much use. Therefore, when he heard that Jiang Fei was going to entrust him with a heavy responsibility, he immediately became excited. Jiang Fei nodded.
Then, I want a Martha-class dreadnought,
Jiang Zhong immediately said. This Martha-class dreadnought was the most powerful main ship in Jiang Fei's camp.
Let's talk about it later,
Jiang Fei said noncommittally.
TSK, let me make it clear first. If the ship is too bad, I won't go,
Jiang Zhong said.
Don't worry.
Jiang Fei smiled. At this time, the yacht was under the control of Lux. It had already begun the interstellar jump and was heading toward the destination. After almost 2 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at their destination. This was a barren star zone. There was an asteroid belt around them. There were no stars within a few light years. Therefore, it was rather dark.
Jiang Zone, it'll have to trouble you later. I have to keep all of you into the inheritance space. The battle later is not something you can handle,
Jiang Fei said to Jiang Zhong.
All right, boss. It's up to you.
Jiang Zhong laid down on the sofa. He was not very concerned about it. Instead, He was very interested in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. After all, he had not gone in to take a look after so many years. Chapter 2140, Chapter 2134. Titan. After coming out of the yacht, Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the yacht and Jiang Zhong into the inheritance space. This way, he would not have to worry about hurting Jiang Zhong during the battle. Jiang Fei checked the location that Vinolin had mentioned. He did not find any signs of a player fleet. Similarly, he did not find any signs of a cosmic beast.
It might not be time yet,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he found an asteroid and sat on it, waiting quietly. The asteroid that Jiang Fei chose was not very big. It was only about 10 kilometers in diameter. He casually blasted a hole in the hard SHL of the asteroid and hid inside it. He also hid his own aura completely. Time passed by minute by minute. The time that Vinolin had described was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Jiang Fei's heart gradually became nervous. He quietly used his mind power to probe out and formed an observation net at the outer perimeter. It was impossible for any clues to escape his perception. Suddenly, Jiang Fei rushed into a violent spatial fluctuation. This fluctuation did not have any demonstration. The intensity was as if half of the sky had been torn apart.
What's going on?
Jiang Fei's spirit was immediately lifted.
Whoosh!
At this moment, a wormhole suddenly opened up on the left side of the asteroid belt. Then, a fleet of ships jumped out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This fleet was quite large. Judging from the style of the ships, they should belong to the resistance camp. The pitch-black body of the ships, the half-streamlined body of the ships, and the ferocious bow of the ships. It was completely Vizari style. As the fleet gradually came out of the dimensional space, Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The size of the fleet was too huge. There were as many as 6 main ships. There were more than 100 heavy patrol-class warships. In addition to the various frigates and light patrols, the entire fleet was no less than 1,000 ships. Even so, there was still a part of the fleet in the dimensional space. Not all of them had completed the warp.
Boom!
At that moment, Jiang Fei felt the space around him shake violently. Following that, the wormhole expanded again.
As expected? Is it coming?
Although Jiang Fei had already guessed this possibility, he did not expect to actually encounter it this time.
Whoosh!
A super battleship squeezed out of the wormhole. The battleship was so huge that the main battleship, that was thousands of kilometers long, actually looked small in front of it. From afar, the battleship looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. At the front of the battleship was a blooming flower plate. It was huge and ostentatious. The body and the stern of the battleship instantly became slender, as if it was a branch supporting a flower.
What a strange design!
Jiang Fei pursed his lips. As it was a space battleship, there was no need to consider aerodynamics. Therefore, the appearance of the battleship depended entirely on the consideration of firepower or other aspects. Such factors as symmetry and resistance were completely ignored. Therefore, the battleship that was created had all sorts of weird designs. However, no matter how strange the spaceship was, Jiang Fei's guess was confirmed. The development team had indeed released the expansion pack in advance. Now, the players had already obtained the Titan-class battleship. Compared to ordinary battleships, the appearance of the main ship was a revolution. A main ship could greatly increase the strength of a fleet, turning the previously disadvantaged fleet into a victorious one. The appearance of the Titan was even more subversive, although it could also greatly increase the combat strength of a fleet. It was different from an ordinary main ship. Most main ships were auxiliary ships. Even the main ships had some auxiliary abilities. Therefore, when the main ships left the fleet, although the main ships were still powerful, they could still be destroyed when faced with a large number of enemy ships. It was still possible to destroy them. However, Titan was different. Even if it left the fleet, it could still maintain its powerful combat power. It would not be a problem to fight against a few fleets. Even if a few main ships led the fleet to attack it, it might not be successful. It might even be a double loss. Initially, Jiang Fei thought that it would take at least half a year for the development team to completely release the expansion pack. When the players got the Titan, it would be a year later. He did not expect that. Now, there was already a Titan in the hands of the players. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei also had the technology of the Titan. After all, the last time he went into the wormhole, he had obtained all the information of the expansion pack. However, the problem was that he did not have the God's authority, like the development team. It was impossible for him to create a Titan with just a string of code. If Jiang Fei wanted the Titan, he would have to weld one steel bar after another. However, The other materials were easy to deal with. However, the power source of the Titan was too troublesome. Such a powerful battleship could not be powered by ordinary energy sources. Even if it was a star core, it would not work. It would have to use the star core of a neutron star. However, the problem was that there were not many neutron stars to begin with. Moreover, this thing was a powerful gravitational source that was second only to black holes. If Jiang Fei wanted to tame this thing, he could not find such technology in the entire main universe. Originally, Jiang Fei was going to give up on creating the Titan himself. However, the last time that Vinylin came to visit, he gave him a trick. It was true that there was no technology to tame a neutron star core in this universe. However, it did not matter if there was no technology. If there was a ready-made one, he could just steal it. The idea that Varen gave Jiang Fei was to steal it from the player. In the player Titan, the neutron star core that was the power source had been locked in a container that was only the size of a human head. The size of the neutron star core was only about 1 cubic decimeter. It sounded like such an important power source was very small. However, the density of the neutron star core was beyond imagination. Just the size of 1 cubic decimeter. The weight of the neutron star core was more than 1 trillion tons. Therefore, in theory, it was impossible for this thing to be stolen because no one could carry it. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. If he had the chance, he could throw the thing into his inheritance space. Anyway, the consumption of his inheritance space was only related to the size and energy level of the opponent. It had nothing to do with the quality. Therefore, it was not a big deal for him to put a thing the size of a human head in it. This time, Jiang Fei had to bring Lux over. The purpose was to be able to sneak into the enemy's Titan and find a chance to steal the neutron star core. After losing the power source, the player Titan would be useless. If they wanted to repair it, they would have to find the development team to buy another neutron star core. However, Jiang Fei estimated that this thing should not be cheap. Even the rich player could not buy it as easily as buying cabbages. Therefore, this would not only delay the player's advancement plan, but also allow Jiang Fei to own a Titan. Of course, Jiang Fei had to give it a try. Chapter 2141. Chapter 2135. The arrival of the cosmic behemoth. Although Jiang Fei had the intention to steal the neutron star core, he did not want to just barge into the enemy's fleet like that. Although Jiang Fei had a combat power of more than 60 million. In previous battles, he could single-handedly take on the entire fleet. Even the main fleet could not fight back at all. However, things were different now. There was a Titan among the enemy fleet. This thing was not very hot. Previously, Jiang Fei had compared it, regardless of the degree of flexibility, or the cultivator's continuous combat ability. In terms of attack and defense, the reconnaissance ship was equivalent to a Metaplasia stage powerhouse with 11 million combat power. The frigate was equivalent to a form synthesis stage powerhouse with 13 million combat power. The light functional cruiser was equivalent to 15 million combat power in the void interpretation stage. The heavy cruiser was equivalent to 17 million combat power in the Mahayana stage. As for the main cruiser, it was equivalent to directly passing the tribulation stage. It was equivalent to a true immortal level master who had already passed the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was only talking about pure attack power and resistance to attack. If it was a one-on-one fight, the warship would definitely not be a match for the more agile cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators were not a match for the warship when it came to long-distance raids. Also, they would not be a match for the battleship. As for the new Titan that appeared today, according to the information that Jiang Fei had obtained, the combat power of this Titan was not something that an ordinary true immortal could shake. Its attacks were really easy to destroy. An ordinary true immortal would not be able to withstand the bombardment of its main cannon, let alone break through its defense. If one had to find a comparable attack and defense, it would have to be an immortal master like the Dragon Queen or the female Beast Empress, who had a combat power of more than 50 million. Of course, in a real battle, it would not be a problem for them to kill a single Titan. However, if the Titan still had an escort fleet, even the Dragon Queen or the Queen of the Beasts would have to avoid it. Therefore, in terms of attack and defense, Jiang Fei's combat power was only half a grade higher than a Titan. After all, his combat power was only slightly more than 60 million. Moreover, Jiang Fei's greatest reliance was his mental strength. However, this thing was not effective on a battleship. As for the hard labor of fighting a Titan with pure strength, Jiang Fei did not intend to try it. After all, the Titan was equipped with a large number of secret weapons. From the information that he had obtained previously, Jiang Fei knew that this Titan that looked like an iron chrysanthemum was called the Kratos-class Titan. It was a super battleship that the development team had designed based on the Vizari battleship style. This ship was equipped with 120 sets of heavy phase missile launchers, 220 Space Death class heavy pulse wave cannons, and 220 fixed point defense cannons, 370 heavy nuclear beam cannons, and 150 automatic cannons. It could be said that it was a ferocious beast with muzzles all over its body. In terms of defense, this Kratos-class Titan used a strengthened alloy SH-L that was up to level 9. One had to know that most main ships only used a level 4 alloy SH-L. The difference in defense between the two was more than double. In addition to its super powerful firepower and solid armor, the Kratos-class Titan also had a large amount of advanced equipment that allowed it to launch special effects attacks on other warships. The nano-leeches were one of its abilities. These so-called nano-leeches were actually some ultra-miniature robots. Moreover, these robots had close-range teleportation devices on their bodies. After they attached themselves to the enemy ships, they could continuously steal the armor and antimatter of the enemy ships to replenish the Kratos-level Titan. Moreover, the release of these nano-leeches was limited in scope. That was to say, within the range of the Kratos-level Titan's release, the more enemy ships there were, the higher its recovery rate would be. This basically eliminated the possibility of multiple ants biting an elephant to death. This was because the more your fleet was, the more it absorbed. In the end, you did not blow it up, but your own fleet was sucked dry. Nano recovery. This was another ability of the Kratos-level Titan. In fact, it was the reverse utilization of the nano-leeches. These ultra-miniature robots decomposed the armor and antimatter of the Kratos-level Titan to provide repair and replenishment for the friendly battleships. Gravity pulse. This was a super-powered gravity weapon. It could interfere with the surrounding enemy ships in a large area, causing them to slow down under the strong gravity interference. It also allowed the weapons to cool down and recharge for a longer time. When the enemy was already affected by the nano-leeches, the enemy ships would be completely paralyzed. Therefore, if these two abilities were activated at the same time, then the small warships surrounding the Kratos-level Titan would be completely crippled. Not only would they be drained of blood, they would also not be able to attack. They were simply here to give the Kratos-level Titan warmth, light of disintegration. This was the ultimate weapon of the Kratos-level Titan. All the nano-robots would be released at once. After these robots attached themselves to the enemy ships, they would steal as much of the enemy's armor and antimatter as possible. Then, they would detonate it, dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. As all the nano-robots were released at once, after the light of disintegration was released, all the skills that the Kratos Titan needed to use the nano-robots would not be able to be used for a short period of time. It could only be used again after the internal factory had replenished enough nano-robots. It was precisely because Jiang Fei understood the Titan that he paid so much attention to it. The fleet that he was so proud of before was nothing in front of the Titan. Only with a Titan-class battleship would he be able to fight it. This was no longer a problem that could be solved with numbers. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking about how to sneak into the Titan, another wave of spatial fluctuations came from space.
Oh no! The giant steel scorpion and the others must have arrived.
Jiang Fei was shocked. Vinolin had asked him to come because the fleet's route clashed with the giant steel scorpion's route. The two sides would meet unexpectedly. As expected, a wormhole opened up in the void space again. As the wormhole expanded, a giant steel scorpion came out from it. After the steel scorpion came out, the wormhole did not close. Another cosmic behemoth that looked like a giant squid also came out. It followed closely behind with all kinds of things. The strange-looking cosmic behemoths leaped out of the wormhole one after another. At the last count, there were actually 14 of them.
Old friend, if only you had brought people here earlier,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If the steel scorpion had brought these reinforcements earlier, it would have been a great help to Jiang Fei. However, it was different now. The players already had the Titan. The threat of these cosmic behemoths would be greatly reduced. Although their energy levels were very high, they lacked intelligence. Therefore, when they used their energy, they relied on their instincts. Therefore, they were completely unorganized. Their combat strength was not much different from battleships of the same level. They could not be compared to cultivators of the same level. Therefore, if these cosmic behemoths came early, each of them would be equivalent to 2 to 3 main ships. It would allow Jiang Fei to instantly have the power to crush the player fleet. However, now that he was facing the Titan, even if Jiang Fei had 20 to 30 main ships, he would not be able to solve the problem. Chapter 2142, Chapter 2136, The Beasts That Refused to Listen. The sudden appearance of the cosmic beasts had obviously disrupted the original plan of the player fleet. After all, they had a purpose for coming out this time. Now that a large group of cosmic beasts had suddenly appeared and blocked their way. This was indeed an accident.
Brother Snow, what should we do?
One of his underlings asked. The Brother Snow that he mentioned was the new player leader of the resistance camp. Previously, the player of the resistance camp had another leader. That person's financial strength was slightly inferior to Amon's, so he was usually suppressed by Amon during battles. However, now, a player had suddenly appeared in the resistance camp. Not only was he rich and powerful, but he also had a strong background. The moment he appeared, he had purchased the guild of the previous player leader. Moreover, through some unknown means, he had actually purchased a Titan-class warship that originally required an epic quest to unlock. One had to know that in the development team settings, each camp only allowed the existence of one Titan. Unless this Titan was destroyed, they were not allowed to purchase a second Titan. Now that Ano had purchased one, it meant that the other guilds in the rebel camp had already lost the opportunity to obtain the Titan. On the other side, Amon was still working hard on his mission. He was still far from purchasing the Titan. From this, it could be seen that this Brother Snow's power was extraordinary.
These monsters look pretty powerful. It's a good chance to try out our new ship.
Brother Snow smiled. If it was the local fleet of this universe, they would definitely avoid the universe beasts. Even if they had the power to defeat the cosmic beasts, they wouldn't want to cause this trouble. However, these players were different. They were a group of people who wanted the world to be in chaos. After coming to this universe, they came to enjoy themselves. As for the destruction of this universe, they didn't care at all. Even if this universe collapsed, they would just change to another game to play. Therefore, when facing these cosmic beasts, their first reaction was to open fire. Therefore, the player fleet's small ship started to spread out to the two wings. Under the lead of the main ship, they circled around, trying to intercept the retreat route of the space beasts so that the Titans could complete a glorious hunt. A wave of spiritual energy spread out. The leading giant steel scorpion had obviously realized the hostility of this fleet. She started to warn her companions behind her. Roar! Roar! Various kinds of spiritual energy roared continuously. These cosmic behemoths had been the space lords for tens of thousands of years. Human battleships were so insignificant in front of them. Now, these guys actually dared to provoke them. These cosmic behemoths immediately became angry. Moreover, this time, the cosmic behemoths were able to gather together because the giant steel scorpion had brought news of the invasion of this universe. Previously, Jiang Fei had briefly explained the matter of the players to the giant steel scorpion. Although he did not mention the specific identity of the players, it also explained their identity as outsiders. It should be known that beasts were very hard to shake the concept of territory. The same was true for these powerful cosmic beasts. In their eyes, the entire universe was their territory, although they had their own conflicts. However, those were internal conflicts within their own families. Now, outsiders actually wanted to encroach on their territory. Therefore, these cosmic beasts that were not very harmonious initially joined forces. They had to defend their own territory. The cosmic behemoths that came out with such thoughts could not tolerate being provoked like this. Therefore, when the player battleships were in formation, these cosmic behemoths were ready to fight.
Fortunately, I came.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If he did not come, these player fleets might suffer some losses. However, these cosmic behemoths would be completely finished. Although the help of these cosmic behemoths to Jiang Fei was not as obvious as it was in the beginning. The giant steel scorpion was Jiang Fei's friend. How could he just let his friend fall into danger? Thinking of this, Jiang Fei could no longer stay in the cave. He leaped out and stood on the small planet. At that moment, the giant cosmic beasts led by the giant steel scorpion were about thousands of kilometers away from Jiang Fei. The player fleet was still a little far away. It was about 100 light seconds.
According to the information, the Titan shooting range is about 10 to 15 light seconds. With its heavy body, it will take at least 5 minutes to enter the shooting range. There's still time.
Jiang Fei's brain was rapidly calculating. At this moment, his developed brain region showed its use. Whoosh! Jiang Fei leaped forward and charged toward the giant steel scorpion. After a few seconds, the cosmic behemoths noticed his existence. However, the player fleet could not sense Jiang Fei's existence. After all, his body was too small to attract the attention of the ship's radar. Moreover, the spaceship could not rely on its aura to detect the enemy. Therefore, Jiang Fei was practically invisible to the battleships. Squeak! The giant steel scorpion was the first to confirm Jiang Fei's identity. Jiang Fei's aura was very familiar to her. Therefore, she began to tell her companions to prevent these cosmic beasts from hurting her friends. After a moment, Jiang Fei landed on the back of the giant steel scorpion.
Old friend. Long time no see.
Jiang Fei communicated with his mind power.
Yes. As promised, I have brought a friend to help you.
The giant steel scorpion's spiritual power was not very accurate. However, since Jiang Fei had communicated with her before, it was completely understandable.
This is my friend, human Jiang Fei.
Then, the giant steel scorpion introduced Jiang Fei and the giant beasts.
There's no time to talk about this now. Let's hurry up and leave,
Jiang Fei urged.
Leave? Why? Are you afraid of these metal boxes?
One of the galaxy giant squid asked in disdain. Although these cosmic beasts were not very intelligent, they had a strong sense of honor in their territories. They were the type who would rather die in battle than retreat.
No!
For a moment, Jiang Fei did not know how to explain to these one-track-minded giant beasts. It was not something that humans could understand. Not to mention these stubborn giant beasts.
Come on! It's been a long time since we fought!
Another giant beast roared excitedly.
Little Fei, don't worry. We are all very strong. I will protect you,
said the giant steel scorpion to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's strength was far greater than these giant beasts, the giant steel scorpion still treated him like a child.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. At this point, he could only do his best. If he had no other choice, Jiang Fei could only protect the giant steel scorpion. As for the remaining giant beasts, they were courting death. Jiang Fei had no other choice. After all, he was not familiar with those guys. There was no need for him to risk his life for them. Chapter 2143, Chapter 2137 Dragon Transformation. Seeing that these cosmic behemoths were not willing to take the last chance to retreat, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and prepared to adapt to the situation. However, it was impossible for him to protect all the cosmic behemoths by himself. Now that things had come to this, he could only do his best and leave everything to fate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Jiang Fei was following these cosmic behemoths, a large number of battleships had surrounded them from both sides and blocked their way. Although the Titan-class battleships were relatively slow due to their large bodies, the cruisers and frigates were very agile. They quickly completed the task of flanking them.
Sigh. Old friend, you must cooperate with me later,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If the giant steel scorpion insisted on fighting to the death, then in order to protect his old friend's life, he could only use some extreme measures. In just a few minutes, the iron chrysanthemum-like Kratos-class Titan had already brought these cosmic giants into its range.
Come on! The hunt has begun!
Brother Snow laughed loudly, before giving the order to attack. Following which, the Kratos-level Titan that Brother Snow sat on revealed its savage sharp teeth and fangs. Every petal of the iron chrysanthemum opened its eye of death, and beams of destructive light shot out. These beams of light emitted an intoxicating light, at the same time containing an aura of destruction.
Hong!
The Star Ocean giant squid that was closest to the front was the first to bear the brunt, being hit by a large number of beams of light.
Howl!
The Star Ocean giant squid howled in pain. Its compound eyes also shot out red rays of light to counterattack. But its counterattack only left a faint mark on the Kratos-level Titan's body, and it was beaten black and blue all over.
Howl!
The other universe beasts all stepped forward, while they helped the space giant squid to share the damage. They also used long-distance methods to retaliate. However, it was a pity that the Kratos Titan used level 9 alloy technology. Their attacks couldn't cause much damage to the Titan ship.
Hong 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 hong.
The battleships flanked from both sides also opened fire. Although the heavy patrol ships and below couldn't cause much damage to these universe beasts, the main ships weren't to be trifled with. Their main cannons might not be as powerful as the Titan battleships, but they could still kill the space beasts. At this point, the difference between the space beasts and the cultivators was obvious. When the battleships fought against the cultivators, they often felt like they couldn't hit a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. Even though their firepower was shocking, they could still kill the cultivators. However, the size of the cultivators was too small. It was almost impossible to lock onto them with the main cannon. The space behemoths, on the other hand, were not able to do so. Their size was not any smaller than the main ship, and their speed was not as fast as a battleship. In front of the ship-based radar, one could lock onto them with accuracy. One could fire with accuracy, and they would not be able to escape. Although the space behemoths were generally tough and had a defense that was even stronger than the main ship, they would eventually be destroyed if they continued to be beaten up. Therefore, after a few rounds of cannon fire, including the steel giant scorpion, these cosmic beasts were all injured. Especially the galaxy squid. It was severely injured and had basically lost its combat ability.
Little Fei, I will escort you out later. You are small, so they won't notice you.
The giant steel scorpion was still thinking about Jiang Fei. This made him very touched.
Old friend, don't be anxious. Tell your companions to break out of the encirclement with me later.
Jiang Fei wanted to try again.
Break out of the encirclement? Are you talking about escaping? That's impossible.
One of the cosmic beasts shouted.
That's right. We would rather die in battle than be that kind of coward.
Another cosmic beast said. At this moment, they had already realized that they were in danger. However, even so, they were determined not to retreat.
Why are you so stubborn?
Jiang Fei suddenly felt a headache coming on. The stubbornness of these cosmic beasts gave him a headache.
Sigh. Little Fei, I'm sorry. We may not be able to help you.
The giant steel scorpion also realized that it was in danger.
I will help you break out of the encirclement as long as you are willing to leave.
Jiang Fei advised.
Fight to the death.
The few cosmic behemoths roared.
Why don't we break out of the encirclement?
After another round of cannon fire, finally, one of the behemoths relented.
No! You cowards!
However, there were still a few giant beasts that wanted to fight to the death.
Old friend, think about your child. If you die, what will happen to him?
Jiang Fei did not care about the lives of the other giant beasts in the universe. However, he could not ignore the giant steel scorpion.
After
hearing Jiang Fei's words, the giant steel scorpion hesitated. Her child was still a few hundred years away from becoming an adult. If she died in battle now, her child might not live to become an adult.
Don't think too much. I will lead you out of the encirclement.
Jiang Fei saw that the player fleet had just completed a cannon attack. At this time, their weapons were on cooldown. If they did not break out of the encirclement now, they would have to wait. The injuries of these giant beasts would become more and more serious. At that time, they would not be able to run away even if they wanted to. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei could not care less. He directly jumped up and flew up from the back of the giant steel scorpion. Then, Jiang Fei moved his body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant dragon that was 1,000 feet long. This was Jiang Fei's first time transforming into a dragon. Before this, he had completely changed his bloodline. Logically speaking, he could transform into a dragon. However, deep down, Jiang Fei did not really acknowledge his identity as a dragon. He felt that he was still a human. Therefore, he did not want to transform into a dragon. However, today, if he did not transform into a dragon, Jiang Fei would not be able to use some of the unique spells of the dragon race. In order to bring these cosmic beasts out of the encirclement, Jiang Fei had to transform into another form.
F***CK? What the H**L is that? Why is there another monster?
The players on the side were all shocked. Originally, they did not have Jiang Fei, the little sesame, in their radar. However, now that Jiang Fei had transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon, although his size was still not comparable to the cosmic beasts. However, a few thousand feet of his body was still enough to be captured by the ship's radar.
Roar!
Jiang Fei, who had transformed into a dragon, let out a dragon's roar. In this vacuum-like environment, Jiang Fei's dragon's roar could still be heard very far away. It even reached the ears of the players, clearly.
Bang!
Following Jiang Fei's dragon's roar, a white mist spread out. A few seconds later, it covered Jiang Fei and the cosmic behemoths.
What's going on? The radar has lost its target.
The players in the battleship were dumbfounded. The white mist was clearly not only able to block the reality, it could also block the radar's scanning.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei was leading such a large group of cosmic behemoths. It was impossible for him to use his teleportation ability. Therefore, he could only lead them into the asteroid belt. There were dense asteroids everywhere. The player fleet could not move freely in the asteroid belt. As long as they could escape into the asteroid belt, it would be much easier to shake off the player. Chapter 2144, Chapter 2138, Getting rid of the players. Jiang Fei used the dragon race's ability to create a white fog. The white fog blocked the players' line of sight. At the same time, it also interfered with their radar, preventing them from locking onto the giant beasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Fei wanted to bring the giant beasts into the asteroid belt next to them. Once they entered the asteroid belt, the delicate battleship would not be able to move at high speed. The directional energy weapons would also be blocked by the asteroid belt. This gave Jiang Fei and the others time to retreat. Jiang Fei's plan was indeed good and very feasible. However, it could not stop his teammates from not cooperating. The few cosmic giant beasts were determined to fight the enemy to the death. They hesitated because these cosmic giant beasts were not very intelligent. Moreover, they were stubborn. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not convince them at all. Moreover, he did not have the time to convince these giant beasts. Old friend, let's go! Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. At this time, he could not care less. He could only save as many as he could. As for those who were courting death, he had no way to deal with them. But the giant steel scorpion was a little hesitant. As giant beasts, although they were not very intelligent, they valued their companions very much. There's no time for buts. Do you want everyone to die here? Jiang Fei roared. Sigh. The giant steel scorpion sighed. Then, it called out to the other giant beasts and followed Jiang Fei to the asteroid belt. You cowards! You're really embarrassing the cosmic giant beasts. The remaining 5 cosmic giant beasts cursed loudly, especially the cosmic giant squid. Although he no longer had any fighting strength, he was still determined to fight to the death. Roar! Boom! 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 The roar of spiritual power came from behind Jiang Fei and the others. There was also the roar of the main cannon of the battleship. Although the remaining 5 cosmic behemoths fought bravely, they were already outnumbered with the existence of the Titan. Therefore, their demise was only a matter of time. However, these cosmic behemoths were not stupid. They knew that they could not break through the Titan's defense. Therefore, they targeted the small battleships under the attack of the cosmic behemoths, unless it was a battleship of the main ship level or above. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand their attacks at all. Therefore, one heavy patrol or frigate after another was sunk, and the players no longer suffered 0 casualties. However, to the players, losing a small ship was nothing at all. To the guild leader, Brother Snow, this small amount of money was just a drizzle. But to the ordinary players, if a battleship dropped, it would drop. Anyway, the guild would replenish it, so they would not feel bad about it. Although the 5 giant beasts did not listen to Jiang Fei's advice and insisted on staying behind to fight to the death, their obstruction had indeed bought Jiang Fei and the others time to retreat. In a sense, these giant beasts could also be considered heroes who sacrificed their lives to cover the rear. At this moment, Jiang Fei and the others had successfully retreated into the asteroid belt, although there were some battleships chasing after them. Because of the white fog, these battleships were unable to lock onto the coordinates of the giant beasts. Therefore, they opened fire blindly. The hit rate was extremely low. Judging from the thick skin and flesh of the cosmic giant beasts, it would not be a big deal if they were hit once in a while. About half an hour later, the 5 cosmic behemoths that were left behind were all torn into pieces by the players. If they were the local forces in this universe, after killing the cosmic behemoths, they would definitely not let go of the corpses of the cosmic behemoths because these were all treasures. Back then, Jiang Fei had killed some cosmic behemoths. The meat jerky that he obtained had greatly increased the strength of his subordinates. Moreover, the meat jerky had not been used up until now. The experts of the 5 directions were now enjoying these benefits. These were cosmic behemoths. They were more than 1 level higher than the cosmic behemoths. Their flesh and blood were more valuable. To cultivators, it was a great tonic. However, these players actually did not care about it. After they killed the cosmic behemoths, they did not stop firing. Instead, they used artillery fire to blow up the corpses of the cosmic behemoths in a playful manner. If Jiang Fei saw this scene, he would definitely think that these players were wasting God's gifts. Brother Snow, stop playing. The monsters have run away. One of the player underlings shouted. Don't worry. I have already sent people to follow them. They can't run away, Brother Snow said confidently. Then what do we do now? Another underling asked. Chase after them. Brother Snow gave the order. The player fleet adjusted their course and followed the periphery of the asteroid belt. They chased after Jiang Fei and the rest. After all, battleships and cosmic behemoths were different. The asteroid belt was filled with all kinds of small and messy celestial bodies. When traveling at high speed, it was impossible to completely avoid them. The cosmic behemoths had tough skin and thick flesh. If they encountered a small celestial body, even if it was an asteroid with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, they would only bump into it. At most, it would only hurt a little. It would not be a big deal. However, it was different for battleships. Even the main fleet would not dare to be hit by a celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 meters while traveling at high speed, let alone 10 kilometers. If they really hit it, the only outcome would be the destruction of the ship and the death of the people. Therefore, the player fleet only sent some scout ships to bite the tail of Jiang Fei and the others and lock onto their position. They did not dare to directly chase into the asteroid belt.
Little Fei, what should we do next?
After entering the asteroid belt, the giant steel scorpion asked.
Don't worry. I will kill these annoying flies first.
Jiang Fei had already returned to his human form. After all, after transforming into a dragon, his entire body felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, as Jiang Fei returned to his human form, the white fog also disappeared. After all, in his human form, Jiang Fei was unable to use the dragon race's secret technique.
Whoosh!
After returning to his human form, Jiang Fei teleported to a scout ship. Then, he shot out his Chang'ing sword from between Jiang Fei's eyebrows. After a flash of sword light, the scout ship was destroyed in midair. After a few flashes, Jiang Fei raised his sword and killed all the scout ships behind them. He did not give the players any chance to react. After Jiang Fei returned to the back of the giant steel scorpion, his old friend asked,
Little Fei, what did you transform into just now? Are you also a cosmic beast?
Jiang Fei could not help but admire the slow reflexes of the cosmic beast. It had been almost an hour since he had transformed into a dragon, and the giant steel scorpion had only just remembered to ask.
That is my dragon form. I am now considered to be between a human and a cosmic beast.
Jiang Fei said awkwardly. After all, it would be awkward for a human to suddenly admit that he was half a beast. Chapter 2145, Chapter 2139 Inner Titan.
Damn it! All of our scout ships have been sunk.
One of the player underlings shouted.
Consider them lucky. Let's continue with our work.
Although Brother Snow was slightly unhappy, this encounter was an accident. He had already tested the power of Titan through these giant beasts. Therefore, although he could not kill all of these giant beasts, it did not matter. After all, they still had a mission to complete. After Jiang Fei got rid of the player's tracking, he relaxed. He sat cross-legged on the back of the giant steel scorpion and chatted with her.
Little Fei, why are you here?
The giant steel scorpion asked.
I happened to pass by.
Jiang Fei really could not explain to the giant steel scorpion and the other cosmic beasts about Vinylin. It was not that Jiang Fei did not trust these giant beasts. Compared to humans, Jiang Fei was more willing to trust them. However, the problem was that these guys had limited intelligence. If Jiang Fei went to explain to them about the high-dimensional space and how the players treated this universe as a game, Jiang Fei would probably be able to talk about the day the universe was destroyed. These guys might not be able to understand.
Where are the enemies that you mentioned? Let's go and fight,
said one of the cosmic behemoths. She looked like a ray fish in the sea. However, her size was not something that the ray fish on Earth could compare to.
Still want to fight?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It seemed that these behemoths were really warmongers. After suffering such a huge loss just now, they actually wanted to fight.
Yeah. Didn't she call us here to help you fight the war?
Another cosmic beast asked. Jiang Fei was speechless. In the beginning, he had asked the giant steel scorpion to recruit allies. Indeed, he wanted them to help him fight the war. However, now that the Titan had appeared, these cosmic beasts were not as invincible as before. Therefore, the war had to be delayed.
What's wrong? Have the enemies run away?
The giant stingray asked.
Not yet,
Jiang Fei replied.
That's great. Let's go fight them,
the giant stingray said excitedly.
There's no rush. You guys go to the territory of the giant steel scorpion first. It'll look for you guys later. We'll fight the war together,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay, everyone, follow me back first,
said the giant steel scorpion.
All right then. You must call us when you're in war.
These cosmic beasts were not very intelligent, so they did not ask much. They just followed the giant steel scorpion and left. Including the giant steel scorpion, these guys did not want to ask Jiang Fei what he was going to do. At this moment, Jiang Fei naturally could not follow these cosmic behemoths home. Although he had saved 9 cosmic behemoths, Jiang Fei had not done his work yet. Seeing that the cosmic behemoths were ready to jump into space, Jiang Fei rushed out of the asteroid belt. Once he was out of the asteroid belt, Jiang Fei was overjoyed. That was because the player fleets had not yet jumped out of space. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have to spend a lot of effort to find them again.
Chase after them!
Jiang Fei sped up and rushed towards the fleet of players. Because of his small size, Jiang Fei's approach did not attract the attention of the players. It was only when Jiang Fei was only a few thousand meters away from the Kratos level Titan. Only then did someone see Jiang Fei through the porthole.
Brother Snow! There's someone!
A player shouted.
There's someone! Who?
Brother Snow could not react in time. After all, this was the void zone far away from the planet. The nearest human planet, here, was also tens of light years away. Therefore, he did not think that there would be someone outside the porthole.
There!
Another player also noticed Jiang Fei.
F***CK! There's really someone!
Brother Snow followed the direction of the other people's finger and saw Jiang Fei. At this time, Jiang Fei had already been close to the Kratos level Titan.
Clang!
The Chungying sword appeared in Jiang Fei's hand.
Ding!
Jiang Fei swung his sword. All of his origin power was converted into metal attribute. With the support of his origin power, Jiang Fei's sword slashed down and landed on a porthole on the left wing of the Kratos level Titan.
Crack!
A crack appeared on the porthole. If it was a normal battleship, the crew inside would have been scared silly. Fortunately, there were very few players on the battleship. There were only a few players on the bridge. Most of them were empty. Therefore, although Jiang Fei's sword had caused the onboard computer to call the police, no one had seen it with their own eyes.
Wow! It's really strong!
Jiang Fei was shocked when he saw the result of his sword. After all, his combat power had exceeded 60 million. However, his attack was unable to break the glass porthole of the Titan-class battleship.
Again!
Jiang Fei was not discouraged that his sword did not succeed. He raised his long sword and slashed down again.
Ding!
The porthole was attacked again, but it was still not broken. At the same time, the Titan's counterattack had arrived.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Jiang Fei quickly raised a shield to block the automatic defensive laser beams that came from Jiang Fei's direction.
Chi-chi!
No one knew which stupid player had actually fired 2 phase missiles at Jiang Fei. This thing was unlike the laser beams, which only dealt damage to a single point. After it exploded, it would affect the surrounding area. At that moment, Jiang Fei was stuck outside the battleship's porthole. The location of the missile's explosion was no different from hitting the Titan itself.
Boom! Boom!
The 2 missiles detonated next to Jiang Fei. The violent shockwaves sent Jiang Fei flying. Jiang Fei was small and light. This was his advantage. He could avoid being caught by the ship's radar. However, the problem was that his small size and light weight also had a disadvantage. Under the reaction force, Jiang Fei was blown far away in an instant. However, after he regained his balance, Jiang Fei actually did not suffer much damage. Although the explosion of the phaser missiles was fierce, it was not enough to cause damage to Jiang Fei. However, although the 2 missiles did not hurt Jiang Fei, they did help him a lot. The porthole of the Titan had already been cracked by Jiang Fei's attack. The 2 missiles exploded at close range. It was no different from hitting the Titan. In the violent explosion, the porthole that was already cracked was instantly broken.
What a great opportunity!
Jiang Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. He accelerated abruptly and rushed into the porthole. A moment later, the porthole was automatically repaired. One had to know that the Titan's self-repair ability was also very strong. This small injury would be repaired in a moment. However, no matter what, Jiang Fei had already completed the first step. He had successfully entered the Titan's interior. The next step was to enter the bridge. After that, it would depend on Lux's ability. Chapter 2146, Chapter 2140.
Alert! Alert! Intruders in Area C62! Alert! Alert! Intruders in Area C62! Alert! Alert! Intruders in Area C62!
As soon as Jiang Fei entered the Kratos-class Titan, an alarm went off in the ship's broadcast.
Brother Snow, that guy has broken in!
One of the player underlings reported.
It's okay. This guy is throwing his life away. He'll grant his wish.
Brother Snow was full of confidence. Although the enemy had broken into his ship, Brother Snow was not afraid at all.
Close all the connecting hatch doors in Area C and trap the guy in Area C.
Brother Snow gave the first order.
Yes.
The underlings quickly completed the operation after receiving the order. At this time, the entire Area C of the Kratos level Titan was completely sealed off. Jiang Fei could only forcefully break through the level 9 alloy isolation hatch if he wanted to enter other areas.
The four of you, go and kill that guy!
Brother Snow gave the second order.
Yes. Brother Snow.
The 4 players nodded. They were the 4 strongest heavenly kings under Brother Snow: Gold, Silver, Iron, and Idiot. After the 4 heavenly kings received the order, they left the bridge of Kratos class Titan and went straight to Area C where Jiang Fei was. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also communicating with Lux.
Lux, can you hack into the central control system of this Titan now?
Jiang Fei asked.
Theoretically, yes. However, this place is too far from the bridge. The connection is very slow, and the efficiency is very low.
Lux said.
What's the effect?
Jiang Fei asked.
The effect is very big. If there is no resistance, it will only delay the time. However, if there is resistance, the invasion will fail and the enemy will notice.
Larxie explained.
Forget it. Don't be in a hurry to invade. Wait until I get close to the bridge before you take action.
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
Lux agreed. After that, Jiang Fei began his violent journey. As all the cabin doors in Area C were sealed, there was only one way for Jiang Fei to pass through these cabins: brute force dismantling.
Boom!
A door made of grade 9 alloy was turned into a pile of scrap metal under Jiang Fei's bewitching shadow sword. Although grade 9 alloy was exceptionally sturdy, it could not withstand Jiang Fei's strong attacks. If one sword could not break it, then 2 swords would be enough. If 2 swords could not break it, 3 swords would be enough. The outer SHL of the Titan had been broken by Jiang Fei, so this gate was even more insignificant. Very soon, Jiang Fei had broken through the 9 gates and arrived at the center of Area C, because he had the blueprint of the Kratos Titan. Jiang Fei's goal was very clear. He wanted to pass through Area C and Area D and go straight to the bridge. However, when Jiang Fei reached the center of Area C, he frowned because he sensed 4 very powerful auras. Moreover, these 4 auras were heading straight for him. These players are getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Based on the strength of these 4 auras, these players should have a combat power of over 30 million. Almost all of them were on the same level as Xie Tianqin. Although these players were still enough to threaten Jiang Fei with their strength, most of the powerhouses around Jiang Fei were no longer able to fight against them.
This is really annoying.
Jiang Fei sighed. The way the players obtained their strength was too simple. They could buy battleships directly. Their individual strength could also be directly increased by purchasing carriers. Therefore, as long as these players were given a little time, they would be able to grow to an unimaginable level. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei met the 4 players.
How dare you barge in alone? Kid, your luck is running out. Big brother, second brother, why are you wasting your time talking to him? Just kill him. Third brother is right. Kill him.
The 4 players did not take Jiang Fei seriously when they saw him. After all, when they sparred with other players, they were always victorious. Occasionally, they would meet some of the masters in the universe. They had almost never failed. Therefore, it had become a problem for them to be arrogant.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei laughed and ignored the 4 of them.
Kid, you're so arrogant.
When Jin Mudu saw Jiang Fei's expression, he was furious. They were usually arrogant. He had never seen anyone who dared to treat them with such disdain.
Big brother, don't be anxious. He'll go and take his head.
Silver Mudu reached out and pulled out the long sword under his ribs. Then, he leaped and charged toward Jiang Fei.
Swish!
A wave of blade energy struck Jiang Fei's face.
Whoosh!
Jiang Fei turned his body and dodged Silver Blur's long sword. Then, he took advantage of the situation and arrived behind Silver Blur. Silver Blur was stunned. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei had disappeared from his sight.
Pa!
Jiang Fei attacked Silver Blur from behind. He grabbed Silver Blur's wrist and shouted at the same time.
Give it to me! Okay!
Silver Blur was an easygoing person. After Jiang Fei locked his wrist, he felt as if his right hand was being held by a steel clamp. When Jiang Fei exerted force, he felt half of his body go numb. His right hand could not exert any strength at all. Therefore, when he heard Jiang Fei say that he wanted his knife, he immediately let go.
Pa!
Jiang Fei reached out and grabbed Silver Blur's long knife. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and raised the knife. A silver light shot straight toward Silver Blur's face. This move was exactly the same as the one that Silver Blade had used on him just now. Although Jiang Fei and Silver Blade's moves were exactly the same, the effects were completely different. When Silver Blade had swung his blade, not only did he not manage to hurt Jiang Fei, he had even thrown away his long blade. However, when Jiang Fei's blade had swung down, Silver Blade did not have time to react at all. Immediately after, the blade flashed past. Silver Blade was stunned on the spot. Hiss! Tick! A line of blood fell from Silver Blur's forehead. Finally, it condensed into a drop of blood on his chin. Clang! Silver Blur's corpse fell backward. A stream of consciousness left his body and returned to the safe zone to resurrect. F***CK! The other 3 players were instantly dumbfounded. They never thought that Silver Blur would not even have a chance to meet Jiang Fei. He was cut down by someone with his own blade. Kid! Don't go! Gold Blur was so angry that he swung his long sword and charged forward. Big brother! Let me help you! Iron Blur took a look and knew that his big brother could not defeat Jiang Fei. Therefore, he raised his weapon and planned to fight Jiang Fei together. I'm coming too! Silly Blur did not want to be outdone. Since his 2 big brothers had already attacked him together, he was not one less. Good timing! Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. These 3 players were asking for it. He did not mind helping them. Chapter 2147, Chapter 2141 Betrayal. Seeing that the 3 players were charging at him, Jiang Fei swung his hand and threw the long sword in his hand. Swish! Golden Blur dodged. Of course, he would not be hit by such a casual attack. That's great. He doesn't have any weapons. Kill him! After seeing that Jiang Fei had thrown away the long sword, Golden Blur shouted loudly. Kill! Gold Paste and Mud Paste approached Jiang Fei. The weapons in their hands were all aimed at Jiang Fei. Humph! Jiang Fei laughed. Then, he tilted his body slightly and dodged Gold Paste's attack. At the same time, he grabbed Gold Paste's wrist and instantly locked his pulse. In an instant, Gold Paste felt the left side of his body go numb. He could not use any strength at all. Under Jiang Fei's guidance, he could not help but block the blade of Mud Paste's blade. Jean Muta's long blade directly pierced into Jean Muta's heart. This caused Jean Muta's eyes to widen. He had never thought that he would actually die under his brother's blade. Big brother! Jean Muta was also dumbfounded. His blade was aimed at Jiang Fei's heart. However, for some reason, his big brother's body suddenly blocked in front of Jiang Fei. It looked as if Jean Muta had sacrificed himself to block the blade in order to save Jiang Fei. He sacrificed himself to block the blade. Fourth brother! What are you doing? Iron Muddlehead shouted. He saw with his own eyes that confused Muddlehead had stabbed his long blade into his big brother's heart. No, he blocked it himself. No! It's all that kid's fault! Confused Muddlehead was panicking. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Damn it! Kill that kid first! Iron Muddlehead also knew that his 4th brother did not do it on purpose. Now, he could only avenge his 2 big brothers by killing Jiang Fei. Kill! Confused Obliteration's eyes were red. Whether it was to avenge his 2 brothers or to clear his name, the only thing he could do now was to kill Jiang Fei. Seeing that Confused Obliteration and Confused Obliteration were coming at him, Jiang Fei did not panic. He dodged their attacks one after another. Then, he turned around and came behind Confused Obliteration. He grabbed him by the neck. The difference in strength between the 2 was too great. Although these 4 players already had more than 30 million combat power, players were different from cultivators. Cultivators gained strength through hard work every day. Each move and stance had been practiced thousands of times. Therefore, they might be killed by Jiang Fei because they were not strong enough. However, they would not be like this. They would be played to death by Jiang Fei. You? After being held by Jiang Fei's neck, Confused Iron wanted to resist. However, was this possible? There was a huge gap between the 2 sides in terms of physical strength. In terms of combat skills, there was no need to mention it. Therefore, Jiang Fei only used a little strength with his 2 fingers. Confused Iron's throat was twisted. He was just about to escape when Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to kill him. However, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to kill him. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, Bruiser had already gone all out. Seeing that his 3 brothers had died in battle, he knew that he could not escape anymore. Therefore, He leaped forward and wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death.
You just stay here.
Jiang Fei flipped his hand and slapped Bruiser on the ground.
You and Bastard just wait and see. This is not over.
Bruiser was a player, after all. He did not have much fear in the face of death. Although losing such a high-tier carrier made him feel very distressed. After resurrecting, he would have plenty of opportunities to take revenge on Jiang Fei.
Go to H.L.
Jiang Fei did not bother to waste any more words with Muddlehead. He raised his right foot and stomped down, crushing Muddlehead's head. In less than 3 minutes, Brother Snow's 4 Heavenly Kings had all died. They were all killed by Jiang Fei in the core area of Area C.
Oh no! Brother Snow. That kid killed Silver Smear and then Gold Smear. Iron Smear is dead too. Even Muddlehead has been wiped.
Because the surveillance cameras in Area C had not been destroyed by Jiang Fei. Therefore, the death of the 4 Heavenly Kings could be said to be a live broadcast.
Trash!
Brother Snow cursed in his heart. These 4 Heavenly Kings were groomed by him. Their carriers were also bought by him. He did not expect the 4 of them to be so weak.
Brother Snow, what do we do now?
A subordinate asked.
Send out the cleaning forces.
Brother Snow said with a gloomy face.
Yes.
The subordinate replied, and then released the cleaning forces in Area C. The so-called cleaning forces were actually the shipborne robot corps. The players were different from the local forces in this universe. They had fewer people and basically each person had a spaceship. Even a super battleship like the Titan only had a dozen or 20 players on it. Therefore, it was not realistic to rely on players for the Marine Corps. Therefore, they could only rely on the robot soldiers. These robot soldiers were equipped with powerful energy weapons. They could be used for landing battles. They could also surround the ship to prevent the enemy from invading. Now that the 4 Heavenly Kings were dead, they could only send out the cleaning forces. Although these robots might cause some accidental damage to the ship, Brother Snow could not care less to eliminate Jiang Fei. Very soon, Jiang Fei was stopped by the cleaning forces. The actions of these robots gave him a shock. Jiang Fei had never thought that someone would dare to be inside the ship. Using high-energy weapons to attack randomly would cause unspeakable damage to the ship. It might even be worse than the damage caused by intruders.
A minute. Do I have to use such a powerful weapon?
Jiang Fei frowned as he faced such high-energy weapons. Although the robots were weak, Jiang Fei could easily destroy them. However, these guys' weapons were too powerful. If such powerful weapons hit Jiang Fei head-on, even someone as strong as Jiang Fei would be injured.
Lux, get rid of them.
Jiang Fei hid behind a wall made of grade 9 alloy and did not dare to show his head. The enemy's firepower was too powerful. He did not want to be beaten up for nothing.
Leave this to me.
Lux smiled. Dealing with these robots was a piece of cake for her. Sparks flashed on Jiang Fei's ring. At that moment, Larxie began to move. She fired a large amount of data streams into the core processors of the robots. After a few seconds, the robots stopped firing. Half a minute later, the robots appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Clearly, Larxie had completely taken control of the army.
Oh no! Brother Snow, the cleanup team in Area C has betrayed us.
This player was like a jinx. Every time he spoke, nothing good happened. Brother Snow was annoyed whenever he saw him. Chapter 2148. Chapter 2142. You were too talkative when you were pretending to be 13. With the help of these robots, Jiang Fei's job of opening the gates was much easier. These robots held high-energy beam weapons and bombarded the gates one after another. Jiang Fei did not intend to take away the entire Titan anyway. Therefore, he was not worried about the damage to the interior of the battleship.
Brother Snow, Area D-124 is on fire. Brother Snow, Area D-135 has exploded.
The loyal underling kept reporting the damage to Brother Snow, but he did not notice that his boss' face was already ashen.
Bastard! What is this guy trying to do?
Brother Snow roared.
Brother Snow, from the analysis of this guy's route, he seems to be coming for the bridge.
The loyal underling said.
It seems like I have to do something.
Brother Snow gritted his teeth and stood up from the captain's seat.
Brother Snow, I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best.
The underlings flattered him. Jiang Fei had already killed the 4 Heavenly Kings. These underlings would not be able to handle an opponent of this level. Therefore, other than cheering for Brother Snow, there was nothing else they could do. After getting up, Brother Snow left the Bridge of Titan and went straight to Area D where Jiang Fei was.
Lux, how is it here? Is the distance enough?
Jiang Fei had already arrived at the core of Area D, There was only a gap of 2 regions between here and the bridge.
It should be about right,
Lux said after doing some calculations.
Alright. You can start first.
Jiang Fei nodded. After Lux's work was done, they could go to the engine room to snatch the neutron star core. When he thought about the fact that he was about to own a Titan-class super battleship, Jiang Fei was extremely excited. After all, this type of battleship was too powerful. One battleship was more powerful than the combined fleet. In addition to its support for the fleet, it would be even more powerful if he did not have one. On the other hand, Lux had begun to invade the central control core of the Kratos-class Titan. Jiang Fei frowned because he could clearly feel an even more powerful aura approaching him.
How many powerful carriers have these players bought?
Jiang Fei frowned. This time, his opponents were clearly not on the same energy level as the previous 4. Judging from this person's aura, his combat power was clearly more than 50 million. At the very least, he was at the level of the Dragon Queen. He could even be on par with the Great Elder of the Dragon race. In terms of individual ability, even if he had the same combat power, this player could not be as powerful as the Dragon Queen or the Great Elder. However, the problem was that the process of the players obtaining power was too simple. Although they could not defeat experts of the same level, it was not a problem for them to defeat opponents who were much lower in level than them. For example, powerhouses like Bella or Hua Mulan would not be able to fight back against the 4 heavenly kings. Therefore, when Jiang Fei saw that the players had so many experts, he was worried. After all, not everyone around him had the same strength as him. Therefore, when faced with these player powerhouses, they were still very dangerous. After a moment, Brother Snow appeared in front of Jiang Fei. The two looked at each other for a long time. Brother Snow's next sentence shocked Jiang Fei.
I know you. Your name is Jiang Fei.
This was the first sentence Brother Snow said after seeing Jiang Fei. If it was just one sentence, Jiang Fei would not be surprised. After all, in the eyes of the players, he was an NPC. There was a name above his head. However, the second half of Brother Snow's sentence was what really surprised him.
You have ruined a lot of things for us. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Dot!
Jiang Fei's eyes were fixed on Brother Snow. However, he did not reply. At that moment, Jiang Fei was considering whether or not he should completely kill this guy because he seemed to know too much. Although Vinolin had reminded Jiang Fei more than once not to completely destroy the consciousness of the player, because that would cause the player to become an unconscious vegetable in the real world. In that case, the game development team would be complained about, or even prosecuted. After they were punished, the resentment would obviously be directed at the main culprit, Jiang Fei. At that time, even Vinolin would not be able to protect him. However, Jiang Fei was thinking about something. If Brother Snow knew too many secrets about Jiang Fei might kill him just in case. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not reply. He just looked at Brother Snow quietly. He was thinking about how much of a threat this guy was to him. He was thinking about whether or not he should kill him completely.
Humph. Don't think that you are so well hidden when you cause trouble for us in the world of 5 directions. I know your every move very well.
Brother Snow laughed coldly. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. From what he heard, Brother Snow seemed to only know that he had gone to the world of 5 directions to disrupt the player assassination attempt. This was not a big secret to Jiang Fei.
What? You did not expect us to know about this, did you?
Brother Snow smiled proudly. Then, he continued,
since you were able to disrupt our quest, you must have known about our identities. But so what? Your resistance was futile, just like today.
Although you killed a few of my men, they will not really die. In a few days, I will change their carriers. They will come back. This guy only knows this.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If this guy only knew this much, then he would not have to take the risk to silence him.
Your every move is under our control. How is it? Are you in despair?
Brother Snow smiled proudly at Jiang Fei.
Hee.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. If these words were asked to him in the past, Jiang Fei had indeed felt despair. However, it was different now. After fusing with the 4 pieces of the will's core, Jiang Fei felt that the light of dawn was right in front of him. As Jiang Fei's understanding of space and time continued to deepen, Jiang Fei believed that he would soon find a way to solve the problem of the Gamma Dimension human. Therefore, the more Brother Snow was showing off, the more Jiang Fei felt at ease. If Brother Snow really knew Jiang Fei's secret, Jiang Fei would not be so optimistic. Therefore, When Jiang Fei saw this guy being so arrogant, he actually calmed down.
How about it? Give up resisting obediently. Because it's all in vain.
Brother Snow said proudly.
Humph. Has no one ever told you that you talk too much when you're pretending?
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he suddenly attacked and hit Brother Snow in the face. Chapter 2149, Chapter 2143, Kill Brother Snow. As a veteran pretender, Jiang Fei knew very well that the more he said, the greater the chance of being exposed. The best way was to make it sound plausible. 70% true and 10% false. The remaining 2 points would be left to the opponent's imagination. That way, it would not be easy to expose him. However, Brother Snow clearly did not understand the true meaning of pretenders. Therefore, the more he said, the more loopholes he had. In the end, Jiang Fei saw through him with one look. Since Brother Snow did not know Jiang Fei's real secret, Jiang Fei naturally did not need to waste time talking to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei jumped up and attacked Brother Snow's face.
You dare to hit me?
Brother Snow thought that victory was in his hands. He did not expect Jiang Fei to suddenly attack. Therefore, he was really caught off guard. Brother Snow had been enjoying the fun of taunting the NPC. However, he did not expect this ignorant NPC to actually attack him. This made Brother Snow furious. Just as Jiang Fei's palm was about to hit Brother Snow's face, a golden light suddenly appeared and formed a golden shield in front of Brother Snow. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with this kind of defense method. He even had the same ball-shaped absolute defense tool in his hand.
Petty tricks.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. This kind of absolute defense tool was very easy to break, as it was a tool with a limited number of times. As long as he attacked at a high speed, this thing would not be able to last even a second.
Paw 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 paw.
Jiang Fei's originally fierce palm instantly transformed. His palm left after images behind. His speed was extremely fast, although the power of each palm was not very strong. But it can also wear down a layer of golden light. Ding! Only a blink of an eye. Snod's absolute defense props were broken. 500 times the absolute defense of the number of instantly exhausted.
You actually know the weakness of the protective sphere.
Snod looked at Jiang Fei. Faced with Jiang Fei's attack, he did not activate the protective sphere again, although he had a lot of such items on him. However, since the other party knew how to break the protective sphere, there was no point in wasting any more. After all, for an expert, a few hundred attacks per second was a very simple thing. After giving up on the protective sphere, Brother Snow decided to face Jiang Fei's attack head-on. Although he could feel how powerful Jiang Fei was, Brother Snow was more confident in his own strength. Brother Snow's carrier was not an ordinary carrier. He had spent a lot of money to buy it. Not only was it very powerful,
but he had also exchanged for a large number of powerful skills. Therefore, even if the 4 heavenly kings were easily killed by Jiang Fei, Brother Snow did not think that Jiang Fei would be his opponent. This was because during normal sparring sessions, Brother Snow would often fight the 4 heavenly kings one-on-one. Moreover, he would always defeat the 4 heavenly kings with a crushing advantage. The process might be a little easier than Jiang Fei. However, Brother Snow had clearly forgotten one thing. The 4 heavenly kings were working for him for a living. When they sparred together, would the 4 heavenly kings really dare to fight? When they sparred with Brother Snow, they were always going easy on him. That was why Brother Snow could win so easily. However, when they fought against Jiang Fei, they would die if they did not risk their lives. Therefore, the 4 of them did not dare to go easy on him. Each and every one of them risked their lives. However, they were still slaughtered by Jiang Fei in an instant. Therefore, the gap between Jiang Fei and Brother Snow was actually very big. It was just that Brother Snow himself did not realize it. Boom! Jiang Fei's iron palm and Brother Snow's right hand collided. There was a kacha sound in the eardrum, and Brother Snow's wrist was shattered. Ah! Brother Snow cried out in surprise. Then, he pulled back and retreated. At the same time, his wrist quickly recovered. After all, he was a top expert. This little bit of recovery ability was not a problem. However, while Brother Snow retreated, Jiang Fei did not give him a chance to catch his breath. On the other hand, Jiang Fei moved forward and threw a punch at Brother Snow's chest. Brother Snow was so scared that he quickly raised his arms to block, because he knew that one hand would definitely not be able to block Jiang Fei. However, Brother Snow did not know that Jiang Fei's punch was just a feint. His fist suddenly retreated in midair. At the same time, he flew and kicked Brother Snow's lower abdomen. Ah! As Brother Snow screamed, he was sent flying by Jiang Fei's kick. At the same time, Jiang Fei seized the opportunity to attack. He leaped forward and arrived in front of Brother Snow. Pa! Jiang Fei grabbed Brother Snow's wrist and held his inch-by-inch ruler. After locking Brother Snow's pulse, Jiang Fei's finger pulled back. Brother Snow felt as if his wrist was bitten by a large iron pincer. As Jiang Fei exerted force, Brother Snow felt half of his body go numb. He lost control of his entire body. You? Brother Snow was really afraid now. He did not expect Jiang Fei to be so powerful. The two had only exchanged a round, and he had already been captured by Jiang Fei. At this moment, Brother Snow was naturally unwilling to be captured by Jiang Fei. Although half of his body was numb, he still had half of his body to use. Then, Brother Snow's left hand quickly reached into his chest and took out a tool. Sacrifice! As Brother Snow shouted, a golden light shot into the sky and shot toward Jiang Fei's face. What is it? Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Because of Natasha's example, Jiang Fei did not dare to underestimate the unique tools of these players. Ding! Without knowing the opponent's background, Jiang Fei activated the protective sphere just in case. After all, he had taken a lot of these items from players. Boom! The golden light hit the protective shield of the protective sphere. Naturally, there was no reaction. This was because the golden light's defense was an absolute defense. Other than a few items with armor-piercing attributes, all other attacks were completely immune to it. When the golden light dissipated, Jiang Fei saw that the treasure that Brother Snow had summoned was a small snake. This small golden snake seemed to be alive. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and looked like it was about to devour someone. Humph! You actually have a protective sphere. But this thing can't save you. Brother Snow laughed coldly. Then, he ordered the small snake to continue attacking. I don't know if I can save you or not. I just know that you have to die before me. Jiang Fei felt the threat from the little snake. Moreover, he also knew that this protective sphere would not be able to last long if he knew the details of the situation. Therefore, he immediately had the intention to kill. Following that, Jiang Fei pulled Brother Snow's right hand back. Following that, Jiang Fei raised his left hand. The origin power instantly gathered in Jiang Fei's palm and then suddenly fell down. With a crisp sound, Brother Snow's head was like a rotten watermelon that had been hit by Jiang Fei until it bloomed like thousands of peach blossoms. Chapter 2150, Chapter 2144. Infinite Resurrection. So much for that. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he crushed Brother Snow's head with one palm. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to leave, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that the space around Brother Snow's body had suddenly changed. Swish. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. That was because right in front of Jiang Fei's eyes, Brother Snow's head, which was originally crushed, had actually recovered. If one had to describe the scene, it was like watching a rewind of a DVD. Brother Snow's broken head had actually gathered together and finally formed a complete head. Crack. Brother Snow stood up again and twisted his neck, making a few crisp sounds. I didn't expect you to be so good. Brother Snow smiled at Jiang Fei. What the H.L.? Although Jiang Fei had heard Sylvie describe her time reversal ability, Sylvie had only asked her to flash back to a second ago. On the other hand, Brother Snow had clearly turned back time. Such an ability actually existed, and it had happened right under Jiang Fei's nose. Kid, you can't kill me, Brother Snow said confidently. Humph. Let's try it. Jiang Fei leaped forward. Brother Snow had no time to dodge before Jiang Fei arrived in front of him. Pa! Jiang Fei grabbed Brother Snow's shoulder and tripped him with his feet. Idiot. I admit that I can't beat you, but you can't do anything to me. Brother Snow was still shouting. Jiang Fei did not respond. He reached out and grabbed one of Brother Snow's ankles. Then, he lifted his leg and stepped on Brother Snow's other leg. What are you doing? Brother Snow instinctively felt that something was not right. Open! Jiang Fei shouted. Then, he lifted one of Brother Snow's legs on his shoulder and turned around. Rip! Along with the sound of a torn pocket being torn, Brother Snow was cut into two halves by Jiang Fei. Pa! Jiang Fei threw the half of the corpse in his hand away. So what if you cut me? Brother Snow snorted in disdain. Then, Jiang Fei saw that the space around this guy began to distort again. After a moment, Brother Snow stood in front of Jiang Fei. As good as new. Kid, give up. You can't do anything to me, Brother Snow said proudly.
Jiang Fei frowned as he looked at Brother Snow. At the same time, he began to plan in his mind. If Jiang Fei wanted to kill Brother Snow, he would have to use the space of inheritance to detain his consciousness and make him a vegetable in the gamma space. However, the risk of doing so was very high. Once the development team was sued again, they would definitely eliminate Jiang Fei as a hidden danger. However, if Jiang Fei did not get rid of Brother Snow, he would not let Jiang Fei steal the Titan's power core as he wished. If Jiang Fei wanted to steal the neutron star core, he had to get rid of Brother Snow.
Kid, give up on resisting. You are just our playthings. No matter how hard you try, the result will be the same,
Brother Snow said with a smug smile.
Is that so?
Jiang Fei snorted angrily. Then, he leaped up and instantly appeared in front of Brother Snow. Then, he raised his palm and smashed Brother Snow into a puddle of meat. After a moment, Brother Snow recovered again. However,
during the process of his recovery, Jiang Fei noticed something unusual.
Don't struggle anymore. I can't die,
said Brother Snow proudly.
Really?
Jiang Fei sneered and attacked again. This time, Jiang Fei smacked Brother Snow into meat paste. However, it was different from before. This time, Jiang Fei did not wait for Brother Snow to recover. He reached out and cut the meat paste in half. He also used the ring in his hand to hold half of it.
Ah!
Brother Snow, who was resurrected again, let out a scream, because his body was in tatters. There were wounds all over his body.
I knew it. You just let the shattered flesh and blood pile up again. You can't heal the wounds?
Jiang Fei confirmed his earlier judgment.
You?
Brother Snow was about to say something. However, Jiang Fei did not wait for him to say anything and beat him into a pulp.
Swish!
The mysterious ring was activated. Jiang Fei once again filled up half of Brother Snow's pulp.
Plop!
This time, Brother Snow, who had just recovered, fell to the ground. Not only was his body riddled with thousands of holes, but even his leg was missing.
Humph! I feel that if you do it again, you won't be able to survive. Right?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At this time, he had already realized that Brother Snow did not have the ability to turn back time. Instead, it was his flesh and blood that had the ability to remember, and was super active. Even if it was broken, it could be reassembled.
I'll fight you to the death,
Brother Snow roared. He wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei made a move that he could not understand.
I'll give you a chance,
Jiang Fei said, as he threw out a part of Brother Snow's body from the spatial ring.
Okay.
After Brother Snow retrieved this part of his body, he returned to his peak condition.
Take this.
This time, Brother Snow did not give Jiang Fei the chance to attack first. He immediately took out his powerful magic treasure and shot a golden light towards Jiang Fei's face.
Ding!
Jiang Fei activated his protective sphere and blocked the golden light.
Sacrifice! Sacrifice! Sacrifice!
Brother Snow, who was risking his life, also went all out. He activated all the treasures on his body.
Ding ding ding!
Jiang Fei's body flashed with golden light. The defense of the protective sphere was quickly depleted.
I think you have almost taken everything.
Jiang Fei smiled. The reason he gave Brother Snow a chance was so that he could take out all of his treasures? If Jiang Fei killed him directly, the items in the player's storage space would not drop. However, if he took them out and used them, if Jiang Fei killed him now, the treasures that were exposed would have no owners.
Open!
Jiang Fei shouted angrily. The origin power in his body was instantly converted into fire attribute. Following that, a flame-wrapped fang appeared in Jiang Fei's left hand. In his right hand, he held a large token that was burning with flames. The tooth of the god of fire and the sacred flame token were the ultimate treasures of the 5 directions, one of the 10 directions clear items. These treasures were all innate spiritual treasures. They were extremely powerful. Under Jiang Fei's powerful spiritual power, the 2 10 directions were all activated.
Ding!
With a soft sound. Before Brother Snow could react, he was nailed to the ground by the tooth of the god of fire. Immediately after, the sacred flame token arrived. A purplish-red flame swept over, and in the blink of an eye, Brother Snow was reduced to ashes.
Just you wait!
A true spirit soared into the sky. Although Brother Snow's physical body had a powerful recovery ability, he had no more tricks up his sleeves after he burned all of them. Chapter 2151, Chapter 2145 Star Core in hand. With Brother Snow's death, all the treasures that he had just summoned had become ownerless. One by one, they fell to the ground. Naturally, all the treasures belonged to Jiang Fei. Swoosh! After Jiang Fei put away the treasures, he waved his hand again. The tooth of the god of fire and the sacred flame token flew back into his hands. These two decathlon artifacts were obtained by Jiang Fei from the 5 directions. The tooth of the god of fire was obtained by Jiang Fei from unintentional. The sacred flame token was a treasure of the Yuan family. However, the Xiao and Wang families and the moon goddess sect had joined forces to eliminate the Yuan family previously. The treasure had fallen into their hands. In order to build a good relationship with Jiang Fei, the 3 families had decided to give the sacred flame token to Jiang Fei. If it was an ordinary gift, Jiang Fei would not have accepted it. However, the sacred flame token was one of the decathlon artifacts. It was a fire-type treasure. Jiang Fei could not bear to reject it, so he accepted it with a smile. Speaking of which, ever since the 2 treasures fell into Jiang Fei's hands, he had not used them much. This time, it worked really well. A big fire instantly killed Brother Snow, who had an extremely strong recovery ability. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to use these treasures more in the future. After all, it had greatly increased his actual combat ability. After dealing with Brother Snow, Jiang Fei asked Lux,
"How is it going? How is the invasion going?" "It's being decrypted. The central control system of this spaceship is highly encrypted,"
said Lux.
There's no rush. Take your time."
Jiang Fei nodded. After ending Brother Snow, there was no one on the ship who could stop him. Therefore, it was not a big deal to delay for a while.
"I will complete it as soon as possible,"
said Lux. After about 2 hours, Lux finally sent Jiang Fei a message.
"Decryption completed. Hacking into the system. Partial control has been obtained. The intrusion has been strongly resisted. The system is locked on. Sir, my intrusion has encountered difficulties. The other party has shut down the core system. I cannot continue to hack,"
Lux said to Jiang Fei.
"How much control have you gained?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"I have only gained control of the main switch. The enemy has completely shut down the system interface,"
Larxie said.
"That is enough."
Jiang Fei nodded. Larxie wanted to hack into the enemy's core system. The enemy would definitely notice it when they realized that they could not resist such an invasion. Shutting down the external interface became the inevitable choice. Although this would cause most of the functions of the battleship to be unable to be activated, it was still better than having the battleship taken away by someone else. Therefore, it was not an easy task to seize such a super battleship. After all, the opponent's central control system was also very high level. Even an artificial intelligence like Larxie would find it difficult to complete the invasion in an instant. Once it was discovered, after sealing the external port, she would be helpless. However, this time, Larxie had already taken control of the main gate. This was enough for Jiang Fei. He did not intend to take away the entire Titan, so he did not need that much authority. As long as Larxie turned off the Titan's power furnace, Jiang Fei could disassemble the neutron star core.
"Let the robots lead the way,"
Jiang Fei said to Lux.
"Okay."
After receiving the order, Lux immediately controlled the robots that had been modified to move towards the power room. As Lux did not have control of the automatic defense system, when the robots entered the illegal area, they were immediately attacked.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The robots were also firing at full power under Lux's control. After all, Jiang Fei did not care about the destruction of the Titan. Along the way, Jiang Fei and the others used brute force to move forward. When they arrived at the engine room, there was a mess behind them.
"Lux, turn off the engine,"
Jiang Fei ordered.
"Yes."
Lux immediately used his authority to turn off the Kratos-class Titan's power system. As the engine was turned off, the Titan stopped in space. The neutron star core in the engine room gradually began to cool down.
"Let's start,"
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he went to the location where the neutron star core was installed.
"How do I dismantle this thing?"
Jiang Fei frowned. He had never seen such a device that could suppress the neutron star nucleus. He did not have the instruction manual on hand, so he did not know what to do.
"Forget it. Things will change if I delay. Let's just take it down first."
Although Jiang Fei did not dare to destroy the device that suppressed the neutron star nucleus, it did not stop him from dismantling it violently.
Crack, crack, crack.
Jiang Fei summoned the Chungying sword and started hacking at the engine that was connected to the neutron star nucleus. The blade of his sword was a certain distance away from the energy suppression device. The damage he caused was only the structure of the engine. The energy suppression device was not damaged at all. After a few seconds, Jiang Fei finished dismantling it. The energy suppression device around the neutron star nucleus was still in good condition. However, this thing was still connected to some parts of the engine. Jiang Fei decided to leave these delicate tasks for the engineers to study. Swish! Jiang Fei opened the inheritance space and put the neutron star core together with the energy suppression device into it.
Let's go!
After completing all of this, Jiang Fei teleported to the outside of the Kratos-level Titan. Before he left, Larxie gave the robots the order to fire at will. When Jiang Fei left, he could still see the flames caused by the explosion inside the Titan. Although he knew that these robots were not enough to destroy the Titan, he could still see the fire inside the Titan. They would soon be destroyed by the other cleaning forces. However, it was still good to cause some trouble for the players. After leaving the Titan, Jiang Fei quickly left the star area. When he was a certain distance away from the player fleet, he summoned the yacht and started the interstellar jump. A few days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda Star.
Give me all the engineers!
Jiang Fei ordered Alyer.
Okay.
Alyer did not ask much and gathered the engineers.
How is it? How are the production of those parts?
Jiang Fei asked Alyer on the way to the conference room.
It's still in production. More than 10 days is not enough time to produce so many specific devices and parts,
Aurelia said.
From today onwards, stop all production of battleships. Focus on producing these things for me,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Aurelia did not ask further. He knew that Jiang Fei must have a reason for doing so. Soon, Jiang Fei and Aurelia arrived at the meeting room.
Who are the experts in the engine field here?
Jiang Fei asked.
The few here are all experts.
The elderly engineer stood up and said,
All right. The few of you stay behind. The rest of you can go back to your own matters.
Jiang Fei nodded and said. Chapter 2152, Chapter 2146. Manufacturing Titan. Jiang Fei left the few experts on the engine behind. After the rest of the people had left, Jiang Fei said to them,
All of you go back and make some preparations. There will be a secret level S-class quest for all of you. Yes, General.
The few engineers had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew very well that the secret level S-class quest was completely sealed. It was impossible for them to go home during the quest period. It was also impossible for them to have any communication with the outside world. After arranging all the engineers, Jiang Fei returned to his own residence.
Ah, Fei.
How is it? Have you rescued the giant steel scorpion and the others?
Nina came to Jiang Fei's side and asked.
Yes, I think so. It's just that a few of the universe's giant beasts refused to leave. So they died at the hands of the players.
Jiang Fei said.
Sigh.
Nina sighed. On one hand, she felt sorry for the behemoths that had lost their lives. On the other hand, she also felt sorry for the stubbornness of the behemoths.
Forget it. I don't care about them anymore. I have already asked the steel scorpion to bring these behemoths to her territory.
Jiang Fei said.
That's good. What are your plans next?
Nina asked. She knew that Jiang Fei had initially asked the steel scorpion to rope in the other behemoths as cannon fodder for him. However, now, it seemed that these giant beasts were no longer as useful as before.
I do not plan to let them participate in the battle for the time being. Firstly, their influence on the battle is no longer as great as before. Secondly, I have another matter that I need their help with.
Jiang Fei said.
You can make the arrangements.
Nina smiled and nodded.
Oh, right. Go and get Bella and the others for me. I have something to say.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and decided to tell the girls about the Titan.
All right.
Nina nodded and went to inform the other girls.
Is it about those secretly produced parts?
Aurelia, who was beside Jiang Fei, asked, although Jiang Fei did not say it out loud. With Aurelia's intelligence, she was able to guess a little.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. However, he did not go into detail. After all, he had to say it out loud once the girls had arrived. Soon, Bella and the other girls had received the news and rushed over. Jiang Fei leaned against a corner of the sofa and watched as the girls arrived one after another. Then, he said,
I have something to tell you. All right. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me.
Bella continued to act as if she was still insisting on a cold war with Jiang Fei. However, Sylvie, who was beside her, scoffed at her.
It's about the expansion pack.
Jiang Fei said.
What? The expansion pack has really been released earlier?
The girls had heard Jiang Fei mention this before. Now that they saw Jiang Fei's expression, there was no need to ask. It must be a nightmare that had come true.
You guys guessed right. The expansion pack has indeed been released earlier.
Jiang Fei said.
Will that affect us greatly?
Bella asked.
Yes. Very much.
Jiang Fei nodded heavily. Then, he continued,
the rules of war in the past might have changed. Is that so exaggerated? Then, wouldn't the balance of the war be broken?
Asked Hua Mulan.
It is indeed possible.
Jiang Fei then told her about the Titan-class super battleship.
Is this Titan thing really that terrifying?
Sylvie asked in disbelief.
It's a little more terrifying than you think.
Jiang Fei said.
Then what should we do?
Ariel asked in a panic.
Fortunately, when I went to save the giant steel scorpion this time, I got something unexpected.
Jiang Fei smiled and took out the neutron star core.
What is this?
Sylvie was curious and wanted to touch it.
Don't move.
Jiang Fei quickly stopped Sylvie. Once the energy suppression device went wrong, the exposed neutron star nucleus would be no different from a small black hole. Under such a strong gravitational force, the entire Skoda star, and even the star system where it originated, would be destroyed.
TSK, what a treasure.
Sylvie pursed her lips. However, she did not touch the neutron star core again.
Ah, Fei. What is this thing?
Aurelia knew that this instrument was extraordinary from Jiang Fei's nervousness.
This is a neutron star core.
Jiang Fei said.
What?
Everyone was shocked, including the girls around Jiang Fei. Most of them had some understanding of the technological civilization. Therefore, they knew what a neutron star core meant.
This is the power source of the player Titan. I stole it.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Actually,
he was not stealing it. He was robbing it openly.
So, you killed the Titan?
Sylvie asked.
Sort of. After losing the power source, the Titan was basically paralyzed.
Jiang Fei replied.
That's not so bad. You can handle it alone. It's not a threat to us,
Sylvie said with a shrug.
I was completely lucky to get the neutron star core this time. If I meet the Titan again, I will never have the chance to sneak in again,
Jiang Fei said. This was because after the player lost the power source of the Titan, he would definitely complain to the development team. Although Brother Snow was rich, he could not just throw his money away. If the Titan that he had spent a lot of money to buy was killed so easily, wouldn't his money be wasted? Jiang Fei was almost certain that the development team would come up with a patch to completely eliminate the possibility of destroying the Titan from the inside. Therefore, the next time Jiang Fei met the Titan, it would be impossible for him to invade it again. There was only one possibility to defeat the Titan, and that was to defeat it on the battlefield.
Oh right. Now that we have the neutron star core, does that mean that we can also build the Titan?
An idea flashed through Aurelia's mind. Jiang Fei had spent so much effort. He must have had a purpose to obtain the neutron star core from the enemy.
Didn't I ask you to make some parts before? Now, we need to fully start the production of the factory,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Then, are you looking for those engineers to study this power furnace?
Aurelia pointed at the neutron star core and asked. This thing was obviously removed by force. There were broken pipes all over it, and photon circuits that were used for unknown purposes.
I hope that these engineers can develop this kind of engine that uses gravitational energy as soon as possible,
Jiang Fei said with a sigh. Based on the current cosmic technology, this kind of technology did not exist at all. He could only hope that the engineers could reverse engineer the relevant technology from this spot. Chapter 2153, Chapter 2147. Ready-made engine. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the girls for a while. Then, he shared the items that he had obtained from Brother Snow with the girls. These were all good things. Although they were not as valuable as Natasha's treasures, they were still very valuable. They would definitely be able to provide a lot of help to the girls in battle. After everything was arranged, Jiang Fei brought the neutron star core to the airport the next day. By then, the engineers who specialized in engines had already gathered.
Come on! Get on my yacht first!
Jiang Fei called out to the engineers and boarded his yacht. Jiang Fei did not plan to carry out the research on the gravity engine on Skoda Star because it was too dangerous. If anything happened to it, the entire Skoda Star would be doomed. Other than Jiang Fei and Phoenix Spirit, who were two super powerhouses, the chances of the others surviving were very slim. Although Bella and the others had also become true immortals, their manpower was still too insignificant in front of a neutron star core that was almost like a black hole. Jiang Fei drove the yacht and brought the engineers to an uninhabited planet 2 galaxies away. This was once a resource planet of the Merchant Alliance. However, after the minerals on it had been mined out, this place was abandoned. Before this, Aurelia had already ordered people to build a temporary laboratory here. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and the others arrived, they could begin their research at any time.
Everyone, the next mission will affect the safety of the entire empire, and even the entire universe. I hope that all of you will pay attention,
Jiang Fei said to the engineers.
Lord Marshal, don't worry. When have we ever let you down?
An engineer said confidently.
Don't speak too slowly. You guys have yet to come up with that teleportation device.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had already provided the engineers with the data of the 9-turn astrolabe. In the end, there was no movement at all.
General, you cannot blame us for this. That project is the responsibility of the space engineer. It has nothing to do with us.
The engineer indicated that they would not take the blame.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, these engineers who specialized in engines had never disappointed him. Previously, they had developed the Annihilator 1 and Annihilator 2 assault engines perfectly.
General, what mission do you have this time?
The engineer asked.
Take a look at this first,
Jiang Fei said as he took out the neutron star core.
Very advanced energy confinement device.
Although these engineers did not know what was inside, they could still recognize the equipment outside. Although the appearance of this player technology was rather strange.
The key is what's inside,
Jiang Fei said.
Grand Marshal, what's inside? A high-density energy block?
Asked one of the engineers.
Almost. It's close,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Could it be a high-concentration antimatter?
Another engineer guessed.
Forget it. I guess you won't be able to guess it. There's a neutron star's nucleus inside.
Jiang Fei immediately announced the answer.
What? That's impossible. How is that possible? How did they manage to suppress the gravitational force of the neutron star's nucleus? General, have you been deceived?
When they heard Jiang Fei's words, the engineers were in an uproar. They were all from the highest academic institutions in the business alliance. Each and every one of them could be said to be at the forefront of technology. However, the technology of imprisoning the neutron star's nucleus. They did not even dare to imagine that Jiang Fei would actually take out an actual object. This was something that they could not believe for a moment.
This is real,
Jiang Fei said.
Grand Marshal, are you so sure?
The leading engineer still could not believe it. This was because this thing was impossible to verify. Once the energy compression imprisoning device was activated, once the neutron star core was real, that would cause a catastrophic disaster.
I have a way to verify it,
said Jiang Fei. Although he did not activate the energy compression device, he had personally removed it from the Titan's power furnace.
All right. Since you are so confident, General, let's just believe it for now.
The engineers looked at each other. However, from their expressions, Jiang Fei could tell that they were still skeptical.
You don't have to doubt the authenticity of the neutron star core inside. I only need you to do one thing. Use this thing to create a super engine for me. Its power should be as high as possible.
Jiang Fei said his request.
General, can you be more specific? How high is the output power?
An engineer asked.
Let's compare the energy consumption of the entire Skoda star,
Jiang Fei said and added,
including the orbital facilities in the gravity well and the starship factory. What? You want to give the entire Skoda star system functions?
The engineers were dumbfounded. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful engine.
Yes. Do your best. I believe that you will succeed.
Jiang Fei nodded.
We will try our best.
At this moment, the engineers were not as confident as they were in the beginning. After all, Jiang Fei's request was too exaggerated. After that, Jiang Fei brought the engineers and settled down on this uninhabited planet. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The engineers still had not started designing. They were still working on the energy compression and imprisonment device.
How is it? Any progress?
Jiang Fei went to the laboratory for a routine inspection.
Yes. After this period of research, we have a direction for research and development,
said the leading engineer.
Oh.
Jiang Fei was delighted. With a direction, the rest was easy to handle.
This energy compression and prison device is really amazing. It's simply a miracle.
The leading engineer was clearly very impressed with this player's technology.
Get to the point.
Jiang Fei interrupted the engineer's compliment.
All right. This energy compression and confinement device is much more powerful than we had imagined. After our research, we have discovered that this thing not only suppresses the gravitational force of the neutron star core, but it can also steadily and safely output high power output to the outside world,
the engineer said. Jiang Fei frowned.
It seems that you have already thought of it, Grand Marshal. That's right. This thing not only imprisons energy, but it is also a high-performance engine,
the engineer said with a little excitement.
You mean that this thing itself is an engine?
Jiang Fei really did not expect that the player's technology had already been integrated to such an extent.
Yes. Indeed. These damaged pipes are actually used to stabilize the output of energy,
said the engineer.
Does that mean that this thing can be put into use very soon?
Jiang Fei asked.
That's right. We just need to make another energy-changing device, and this engine will be completely usable,
said the engineer excitedly. Although they did not have much credit for the engine development this time, they were already very happy to be able to see such a level of technological product. Chapter 2154, Chapter 2148, Isolation.
That's great.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed when he heard the engineer's words. He then ordered the engineers to make the energy transformer as soon as possible. He would give priority to supplying all the necessary materials. After a few more days, Aurelia sent 2 medium-sized fleets to protect the safety of the laboratory. When Jiang Fei saw that the escort fleet had arrived, he took a yacht and returned to Skoda Star.
Aurelia, immediately order all the factories to produce the parts needed to build the Titan.
After returning to Skoda Star, the first thing Jiang Fei did was to arrange for Aurelia to supervise the production of the Titan.
Don't worry. I have already arranged everything. In about 3 months, our Titan will be able to enter the assembly stage,
Aurelia said with a smile.
How long will it take to reach the completion of the Titan?
Jiang Fei asked.
According to the blueprint that you provided, it will take about half a year,
Aurelia said.
Half a year.
Jiang Fei smacked his lips. This period of time was neither long nor short. After all, it would take a month to build a main ship. To be able to build a Titan in half a year was already considered godly speed. However, this speed was still too slow when compared to players. After all, players could buy a battleship in an instant. There was no need to build the process.
Don't think too much. Aren't Eamon and the others also desperately doing quests?
Aurelia laughed.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded. According to the information he received from Vinolin, Eamon and the others would need less than half a year just to unlock a Titan-class battleship. If that was the case, the speed of Jiang Fei owning the Titan was not too slow. On Skoda Star, the production of the other battleships had stopped. All the factories had started to operate in order to produce the Titan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had also taken the opportunity to start his closed-door cultivation. Ever since he had upgraded his will core to level 4, he had always had a strange feeling. This feeling was like an epiphany. However, he could not grasp it. Therefore, this time, Jiang Fei planned to use this half a year's time to experience this feeling. When Jiang Fei arrived at the door of the time house, he met Hua Mulan. Speaking of which, Jiang Fei had not seen this girl for a long time.
Sir, are you also going into closed-door cultivation?
Hua Mulan was still used to calling Jiang Fei that, just like how she was the commander of the Saintly Virgin Guards before.
Yes. This time, I want to be in closed-door cultivation for a longer time,
Jiang Fei said. This time, he had half a year's time, in addition to the 30 times time flow deficit in the time house. That would be around 15 years. Jiang Fei did not believe that he would not be able to understand anything after such a long time.
All right. I'll accompany you.
Hua Mulan smiled. She was a closed-door cultivation maniac. Among all of Jiang Fei's girls, Hua Mulan might not be the most talented, but she was definitely the most hardworking. When Jiang Fei was busy with other things, the other girls might play around and help Jiang Fei with some government affairs. However, Hua Mulan spent most of her time in the time house.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei laughed. Just as Jiang Fei and Hua Mulan were about to go into closed-door cultivation, he was suddenly called out.
Husband, are you going into closed-door cultivation?
Sylvie appeared out of nowhere.
Yes. There are some things that I haven't figured out yet. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time,
Jiang Fei said.
How long will that take?
Sylvie asked.
I don't know. It could be as short as a month, or as long as half a year,
Jiang Fei said.
What? That long?
Sylvie frowned.
Why? Is there something you need?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Did you forget something?
Sylvie's expression turned ugly.
Age?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He really did not know what Sylvie was referring to.
What do you think?
Sylvie walked over to Jiang Fei in a fluster and grabbed the soft flesh on his waist.
His.
Jiang Fei gasped in pain. At the same time, He remembered why Sylphie was so angry. Previously, when this girl saw through the secret between Jiang Fei and Bella, she had threatened Jiang Fei to treat him the same. However, after Jiang Fei saved the giant steel scorpion and developed the Titan, he had forgotten about it. Now, he was going to go into seclusion for half a year. Of course, Sylvie would not do it. In her eyes, she was already behind Bella. If she were to delay for another half a year, wouldn't she be at a loss?
Do you have something on?
Hua Mulan was at a loss. She did not know what kind of riddle Jiang Fei and Sylvie were playing.
Yes. Sister Mulan, I still have some things to deal with Jiang Fei. I will take him away for a while. Do you mind?
Sylvie smiled and said to Hua Mulan.
If you have something to attend to, please go ahead. My lord, I will go into seclusion first.
Hua Mulan said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was just about to stop Hua Mulan when he felt a sharp pain at his waist. He swallowed the rest of his words. Hua Mulan entered the time house. There were only Jiang Fei and Sylvie left.
Dot!
The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Sylvie was shy. Although she insisted on pulling Jiang Fei, she was still a girl after all. She had no experience in this. She really could not bring herself to talk about it. As for Jiang Fei, he suddenly felt like he was being robbed of a good husband on the street. Therefore, he looked at Sylvie and felt that it was both funny and a little awkward. Therefore, he did not know what to say. The two of them stood there in a daze for more than 10 seconds. Sylvie's face became redder and redder. She suddenly turned around and walked away. However, she did not even take 2 steps before she turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. That glance was really charming. It almost caused Jiang Fei's soul to be sucked out. At the same time, Jiang Fei also read another message from Sylvie's charming eyes. If he dared not follow her, he would be dead for sure. Faced with the threat, Jiang Fei gave in shamelessly. He looked around and after making sure that no one had noticed, he quietly followed Sylvie back to her room. The next day, Jiang Fei went to the time house to cultivate. Fortunately, Sylvie was not as competitive as Bella. Otherwise, if there was a prolonged battle, Jiang Fei might not be in the mood to cultivate. After entering the time house, Jiang Fei found that Hua Mulan was practicing a set of spear techniques. The spear that Jiang Fei had personally crafted seemed to come alive in Hua Mulan's hands. It was like a dragon that came out of the water. Following Hua Mulan's movements, Jiang Fei continued to attack.
Good spear techniques.
Jiang Fei nodded to himself. He did not disturb Hua Mulan's practice. Instead, he walked to a quiet corner and sat down cross-legged.
Phew!
After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei calmed his mind. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Chapter 2155, Chapter 2149. The Dusk of the Gods. Although Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation, the entire Skoda Star was not idle. All the workers had been cancelled their vacation and began to work overtime to produce some inexplicable parts.
I wonder what this Titan will look like after it is built.
Ariel leaned against the window of the spaceport and looked at the starry sky outside, guessing what the Titan would look like when it was built.
According to the blueprint provided by Ah Fei, this Titan should be about the size of more than 10 main ships combined,
said Aurelia.
One main ship is only that big. Doesn't this Titan look like a space city?
Ariel blinked her big eyes and asked.
Yes. This Titan is indeed about the size of a space city. To be more precise, it's the same as a space fortress. However, it's more flexible. It can move and warp. It's unlike a space fortress, which can only be entrenched in the gravity well of a planet.
Aurelia was the person who understood the fleet the most among all the girls. Therefore, even though everyone had seen the blueprint, she was the only one who truly understood the Titan. This time, it was the same as before. Jiang Fei had to localize the technology that he had obtained from the player in order to build his own spaceship. Although the original Titan might be more powerful than the original one, it was still the same as before. However, the problem was that the technology of this universe could not produce all the parts of the original Titan. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to localize the technology of the Titan. Although it might sacrifice some of its power, it was still better than nothing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter the battlefield with only an extremely powerful blueprint. After all, the blueprint could not kill any enemy. Only by turning it into a physical object could it be converted into combat power. This time, Jiang Fei considered that the Skoda Star did not have the level 9 alloy technology. Therefore, he could not create an armor that was comparable to the technology of the
player Titan.
Therefore, Jiang Fei gave up on defense.
He put all his energy and technology into the convenience of weapons. Therefore, a ferocious monster was designed by Jiang Fei. This titan, which Jiang Fei named the Dusk of the Gods, could be said to have the most powerful firepower in the entire universe. As for defense, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to it. Although this titan still had a stronger defense than the main ship, it was still too weak compared to the player titan. However, at the price of defense, this Twilight of the Gods titan had indeed exchanged for unparalleled firepower. 850 heavy Gaussian cannons, 90 close-range anti-air cannons, 980 heavy rail cannons, 490 heavy automatic cannons. Just the number of these cannons was enough to crush the Kratos titan owned by the player of the Resistance Army. However, as a price, other than the level 8 alloy armor, the Twilight of the God shield energy base was only around 18 million. On the other hand, the Kratos class titan had a shield with 24 million energy base, which was 30% more than the Twilight of the Gods. Not only that, Jiang Fei also gave up on the defense and support of the fleet. The engineers had designed too many support-type main ships for Jiang Fei's fleet. In addition, as the main force of the Imperial Army, the Brown Bear class heavy cruiser lacked firepower. No matter how the Titan assisted, they would not be able to take on the role of DPS. Therefore, Jiang Fei gave up on the Titan's support ability. He made it a complete DPS. The task of the Brown Bears was to stand in front of the Dusk of the Gods and act as its shield, as long as this super cannon could survive on the battlefield. Then, the enemy would be nothing. The first piece of equipment that Jiang Fei equipped for the Dusk of the Gods Titan was the Destroyer's firepower linkage system. Through this system, the Dusk of the Gods Titan could launch a perfect salvo. This firepower linkage system could ensure that the Dusk of the Gods Titan's more than 2,000 main cannons could fire at a very small area. The hit rate was close to 100%. After all, the Twilight of the Gods had given up on the ultimate weapon of defense. If it were to fire at full power, even a Titan-class warship of the same level would not be able to withstand a single shot from it. In addition to the original corrosive warhead developed by the Merchant Alliance, the simultaneous firing of the Twilight of the Gods would also cause a terrifying armor corrosion effect on the enemy's warship, greatly reducing the armor defense of the enemy. The second piece of equipment that Jiang Fei had added to the Titan was the super heavy electromagnetic rail gun. This type of cannon had an extremely long range. An ordinary energy main cannon would not be able to reach its range. Moreover, this thing could also fire a type of energy-gathering alloy warhead. It had an extremely strong armor-piercing ability. After being locked on by it, even the main ship could be shot through in one shot. If the main ship was unlucky, if it was hit in a vital position, it would probably face the ending of dying in one shot. Therefore, after equipping this super heavy electromagnetic rail gun, the Twilight of the Gods had the ability to kill the main ship from a very long distance. Moreover, the Twilight of the Gods Titan also carried a type of high explosive energy warhead. After replacing this type of warhead with the super heavy electromagnetic rail gun, the range of this Superman gun would be slightly shortened. However, after it hit the enemy, not only could it cause a huge amount of damage, the shockwave produced by its violent explosion could also overturn the nearby enemy battleships, destroy their formation, and disrupt their deployment. It could even cause the nearby battleships to collide together, resulting in damage. And this Twilight of the Gods Titan's ultimate weapon was a kind of top-notch technology from players, the Bokra Energy Overload System. After this top-notch technology was activated, it could greatly enhance the Titan's various abilities, allowing the Twilight of the Gods Titan's various weapons to have a longer range and greater power. However, when it was overloaded, the Twilight of the Gods Titan's consumption of antimatter was also particularly exaggerated. So this ultimate skill could not be activated at any time. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade. The Dusk of the Gods Titan would only be activated when it was executing key tactical actions. Looking at the design in his hand, Aurelia began to look forward to it. As the most outstanding fleet commander in Jiang Fei's camp, this Dusk of the Gods Titan would undoubtedly become her ship after it went into the water. It would also become the flagship of the entire Universe Empire's fleet.
This is really hard to imagine,
Ariel pouted. Although Aurelia had taught her some knowledge about battleships, she still could not imagine what this super battleship would look like in battle based on these data.
Yes, it is indeed hard to imagine.
Although Aurelia's words were similar to Ariel's, the meaning was completely different. What she meant was that the world had changed too quickly. When she had first learned from Adams, the Heavy Patrol was already the strongest starship. But now, in front of Titan, a Heavy Patrol was no different from an armed merchant ship. They were all cannon fodder. Chapter 2156. Chapter 2150 Life Extension Center. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The entire Skoda star was now fully operational. Various modules needed for the construction of the Titan were being produced one after another. Furthermore, under the deployment of Aurelia, they were transported to the battleship factory in space. The engineers far away on the nameless planet were also working overtime at the moment. They were building an unprecedented energy pressure device. As long as this thing was completed, then the Titan's power system would not be a problem anymore. While the entire Skoda planet was in full swing, Jiang Fei had already been in the time house for almost 3 years. With a 30 times time flow deficit, Jiang Fei had more time to comprehend the flash of inspiration in his mind. However, the vague idea seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with Jiang Fei. The more he wanted to understand, the more vague the idea became. What exactly is it? Jiang Fei frowned as he meditated. Forget it. I can't figure it out anymore. Finally, Jiang Fei exited the meditative state and dived into his inheritance space. Hello, Jiang Fei said with a smile after entering the inheritance space. There were still quite a number of people locked up here. Other than a few player-s consciousness bodies, there was also a dragon race's immortal soul. Old 7. I thought about it and decided to let you go, said Jiang Fei to the dragon's primordial spirit. Previously, he really could not do anything to this fellow because this fellow's consciousness body was also very powerful. However, now that Jiang Fei's will core had gone through 4 parts of fusion, his spiritual power had increased tremendously. At this time, Old 7 was no longer a problem for him. Hee hee. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Old 7 was still very tough. Oh right. There's something I have to tell you. Am now the dragon race's sage lord, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Then, he used his mind power to devour Old 7. What? Old 7's face was filled with shock before he died. He did not know whether Jiang Fei's words were true or not. If they were true, then his death would be too unjust. After all, he had tried to assassinate Jiang Fei for the future of the dragon race. In the end, Jiang Fei had become the dragon race's sage lord. He became the assassin who killed the emperor. Even until his death, he still had a despicable reputation. After getting rid of Old 7, Jiang Fei set his eyes on the 2 players' consciousness. You? What are you doing? The 2 players were terrified by Jiang Fei. Their mental strength was actually not very high. Jiang Fei had not killed them all this time because he wanted to get something out of them when he needed it. He wanted to get something out of them. Now, Jiang Fei had completely killed Old 7 in front of the 2 of them. The shock effect was quite obvious. Whether it was unintentional or the later special envoy of the Yuan family, these 2 guys were actually just ordinary players. In the gamma space, they were just 2 ordinary people. They were even very nerdy. What kind of determination and unyielding spirit did you expect them to have? That was simply too much to hope for. Therefore, at this moment, the 2 guys were scared to death. They really thought that Jiang Fei was going to clean up this dimension and completely kill them. Alright, let's talk, Jiang Fei said with a smile. You? What do you want to know? Unintentional was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to fight with Jiang Fei anymore. He planned to tell Jiang Fei everything. Calm down. If you tell us everything, we will be even more worthless. The Yuan family's special envoy still had some brains. Hee hee. I have had enough. Maybe it's better if I die. All I want now is a quick death. Heartless laughed bitterly. He had been locked in this quiet space for God knows how long. He missed his home, his family. He thought about everything that he was familiar with in the past. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have played this stupid game no matter how much money he paid. At that moment, Heartless' heart had completely collapsed. He did not even hope to return to his own world alive. As long as he could be free and happy, he was already very satisfied. Sigh. The Yuan family's special envoy sighed. He also knew that Jiang Fei would never let them return alive. Rather than being locked up here indefinitely, perhaps death was really a relief. Come on! Tell me about your world, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Previously, when he was in closed-door cultivation, he could not catch hold of the divine light. Therefore, he wanted to learn more about the gamma space from these 2 guys. He hoped that he could gain some inspiration from it. Our world. Unintentional hesitated for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Actually, our lifestyle is very similar to yours. Everyone needs to go out to work and support their families. Occasionally, we can relax through some games, It's no different from yours. Okay, let's continue.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had thought about these things before. Moreover, from the words of these players, it was confirmed.
I know that what you want to know the most is the difference between the gamma space and the three-dimensional space that you guys are in.
When Heartless said this, Jiang Fei's ears pricked up. This was indeed what he was most concerned about.
Continue.
Jiang Fei nodded.
This is very difficult for me to describe. In your language system, there are no words that can describe dimensions other than the three-dimensional space. Because you cannot touch it, your language system is unable to describe it,
said Heartless helplessly.
Try to describe it in a way that I can understand.
Jiang Fei also knew that what Heartless said was the truth. If you told the people in the two-dimensional world about the height, he would not know what the concept was. It was within their understanding. The word, height, was just two unique musical scales. It did not have any specific meaning at all.
This is very difficult for me to explain to you.
Unintentional was troubled. He was just an ordinary person in the gamma space. He was not some space scholar or an educator. This kind of concept was common knowledge to him. He really did not know how to explain it to others. This was similar to how almost everyone knew that blood was red. However, most people could not explain why blood was red without using Dunyang.
Dot!
Jiang Fei did not say anything. He frowned and thought to himself. Was this unintentional intentionally beating around the bush with him? Or was he really unable to come up with a reason?
However, I know something that might be helpful to you.
Unintentional saw that Jiang Fei's expression was unfriendly. So he quickly said,
Tell me.
Jiang Fei said with a dark face.
In our gamma space, the birth rate of the population is extremely low. Almost 90% of the newborn population comes from a place called the Life Extension Center.
Unintentional said.
Oh.
Jiang Fei was stunned. This was something new to him. Could it be that the reproductive ability of the people in the high-dimensional space was very low?
The company that developed your universe into a game is a subordinate of the Life Extension Center.
Unintentional's words clearly caught Jiang Fei's attention. Originally, he was not interested in the gamma space's birth rate. However, if this matter was related to the development team, then it was worth noting. Chapter 2157, Chapter 2151, was about to be completed.
Are you trying to say something?
Jiang Fei asked. Unintentional did not know what else to say. He had only heard the news. As for how the Life Extension Center had produced so many children, he also did not know what the relationship between the development team and the Life Extension Center was.
How come I don't know about this?
The Yuan family's special envoy was at a loss.
Why do you need to know?
Unintentional turned around and asked.
Because I was born from the Life Extension Center.
The Yuan family's special envoy replied. Because the natural fertility of the gamma space people was extremely low. 90% of the people were born from the Life Extension Center. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was born there.
I don't know either. I heard it from my brother. His father seems to be a small official in the government.
Unintentional shrugged. He had really heard about this from hearsay. As for whether the Life Extension Center was really related to the development team, he was not very sure.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although he did not manage to get any valuable information from these two guys. This information could be considered a breakthrough. At the very least, these two guys were willing to cooperate. They were willing to say something about the gamma space. Although Jiang Fei was not sure whether what he said was true or not, he still decided to continue digging on this issue. Therefore, Jiang Fei asked the Yuan family's special envoy.
Since you came from the Life Extension Center, can you describe the situation there?
The Yuan family's special envoy pondered for a moment. Then, he said,
Actually, there's nothing much to say. It's more like an orphanage. I've lived there since I can remember. I was sent to school later. And then I was just like them. Children with parents.
From the Yuan family's special envoy's tone, Jiang Fei did not hear any complaints or feel that the world was unfair. That was because 90% of the children in the gamma space were like the Yuan family's special envoy. Children with parents like Wuxing were the minority. Therefore, they would not feel that they were different from others.
That's it?
Jiang Fei was a little disappointed. In his opinion, if the development team was related to this so-called Life Extension Center, then this Life Extension Center should be weird. However, it was just like an ordinary orphanage. This was a little unreasonable.
Could it be that someone is lying?
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Because the description of the unintentional and the Yuan family's special envoy seemed to conflict. Jiang Fei felt that at least one of the two people was lying.
If there's anything strange about the Life Extension Center, it's that it has two forbidden areas. We are strictly forbidden to enter there. I saw a little friend quietly crawl in, and I never saw him again.
Although the teacher said that the child has been adopted, we do not dare to go to those restricted areas anymore.
The Yuan family's special envoy added.
Oh!
Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then it made sense. It seemed that the Life Extension Center indeed had secrets. However, what exactly were the secrets? Ordinary people like Unintentional and the Yuan family's special envoy did not have the chance to come into contact with it. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the two guys for a while. Although he could not learn the true nature of the Gamma space from them, he had also discovered many secrets about that space.
Sigh. It seems like understanding it still depends on myself.
Jiang Fei asked repeatedly. In the end, he could not get any information about the space from Unintentional and the Yuan family's special envoy. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up this shortcut. After coming out of the inheritance space, Jiang Fei frowned. According to Unintentional and the Yuan family's envoy, the so-called Life Extension Center was related to the development team, and the development team was the main culprit that turned this universe into a game. Then, what role did the Life Extension Center play in this? Jiang Fei shook his head hard. For a moment, Jiang Fei could not understand the connection. The main reason was that he knew too little information. Based on the information that Jiang Fei had, it was not enough for him to analyze such a huge system. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no choice but to put this matter aside. The most important thing now was to understand the profoundness of the legacy space. Only by improving his own strength could he be qualified to talk about other things. Time flowed like water. The sun and the moon moved like a shuttle, while Jiang Fei was in closed-door cultivation.
Another 2 months had passed in the outside world. At this time, most of the components needed to build the Titan had been produced. They had also been transported to the battleship factory in space. The original space dock could no longer be used, although the main battleship factory's space dock was already big enough. Compared to a super battleship like the Titan, this dock was still too small. Therefore, during these 2 months, Aurelia led a group of engineers and built another Titan factory next to the original main battleship factory. This factory had only one mission. That was to build a Titan for Jiang Fei. Due to the neutron star core suppression technology, it was not available in this universe. Moreover, after Jiang Fei robbed the Kratos-class Titan, the development team must have made corresponding modifications. It was almost impossible for Jiang Fei to have a second chance to steal the neutron star core. Therefore, this Dust-class Titan of the gods might be Jiang Fei's only Titan. Its construction had extraordinary significance in the entire Skoda star.
Sister Aurelia, those engineers have already begun to assemble the Titan's outer SH.L. They asked me to ask, how is the power system now?
Ariel rushed into Aurelia's office.
I just went to the secret laboratory yesterday. The chief engineer there said that the energy transformation device has reached the final testing stage. I believe that it won't be long before our Titan will have a heart with unlimited power,
Aurelia said.
That's great,
Ariel exclaimed happily. However, she immediately became disappointed.
I wonder how hubby is doing. He actually went into seclusion for so long. Yesterday, Hua Mulan came out of the time room. I heard that Ah Fei is still meditating,
said Aurelia.
Humph. Even Sister Mulan, a cultivation maniac, knows to rest. Did hubby suffer some kind of stimulation?
Said Ariel with a pout.
Perhaps Ah Fei's cultivation has reached a critical moment,
Aurelia guessed. She herself was not focused on cultivation, and her heart was completely focused on the fleet. Although the talent of the people of Odora allowed her to have around 10 million combat power, Aurelia really did not know much about cultivation. Chapter 2158, Chapter 2152 came out of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. The main body of the Twilight-level Titan of the gods had been completed, and the giant energy transformer developed on the nameless planet had also been successfully tested for the 7th time. Now, it was being transported to the Titan factory for final assembly. Aurelia stood on the bridge of her flagship, Dawn. She looked at the Titan that was about to be completed from afar, and could not help but sigh in her heart.
Ah Fei's aesthetic is really unique.
Speaking of which, the design of this Dusk of the Gods Titan was so simple. Have you ever seen a big iron stick before? A big iron stick with 4 edges and square sides. This was what the Dusk of the Gods Titan that Jiang Fei had designed looked like. Therefore, after all the girls, including Aurelia, saw the main body of this Titan, all of them could not help but curse Jiang Fei in their hearts. This Titan was really too ugly. When Jiang Fei designed the Titan, He wanted to spit out its firepower. The slender body was naturally convenient for the arrangement of the cannon positions. At the top of the iron rod was the super-heavy electromagnetic railgun. The other main cannons of all levels were spread all over the body of the iron rod. Moreover, the direction of the muzzle was the same as the direction of the super main cannon. This way, it was convenient for the big iron rod to stab people. Moreover, the slender body of the ship had another advantage. When it was facing the enemy, it would have the smallest area to be hit. It would be difficult for the enemy to lock onto it and activate it. However, this also had a disadvantage. It was a slow turn. If one of the enemies was circled behind or flanked by the enemy, then the Twilight of the Gods Titan would have no strength to use it. However, Jiang Fei's goal was clear. He knew that his main opponents were players. What did these country bumpkins know about strategy and tactics? They were just a group of players who relied on their strength to suppress others. You could not expect a group of people who went to work or school during the day to have the same standard as a proper fleet commander when they played games at night. Therefore, the probability of Jiang Fei's fleet being outflanked by the enemy was very low. Therefore, when he was designing the battleship, he had neglected the problem of the Titan's sideboard firepower. This battleship is simply the representative of the god of multiple cannons. It's a product of the era of the giant cannon. There's nothing beautiful about it at all. This was Lark's evaluation of Jiang Fei's Titan. As long as it works. Aurelia was still very protective of Jiang Fei. You're right. With such powerful firepower, if the enemy wanted to outflank them, they would probably be beaten to a pulp before they could even reach the place. Lux had to admit that with the firepower and range of this Titan, an ordinary fleet would not be able to complete any roundabout movements in front of it. As the days passed, the dust-tier Titan of the gods was almost completed. However, Jiang Fei was still in the time house and did not come out. Is there anything wrong with husband? Sylvie was a little worried. You'll go and check on her. At this time, Bella could not be bothered to continue the Cold War with Jiang Fei. The last group of girls came to the time house and prepared to go in to check on Jiang Fei. Swoosh! A light flashed at the door of the time house. Hua Mulan came out from inside. Mulan! How is it? Is Ah Fei okay? Nina asked. He's still in closed-door cultivation. There's nothing unusual, Hua Mulan said, although she occasionally came out to rest. She spent most of her time training in the time room. With such hard work. At this time, Hua Mulan had already left Bella and the others far behind. Her combat power had soared to 27 million. And with the power of her domain, her true combat power was already comparable to a powerhouse like Blood Mistress. I'm not at ease. Bella frowned. Let's go in and take a look, Ariel said. Okay. The girls nodded one after another. Then, everyone entered the time house together. At that moment, Jiang Fei was still meditating in a corner. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust. His beard and hair were tangled together. He looked like an old lunatic who had just passed away. After all, it was 30 times the time flow deficit. 5 months had already passed on the outside. To the time house, it had already been more than 10 years. Therefore, Jiang Fei's current image could not be any better. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was of the dragon race. He had a half-energy body. Otherwise, if he did not eat or drink for more than 10 years, even a top expert would not be able to endure it. Is my husband okay? Seeing Jiang Fei like this, Bella's heart ached. His vital signs are normal. It has been too long since he took a bath, said the Phoenix Spirit as she closed her eyes to sense Jiang Fei's condition. She had known Jiang Fei for the shortest time, although she had taken Jiang Fei's blood. However, a Phoenix girl who had lived for more than 100,000 years. If one were to really say that she fell in love with Jiang Fei at first sight and loved him to death, even a fool would not believe it. When Phoenix Spirit first met Jiang Fei, it was because she had been the female beast queen for too long. She was too tired and wanted to find a suitable person to rely on. At that moment, Jiang Fei had appeared in front of her. No matter how she looked at it, Jiang Fei was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, Phoenix Spirit had chosen to stay with Jiang Fei. It was more like they were living together. They would first get into the car and then develop their relationship. Therefore, among the group of girls, Phoenix Spirit was the most rational one. After she sensed that Jiang Fei was not acting strangely, she appeared very calm. She did not seem to be as worried and distressed as the other girls. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly opened his eyes. 2 sharp eyes shot out, scaring Ariel, who was squatting in front of Jiang Fei. Ah! Ariel was so scared that she almost sat on the ground. However, Jiang Fei was quick-witted and quickly pulled her into his arms.
Are you alright?
Jiang Fei asked with concern.
Husband, you smell so bad,
Ariel said as she pinched her little nose. Being held in the arms of a guy who had not showered for more than 10 years, the smell was naturally imaginable. Jiang Fei was about to say something sweet, but he did not expect Ariel to say such a thing. He could only let go of Ariel's hand. Then, he said to the other girls,
Why are you all here? You have been in seclusion for too long. They are worried about you.
Bella was still the representative of being stubborn. She did not admit that she was worried about Jiang Fei. Instead, she blamed it on the other girls.
TSK! Stop pretending.
Sylvie, who knew the truth, snorted in disdain.
Fei. How was the result of your isolation?
Nina asked. It seemed that Jiang Fei was fine. Therefore, there was no need to worry anymore.
Sigh. Don't mention it. Although I have gained something, there are still too many things that I have not understood.
Jiang Fei sighed. This time, he was in isolation. He had carefully studied his own inheritance space. However, the more he studied it, the more he realized that this inheritance space was mysterious. There were all kinds of secret information contained within it, but he could not understand it. Chapter 2159, Chapter 2153, All-Out Attack.
Alright, let's talk later. I'll go and get you out of this mess.
Bella grabbed Jiang Fei's ear and dragged him out.
Ouch. Don't pull. Don't pull.
Jiang Fei quickly stood up in pain and followed Bella out of the time house.
TSK! That was fast.
Sylvie pouted and whispered. Then, she turned around and left the time house.
Hee.
Phoenix Spirit laughed softly and left as well.
What's going on?
The other girls looked at each other. They had no idea what was going on.
Maybe Sister Bella could not stand her husband's sloppy appearance anymore,
Ariel said as she helped to imagine the situation. At the same time, Jiang Fei had asked Bella to pull his ears and bring him back to her room.
Take it off,
Bella said to Jiang Fei with her hands on her waist.
Do you have to be in such a hurry?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
F***CKU. Your body is rotten. Can't you smell it?
Bella rolled her eyes.
Hee. I've been in seclusion for too long.
Jiang Fei laughed embarrassedly. At the same time, he tore off the clothes that were almost sticking to his skin. There was no other way. This battle suit was already rotten. It was impossible to take it off completely.
Hurry up and get in here.
At this time, Bella had already put in the water in the bathroom.
Do you want to take a bath together?
Jiang Fei asked with a cheeky smile.
Humph. Go and soak in the water yourself. I'll come and get your fur removed later.
Bella rolled her eyes. If Jiang Fei was clean, she might have considered playing with the water as a couple. However, with Jiang Fei's current state, a basin of clean water would turn him into a muddy pond. Bella would not go in and disgust herself. Jiang Fei soaked in the bathtub for about half an hour. Then, he saw Bella walk in. He did not know where this girl had gotten a large brush. Moreover, the hair on the brush was made of steel needles.
I say, are you trying to murder your husband?
Jiang Fei was shocked.
Stop pretending. How can this thing hurt you?
Bella glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she picked up the brush and began to remove Jiang Fei's hair. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei appeared at the bathroom door refreshed. Behind him, Bella's face was flushed. It was unknown whether it was because she was tired from scrubbing Jiang Fei, or because she was embarrassed when she saw Jiang Fei's clean face. The next morning, Jiang Fei appeared in front of everyone refreshed. However, Bella did not come out because she was sick.
Yo, are you happy now, young master?
Sylvie said in a strange tone.
Stop fooling around.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Sylvie.
Come to my place tonight, or else.
Sylvie walked to Jiang Fei's side and said in a low voice.
Jiang
Fei was a little embarrassed. At that moment, he was like a doll that Bella and Sylvie were fighting over. After one played with it, the other had to play with it too. Otherwise, they would feel that they were at a disadvantage. Jiang Fei and Sylvie's private conversation could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from the Phoenix Spirit. Fortunately, this lady was not a jealous person. Therefore, she only chuckled and did not say much.
Fei. The construction of the Titan is about to be completed. Do you want to go and have a look?
At this time, the appearance of Aurelia had helped Jiang Fei out of his predicament.
Alright, let's go take a look.
When Jiang Fei saw that there were stairs, he quickly went down the slope. After that, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the airport. Then, they took a yacht and headed toward the Titan factory. From afar, Jiang Fei and the rest saw the dust-tier Titan of the gods that was undergoing final assembly.
It's quite majestic.
Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that the battleship he designed was ugly.
Twisted aesthetic.
Ariel muttered to herself. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the Titan factory. After passing through the trestle and entering the factory, the engineer in charge quickly came out to welcome them.
Great General. Why didn't you tell us that you were coming to inspect it personally? We did not prepare for the welcoming ceremony here.
The engineer smiled.
Why bother? How is the construction of the Titan coming along?
Asked Jiang Fei.
We have entered the final debugging stage. The neutron star core and the energy pressure device have been implanted into the engine room,
said the engineer.
How long will it take for us to test sail?
Asked Jiang Fei.
1 week,
replied the engineer.
Very good.
Jiang Fei nodded. When he saw that his Titan was about to be completed, he was excited. After that, Jiang Fei brought a group of girls onto the Titan and showed them around the interior of the Titan. Although the assembly was not completely completed, the warship was more than 90% completed. Therefore, most of the cabins had been installed and debugged.
General, your communication. It's from the Imperial High Command.
Just as Jiang Fei was showing the people around the Titan, a follower suddenly ran up to him. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know why the High Command had suddenly sent him a message.
Put it through,
said Aurelia, who was standing beside him. In fact, when Jiang Fei was not around, she had been the one who had been contacting the High Command.
Yes,
the attendant replied and turned on the communication projection.
General, something bad has happened,
an officer from the High Command said with a mournful expression when he saw Jiang Fei.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked.
Bazari's army has suddenly launched a full-scale attack on us. The Alliance army of Salmarsh Cloister and the Defense army of the Dominican Galaxy have all suffered defeat. Now, the Alliance army has retreated to the edge of Salmarsh Cloister and is using the interstellar fortress to defend. Meanwhile, the Empire's left wing has already lost 2 galaxies.
The officer brought bad news to Jiang Fei as soon as he opened his mouth.
It's finally here.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Sir, His Majesty requests that you send out your troops immediately. The local fleet will not be able to defend against the invasion of the enemy.
The officer saw that Jiang Fei was not surprised at all, and was not anxious at all. He could not help but feel relieved.
Yes, I understand. I will send out my troops as soon as possible,
Jiang Fei said, and then cut off the communication.
Why did the Vizari army suddenly launch an all-out attack?
Aurelia asked in confusion. Previously, she had rampaged around the Vizari army's hinterland. However, she had caused the Vizari army a lot of trouble. It would take more than 1 or 2 years for them to recover their strength. Why would they suddenly gather such a powerful army and launch a counterattack against the Empire?
After the players saw the Resistance have obtained the Titan, of course, they have to do something.
Jiang Fei sighed. Ever since he knew that the expansion pack had been fully activated and that Brother Snow had obtained the Titan, Jiang Fei knew that this day would come sooner or later. However, Jiang Fei's Titan was almost completed. The Resistance had only launched a general attack until now. This was already enough for him. Chapter 2160, Chapter 2154. The meeting with Amon.
Ah, Fei, what should we do next?
Aurelia asked.
You gather the fleet first. I will go to Salhu Cloister. When I return, we will send troops to the Dominic Galaxy,
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
Aurelia nodded. A real fleet assembly was not as simple as a player assembly. The deployment of various resources was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. She needed to communicate with the Empire first. Having a large amount of military supplies arrive on Skoda Star and then be distributed to each starship participating in the war was a huge project.
Oh right. Hurry up the engineers and ask them about the progress of the research and development of the space equipment,
Jiang Fei added before he left. The engineers had obtained the data of the 9 rotating astrolabe for a long time. However, they had not produced any results at all. This made Jiang Fei a little anxious.
All right. I will hurry them up,
Aurelia replied. After that, Jiang Fei left the Titan that he was visiting and entered the yacht that he had previously driven. Then, he jumped in the direction of Sara Cloister. After Jiang Fei left, the entire Skoda Star began to operate crazily under Aurelia's leadership. All the battleship factories began to operate at full speed. All kinds of ships began to be built crazily, because the construction of Titan was already at the final stage. There was no need to compete with other battleship factories for resources. One day later, the entire Universe Empire was mobilized. A large number of young people were recruited into the army. A large number of military academy students, who were about to graduate, also graduated early. They arrived at Skoda Star in batches on military flights. After that, they were incorporated into their respective battleships and began their military service. Almost overnight, the Universe Empire's fleet had almost tripled in size. The battleships that were originally produced on Skoda Star, but were not in service, had all been freed from their inventory. A large number of new recruits boarded the battleships. They would go out with Aurelia's fleet and train as they fought in the war. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the edge of Salhu Cloister.
Maleki, scan the position of the Allied fleet.
Jiang Fei's support system switched back to Maleki. Aurelia felt that it was better to work together with Lux. Therefore, Jiang Fei left Lux to Aurelia. After all, she was the commander of the fleet. If Lux followed her, she would be able to play a greater role.
Yes, Master.
Maleki immediately activated the scanning radar on the yacht.
Master, the Allied forces are stationed at the gravity well of Star Beta in Star Area D4.
Very soon, Maleki had scanned the position of Amon's fleet.
Adjust the course. Let's go there,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, Master.
After Maleki received the order, he immediately controlled the yacht to sail towards the position of Amon's fleet. A few hours later, Jiang Fei had teleported to Star Beta's gravity well in Star Area D4. The players did not have much of a reaction to Jiang Fei's arrival. The players could clearly see the green name on Jiang Fei's yacht, the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. The players could see the Inks names, even if they were driving a spaceship. Therefore, when Jiang Fei arrived, all the players knew his identity. The Imperial Army's Grand Marshal was a super boss of friendly forces. Therefore, ordinary players did not bother to come up and greet him because they knew their own limits. NPCs that knew their level would not assign them tasks. When Jiang Fei's yacht was in the airport of a celestial extraordinary galactic base, a player, high-ranking official greeted Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was disgusted by this player, high-ranking official. Jiang Fei knew this player. He was the shameless AI Mei who forced others to delete their accounts on the competitive planet.
Great General, you have personally come to my star base. Is there something you need?
AI Mei said with a big smile. After all, an NPC of Jiang Fei's level would issue a super quest. If he could receive it, the reward would be extremely generous.
Is Amon not here?
Jiang Fei did not want to talk to the guy in front of him, so he asked directly.
My cousin brother is not here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly.
Of course, AI Mei did not want to miss this good opportunity to accept the quest.
Can you make all the decisions?
Jiang Fei's one sentence stunned AI Mei. Although he was Amon's cousin, Amon knew very well what kind of person his cousin brother was. Therefore, how could he let someone like Amon make all the decisions for him? Amon was stunned.
General, I am Commander Amon's adjutant. Chandler, our commander is currently busy with a very important matter. I would like to invite you to his office first. He will be back very soon.
Another player jogged over to Jiang Fei.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he followed Chandler and left AI Mei behind.
Pooey! Chandler! Who do you think you are? You are just my cousin brother's dog. What are you trying to pull?
AI Mei, who was stuck in the same spot, cursed. However, Chandler and Jiang Fei did not even bother with him. The two of them just walked away. Jiang Fei waited in Amon's office for about 2 hours before Amon finally arrived.
Grand Marshal, thank you for waiting.
Amon took the initiative to come forward and bow.
It's okay. You have things to do too. I understand.
Jiang Fei smiled. He did not need to ask what Amon was busy with. Now, the Resistance Army players already had the Titan. Moreover, they had launched a general attack on the Imperial Army. How could Amon not be anxious? Therefore, he must be working overtime to complete the quest so that he could unlock the Titan's authority as soon as possible.
Grand Marshal, why have you come to me this time?
Amon asked.
Of course. It's because of the Resistance,
Jiang Fei said.
Sigh.
Amon also sighed when he mentioned the Resistance. Previously, he had suffered a great loss at Sara Cloister. Brother Snow's fleet relied on the Titan's strength to forcefully eat away one of Amon's main fleet. Although Jiang Fei had cheated Brother Snow of his neutron star core, this guy was rich. The Titan was not completely destroyed. He only needed to spend a small amount of maintenance fees to fix the Titan. Moreover, After reporting this bug, the development team had also provided a patch. The neutron star core had already been bound to the Titan. There was no way to steal it. Therefore, after fixing the Titan, Brother Snow directly used Eamon as a test case. Facing the unstoppable Titan, Eamon could only exchange space for time and give up the entire Sara corridor. At this time, he borrowed the powerful firepower of the interstellar base and barely set up a position at the edge of the Sara corridor. He blocked the attacks of the Resistance players while seizing the time to do missions. As long as he got the Titan, he would no longer be afraid of the Resistance players' fleets. Chapter 2161, Chapter 2155, Draw a large pie as bait.
I heard that the Resistance has recently produced a super battleship. Do you have any news?
Jiang Fei asked Eamon despite knowing the answer.
According to the information we have, it is a Titan that the Holy Messenger has obtained,
said Eamon.
Oh, so that's the case. Doesn't Sarnanda have any reinforcement plans?
Jiang Fei asked.
Our Titan should be arriving soon,
said Eamon.
That's good.
Jiang Fei nodded. From Eamon's words, he could tell that Eamon and the others were almost done with their mission. It was only a matter of time before they had a Titan.
General, you did not come to me just to ask that, right?
Eamon asked.
Yes. I am prepared to deploy all my forces to fight the Vizari people in the dominant galaxy. Therefore, I need you to defend Salhu Corridor,
said Jiang Fei.
This.
Eamon pondered for a moment. The Titan of the Resistance army was in Salhu Corridor. Although he could increase his firepower with the interstellar base in the gravity well, he was not sure if he could defend against the Titan's attack. This was still unknown.
Why? Is there a problem?
Jiang Fei asked.
The enemy's Titan is too powerful. Although we have temporarily stabilized the defense line with the firepower of the interstellar base, if the enemy attacks at all costs, it will be difficult for us to defend ourselves,
Eamon said after thinking for a moment.
This battle concerns the safety of the Empire. Please defend Salhu Cloister. If the Empire falls into a situation where it is attacked from both sides, the Empire will be finished.
Jiang Fei deliberately made the situation more serious.
But
Eamon was still a little hesitant. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly increased the stakes.
General Eamon, as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, please defend the Salmarsh Cloister. At least, the enemy will not be able to break through this place for at least 10 months. As long as you do it, I promise you, you will get this.
A gigantic battleship was projected in his hand.
Ding! The Grand Marshal of the Empire Jiang Fei has issued an SSS-grade hidden quest to you. Defend the Sara Cloister. Quest reward, Twilight Titan of the Gods. Do you accept?
What? Eamon heard the quest notification. He almost jumped up from his chair. Titan was a super battleship with only one attribute. Whether it was the players from the Resistance camp or the players from the Imperial Army camp, each side could only have one battleship. This was the system setting. There was no way to change it. However, the quest that Jiang Fei had given him could break the system setting. This was because the quest reward was not obtained from the system, but from the NPC. Although Eamon did not know why the NPC had a Titan, how could he not accept such a rich quest? Eamon could not help but become excited when he thought about how he would crush Brother Snow with 2 Titans.
Great Marshal, I will do my best to defend Sara Cloister. As long as my fleet still has a spaceship, the Resistance will not be able to break through this place.
Eamon promised Jiang Fei confidently.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded, while secretly laughing in his heart. Would he give up a Titan to a player? Of course. That was impossible. After the quest was accepted, as long as the player completed the quest, the Titan would automatically belong to the player. However, in Jiang Fei's plan, it was impossible for Eamon to defend for 10 months. In Jiang Fei's plan, he would build a super fleet within a month and set off for dominance. He was expected to engage the Visari Empire's fleet in the middle of the 2nd month, as the Titan of the Resistance was located in Salhu Corridor. With the speed of the Titan, it was impossible to transfer to the Dominance galaxy in a short period of time. Therefore, after the left wing suffered a devastating blow, in order to prevent the core of the rebel army from falling, the only thing they could do was to put pressure on the right wing and use the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. They would attack the Salhu Corridor ferociously. If the Imperial army returned, the Titan of both sides would be on the same battlefield. Then, everything would be easier. The player Titan only cost money to repair. Once Jiang Fei's Titan was damaged, it would be very troublesome to repair it. After a few battles of attrition, the Resistance army would soon have the upper hand. If the Imperial army did not return, there would be only one other path left for the Resistance army. That was to compete with each other in terms of speed. Both sides would risk their lives to attack each other's hinterland and see who could not hold on first. Under such circumstances, Jiang Fei did not believe that Aemon could hold on for 7 to 8 months under the desperate attacks of the Resistance army. Although the interstellar base was tough and had high attack power, it could not be compared to the Titans. Aemon was destined to be breached. When the quest failed, Jiang Fei naturally did not need to redeem the quest reward. Moreover, in order to obtain the second Titan, Aemon would definitely go all out to resist the attacks of the Resistance. This way, he would be able to attract enough enemy firepower for Jiang Fei to attack the left wing. However, there was a hidden danger in this. Aemon had suddenly obtained his Titan. This way, the possibility of him defending the left wing would be greatly increased. However, when it really came down to it, Jiang Fei also had a backup plan. When the time came, he would not mind helping the Resistance. It was not like Jiang Fei would not be able to do something like scamming an ally. This was especially so for Aemon, who was an ally Jiang Fei had never been on the same side as him. There was a saying that money could make the world go round. However, Jiang Fei felt that as long as he had enough money, it would not be a problem even if he wanted to make the world go round. As expected, under the temptation of the Titan, Aemon easily fell into the trap. For the sake of the Titan, he was willing to take a gamble. Due to the unequal information, Aemon did not discover Jiang Fei's conspiracy at all. As a player, he would never have dreamed that a friendly NPC who gave him a quest would set a trap for him. Therefore, even though Aemon saw the risk, he felt that he was able to complete the quest quickly enough to obtain the Titan before Sara Cloister fell. By then, the Resistance players would have lost their advantage. It would be easy for him to defend Sara Cloister.
General Aemon, I believe that you can do it.
Before Jiang Fei left, he did not forget to put on a high hat for Aemon.
General, I will do my best to ensure that the Resistance does not step out of Salhu,
Aemon promised. After Jiang Fei exchanged a few more pleasantries with Aemon, he left Salhu's front line. After all, the bait had already been thrown out. This place would become a dog-eat-dog battlefield between players. Jiang Fei believed that under the temptation of the Titan, he would definitely be able to hold out for a long period of time. It would be enough for him to complete his plan. Chapter 2162, Chapter 2156. The Feast of the Immortals. After leaving Aemon's interstellar base, Jiang Fei took the yacht and began to return to Skoda Star. After adjusting the yacht to auto-navigation mode, Jiang Fei activated the 9-turn astrolabe in his room. Because the Great War was about to begin. Although the engineers had not been able to crack the spatial teleportation technology that led to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, Jiang Fei still had to create a special force. He thought that the 9 rotating astrolabe could only be used by one person each time, so the transportation ability was limited. This time, Jiang Fei had to bring out an elite force. Swoosh! As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei arrived at the 5 directions of heaven and earth. After the teleportation was completed, Jiang Fei looked around. There was a lot of spiritual energy here, especially the earth-type spiritual energy. It was obvious that he had teleported directly to the town star.
Let's go to the Mountain of Beasts first.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and made up his mind. This time, Jiang Fei needed to bring out a special force. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Jiang Fei gave up on the human experts, because the humans' thoughts were too complicated. When they went to the outside world, there was no guarantee that the same thing would not happen to the Yuan family. If these human experts switched sides at the last minute, it would really ruin Jiang Fei's plans. Therefore, after careful consideration, Jiang Fei decided that he would only bring along some fierce beast experts and dragon experts this time. In any case, the number of people in this special force did not need to be too many. However, they had to be elites. Jiang Fei rode his sword and flew high in the sky above the town star. When he passed by the sacred mountain of Wuji, he found that there was another immortal feast below.
Since I still have time, I might as well go down and take a look.
Jiang Fei had an idea. It would take about 4 to 5 days to return to Skoda Star from the Salhu front line, if he counted the time flow deficit of 12 times. Then, Jiang Fei would have spent more than a month in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was not a big deal to delay here for a while. After landing at the foot of the sacred mountain of Wuji, Jiang Fei hid his aura. Although his aura was very obscure before, and not a top-tier master would be able to detect him. After Jiang Fei's careful disguise, even a super master at Xie Tianxin's level would not be able to detect his abnormality. In the eyes of a normal master, Jiang Fei was only a cultivator around the Mahayana stage. With the advancement of the nucleus of will, Jiang Fei's disguise of his aura became even purer. Even a supermaster at the Dragon Queen's level would not be able to see through him. However, even a master at that level would not be able to see through Jiang Fei. However, if one paid close attention, they would be able to see through his disguise. After all, in their eyes, although Jiang Fei appeared to be in the Mahayana stage, they could vaguely sense that Jiang Fei was unfathomable. Therefore, it would definitely arouse suspicion. After putting away his flying sword, Jiang Fei walked towards the market area of the Feast of 10,000 Immortals. The strength that he revealed at this moment was in the Mahayana stage. Although this level was not considered to be at the peak of the town star, it could still be considered as a master. Therefore, most people would not provoke him. Jiang Fei chose to disguise himself as such to avoid trouble. As he walked, he stopped. At the same time, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to scan the treasures of the people around him to see if there was any chance to pick up anything. However, the outer area of the market was obviously mostly broken. There were very few really good things. Therefore, Jiang Fei strolled around for more than half an hour. But he did not find anything.
Hey! Don't go! What are you doing? You broke my item, and you want to leave just like that? How did I break it? I only touched it once. This is the rare essence of Black Jade. It contains powerful spiritual energy. Just as you touched it, you absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Do you think it's broken? F***CK. Aren't you being blackmailed? Bullsh**T. How dare you accuse me?
Jiang Fei was walking forward when he saw the two people in front of him fighting. Because of the rules of the banquet, private fights were not allowed in the banquet area. Therefore, the two people could only act like ordinary people. The seller grabbed the neck collar of the buyer. Although the two people were arguing until their faces were red, no one dared to directly attack.
Brother, what's going on?
Jiang Fei poked a fatty beside him.
Who the F***CK poked me?
The fatty cursed. However, when he turned around, he realized that the person who poked him was a Mahayana stage expert. This made the fatty, who was only at the void interpretation stage, shudder. Although it was not allowed to fight privately in the area of the Feast of Immortals. What if he met someone outside? Wouldn't that be courting death for him? Therefore, the fatty immediately put on a smile and said politely to Jiang Fei,
Hee hee. This exalted immortal has offended you many times. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. It's okay. It's okay. What's wrong with these two?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He was not the kind of person who was overbearing. The fatty did not blame him for accidentally bumping into him. Moreover, Jiang Fei was the one who had stabbed him first.
Hee hee. These two.
The fatty chuckled. Then, he told Jiang Fei about the dark history of these two people. When Jiang Fei heard it, he was happy. This was because these two people who were quarreling were not good people. First of all, the kid who was caught was a disciple of one of the bigger sects in town star the Moonod sect. His name was Yujia. Although the Moonod sect was not as powerful as the four big families, it was not as famous as the valiant Martial Hall. But they still had some status in the town star. So ordinary people would not provoke them. And because this Moon God sect disciple had good talent and strength, he had reached the Mahayana stage at a young age. So he was very favored in this sect. However, there was a flaw in his character, which was that he liked to take advantage of small things. This guy became famous after spending a few days shopping at this year's Myriad Immortal Feast, especially in the eyes of the stall owners. This kid was a scumbag. This was because when Yujia strolled around the stall, he always liked to touch it. Originally, it was nothing much. But after he picked it up, he always used the Moon God sect's secret technique to steal the spirit energy in other people's dermic artifacts. Although he did not steal much each time, and the inattentive stall owners would not be able to discover it. If he kept doing this, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, after he strolled around for a few days, there was no one in the entire Myriad Immortal Feast who did not recognize him. Therefore, the stall owners now didn't allow him to touch their things. Except for the stall owner who was holding on to him. Speaking of this stall owner, he wasn't a good person either. No one remembered this kid's name. His poor life was called the fetus bad. Just by hearing his name, it was obvious that he wasn't anything good. He came from an unorthodox background and didn't have any master. His strength wasn't strong either, and he usually didn't appear in the eyes of cultivators. Only when the Myriad Immortal Feast opened did he find some real or fake magical artifacts to set up his stall.
People who often came to the grand meeting of 10,000 immortals knew that this kid in the womb was making a living by scamming the newcomers, who came to the grand meeting of 10,000 immortals for the first time. Because the grand meeting of 10,000 immortals could not be a private fight. The law enforcement team usually beat each other up 50 times. Therefore, many people gritted their teeth and endured after being scammed or cheated because they might lose even more after the law enforcement team came. But today, the two boys met together, greedy to get scammed. So there was this farce. Chapter 2163, Chapter 2157. Saving Lives. Jiang Fei could not help but laugh at the farce before him. However, he did not intend to get involved in this matter. To him, it was just a small joke to relax during the journey. However, Jiang Fei did not take it to heart. The law enforcement team could not just ignore this matter. The more these two people scratched, the more evil they became. It was as if they had already affected the business of the people around them. Therefore, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a few sword lights appeared. 4 law enforcement team members appeared at the scene. Interesting. Jiang Fei looked at the 4 law enforcement team members. These 4 people were 2 men and 2 women. Their strength was between the Mahayana stage and the Crossing Calamity stage. The man in the lead had the strength of the middle stage of the Crossing Calamity stage. Next was a woman who wielded 2 blades. This woman was wearing a veil. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was quite hot. Her strength was in the early stage of the Crossing Calamity stage. The remaining 1 man and 1 woman were only around the Mahayana stage. Both of you, let go! The leader of the team shouted sternly. Although the small official was not big, his authority was not small. Swish! Swish! Evil in the womb and Yujia let go of each other one after another. Whether it was this bad boy who always cheated, or the proud disciple of the Moon God sect, the two of them were like obedient babies when facing the law enforcement team. What's wrong with the two of you? The captain of the enforcement team asked. He stole the energy of my magic treasure. Bullsh asterisk T. That's a bullshit magic treasure. You're obviously cheating. Bad inside the fetus and Yujia each argued. The two of them pointed at each other's noses and cursed. Judging from this situation, the two of them were probably going to start a fight again. Shut up! The captain of the enforcement team shouted in a low voice. And the two of them immediately became quiet. Intrauterine evil. Behave yourself. Don't always cause trouble for us. The captain of the law enforcement team first glared at intrauterine evil. This kid had been blackmailing people all year round. As the captain of the law enforcement team, how could he not know him? Hee hee. Brother Chin. This time I'm really not looking for trouble. Intrauterine evil smiled mischievously as he approached the captain of the law enforcement team. Judging from his posture, he was quite familiar with this captain of the law enforcement team surnamed Chin. We'll talk about you later. The captain of the law enforcement team glared at mischievous in the fetus. Then turned to Yujia and asked, What's your name? Which sect are you from? I'm Yujia, a disciple of the Moon God sect. Yujia answered truthfully, because the Moon God sect had quite a high status in the town star. If he reported his own sect, he might even receive some preferential treatment. Yujia? You're that thief? The captain of the law enforcement team's face fell when he heard this name. They had received many reports before, saying that a disciple of the Moon God sect named Yujia had gone around stealing other people's magic treasures and spiritual energy. However, this kid had changed places with every shot, so he had never been caught. They had never expected that this kid would actually bump into the muzzle of their own gun today. Yujia was a little dumbfounded. He had only been greedy for small gains, and had never thought that he would be targeted by the law enforcement team. Kid, you won't be able to leave today. The law enforcement team leader signaled with his eyes, and the 2 Mahayana stage law enforcement team members rushed up, wanting to capture Yujia. What are you guys doing? Seeing that someone was going to capture him, Yujia instinctively retaliated. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 enforcers were kicked away by Yujia. Although they were both in the Mahayana stage, Yujia was clearly more proficient in martial arts and his skills were slightly better. Trash! Seeing that the 2 enforcers were kicked away, the female enforcer who wielded 2 blades couldn't stand it anymore. She leaped forward and arrived in front of Yujia. Then, she swung the 2 blades in her hands as if she was going to chop Yujia's shoulders. Ah! Yujia cried out in surprise. Of course, he knew that the woman in front of him was much more powerful than him. There was a qualitative gap between the Mahayana stage and the Tribulation stage. He couldn't be her opponent at all, seeing the opponent's 2 blades coming straight for his shoulders. It was too late for him to dodge and compare himself to her. Yujia was quick-witted.
He bent his body backward and used a metal plate bridge. He put his hands on the ground. He was prepared to wait for the opponent's dual blades to pass before he rolled back to dodge. However, Yujie clearly did not expect that the woman had long expected him to be like this. That move just now was just a feint. He lay back and his entire chest, abdomen, and lower body were exposed. That woman was really ruthless. The dual blades changed direction slightly, and were about to cut him open. However, just as the twin blades woman's blade was about to land on Yujie's body, she changed her move. The blade that was originally slashing down changed to a flat slap. This way, it would not harm Yujie's life, but it would still be able to slap him to the ground. It could also be considered as taking revenge for her companion being kicked away. Stop! At this moment, an old man in the distance flung out 3 darts. These 3 darts were as fast as lightning. Before the twin blades woman's dagger landed on Yujie's body, the 3 golden darts arrived. 2 of the golden darts accurately hit the double broadsword lattice 2 daggers, while the 3rd golden darts went straight for the double broadsword lattice throat. That's ruthless. Jiang Fei frowned. The double broadsword lady had already shown mercy just now. This old man actually killed someone to prevent Yujie from making a fool of himself. This was indeed a little too much. Pa! Jiang Fei, who could not stand the old man's act of protecting his enemy, secretly flicked his fingers. A stream of energy shot out and directly broke the old man's golden darts into 2 pieces. Ah! Pow! The old man in the distance let out a scream. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 golden darts were magic treasures that he had cultivated with his life. Although they were extremely powerful, if they were forcefully destroyed by others, they would also hurt themselves. Junior sister, are you okay? At this moment, the law enforcement leader finally reacted. After all, the old man's darts were too fast. Other than Jiang Fei, no one else present could react in time. I'm fine. The double-blade lady shook her head. The golden darts that were aimed at her vital parts were destroyed by Jiang Fei. The other 2 darts only knocked away her double blade. They did not hurt her. Old man, how dare you attack the law enforcement team? Seeing that his junior sister was fine, the law enforcement leader glared at the old man in the distance and said. However, at this moment, the old man was unable to reply. His 3 golden darts were magic treasures that had been refined for decades. Although the more years a magic treasure was refined, the more powerful it was. However, the more years a magic treasure was refined, the more years it was refined, the stronger the bond it had with itself, the greater the damage it would suffer if it was destroyed. Therefore, although the old man was barely standing, he had no time to care about anything else. He had to do his best to suppress the injuries in his body. Otherwise, he might die here today. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the old man. No one saw Jiang Fei's hand. Only 2 people were exceptions. One of them was a figure hidden in the crowd. His entire body was wrapped in a black cloak. Not to mention his appearance. Even his gender could not be seen clearly. The other person was one of the participants, the double-blade lady. As Jiang Fei was right across from her, she happened to see Jiang Fei's finger flick. Chapter 2164, Chapter 2158. The new situation. Phew? The old man who was injured by Jiang Fei took a long time to recover from his injuries. Old man, how dare you? The captain of the law enforcement team glared at him angrily. The old man glanced at the captain of the law enforcement team, but did not pay him any attention. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to a fan-shaped area in front of him, I am Luoqi, the Prime Minister of the universe of the Divine Moon Sect. I do not know which senior I have offended. Please show yourself. Luoqi knew very well that the few law enforcers in front of him were not qualified to hurt him. Moreover, he did not think much of them. However, the powerhouse, who could destroy his natal Dharma artifact with just a finger in the dark. He had to take him seriously. Although the Myriad Immortal Feast was still being held, it was getting worse with each passing year. This was because the Xia family was the one who held the Myriad Immortal Feast in the first place. Initially, the Xia family's goal was to have a trading channel between the human race and the beast race. However, as more and more powerhouses came to the Myriad Immortal Feast, a market was formed at the periphery of the Xia family's booth. However, because of Jiang Fei, the Xia family was no longer trusted by the Myriad Beast Mountain. Naturally, they were unable to hold the Myriad Immortal Feast anymore. In the end, the Xia family was even brought to the 9-headed python. With the protection of the dragon race, the Myriad Immortals Feast was naturally left unattended. Initially, The Myriad Beasts Mountain had planned to establish a new family to manage the Myriad Immortals Feast. However, the appearance of the dragon race had swept the entire world of ferocious beasts. The female beast queen was even more infatuated with Jiang Fei and treated the entire Myriad Beasts Mountain as her dowry. As such, the Myriad Beasts Mountain was under the command of the dragon race. Hence, no one cared about the Myriad Immortals Feast anymore. However, the Myriad Beasts Mountain had given up on the Myriad Immortals Feast. However, the human race had already gotten used to the trading market of magical treasures and materials. Therefore, although this feast lacked the participation of the Xia family and the entire Myriad Beasts Mountain, the standard was not as good as before, but it was still retained. However, without the Xia family's command, the task of maintaining order could only be accomplished by the cooperation of the few major sects in the Guardian Star. Meanwhile, the valiant Martial Hall, the strongest sect in the human race, was almost sealed off because of Jiang Fei. Among the three major human families, the Yuan family was destroyed, and the Xiao and Wang families followed Jiang Fei. They did not have the mood to care about the immortal gathering. As for the evil sect, the Hard Moon sect, they had no interest in being associated with a group of people who claimed to be righteous. Therefore, the ones who maintained the immortal gathering were actually the sub-first-rate sects in the town star. Among the second-rate sects, the Moon God sect was considered a major sect. Therefore, they had a lot of say in the management of the immortal gathering. However, although the Moon God sect was a relatively strong sect, they could not be compared to the valiant Martial Hall or the four great clans. Therefore, although they had a lot of say in the management of the Myriad Immortal Feast, they could not be the only one. Moreover, this kind of sect also attracted the attention of big trees. There were always one or two enemies. The Heaven Fate Palace, where the Dual Blade Woman and the others were from, had a conflict with the Moon God sect. Otherwise, they would not have pursued this little mistake of Yujia's. These law enforcement members were holding on to Yujia because they wanted to embarrass the Moon God sect in the management of the Myriad Immortal Feast. Luoqi could see through the plans of these juniors at a glance. That was why he was so ruthless. In any case, the Moon God sect held a high position in the Myriad Immortal Feast. Luoqi also had the strength of a true immortal. Therefore, even if he killed a few juniors, the Celestial Pole Palace would not be able to do anything to him. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei to interfere in the middle. Not only did he not manage to kill the juniors of the Celestial Pole Palace, but he was also seriously injured. "Senior, can you come out and meet me?" Luoqi asked again. However, Jiang Fei could not be bothered to talk to him. He had just saved the old man because he felt that the old man was too ruthless. The old man had already shown mercy, but he still had to kill the old man. Jiang Fei could not stand it, so he had to teach him a lesson. However, Jiang Fei was too lazy to show his face when he asked Jiang Fei to get involved in this mess. Luoqi asked 3 times in a row and realized that no one was paying attention to him. He immediately understood that the old man did not want to show his face. It did not matter if the old man was afraid of trouble or if he was afraid of the Moon God Palace's strength. In any case, Luoqi did not want to get into trouble. After all, he was not their opponent. If he angered them and they killed him, he would be at a great disadvantage. Therefore, he cupped his fists in the general direction where Jiang Fei was. "Senior, I have offended you today. I will definitely apologize in person in the future." After saying that, he flew in front of Yujia and clamped him under his armpit. Then, he turned around and said to a few law enforcement members, "You kids just wait. I'll definitely visit your Celestial Pole Palace in the future to seek justice." After saying those harsh words, the old man carried Yujia and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Luoqi was still very afraid of that expert, who had never met anyone before. Therefore, he immediately took his precious disciple and left the Myriad Immortals Feast and returned to the Moon God sect. After all, a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. In the situation where the enemy was in the open, while the enemy was in the dark, it was better for him to live a long life with his tail between his legs. "These people from the Moon God sect are too arrogant." At this moment, the female enforcer at the Mahayana realm finally dared to complain. "That's right. Ever since the valiant Martial Hall sealed off the mountain, the Moon God sect has started to consider themselves as the #1 sect in the Suppression Star. They are simply too arrogant." The male enforcer at the Mahayana realm also complained. "Both of you, enough." The enforcer captain glared at the two of them. Then, he said, "I told you to work hard in your cultivation, but you ignored me. In the end, 2 of you fought against one of them, and he even kicked you away.
This is really a disgrace to our Heaven's Fate Palace. Senior brother, you can't say that. The two of us are only at the early stage of the Mahayana realm. He is already at the peak of the Mahayana realm. How can we possibly be his match?
The female enforcer curled her lips, clearly feeling very wronged.
Humph. After this mission is over, both of you go back and enter closed-door cultivation. Unless you break through to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm, neither of you are allowed to come out.
After the enforcer captain shouted at the two of them, he came in front of the double-bladed woman.
Junior sister, are you all right?
The enforcer captain, who was originally serious, now had a gentle expression on his face. Even an idiot could tell what he meant to the double-bladed woman.
Senior brother Chin, I'm fine.
The double-bladed woman had already picked up her weapon that had been knocked away, but she didn't seem to be very interested in her senior brother.
Are you really fine?
Senior brother Chin asked politely.
Yes. You guys can go back first. I still have some matters to attend to,
the double-bladed woman said with a tone that seemed to keep others at 1,000 miles away.
Then, all right.
Senior brother Chin seemed to be used to being rejected, so he did not have much of a reaction. He brought his two junior brothers and sisters back. When Jiang Fei saw that the show had ended, he turned around and walked forward. He planned to stroll around for a while more before leaving. Without the Xia family, there was nothing good left in the Grand Celestial Gathering. Chapter 2165, Chapter 2159. Old friend. Just as Jiang Fei finished watching the drama and continued to walk around, he suddenly felt that something was not right. He used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and found that there were several groups of people following him secretly.
F***CK. How can I be targeted like this?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. After all, he had already disguised himself as an ordinary Mahayana stage cultivator. This was not considered as a top-notch expert in the entire town star. He was not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. He could be said to be at the level where he would not attract any trouble. However, he did not expect to be targeted.
All right. Since I'm not allowed to stroll around, I won't stroll around anymore.
Jiang Fei sighed. With so many tails behind him, he was not in the mood to continue strolling around. He walked around the market a few times to avoid the suspicion of the people behind him. Then, Jiang Fei walked out of the area of the Feast of Immortals. It seemed like he was very disappointed with the market and was planning to leave. After leaving the area of the Feast of Immortals, Jiang Fei should be able to ride his sword and leave. However, in order to see what the tails behind him were up to, Jiang Fei deliberately did not ride his sword. Instead, he increased his speed. He began to run on the ground, although he did not ride his sword. How strong was Jiang Fei? Even if he only used the power of his physical body, his half-energy body, which had the dragon bloodline and had been refined by the scorpion milk essence, still contained a terrifying explosive power. Jiang Fei's speed was as fast as if he was flying close to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had run for dozens of miles. As expected, when Jiang Fei increased his speed, the people behind him were dumbfounded. This speed was not something that an ordinary person could keep up with. In order not to be left behind by Jiang Fei, the person closest to Jiang Fei had to ride his sword. After all, she was much slower than Jiang Fei when she was running on the ground.
So fast!
Even though she was riding on her flying sword, Ruan Jingshu was completely shocked by Jiang Fei's speed. That was because she was able to barely keep up with Jiang Fei without being left behind. After all, she was an expert in the crossing calamity stage.
As expected, he is not an ordinary Mahayana stage cultivator,
Ruan Jingshu thought to herself. At the same time, she activated her flying sword and chased after Jiang Fei's figure.
Damn it! Little junior sister, what are you planning to do?
Not far behind Ruan Jingshu, a man had also caught up. Similarly, it was impossible for him to catch up to Jiang Fei's speed with his legs. Therefore, he could only ride his flying sword and follow behind.
Fine!
The man rode his flying sword and sped away. Another figure appeared, although they were all hidden in black cloaks. From the clear and melodious voice, one could tell that she was a cute girl. Just like that, Jiang Fei led the way. The four of them formed a long line and ran away in the wilderness at the foot of the sacred Wuji mountain.
Why are these two guys following me?
Jiang Fei ran as he scanned the three people behind him with his spiritual power. He could identify two of them. They were the two law enforcement members from the previous farce Double Broadsword Lady and senior brother Chin. As for the last person, although Jiang Fei could scan his presence, he could not confirm his presence at all. Jiang Fei could not even tell if he was a man or a woman when he was wrapped in a black cloak. Not to mention his strength and other detailed information.
What the H.L.? Could he be a powerhouse on the same level as Yuding? Why is he following me?
Jiang Fei frowned. If it was just the twin blade ladies and senior brother Qin, he would not have cared at all. However, Jiang Fei was very afraid of the mysterious guy in the black cloak. Up until now, there were only two people that Jiang Fei could not see through. One of them was the dragon whelp instructor Yu Ting. This old guy had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His strength was definitely unfathomable. The second person was the cloaked man that he met today. After running at high speed for half an hour, Jiang Fei stopped. He could not continue running like this. He had to face what he had to face. Moreover, Jiang Fei believed that even if he met an expert of Yu Ting's level, he could still save his own life. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who did not want to waste any more time, stopped. He wanted to see what the purpose of these three guys was. Very soon, the twin blades lady, who was chasing Jiang Fei the most, arrived. When she saw Jiang Fei suddenly stop, she also guessed that the other party had long noticed her. They had deliberately lured her to this place where no one was around.
Why are you looking for me?
Jiang Fei raised his eyes and glanced at the twin blades lady. This girl could not be said to be beautiful, but she had a unique look. The heroic aura she exuded was very similar to Hua Mulan's temperament.
I am a disciple of the Celestial Palace. My name is Wan Jingshu. Thank you for saving me.
The double-bladed lady was not as shy as other girls. When she saw Jiang Fei asking her questions, she simply introduced herself.
Hee.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He thought that he had done it very secretly. He did not expect that he would be seen by others.
It's just a small matter. If there's nothing else, I will leave first.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. He had attacked earlier because he could not stand the old man's dirty tricks.
It might be a small matter to you, but to me, it's a life-saving favor.
Wan Jingshu said, as she looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes.
Oh, then what do you want? To give yourself to me?
Jiang Fei joked. However, once he said that, he regretted it. He already had enough girls around him now. If he continued to talk like this, he would get into trouble.
Although my intention is not that. If you want me to repay you in this way, I agree.
Wan Jingshu said calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with her.
What the F***CK? What kind of temper does this girl have?
Jiang Fei was stunned. If it were any other girl, she would be so embarrassed that her face would turn red. However, this sister actually did not change her expression at all. However, Jiang Fei was shocked. He quickly clarified that he did not want to bring another girl back. If that happened, not only would Bella not agree, he would not be able to take it either.
No, I'm just joking.
Jiang Fei quickly waved his hand and said,
Junior sister, he did not bully you. Right.
At this time, senior brother Qin had also arrived. After the law enforcement captain arrived, he immediately questioned Jiang Fei sternly.
Kid, what do you want to do to my junior sister? F***CK? Are you guys being unreasonable? You guys are clearly the ones who are chasing me with all your might. Yet you still ask me what I want to do?
Jiang Fei almost made the kid angry.
Senior brother Qin, the matters here have nothing to do with you. Can you leave for a while?
Wan Jingshu said calmly to senior brother Qin. It was as if she had a dead face for everyone.
Junior sister, you?
Senior brother Qin was obviously worried about leaving his junior sister here alone.
Ha! This is so fun!
At this moment, the girl in the black cloak had also arrived. When Jiang Fei heard this familiar voice, he immediately felt relieved. With this little ancestor causing trouble, at least he did not have to worry about attracting more attention.
Natasha, why are you here?
Jiang Fei smiled happily at the black cloak. Chapter 2166, Chapter 2160. Asking for help.
I've been playing here all this time.
Natasha took off her hood and smiled as if it was a matter of course. Speaking of which, Natasha was indeed different from other players. The main theme of other players was space war. Occasionally, a few players who were rich and liked personal heroic ideas would buy a carrier to play on a cultivation planet. Natasha was clearly one of these players. Moreover, she was different from normal players. She had many treasures on her and was unprecedentedly powerful. It was something that normal players had no place to buy even if they had the money. Jiang Fei had always been very curious about Natasha's identity. However, Varen could not explain it clearly. It was not right for Jiang Fei to ask Natasha directly. Therefore, Natasha's identity had always been a mystery to Jiang Fei.
I see.
Jiang Fei nodded. Natasha was having a good time in the world of 5 directions. The chaos in the outside world was indeed incompatible with her.
Oh right. Handsome. Why are you here?
Natasha asked curiously.
I'm here to take care of something,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He was chatting happily with Natasha. He had forgotten that there were 2 people beside him.
Do you know each other?
Ruan Jingshu looked at Jiang Fei and then looked at Natasha.
Of course. I've known Handsome for a long time,
said Natasha with a smile.
Junior sister. Let's go!
When senior brother Qin saw that Jiang Fei and Natasha did not pay much attention to his junior sister, he felt very complicated. Logically speaking, senior brother Qin would have been furious long ago when he saw others being so rude to Ruan Jingshu. However, this time, when he saw his junior sister chasing a man to this place, he subconsciously regarded Jiang Fei as a love rival. However, when he saw that Jiang Fei did not have any feelings for Ruan Jingshu and did not even bother to talk to her, he could not help but feel happy. Furthermore, the goddess that he liked was nothing in the eyes of another man. This made senior brother Qin very uncomfortable. When these factors were mixed together, his feelings were complicated.
Senior brother, can you leave for a moment? I have something to tell him.
Ruan Jingshu was still expressionless, but her eyes were staring straight at Jiang Fei.
That's fine.
Senior brother Qin had no choice but to step back for a distance. Moreover, he did not dare to use any means to eavesdrop.
Hee. This kid is really infatuated.
When Jiang Fei saw senior brother Qin's expression, he could not help but laugh in his heart.
Little sister, I have something to say to him. Can you excuse us for a moment?
Ruan Jingshu then said to Natasha.
Why? Handsome brother. Can't I listen?
Natasha was not senior brother Qin. She did not spoil anyone.
Of course.
Jiang Fei was afraid that he would get into trouble. Although Ruan Jingshu kept saying that she was not interested, Jiang Fei had to guard against it. Therefore, he deliberately dragged Natasha along.
All right then.
Ruan Jingshu saw that Jiang Fei had nodded, so she did not continue to dwell on this issue.
If you have something to say, just say it,
Jiang Fei said directly.
I want to ask you to do me a favor,
Ruan Jingshu said as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes.
Why should I help you?
Jiang Fei could not help but laugh. Although he had just saved Ruan Jingshu's life, it was just a casual act. He was not the reincarnation of Lei Feng, and he did not have the hobby of helping others.
I will pay you.
Ruan Jingshu was still expressionless. Her face was calm. It did not look like she was begging. It looked like someone else was begging her.
Hee. Pay?
Jiang Fei laughed. He really could not guess what kind of treasure this double-edged sword lady could bring out. After all, there were not many things that could catch his eye. Although Jiang Fei's treasures were not as good as the little pervert Natasha. Jiang Fei had seen it all before. A normal flying sword would not catch his eye.
Of course. If you want me, that's fine too,
Ruan Jingshu said calmly.
What do I want you to do? Make the bed?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes.
That's fine too.
Ruan Jingshu did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Jiang Fei's words.
Forget it. I'm not interested.
Jiang Fei rejected her directly. Although he was a womanizer, it was not to the extent that he would have to be a slave whenever a woman opened her mouth.
You don't even know what I want you to do. Are you going to reject me?
Ruan Jingshu asked, a little surprised.
Am not interested. Am very busy,
Jiang Fei said straightforwardly.
All right then.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. Then, she turned around and left without a word. She was also quite decisive.
Miss, what do you want him to help you with?
Natasha, who was at the side, was filled with curiosity.
You can't help me.
Ruan Jingshu didn't even turn her head back. After all, Natasha was only at the Mahayana stage, so Ruan Jingshu didn't pay too much attention to her.
Just tell me.
Natasha was extremely curious. She immediately jumped in front of Ruan Jingshu and insisted on asking for an explanation.
Junior sister, are you okay?
Senior brother Qin saw Natasha blocking his junior sister's way and thought that she was going to harm Ruan Jingshu. So he rushed over.
Annoying!
Natasha was full of curiosity. When senior brother Qin came to cause trouble, he finally bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Natasha waved her hand, and a golden light flashed. And senior brother Qin, who was in the tribulation stage, was tied up like a dumpling. He couldn't move even if he was stuck on the spot.
What kind of demonic technique is this?
Senior brother Qin was shocked, because the spiritual power in his body was completely confined. He couldn't exert any force at all. Moreover, the more he struggled, the tighter the rope was. In a short while, senior brother Qin's little face began to turn purple.
Huh?
Ruan Jingshu's eyes suddenly lit up when she was about to leave.
Yes, that man seemed to be at the Mahayana stage, but he could break Luo Chi's natal magic artifact with his finger wind. This little girl in front of him also seemed to be at the Mahayana stage, but she was able to restrain senior brother Qin, who was at the crossing calamity stage with just one move. From this, it can be seen that these two people are from the same sect, and they are both super masters who have hidden their strength.
Ruan Jingshu thought quickly in her heart.
Hurry up and tell me!
Natasha was still urging her. Her strong curiosity made her feel like a kitten scratching her heart when she could not get an answer.
Can you let go of my senior brother first?
Ruan Jingshu was still a little affectionate. She did not forget about her senior brother Qin. This guy was so strangled by the rope that his tongue was almost out of his mouth.
If you promise to tell me, I will let him go.
Natasha began to talk about the conditions.
Okay.
Ruan Jingshu had originally planned to ask Natasha for help, so she agreed to this condition immediately.
Take it.
Natasha pointed with her finger. The immortal binding rope automatically opened and flew back into her hand.
How many treasures does this little girl have?
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Every time he saw Natasha make a move, it seemed that she had something new. Chapter 2167. Chapter 2161 was worse than a beast.
Can you tell me now?
Natasha looked at Ruan Jingshu and asked.
Yes.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. Then she turned to senior brother Qin and said,
Senior brother, can you leave for a moment? But?
Senior brother Qin was a little embarrassed. If he left just like that, he was really worried about his junior sister's safety. But if he stayed here, he was not a match for her. So senior brother Qin was in a very difficult position at the moment.
Senior brother, can you just do me a favor?
Ruan Jingshu did not want senior brother Qin to hear what she said next. Therefore, she opened her mouth once again to ask him to leave.
All right.
Senior brother Qin saw that Ruan Jingshu insisted on asking him to leave. He had no choice but to retreat far away.
Say it quickly. Say it quickly,
Natasha urged.
Okay.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. Then, she said to Natasha,
I want to ask you to help me kill someone. Kill someone.
Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he blurted out,
The old man from the Moon God sect?
At the same time, Jiang Fei's impression of Ruan Jingshu had also greatly decreased. Previously, Ruan Jingshu had given up on her killer move during the battle and only used her blade to hit Yu Jie. This made Jiang Fei have a good impression of her. At the very least, he felt that she was not a bloodthirsty person. However, now that Ruan Jingshu had opened her mouth to kill, Jiang Fei felt that this girl's desire for revenge was too heavy.
No.
Ruan Jingshu's answer was beyond Jiang Fei's expectations.
Then who are you going to kill?
Natasha asked curiously.
My master, the Heaven's Fate Palace's strength imparting elder, Wei Zhenyue.
Ruan Jingshu, who had always been expressionless, actually had endless hatred in her eyes at this moment.
Kill your master?
Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. There was a saying that once a master, always a father. Although Jiang Fei did not think that he was morally lofty, at least he was good at respecting his master. Therefore, when he heard that Ruan Jingshu wanted to kill her own master, he could not help but feel a sense of disgust in his heart.
That's right. I want you to help me kill that bastard,
Ruan Jingshu said through gritted teeth.
No wonder you wanted to send your senior away.
Natasha nodded to herself. If Ruan Jingshu wanted to kill Luo Qi of the Moonod sect, then there was no need for her to carry senior brother Qin behind her back.
As long as you help me kill him, I'm willing to give this to you,
Ruan Jingshu said as she took out an exquisite jade bottle from her body.
What is this?
Natasha asked curiously.
Earth Marrow's spiritual liquid,
Ruan Jingshu said. Jiang Fei's ears immediately perked up. This Earth Marrow's spiritual liquid was a good thing. It would be a little exaggerated to say that it was rare. However, those who were able to find this thing were all people who had great luck.
Is this thing very powerful?
Natasha pouted and asked. She did not know much about this material.
This is a unique essence of the town star. Don't look at it as such a small bottle, but it contains an amazing amount of Earth-type spiritual energy,
Jiang Fei explained. As Su Tianhua's successor, how could he not know about this kind of top-grade material for crafting? How could he not know?
It seems that I don't have to explain how precious it is.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. Since Jiang Fei was an expert, she would not waste her breath.
This thing should only be found in the depths of Mount Wuji. With your strength, you shouldn't be able to get it. Right.
Jiang Fei looked at Wan Jingshu with interest and asked.
Wei Zhenyue gave it to me.
Wan Jingshu did not hide the origin of this thing.
Oh. So, he should treat you well. Why did you kill him?
Jiang Fei asked. To be able to give such precious materials to Wan Jingshu. It meant that Wei Zhenyue valued her as a female disciple.
Not bad? Yes. But I would rather he treat me like other disciples.
Wan Jingshu's eyes were almost burning with hatred. Moreover, Jiang Fei even noticed that Wan Jingshu was clenching her fists so tightly that her nails had pierced into her flesh. Fresh blood dripped down. But she did not notice it.
Little sister, why do you hate your master so much?
Natasha asked.
He's not my master. He's a monster.
Wan Jingshu finally couldn't hold back her tears. They dripped down her cheeks like a broken pearl. It turned out that Wan Jingshu was an orphan. When she was 5 years old, she was picked up by a disciple of the Moon God sect and brought back to the sect. Then, she was accepted as a disciple by Wei Zhenyue. At first, everything was fine. Wei Zhenyue was very attentive to Wan Jingshu's teachings. He also took care of the little girl's daily life. Wan Jingshu even treated him as her father. However, in the year Wan Jingshu turned 16, a nightmare happened. Wei Zhenyue, this scum, raped Wan Jingshu one night and occupied him for a long time. Although Wan Jingshu felt resentment in her heart, with Wei Zhenyue's status in the Divine Moon sect, even if news of this spread, it would not affect Wei Zhenyue. On the contrary, she would be in an even more hopeless situation. Therefore, Wan Jingshu could only endure the humiliation. However, the seeds of hatred had taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was not that Wan Jingshu did not know about senior brother Qin's feelings for her. Moreover, she actually liked senior brother Qin very much. However, she could not show it. Otherwise, senior brother Qin would definitely be harmed by her monster master. Moreover, Wan Jingshu also felt that her body was too dirty. She was not worthy of senior brother Qin. Therefore, she repeatedly rejected senior brother Qin's advances coldly. After being raped by her master for a long time, Wan Jingshu had become numb to the sexual intercourse in her body. In her eyes, it was just a dog pressing down on her. Therefore, when Jiang Fei said that he would give his body to her, her expression did not even change. She just agreed without hesitation. That was because in Wan Jingshu's eyes, her body was already very dirty. Moreover, she was often pressed down by dogs. If she could kill Wei Zhenyue, then what was the point of being pressed down by Jiang Fei? Anyway, once Wei Zhenyue died, her wish would be fulfilled. She did not intend to continue living.
You are simply inhuman.
Natasha was immediately filled with righteous indignation after listening to Wan Jingshu's sobbing.
That's right. How can there be such a beast in this world?
Jiang Fei finally understood why Wan Jingshu hated her master so much. Such a person could not be punished.
Can you help me?
Wan Jingshu asked with a pleading look on her face. Jiang Fei and Natasha were the strongest people she could come into contact with. If they did not help her, then Wan Jingshu really did not know when she would have the chance to take revenge.
I will help you take revenge.
Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Natasha stood up from the side. Although Jiang Fei sympathized with Wan Jingshu, he still did not intend to get involved in this mess. Firstly, Jiang Fei's time in the world of 5 directions was limited. Moreover, he still had serious matters to attend to. Secondly, Jiang Fei felt that it would be a waste for him to go along with Natasha since she had already done it herself.
Handsome, why don't you come along? We haven't played together for a long time anyway.
Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's arm and said coquettishly.
All right.
Jiang Fei had no choice but to agree to Natasha's request. Chapter 2168, Chapter 2162. The Celestial Palace. Under Natasha's persuasion, Jiang Fei had no choice but to agree to help Wan Jingshu take revenge.
Thank you, benefactors. If there is an afterlife, Wan Jingshu will repay you even if she has to work as a slave.
Wan Jingshu had already planned to commit suicide after taking revenge. Therefore, there was no way for her to repay Jiang Fei in this lifetime.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed, looking at Wan Jingshu who was in her prime. He felt very sympathetic in his heart. She was just a young girl. Yet she had encountered such misfortune since she was young. No wonder she had a straight face all day long. She looked like she was not interested in anything.
Handsome brother, shall we set off?
Natasha was obviously a person with a quick temper.
Then, what do you say to him?
Jiang Fei pulled the impulsive Natasha back and pointed at senior brother Qin, who was in the distance with a blank expression.
He?
Wan Jingshu hesitated. If there was anything that she still loved about this world, it would be Senior Brother Qin. However, she was already a ruined woman. How could she be worthy of Senior Brother Qin? The only thing that Ruan Jingshu could do now was to prevent Senior Brother Qin from getting involved in this mess. Ruan Jingshu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and tried her best to calm herself down. Then, she walked up to Senior Brother Qin. At this moment, Ruan Jingshu had returned to her usual cold demeanor.
Senior Brother Qin, I have something that I need your help with,
Ruan Jingshu said to Senior Brother Qin very calmly.
Junior sister, what is it? I will definitely help you,
Senior Brother Qin said as he patted his chest. As long as it was something Ruan Jingshu ordered him to do, he would go through fire and water without hesitation.
I want you to help me deliver this thing to Crimson Conch Mountain on Mars.
Ruan Jingshu took out a small brocade box.
Crimson Conch Mountain on Mars? To whom?
Senior Brother Qin had never left the stabilization star. He had no idea where the so-called Crimson Conch Mountain was. In fact, not only did Senior Brother Qin not know about it, no one in the entire 5 directions knew that there was a Crimson Conch Mountain on Mars. This was because the name of the place had been made up by Ruan Jingshu. Her goal was to get Senior Brother Qin to leave. After all, a round trip to Mars, and the time Senior Brother Qin spent asking about the Crimson Conch Mountain would take at least a few months. By the time he returned, Ruan Jingshu's revenge would have been avenged, and she would be dead. This way, Senior Brother Qin would not be dragged into this mess.
Leave it to heartbreak,
Ruan Jingshu said. As long as Senior Brother Qin left, the relationship between them would come to an end. By the time Senior Brother Qin returned, they would already be separated by yin and yang.
Heartbreak? Alright. I'll definitely deliver it to her.
Senior Brother Qin nodded. He thought it was a girl's name.
Then he'll have to trouble you. Senior Brother Qin, you'd better set off as soon as possible and come back as soon as possible,
Ruan Jingshu said, while holding back her tears. She was afraid that if Senior Brother Qin delayed any longer, her tears would flow uncontrollably.
Okay. I'll set off now.
Senior Brother Qin was really a straightforward person. He really thought that Ruan Jingshu's matter was more urgent. So he immediately prepared to set off. However, before he left, he even warned Ruan Jingshu.
The origins of these 2 people are unknown. Junior sister, it's best that you don't get too close to them. Although the major sects will give our Heaven's Fate Palace some face in this town, it's best to be careful. I understand. Senior brother.
Ruan Jingshu nodded.
Then he'll be leaving. Junior sister, he'll be back very soon.
Senior Brother Qin summoned his flying sword and flew up on it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the air. As soon as Senior Brother Qin left, Ruan Jingshu could not stop her tears. In the end, the girl even lay on the ground and cried loudly. For so many years, she had been suppressing her emotions. She had made herself appear as if she did not care about anything. At that moment, all the pent-up feelings had burst out. There was the grievance for her tragic life, the hatred for her monster master, and the attachment and reluctance to part with Senior Brother Qin. All sorts of feelings intertwined together, causing Ruan Jingshu to cry out loud.
Dot!
Jiang Fei and Natasha looked at each other. Both of them did not know how to persuade her. Ruan Jingshu was really too pitiful. She had actually been teased by fate. After crying for a long time, Ruan Jingshu stood up from the ground. She wiped her tears and dusted herself off. When she opened her mouth to speak to Jiang Fei and Natasha, she had already returned to her previous cold appearance.
Benefactors, let's go!
Ruan Jingshu said expressionlessly. It was as if the girl who was crying earlier was not the same person as her.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Ruan Jingshu's heart was only filled with hatred for her monster master. No matter how much he tried to persuade her, it was useless. He could only wait until he had avenged her. Whoosh! 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 3 sword lights shot up into the sky and headed straight for the Celestial Palace. Jiang Fei had occasionally heard people mention the Celestial Palace when he was in the Valiant Martial Hall. However, at that time, the Valiant Martial Hall was at its peak. Other than the 4 big families, the other star-subduing forces were nothing to them. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not know much about this sect. The only thing he knew was that there were about 20 true immortal-level masters in this sect. Among them, the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Palace was also the sect leader 3 generations ago. Hidden Space might have the power of a super true immortal. However, with Jiang Fei's current strength, the power of the Celestial Palace did not make much of a difference to him. In any case, the combined power of the Celestial Palace was not enough for him. The Dragon Sage, The Celestial Palace's location was not bad. It was about 1,500 miles away from the Valiant Martial Hall. The Valiant Martial Hall was located at one of the two poles of the Guardian Star. It occupied one of the two major spiritual energy eyes. The density of the spiritual energy here was far higher than other places. No sect was allowed to exist within a radius of 1,000 miles. The Celestial Palace was only 1,500 miles away from the Valiant Martial Hall. This was already very close to the forbidden area of the Valiant Martial Hall. Therefore, although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as the Valiant Martial Hall, it was much denser compared to other places. Jiang Fei and the other two rode their swords and arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Palace in a day. The main reason why they wasted so much time was because Ruan Jingshu's strength was only in the crossing calamity stage. She could not keep up with Jiang Fei and Natasha's speed at all. Therefore, she was dragging the three of them down.
What? Are we going to fight our way in?
Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the Celestial Palace's entrance.
There's no need for that. He'll bring you guys in.
Although Ruan Jingshu hated her master, Wei Zhenyue, she still had some feelings for the Celestial Palace. After all, this was the place where she grew up. Her fellow disciples were also very good to her. If Jiang Fei were to fight his way in, it would be a disaster.
All right.
Jiang Fei nodded. The stronger he was, the more he did not want to kill the innocent. It was as if there was a force that was constantly reminding him not to be controlled by power and killing intent. Chapter 2169. Chapter 2163 infuriates Natasha. Ruan Jingshu was the first to arrive at the gate of the Heaven Realm Palace. The disciple who was guarding the gate recognized her at a glance.
Senior sister, you're back.
The disciple took the initiative to greet her.
Yes.
Ruan Jingshu was still expressionless, and the disciples of the Heaven Realm Palace were already used to it.
Senior sister, why did you come back alone? Where's senior brother Qin?
The disciple asked. Everyone in the Heaven's Fate Palace knew of senior brother Qin's friendship with Ruan Jingshu. He and Ruan Jingshu were inseparable. Therefore, the disciple was very curious about Ruan Jingshu's return this time.
Senior brother Qin went out to handle some matters. He will be back later,
Ruan Jingshu said.
Oh.
The disciple nodded, but did not ask further. At this time, Jiang Fei and Natasha had also arrived at the gate of the Celestial Palace. They wanted to follow Ruan Jingshu into the gate.
Please wait. May I know why you are here in the Celestial Palace?
The disciple guarding the gate stopped Jiang Fei and Natasha.
Why?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
They are my friends,
Ruan Jingshu said.
So, they are senior sister's friends.
The disciple saw that Ruan Jingshu had spoken, so he did not stop her. After all, disciples like Ruan Jingshu and senior brother Qin were both personal disciples in the Heaven's Fate Palace. Their status was much higher than these disciples who were guarding the gate.
Let's go!
Ruan Jingshu did not turn her head back and walked into the Heaven's Fate Palace.
Okay.
Jiang Fei and Natasha nodded and followed her. The entire Infinite Palace occupied a large area. Without Ruan Jingshu leading the way, it would not be easy to find Wei Zhenyue. Of course, if Jiang Fei activated his spiritual power scan, Wei Zhenyue would have nowhere to hide. However, if that happened, it would alert too many people.
That bastard must be in the Soaring Heavens Garden now.
Ruan Jingshu knew Wei Zhenyue too well. Ever since he had been occupied by Wei Zhenyue, that old man still had a lot of trust in Ruan Jingshu. He did not hide anything from her. Therefore, Ruan Jingshu knew him very well. Actually, it was not that Wei Zhenyue did not know that Ruan Jingshu hated him. However, this old man was extremely perverted. He liked to see Ruan Jingshu's expression that was filled with hatred but was suppressed by him. He knew that Ruan Jingshu wanted to tear him into pieces. However, because of his powerful strength and his superior position in the Celestial Pole Palace, Wei Zhenyue had nothing to fear. As he continued to get closer to the skyscraping court, Jiang Fei could roughly sense Wei Zhenyue's aura. Although he did not know Wei Zhenyue, there was only one true immortal powerhouse in the skyscraping court. According to Ruan Jingshu's description, that person must be Wei Zhenyue.
The skyscraping court is up ahead,
Ruan Jingshu said. Her body trembled slightly. It was unknown whether it was because she was afraid of Wei Zhenyue or because she was excited that she was about to get her revenge.
Okay.
Jiang Fei and Natasha nodded.
Handsome, do you want to come or do I want to come?
Natasha asked with a smile. Both she and Jiang Fei did not care about the Celestial Palace.
You can do it. After all, it's your job,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay.
Natasha smiled sweetly. She had wanted to kill Wei Zhenyue, who was worse than a beast, with her own hands.
Just kill Wei Jianyue. Don't kill the innocent, Jiang Fei said. Don't worry, handsome. I know what to do. Natasha smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care about it anymore. He had come here because he had been pestered by this little girl. He did not want to get involved in this mess. Little sister, let's go in, Natasha said to Ruan Jingshu. Okay. Ruan Jingshu nodded and walked into the skyscraping garden. Little girl, you're back? As soon as Ruan Jingshu and the others entered the door, a kind voice came from inside. Following the voice, an old man with white hair and a childlike face walked out from behind the screen. He looked kind and kind. If they had not known about Ruan Jingshu's experience, who would have thought that such a respected and kind old man would actually do such a beast-like thing? Yes, Ruan Jingshu said in a low voice. Although she had brought people to kill Wei Jianyue this time, Ruan Jingshu had been under the influence of Wei Jianyue for so many years. When she faced her master, she could not help but feel a sense of fear. Oh, there's a guest! When Wei Jianyue saw Natasha, his eyes lit up. This old pervert liked girls, who were around 15 or 16 years old the most. However, when his gaze fell on Jiang Fei, the old man's expression became unpleasant. Girl, who is this kid? Why did you bring outsiders here? Wei Jianyue said with an unhappy expression. Ruan Jingshu was a little afraid and did not know what to say for a moment. Hee. I'm just here to watch the show. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Young man, this is the Celestial Palace, not a place to watch the show. You've come to the wrong place. Wei Jianyue threatened in a cold voice. Hee. It will be lively in a while. Jiang Fei smiled but did not explain. Old man, did you bully my little sister? Natasha asked with her hands on her small waist. Ha! Little girl, I have never bullied Jingshu. That is called doting. Doting. Do you understand? Later, Grandpa will doting on you too, Wei Jianyue said with a lewd smile. He could hear from Natasha's words that Ruan Jingshu had found a helper to seek revenge on him. However, the two people in front of him were only at the Mahayana stage. They were nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Wei Jianyue could not help but laugh in his heart. This little disciple of his was really big-breasted and brainless. She actually found two guys, who were even worse than her, to help her stand up for herself. It seemed like he had to teach her a good lesson. However, Wei Jianyue was also quite happy. After all, it was a good thing that a cute and playful little girl like Natasha came to him. It was hard to find such a good thing. He had already made a plan in his heart. After he killed Jiang Fei, the annoying trash, he would teach his little disciple, and this little girl, who came knocking on his door. You're courting death. Although Natasha was young, she could see the lecherous look on Wei Jianyue's face. This little lady was not a good person. How could she be so rude to her? As Natasha shouted, a fist-sized stone seal escaped from her body. She threw the stone seal up, and it grew in the wind. In an instant, it became the size of a millstone. Then, it flew toward Wei Jianyue with the sound of the wind. So powerful! Although Wei Jianyue was not a good person, he was still a little capable. When he saw the magic treasure that Natasha had used, he knew that it was not something to be trifled with. Therefore, he quickly turned around and dodged. Boom! A corner of the soaring heavens garden was smashed into ruins. Ah! Wei Jianyue was so scared that he took a deep breath. He did not expect that Natasha was not big and was not very strong. However, the magic treasure was so powerful. Tisk! Jiang Fei smacked his lips. He thought to himself that Natasha was still young. If she missed, she would disturb the entire Celestial Palace. It seemed that today's event would be even more exciting. Chapter 2170, Chapter 2164 was screaming for help. As Jiang Fei sighed, the entire Heaven's Fate Palace was alarmed. What's going on? I don't know. Could it be an earthquake? Bulsh asterisk T. Such an obvious spiritual fluctuation. It must be a fight. Where? Ling Shao Court. It seems to be Elder Wai's side. Go. Let's go and have a look. Groups of disciples swarmed towards Ling Shao Garden. Apart from these disciples, all the experts in the Heaven Realm Palace were also alarmed. From this kind of spiritual power fluctuation, it didn't seem like they were sparring. Such violent spiritual power fluctuation. It must have used a killing move. This was the Heaven Realm Palace. If someone wanted to kill here, what was the difference in smashing the place? Thus, the experts of the Heaven Realm Palace could no longer sit still. Palace Lord, I'll go take a look.
Within the Heaven Realm Palace's main hall, a true immortal expert stood up. Neilaning, the palace lord of the Heaven Realm Palace, nodded, then exhorted.
Settle it properly. I still have guests here. Yes. Palace Lord.
The true immortal expert nodded, then turned and left.
Palace Lord Naylan. Aren't you going to take a look?
A middle-aged man dressed in golden robes said with a smile.
Lord Pooh is underestimating our Heaven's Fate Palace too much. Although Naylaning isn't talented, there's no need for me to personally take care of such a small matter.
Naylaning said with a smile.
That's true. The Heaven's Fate Palace is indeed one of the top sects in the human world. Ordinary people who come here are just sending themselves to their deaths.
The golden-robed middle-aged man smiled and nodded.
Lord Pooh, please have some tea. This is an immortal tea that I have specially cultivated. Please have a taste of it.
Naylaning was being polite with the golden-robed man, as if she was not too concerned about the matters at Ling Xiao Court. At the same time, at Ling Xiao Court, Wei Jianyue was almost unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, Natasha had summoned a total of 3 magic treasures, each of which was extremely powerful. Just one magic treasure was enough to suppress Wei Jianyue. When the 3 magic treasures were unleashed at the same time, Wei Jianyue could only run for his life. At the same time, he also summoned a few of his protective magic treasures. However, they were not able to last for even a moment before they were shattered by Natasha's treasure. In terms of individual strength, Natasha might not be very strong. However, in terms of treasure fighting, even Jiang Fei dared to compete with this little girl. As for a guy like Wei Jianyue, it was even more so. As time passed, the old man was already exhausted. Hot sweat was dripping down his temples. There was a saying that one would lose if one kept guarding for a long time. Although Wei Jianyue's strength was not bad, he had already reached the true immortal level. His combat strength had even exceeded 27 million. He could be considered as an expert among true immortals. However, in front of Natasha, he was simply not enough. Back then, even Mo Li Hang, who was at his peak, was not a match for Natasha's magical treasure. With his level of skill, he was not even worthy of carrying Natasha's shoes.
Bang! Ah!
With a scream, Wei Jianyue was hit in the leg by Natasha's magic treasure, and his bones and tendons were immediately broken.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Natasha, who had gained the upper hand, attacked one after another, breaking Wei Jianyue's remaining legs and arms, and finally shattering his Dan. In this way, Wei Jianyue, who was at the true immortal level, suddenly became a cripple. Now, he could do nothing but scream and curse.
Little sister, come and take revenge yourself,
Natasha said to Ruan Jingshu with a smile.
Okay.
Ruan Jingshu nodded and pulled out the 2 sabers on her back. As the saying goes, to vent the hatred in one's heart, one must draw the sword and kill the enemy. At this moment, Ruan Jingshu was approaching Wei Jianyue step by step. Her body was slightly trembling. This was the excitement of getting revenge.
Disciple, what are you doing?
At this moment, Wei Jianyue was really panicking. He was trying to stall for time, so that his fellow disciples would have a chance to save him.
Dot!
Ruan Jingshu did not say a word. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and the 2 sabers in her hands were slightly trembling. Swoosh! Ruan Jingshu raised her 2 sabers when she arrived in front of Wei Jianyue. As long as the 2 sabers fell, Wei Jianyue's head would definitely be separated from his body.
My dear disciple, let's talk it over. I know it's my fault. I'll agree to your conditions.
Wei Jianyue still wanted to fight for a chance to live.
I only want you to die,
Ruan Jingshu said hatefully. At the same time, the 2 sabers in her hands were about to fall.
Stop!
At this moment, a figure rushed over. He wanted to strike the 2 sabers in Ruan Jingshu's hands, but Natasha couldn't just stand by and watch.
Take him away!
Natasha pointed with her finger. A golden light flashed. The guy was caught off guard and was tied up by a rope. The rope was very strange. After being tied up by it, the guy realized that his spiritual power was restricted. It was impossible for him to break free again.
Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Celestial Palace?
Although he was restrained. However, this guy did not seem to be convinced at all. He berated Natasha and Jiang Fei. Then, he said to Ruan Jingshu,
Jingshu, don't be stubborn. This is the Celestial Palace. Do you really want to do such a thing? Are you being unreasonable? Do you know how much she has suffered?
Before Ruan Jingshu could say anything, Natasha was already unconvinced. When Jiang Fei saw that Natasha seemed to be telling the truth, he quickly stopped her. In Jiang Fei's opinion, It was not good to publicize Ruan Jingshu's suffering because if too many people knew about it, Ruan Jingshu would also be shameless. In the future, she would not be able to raise her head in front of the people of the Celestial Palace. Therefore, Jiang Fei stopped Natasha for the purpose of protecting Ruan Jingshu. He did not let her continue.
Humph. I don't care what kind of grievances she has suffered. Killing her master and her ancestors is a heinous act,
the person said arrogantly. Although he was captured, this was the Celestial Palace. He really did not believe that Jiang Fei and the others would dare to kill him. However, this kid was clearly a little too confident. If it was not for Jiang Fei stopping him, with Natasha's small temper, she would definitely let him meet her ancestors.
Jingshu, do it!
Jiang Fei ignored the kid. He turned around and said to Ruan Jingshu.
Okay.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. Before she came to take revenge, she had already made plans. After killing Wei Zhenyue, she would not be able to live anymore. Therefore, the only thing that could support her now was her determination to take revenge.
Master! Help!
At this moment, the kid who was caught suddenly shouted. Although his spiritual power was restrained, this kid was born with a loud voice. When he shouted, almost half of the Heaven's Fate Palace heard him.
Huh?
Ne Lining, the Heaven's Fate Palace master who was talking with the yellow-robed man, frowned. At first, he thought that it would be no problem for him to send his disciple to deal with such a trivial matter. However, he didn't expect that his precious disciple was forced to shout for help. Chapter 2171, Chapter 2165 Backer was no longer effective.
Lord Pu, please excuse me for a moment.
Ne Lining could no longer sit still when she heard her disciple shouting for help.
It's fine. I'll go with you.
The yellow-robed man smiled.
That's great.
Ne Lining's eyes lit up. Not only was this yellow-robed man of an extraordinary status, but his strength also far surpassed his. If he went with her, in case he encountered an opponent that was difficult to match, he would also be able to take care of them. Thus, Ne Lining and the yellow-robed man left the main hall together and rushed to Lingxiao Court. Although the Heaven's Fate Palace occupied a large area, in front of such an expert, that little distance was like nothing. In the blink of an eye, Ne Lining and the yellow-robed man arrived at Lingxiao Court.
What's going on?
Ne Lining saw that his disciple was tied up. So he asked,
Master, they're causing trouble. I don't know what's gotten into that girl, Jingshu, but she actually wants to kill her master and ancestor.
The kid who was tied up said.
Ne
Lining frowned. He didn't say anything. Instead, he casually pointed with his finger, and a strong wind rushed toward the golden rope that was binding his disciple. Obviously, Ne Lining wanted to break the rope and save his disciple first. However, this princess of the Heaven Realm Palace had obviously overestimated his own strength, and as a result, his finger wind hit the golden rope. Not even a white mark was left.
Huh?
Ne Lining frowned even more. It was obvious that the rope that bound his disciple was an incredible magical artifact.
Who are you two?
Someone who could become the Celestial Palace's palace master. Ne Lining was not a reckless person. Although Jiang Fei and Natasha had only shown that they were only at the Mahayana stage, they were able to cripple Wei Zhenyue and capture his disciple. This was clearly not something that two Mahayana stage cultivators could do.
What do you care?
Natasha, who was still angry, naturally did not say anything nice. Although Jiang Fei did not say anything, he used his eyes to signal Ruan Jingshu to continue her attack. There was no need to delay her revenge because of Ne Lining's arrival.
Okay.
At this time, Ruan Jingshu had already thrown caution to the wind. Anyway, she did not intend to live anymore. What else was there for her to fear? Thus, in front of Ne Lining, she raised her saber and was about to kill Wei Zhenyue, who was unable to move.
Impudent!
Ne Lining roared angrily. This Ruan Jingshu was a disciple of the Heaven's Fate Palace, and she actually dared to ignore him and continue to kill her master and ancestor. Where would Ne Lining put his face? After all, he had friends by his side. If he couldn't stop her, wouldn't his friends see him as a joke? Thus, just as Ruan Jingshu raised her hand and slashed down, Ne Lining attacked as well. As a powerful true immortal with close to 30 million combat power, his speed wasn't something Ruan Jingshu could compare to. In addition, because of the fury in his heart, Ne Lining didn't hold back this time. He charged forward and instantly arrived next to Ruan Jingshu, wanting to send her flying. However, Ne Lining was faster than him. He rushed up to Ruan Jingshu. Before he could even use his palm, he saw a man suddenly appear in front of him. That man smiled at him. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth.
Then, Neilanning felt a huge force coming at him. His entire body was pushed more than 3 feet away. You? Neilanning looked at Jiang Fei, who was still smiling. She was extremely shocked. If Jiang Fei's palm had hurt her badly, she would have accepted it. After all, she was not as good as him. However, Jiang Fei's palm was gentle. When he was pushed away, he was not hurt at all. This meant that he had shown mercy. Moreover, he had shown mercy with ease. What did this mean? This meant that Wei Xinyue was much stronger than him. At the same time, Ruan Jingshu raised her knife and chopped off Wei Jinyu's head. Whoosh! Wei Jinyu's head was opened and a small person rushed out. Where are you going? Ruan Jingshu hated Wei Xinyue to the core. How could she let Wei Jinyu's nascent soul escape? The two knives crossed each other and chopped Wei Jinyu's nascent soul into pieces. Ah! With his nascent soul destroyed, Wei Jinyu's many years of cultivation could be said to have gone down the drain. However, his primordial spirit still managed to escape. Bah! You big scoundrel! You still want to escape? Ruan Jingshu could not do anything to Wei Jinyu's primordial spirit. However, Natasha was different. Whoosh! A black light shot out from Natasha's small hand. A scream came from midair. Wei Jinyu's primordial spirit was also killed. He was completely dead. You guys have gone too far! Neilanning roared. If Jiang Fei and the others had only killed Wei Jinyu's physical body, this matter would have been resolved. However, now that they had not only killed Wei Xinyue, but also destroyed his primordial spirit, this matter was considered to be done. Lord Pu, please lend me a hand and help me capture this madman. Knowing that she was no match for Jiang Fei, Neilanning could only ask the yellow-robed man beside her for help. However, Neilanning had just focused all her attention on her disciple and Wei Xinyue. Therefore, she did not notice that the yellow-robed man was a little dumbfounded when he arrived. Until now, he was still at a loss. Dot! The yellow-robed man ignored Neilanning. He looked at Jiang Fei as if he was asking a question. Hee. Jiang Fei was also happy. Then, he said to the yellow-robed man, Pu Yi, why are you here? Greetings, Sage Lord. I was passing by earlier and had a good chat with Neilanning, the Heaven's Fate Palace Master. So, I stayed here for a few days. Pu Yi was not a human. He was a member of the dragon race. Previously, when he saw Jiang Fei, he did not immediately bow. It was because Jiang Fei had always concealed his identity in the human society. Therefore, Pu Yi did not know what Jiang Fei was planning. He was afraid that his identity would be exposed. Therefore, he did not dare to say anything. Now that Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to call him, Pu Yi had nothing to hide. He went straight to Jiang Fei and knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. How? Master Pu. At that moment, Neilanning was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that having a dragon friend meant that he had found an invincible backer. Then, who in human society could afford to provoke him? However, he had encountered a troublesome enemy today. Neilanning was just about to ask his dragon friend for help. However, this dragon god immediately knelt down to his enemy and called him the Sage Lord. Therefore, Neilanning was stunned. Anyone who could be called the Sage Lord by the dragon race would know what this meant. Therefore, Neilanning had also guessed Jiang Fei's identity. However, the current atmosphere was too awkward. Although he was the master of a sect, he really did not know how to deal with the problem at hand. Sigh. My family is unfortunate. With a sigh, an old man with white hair and a beard walked out from the crowd. Jiang Fei had actually noticed this old man a long time ago. He should be the supreme elder of the Celestial Pole Palace, with more than 30 million combat power. He was a powerhouse on the same level as Blood Mistress. Chapter 2172, Chapter 2166, Saving Lives to the End. Sigh! The old man sighed. Then, he walked up to Jiang Fei and bowed deeply to him. I am Qian Yuanzi of the Celestial Palace. Greetings, Dragon Sage. Priest, there's no need to be so polite. Jiang Fei smiled. He was still very polite to the old man. Sage, please forgive me for offending the Celestial Palace. Qian Yuanzi did not ask anything. He came up to Jiang Fei and asked for forgiveness. There was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to bow his head. Logically speaking, Jiang Fei and the rest had come to the Celestial Palace to kill people. No matter what. They were not on good terms. However, the problem was that who in the entire 5 directions would dare to offend the dragon race? Who would dare to disobey the dragon race's Sage Lord?
Although the dragon race did not know why they did not get involved in human affairs. Who would dare to take the risk to provoke them? Therefore, the old Taoist Qian Yuanzi did not ask anything. He came up to Jiang Fei and apologized first. Although he had lost face, he had saved the entire celestial palace. Jiang Fei waved his hand. It was not the time for him to say anything. They had come to bully others. Now that their goal had been achieved, they had surrendered. With Jiang Fei's character, naturally, he would not go and make things difficult for them.
Sage Lord, I know that Wei Xinyu had deserved to die. However, can you tell me what happened to him? Did he offend you? Sage Lord?
Qian Yuanzi could not be muddle-headed. Therefore, he asked for the reason. However, before he spoke, Qian Yuanzi had already made it clear that the Heaven's Fate Palace was not going to pursue the matter. Wei Xinyu had deserved to die, and the Heaven's Fate Palace would not pursue the matter.
It's not convenient to publicize this matter.
Jiang Fei frowned. Since Qian Yuanzi had asked, it was not appropriate for him not to say anything. After all, you could not kill someone. You could not even tell them the reason. Right? However, considering Ruan Jingshu's reputation, Jiang Fei glanced at the surrounding disciples.
Everyone, leave!
Qian Yuanzi understood. He immediately waved his hand, and the Celestial Pole Palace disciples left.
Let's talk inside!
Qian Yuanzi led Jiang Fei and the others into the skyscraping court. At that moment, Natasha also let the unlucky sect leader disciple go. After entering the skyscraping court, Jiang Fei and the others took their seats. Then, Jiang Fei asked Ruan Jingshu to tell him the whole story.
Bastard!
Qian Yuanzi was also furious when he heard that. Then, he sighed and said to Ruan Jingshu,
Child, I've let you suffer. If I had known about this earlier, I would have cleaned up the sect without the sage's help. Thank you, Grandmaster, for upholding justice for me.
At that moment, Ruan Jingshu could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. These big sects were like that. People like Qian Yuanzi rarely had any ill intentions. After all, immortal cultivation was something that went against the natural order. Those who had ill intentions would most likely die under the heavenly tribulation. Very few would be able to endure to the level of Qian Yuanzi. However, the problem was that a disciple like Ruan Jingshu would not be able to meet someone like Qian Yuanzi. Although she was considered to have some status among the disciples, she would only be able to meet the sect leader at most. With Wei Jinyu's status, even the sect leader of the Celestial Pole Palace would give him some face. How could he punish him severely just because of a disciple? Moreover, in Jiang Fei's heart, Qian Yuanzi's words were mostly just hindsight. Even if he really found out about this, would he really kill Wei Xinyu for the sake of the Celestial Pole Palace's strength? Jiang Fei did not really believe it. If it was just a light punishment, then it was easy to guess who would be the unlucky one next. Regardless, this matter was considered settled. Moreover, Jiang Fei happened to meet someone from the dragon race. This saved him from having to make another trip to the dragon race.
Alright, let's end this matter here. In a while, you will announce to the public that Wei Xinyu offended me, so I have executed him.
Jiang Fei waved his hand, indicating that this matter would end here. Moreover, by executing Wei Xinyu in his name, Ruan Jingshu would be less guilty of murdering her teacher. Although it was a little far-fetched to say that, because many people had seen with their own eyes that Ruan Jingshu was the one who had killed Wei Xinyu. However, time would always allow people to forget those details. As the dragon race's sage lord, Jiang Fei had spoken. The people of the Celestial Palace naturally did not dare to oppose him. At this time, Ruan Jingshu had already taken her revenge. She had nothing else to ask for. Moreover, she still had feelings for the Celestial Palace. Of course, she did not want to pursue the Celestial Palace's responsibility anymore. As for Natasha and Jiang Fei, they were originally here to help. Once the matter was settled, they would be pulled over. They did not have any enmity with the Celestial Palace. Naturally, they would not hold on to it.
Benefactors, please accept my bow.
At this moment, Ruan Jingshu suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei.
Get up! Get up! You're a pitiful person too.
Jiang Fei sighed and helped Ruan Jingshu up.
Young lady, what do you plan to do next?
Natasha asked worriedly. After all, Ruan Jingshu had already expressed her determination to die. Ruan Jingshu fell silent. Although she did not speak, everyone could see from her lifeless eyes that she had lost her motivation to live. After suffering for so many years, the only reason that kept Ruan Jingshu alive was to take revenge. Now that she had taken revenge, She had lost her reason to live.
Are you willing to part with Senior Brother Qin?
Jiang Fei suddenly asked.
Senior Brother Qin.
At the mention of these three words, Wan Jingshu's eyes regained some of their liveliness. If Jiang Fei really knew that this girl could still be saved, if she had no one to worry about, then she really would not be able to save anyone. When it came to suicide, people who were particularly violent would usually not be able to die. When he shouted that he was going to commit suicide, it was actually to threaten others. He wanted to negotiate with others. Those who really wanted to die would find a place where no one was around. There were many ways to kill oneself. No one could save him. After all, it was impossible for one to tie him to the belt of one's pants and watch him every day. It was the same for Wan Jingshu. If you couldn't find her something to care about, you could save her once, but you couldn't save her every time. As long as you didn't watch her every time, she could end her life.
Yes, Miss. Senior Brother Qin is still waiting for you.
Natasha was very smart. So she immediately used Senior Brother Qin to persuade Wan Jingshu to stay.
But I'm too dirty. I'm not worthy of Senior Brother Qin,
Wan Jingshu said in a daze.
How are you dirty? It's not your fault. Moreover, whether you're worthy or not is not up to you. It's up to Senior Brother Qin to decide,
Natasha said.
That's right. If you don't ask Senior Brother Qin, how would you know that he would despise you?
Jiang Fei said.
But I don't know how to face Senior Brother Qin. Nor do I know how to face the Heaven's Fate Palace,
Wan Jingshu said with tears on her face. Initially, she really wanted to die. However, Jiang Fei and Natasha kept mentioning Senior Brother Qin. This made her not so determined to die. Chapter 2173, Chapter 2167 Gathering of Experts.
Why don't you go out for a walk?
Natasha laughed.
A walk? Although this five-sided world is big, it's not a place for me to stay.
Wan Jingshu sighed.
Why don't you go out with the handsome guy?
Natasha suggested.
Outside?
Wan Jingshu was stunned. A person at her level would not know that there was a world outside the five-sided world. Jiang Fei was also stunned. He had never thought of bringing Wan Jingshu out. Although Jiang Fei was more reluctant to bring a girl back, Wan Jingshu really did not care. She had no feelings for Jiang Fei. And Jiang Fei also had no feelings for her. Even if he brought her out, Jiang Fei had a clear conscience. Besides, this time, Jiang Fei had come back to bring a girl back. So it did not matter if he brought another one.
Handsome. Is that okay?
Natasha looked up at Jiang Fei and asked.
I'm fine with it. Do you want to come with me?
Jiang Fei looked at Wan Jingshu and asked.
That's fine too.
Wan Jingshu nodded. If she could change to a new environment, she would have worries in her heart again. Who would want to die?
When we get out, you should calm down first. I'll bring Senior Brother Qin out in a few days,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Thank you, benefactor.
Wan Jingshu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Fei again.
Get up. Get up quickly.
To be honest, Jiang Fei had never been able to accept the etiquette of kowtowing. After comforting Wan Jingshu, Jiang Fei said to Qin Yuanzi.
Priest, this matter is over. I will not disturb you any further. Then, I will respectfully send the sage off.
To be honest, Qin Yuanzi also wanted Jiang Fei to stay in the Celestial Palace. After all, such a great god was in the Celestial Palace. If what he said was not right, it would invite disaster if Jiang Fei offended him.
Pu Yi, let's go together,
Jiang Fei said to the dragon guy.
Yes, Sage Lord.
Pu Yi nodded and followed Jiang Fei out of the Celestial Palace.
Go back and inform the Great Elder. Ask him to prepare some people for me. Don't have too many people. Just 10 people will do. However, they must be strong.
Jiang Fei instructed Pu Yi.
Yes, Sage Lord.
Pu Yi answered. Then, he asked tentatively.
Sage Lord, are we going to conquer the outside world? Hee. Not yet. Let's go to the front line first,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Hee. Sage Lord, I also want to go with you,
Pu Yi said quickly.
That's fine. Tell the Great Elder that he'll let you take a seat,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Pu Yi's strength was not bad. His combat strength was around 38 million. Among the dragon race's disciples, he could be considered a powerhouse.
Thank you, Sage Lord.
Pu Yi immediately bowed to Jiang Fei.
All right, you can go.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
Yes,
Pu Yi replied. Then, he flew into the air and returned to the dragon race's headquarters.
Handsome, where are we going next?
Asked Natasha.
Well, go to the Mountain of Beasts first. and then we'll go to your star,
said Jiang Fei.
Sure.
Natasha did not care where they went. As long as she could play with Jiang Fei, she would be very happy.
Go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain?
Jiang Fei and Natasha did not feel anything when they talked about the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. However, Ruan Jingshu was different. To a person of her level, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain was simply a legendary place.
Okay, let's go!
Jiang Fei smiled slightly and rode his sword. Due to Ruan Jingshu's slow speed, it took Jiang Fei and the others 2.5 days to reach the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, which was located at the other end of the planet. Fortunately, Jiang Fei still had plenty of time. With 12 times the time flow deficit, he had more than a month's time. Even if he had delayed a few days previously, he did not have to go to the dragon race anymore. Therefore, he had saved a lot of time. After arriving at the foot of the Myriad Beast Mountain, it was reasonable to descend the flying sword and walk up the mountain. However, this rule was clearly not valid for Jiang Fei. Whether it was as the dragon race's sage lord or as the prince of the Myriad Beast Mountain, Jiang Fei could fly directly to the Myriad Beast Mountain.
Welcome, Your Highness!
When the people on the Myriad Beast Mountain saw Jiang Fei, they almost all called him that. This was because in their opinion, if they called Jiang Fei Sage Lord, it would feel like the Myriad Beast Mountain was ruled by the dragon race. However, calling Jiang Fei His Highness would be different. In that case, Jiang Fei would become one of their own. The mountain would be equal to the dragon race. Although it was just a form of Aku spirit, it could at least make the people of the mountain feel better, even if they were actually following the orders of the great elder of the dragon race.
Call your leader over,
Jiang Fei ordered lightly.
Yes, Your Imperial Highness.
An expert from the Thousand Beast Mountain left. Soon, a figure rushed over. It seemed to be a ferocious beast like the Black Panther. When the figure came before Jiang Fei, it quickly transformed into a human form.
Your Imperial Highness, are you looking for me?
After transforming, this person looked to be in his 30s. He was rather handsome, but his cheeks were full of strange tattoos.
You are?
Jiang Fei frowned.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Feng. I am the Empress Butler. I am now in charge of the Mountain of Beasts,
said the man in Black Panther's human form.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Li Feng,
help me transfer 10 people. I want people who can fight. Your Highness, may I know what type of people you want? Do you prefer speed or strength?
Li Feng asked. The ferocious beasts were different from the dragon race. The dragon race's experts were basically all-round. However, the ferocious beasts experts, due to their race, their characteristics were very obvious.
You'll have some of each. Perhaps ITLL be useful,
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
All right. Your Highness, please have a cup of tea first. I'll go and prepare it for you right away.
After Li Feng said that, he arranged for Jiang Fei and the others to sit down. He also offered some fragrant tea and fruits. After that, he turned around and arranged for the experts to be transferred. After about 10 minutes, Li Feng returned with 10 experts.
Your Highness, do you think they can do it?
Li Feng asked the experts to stand in a row so that Jiang Fei could inspect them.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. The combat strength of these ferocious beast experts were all above 30 million. That was already considered pretty good. Coupled with their unique abilities, they should be able to be of great use.
All right. Since everyone is here, I will not waste my breath. I have called you all here this time to go to the outside world and help me and the Phoenix Spirit to fight against the enemy,
Jiang Fei said directly.
I swear to be loyal to Her Majesty the Empress. I swear to be loyal to Her Majesty the Prince.
These ferocious beast masters shouted loudly.
All right. I have seen your loyalty. Let's not waste any more words. Let's go!
Jiang Fei stood up as he spoke. After all, he was going to sway Xing. Chapter 2174, Take a Day Off. 520 Please understand. In order to ensure the stability of the backyard, take a day off. Tomorrow at the 4th watch. Chapter 2175, Chapter 2168 set out together. With Jiang Fei's order, the group left the Myriad Beasts Mountain and headed towards the teleportation portal. After half a day's journey, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the teleportation portal.
Welcome, Sage Lord.
At this time, the teleportation portals of the 5 directions had already been controlled by the dragons.
Okay, teleport us to your star.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Yes, Sage Lord.
The dragon who was in charge of the teleportation circle nodded. Then, he led Jiang Fei and the others stand on the teleportation circle.
Buzz!
As a white light rose, Jiang Fei and the others' vision blurred. They had arrived at the territory of the Time Star.
Is this the Time Star?
Ruan Jingshu looked around curiously. She had never left the town star before. Therefore, the other planets were very strange to her.
Yes. Since this is the Year Star. How is it? Little sister. The water element spiritual essence here is very rich. Right.
Natasha said with a smile.
Yes. It is indeed so. If you are a cultivator of the water element, cultivating here is indeed twice the result with half the effort.
Ruan Jingshu nodded. After reigniting some hope in her life, she was no longer as indifferent as before.
Welcome, Sage Lord, to the Year Star. Sage Lord, is there anything we can do for you?
Just like the town star, the teleportation portal on the Year Star was also taken over by the dragons.
Yes, I'm here to take care of something. You guys do your own thing.
Jiang Fei waved his hand.
Yes, Sage Lord.
The dragon nodded and returned to his position of guarding the teleportation portal.
Let's go! We're going to the year mark.
Jiang Fei said to the people around him.
Okay.
Natasha nodded. Among Jiang Fei's group, only she was qualified to express her opinion to Jiang Fei. The rest of the people, whether it was Ruan Jingshu or the ferocious beasts experts, these people did not dare to criticize Jiang Fei in front of him. After leaving the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei rode his sword and left. The others followed him one after another. Then, the group flew toward the direction of the year mark. Because of Ruan Jingshu's burden, Jiang Fei and the others only arrived at the edge of the year mark after a day.
Welcome, Sage Lord. May I know why the Sage Lord is here?
At this time, there was no one in the nine-headed python race who did not know Jiang Fei.
Where is your great elder?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sage Lord, please take a seat for a moment. I will go and invite the great elder now.
The nine-headed python who met Jiang Fei first led Jiang Fei and the others into a hall. Then, he asked someone to offer some fragrant tea and fruits before he went out to inform the great elder.
My benefactor is really an amazing person.
Ruan Jingshu sighed in her heart. Along the way, she had observed Jiang Fei quite a bit. Although Jiang Fei usually appeared to be quite approachable when he spoke to his subordinates or followers, he did not act arrogantly. However, from the attitude of the legendary experts that she had met along the way, she could tell that Jiang Fei's status was very high. To people like Ruan Jingshu, the dragon race or the sage were just legendary existences. They actually did not have much of a concept of the dragon race's sage lord. However, from the few days that she had been in contact with Jiang Fei, Ruan Jingshu once again gained a new understanding of Jiang Fei. In less than 10 minutes, the nine-headed python race's great elder had rushed over with his own race's higher-ups. After all, the nine-headed python was the dragon race's vassal. Even if a child from the dragon race came, they had to come out to welcome him, let alone Jiang Fei.
I did not know that the sage had come. I have come late to welcome you. Please forgive me.
The great elder of the nine-headed python clan came before Jiang Fei and bowed. The nine-headed python experts behind him also bowed.
It's okay. It's my sudden visit. I don't blame you.
Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly. The aura of a superior was very natural.
May I know why the sage is here?
Asked the great elder carefully.
Yes. I need some help with something. Prepare 10 people for me. The stronger ones are better,
said Jiang Fei directly.
No problem. As long as the sage is willing. We nine-headed pythons will do our best,
said the great elder as he nodded. Then, he said to a nine-headed python next to him.
Fourth brother, go and call all the members of the Council of Elders over. Let the Sage Lord personally choose them. Yes. First elder.
After that person left for a short while, he brought over 20 to 30 people. Each of these fellows had the power that surpassed true immortals, and the weakest among them had a combat power of more than 25 million.
Sage Lord, who do you think is suitable for them?
The great elder asked with a smile.
Just a few of them.
Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and selected 10 people. These people were all quite strong. The weakest among them had about 30 million combat power. They were not much different from the experts of the Thousand Beast Mountain.
Sage Lord, do you have any other instructions?
The great elder asked.
Send a message to the dragon race. Tell them that I am here. Tell them to come over when they are ready.
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
Yes, Sage Lord.
The great elder nodded. Then, he arranged for someone to send a message to the dragon race. At the same time, he also arranged a feast for Jiang Fei and the others. 2 days later, the Dragon Race's elites arrived at the year mark under the Great Elder's personal leadership.
Sage Lord, Puyi said that you needed people. I help you choose a few. Do you think they are suitable?
The Dragon Clan's Great Elder said to Jiang Fei with a smile.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
After Jiang Fei finished looking at the Dragon Clan's experts, he nodded in his heart. No wonder the Dragon Clan could easily regain their position as the overlord after they were born. Just looking at the strength of these experts was very obvious. The Dragon Race's experts that the Great Elder had brought with him. Their combat strength was no less than 40 million.
Alright, let them do it.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Puyi, lead them. Don't let the sage down.
The Great Elder reminded Puyi. After all, he was appointed by Jiang Fei personally. So of course, he was one of the 10 people.
Great Elder, don't worry. Can we still lose the face of the Dragon Race?
Puyi was very confident. This time, they did not follow Jiang Fei alone in the expedition. There were also the 9-headed python and the ferocious beast expert, Sui Xing. These arrogant dragons could not be bothered with other races. Therefore, they naturally carried a sense of pride.
Sage Lord, do you have any other orders?
The Great Elder asked.
I only have one request. The 5 directions must not be messed up,
Jiang Fei said.
Sage Lord, don't worry. This place will always be your most stable rear,
the Great Elder promised.
Alright, let's go then.
As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out the 9 rotating astrolabe. Although he had to bring more than 30 people back this time, Jiang Fei's ride was no longer the single-handed shuttle. Not to mention the number of people on that luxurious yacht. Even 200 experts could sit on it.